7 years ago, the day of the catastrophe. Explosions rocked the sky. The city skyline stands tall, a stark contrast to the disaster that once befell it. A puzzled expression crosses her face. Huh, she utters, clearly confused by something unseen. A horrifying disaster called a dungeon break occurred. The dungeon break unleashes monstrous creatures upon the world. The dungeon break unleashed a wave of monstrous creatures, their arrival heralded by a piercing scream. Because of that incident, many people suffered. Panic sets in as the monstrous creatures emerge. "Save me," one person cries out, desperately fleeing the scene. Amidst the chaos of the dungeon break, a somber thought surfaces, and my parents also passed away. A shattered photograph of a family, stained with what appears to be blood, lies on the ground. The day I lost everything in an instant. His eyes glow with a menacing red light as tears stream down his face. A guttural scream tears from his throat. "I made a pledge to myself while crying tears of blood," he vows. "I will definitely become a hunter, rip the monsters apart, and kill them." A surge of power erupts, the world around him blurring with intensity. And 7 years later, on this day, the scene shifts to Catastrophe Memorial Park, 7 years later. The memorial park stands bathed in the warm hues of the setting sun. A stark declaration echoes, "I was kicked out of the Hunter Training Center." He slumps on the bench, frustration boiling over. "Damn it," he exclaims, clutching a pack of cigarettes. A hooded figure scoffs, his piercing blue eye visible. "A hunter? Yeah, right." The message continues, stating bluntly, "You no longer need to come to the training center." He looks up, a giant looming over him. "Pardon," he asks, confusion evident in his tone as he looks up at the crowd. What are you talking about all of a sudden?" he asks, his confusion growing. "For what reason am I being kicked?" Sweat beads on his brow as his confusion intensifies. "Listen well." The instructor begins, his words cutting through the air. "Those who have awakened get a few months to complete their training in the exclusive training hall." The instructor continues, "And you're aware that they usually debut as hunters." The instructor's expression hardens as he states, "But you, sir, have already exceeded that period. It has been 7 years." The instructor's piercing gaze intensifies as he declares, "Since it's come to this, I will be honest." The instructor's face contorts with disgust as he declares, "Your talent is beyond trash." The instructor's harsh words continue, "And if we let you stay here, our training center's reputation will also become shit." Despite his persistence in showing up every morning, the instructor continues his harsh assessment, "But it's unfortunate." The instructor's dismissive tone continues, as he thinks to himself, "Unfortunate, my ass. He's stupid for not knowing his place." A thought bubbles above the trainee as he lies prone on the floor, "But can one's stats not increase even after training for 7 years? Lying on the floor, the trainee wonders, "But can one's stats not increase even after training for 7 years? A hand crushes a can labeled vitality. His frustration mounting, he asks himself, "How could my stats not have increased at all?" The can's contents spill as he continues to grip it tightly. His bewilderment explodes. "How?" The question hangs heavy in the air. "How did your daddy pass away?" "Me," the child exclaims, raising her fist in the air. I know. I remember." The child begins her story, eyes wide with a distant memory, when the monsters came rushing in. The child reveals a painful truth: Daddy passed away because he saved people until the end. "That's right," she says, then poses a question, "Then if you're going through something tough later in life, what should you do?" She begins to answer her own question, but hesitates. "Be strong." And Suddenly, a voice booms, "Don't give up." The girl is embraced, a voice saying, "You're so strong, my girl." The girl is held tightly in an embrace. The embrace continues, but someone approaches, questioning, "Who?" Someone sprints towards them, a blur of motion. His intentions are unknown as he shouts, "Who?" "That's right," a voice declares. He sprints forward, a determined look on his face. "How did I endure this for the past 7 years?" He wonders. Tears stream down his face, but he grits his teeth. "I can't just stop here. No. He races forward, the city blurring around him. I won't give up, he declares. The title card flashes, solo leveling. The title card fades, revealing the start of the story, Chapter 1. A heavy rain falls on the city, the sky a canvas of dark, swirling clouds. The downpour continues as someone knocks firmly on a door. The rain continues to pour as the figure waits outside the door. A voice finally answers from within, a muffled "Who is it?" The man outside is met with a plea, "Please go back, sir." But he persists, his expression hardening as he replies, "Director, just once." The man then hears another voice, pleading, "Please help me take the hunter exam once more." A desperate declaration follows, "I can't give up like this." He takes a deep breath, the rain washing over him as he steels himself. His eyes narrow, a furious red glow emanating from them as he spits out, "Hey, you fucking bastard." His rage intensifies as he snarls, "Why don't you freaking get it?" His eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. A silent exclamation hangs in the air. The voice taunts, "Did you come here because the money you spent was for nothing?" Grabbing him by the collar, the man snarls, "All right, you bastard. I just need to refund you half the membership fees, right?" Stuttering, he manages, "That's not." His eyes blazing with fury, he shouts, "This isn't about the money." His hat flies off as the force of the blow sends him reeling. The blow connects, and he spits out, "Bullshit." The force of the impact sends him flying backwards through the air. Despite the brutal hit, he smirks, demanding, "What do you mean it's not?" The force of the blow sends him crashing down, a voice from above sneering, "You failure of a bastard." He's pinned beneath something heavy, the impact echoing around him. Trapped, he's pinned under what appears to be a heavy metal locker. Rain streaks down, obscuring the scene. Blood trickles from his mouth, mixing with the rain. "I also had a unique trait." "No," he states, continuing to reveal his unique trait. Rain lashed down as he lay sprawled in the alleyway, surrounded by overflowing trash bins. "If I had even," he begins to say. "A little talent," a voice booms from above. Then, a single drop of water falls. Ripples spread across the water's surface, the depths below obscured by an eerie blue. "The Tower of Trials is praising you for your iron will." The words appear on a screen, acknowledging his strength. Bloody and battered, he questions the praise. "Who's that?" he wonders, his eyes wide with concern. Suddenly, a torrent of water crashes down around him, obscuring his vision. "Wahh!" he cries out as the water completely engulfs him. Panic etched on his face, he shouts, "What's this?" as the water surrounds him. The water surges around him with a swoosh. "Save me," he cries out, the sound barely audible over the pouring rain. His pleas turn to rage as he shouts, "Seriously? You bastard! How dare you cause a..." He begins, stopping abruptly. A question hangs in the air. He pauses, confusion etched on his face as he asks, "What?" The interruption is followed by a frustrated outburst. "That annoying bastard." Tisk. Rain streaks down the side of a large, dark container. The container shatters. Water explodes outward, accompanied by a resounding "ah." Amidst the spray, he's sent flying. He cries out, "Mathagape," as he's sent spiraling through the air amidst the water droplets. "I can't breathe," he gasps, struggling against the unseen force. He plummets downwards, the surface of the water rushing up to meet him. He continues to fall, a massive surge of water erupting above him. He plunges deeper, surrounded by streaks of light. He continues to descend, now passing a screen displaying the Tower of Trials. The system has selected all suitable candidates from Earth. Tower of Trials, a voice echoes, followed by a more pressing question: did a second catastrophe occur? A system message appears before him, the words stark against the glowing screen: "Please select your difficulty." The system message clarifies: the rewards you get will be directly proportional to your chosen difficulty. The screen flashes, displaying a new message: "I don't know." The protagonist's face is shown in a close-up. But, what could that mean? A screen appears, offering a choice: easy, normal, or hard. A voice echoes in his mind, "My instincts are telling me this." A blinding light engulfs everything. His eyes blazing with determination, he resolves to seize this chance. He steps forward, a surge of power emanating from his body. He finds himself engulfed in a blinding light, his face contorted in a mix of shock and pain. The light intensifies, obscuring everything. The light fades, revealing a message: "We hope that you will obtain satisfactory results at the end of the suffering." The light continues to fade, leaving only scattered remnants. The last vestiges of light fade as a new message appears: "You will enter the first floor of the Tower of Trials shortly." The world warps around him, the tower looming in the distance. His eyes widen, a gasp escaping his lips. "Ha!" The system announces, all the challenger's stats and status abnormalities will be restored. A new message then appears: "You are entering the first floor of the Tower of Trials." The system warns, the trial will begin soon. Prepare yourself, challenger. The challenger looks up towards the bright sky, the trial about to begin. The cliff looms over him, a stark reminder of the challenge ahead. He plummets from the cliff face, a blue glow surrounding him. This is the desert? He looks around, a slight breeze blowing through the desert air. The blue glow fades, leaving only a faint trace of its passage. A weapon will be provided, the screen declares. A sword materializes, bathed in a cool, blue light. The sword descends, its gleaming blade poised for action. The sword slams into the ground, kicking up dust and debris. He stares, an exclamation mark hovering above his head. The system announces, the subject of this trial is survival. The reward for completing the trial, releasing a unique trait. Unique trait? The words hang in the air as he stares up, a flicker of intrigue in his bright blue eyes. Determination hardens his gaze. "I'm going to get something I've worked so hard for over the past 7 years, he vows, the words a promise to himself. A unique trait, as a reward? The question echoes, hanging heavy with anticipation. His face contorts into a manic grin. "This is insane," he declares, a mix of disbelief and excitement in his voice. A surge of power emanates from his hands, the air crackling with unseen energy. Eyes fixed on a distant sword jutting from the sand, he declares, "First, the sword." A sudden force sends him flying backwards, a startled woe escaping his lips. The force sends him hurtling through the air. Still airborne, he cries out, "What's that?" as a massive, golden-hued structure erupts before him. The tutorial trial will begin, a message declares as he shouts out in alarm. The screen displays, Tower of Trials, chosen difficulty, hard. The tutorial trial has begun, and it's not going to be easy. A new message appears, a sand golem has appeared. Before him, a towering sand golem appears, its glowing eyes fixed on its target. "This is crazy," he exclaims, facing the sand golem. His eyes wide with fear, he stares up at the massive golem. Sweat beads on his brow as he faces the impossible challenge. Stumbling backward, he struggles to keep his balance. The ground trembles beneath his feet. A stark message flashes before him: "Please survive against the sand golem for the allocated amount of time." The clock is ticking. Only 9 minutes and 58 seconds remain to survive the sand golem. The sand golem lunges forward, its massive fist a blur of motion. He sprints forward, sword in hand, a frustrated "damn it," escaping his lips. A resounding crash echoes as the sand golem's attack lands. The force of the blow sends him flying backward with a pained heek. Crashing down, he braces for impact against a barrier of light. "Ha!" he utters, eyes wide with surprise as he collides with something unseen. The screen declares, the tutorial trial will now begin. A determined gaze stares upward, ready for the challenge. The trial begins with a brutal blow. He cries out in pain. The screen displays Tower of Trials, selected difficulty. The difficulty is set, hard. The screen flashes an ominous warning: sand golems have appeared. The sand golem towers over the scene, its glowing eyes burning into the depths of the screen. He reaches for a sword, but the sand golem looms, a towering threat. Damn it, he curses, realizing the dire situation. His eyes widen with fear as the sand swirls around him. Escape seems impossible. The sand continues to envelop him, the situation looking increasingly hopeless. A system message flashes: defeat the sand golems within the time limit and survive. The clock is ticking, only 9 minutes and 58 seconds remain to defeat the sand golems and survive. The sand golem lunges, its massive fist hurtling towards its target. He sprints forward, sword in hand, but curses as he loses his footing. He cries out as the golem's attack connects. He tumbles forward, eyes wide with alarm, as the ground cracks beneath him. The ground gives way completely, plunging him into darkness. He wonders, the darkness complete. A guttural roar rips from his throat. The screen flashes: trial failure penalty, death. The screen fades to white as the words trial failure penalty, death flash ominously. The screen now displays the title of the series in stylized text. The title card for Chapter 2 appears. An explosion sends the swordsman flying backwards. As he's sent hurtling backwards, the swordsman wonders, can I really escape the sand golems by running like this? An exclamation hangs in the air as one of the sand golems looms over him, its glowing eyes promising a swift end. The sand golem bears down on him, but a realization dawns: although that thing might look slow, it's actually faster because of its size. In the first place, because of the desert biome. He realizes, as his foot makes contact with the sand. He realizes the dire situation: it's impossible for me to run away for 9 minutes straight with my stamina. The sand golem looms closer. He cries out, fear etched on his face. He raises his sword, ready to fight. He steels himself, a surge of resolve washing over him. The world gave me a sword and told me to survive. He grips the sword tighter, the metallic tang filling his senses. Anybody can tell what you're supposed to do. A fierce determination solidifies within him. Either I die trying to run away, or I die fighting. A towering figure of earth and stone looms before him, its eyes glowing with an eerie light. The earth golem strikes, its massive fist hurtling towards him. A look of pure terror contorts his face. He cries out as the golem's fist connects. Damn it, he thinks, the golem's power overwhelming him. How am I supposed to win against that thing? He falls, the ground rushing up to meet him. Suddenly, a voice booms, unfortunately, my ass. Sinister figures emerge from the shadows, their grins wide and unsettling. Damn it! He grits out, teeth bared in frustration. A voice from above sneers, he's stupid for not knowing his place. A monstrous figure looms, his eyes glowing with malevolent intent. You're nothing in this world. The monstrous figure's foot descends, crushing the earth. He barely manages to evade the attack. His teeth grit, the hero questions, am I going to die a pathetic death just by trying to run away? The monstrous figure slams his fist down, the impact creating a shockwave. No, the hero cries out. Thoughts race through his mind, 7 years of trying to be a hunter. He continues, when it comes to theory, I can now confidently say that I know better than most hunters on the field. He realizes, there's no answer if I keep running away. Desperation etched on his face, he resolves, at the very least, I need to find another way to survive. The answer comes to him, monsters like golems will stop moving if I can destroy their core. However, a new problem arises. The text states, their cores are usually in places that are hard to reach. He sprints across the desert landscape, a massive golem lumbering after him. If that's the case, he thinks, a plan beginning to form. He continues his desperate sprint, the ground blurring beneath him. His foot strikes the ground, kicking up dust as he pushes forward with renewed speed. SFX, thud. The impact of his foot hitting the ground reverberates. I'll just make it. The words are a declaration of his unwavering resolve. Easier to reach, the giant declares, his massive hand descending towards the hero. An exclamation mark hangs in the air, a silent scream against the backdrop of the sky. A blur of motion, as the hero dodges the descending hand. Sword in hand, he prepares to strike. He swings the sword down with immense force. The sword cleaves through the earth, the force of the blow sending shockwaves outward. The ground explodes in a shower of debris. The earth shatters, sending razor-sharp shards flying. He charges forward through the dust cloud, a determined glint in his eyes. Now, he thinks, pushing himself even harder. I can reach it. He tumbles forward, sword outstretched, reaching for the crown atop the distant peak. He continues his desperate climb, the rocky terrain blurring beneath him. His face contorted in a desperate grimace, he continues his advance. A bright flash illuminates the path ahead. There, he shouts, finally spotting his objective. A blinding strike connects. The hero's attack lands with explosive force. Dust and debris fill the air in the aftermath of the hero's devastating blow. Eyes wide with fear, he desperately raises his sword to defend against the unseen attack. A massive, cracked red crystal looms overhead, as a voice wonders in disbelief. The earth golem towers over him, its glowing eyes burning into his soul. It's harder than I thought, he admits, bracing for the inevitable impact. Impact! He cries out in pain. Ugh! He grits his teeth, his glowing eyes reflecting his frustration. Damn it! Sweat pours down his face as he clenches his teeth, enduring the pain. He strains, pushing himself to the limit. If I can just hit it one more time. The ground cracks and crumbles under the force of his blow. The force of the blow continues, tearing through the ground. With a furious yell, he swings his sword down. The furious yell echoes. His face contorted in pain, he grits his teeth. I knew it. The crushing weight of the words "you are nothing" seems to bear down on him. Held within a massive maw, he plunges his sword into the roof of the mouth. Unfortunate, my ass. He's just stupid, a voice declares, as the monstrous maw seems to struggle. Not understanding. The voice continues, understanding his place. A sickening squelch echoes as the blade pierces flesh, blood splattering. The blade continues its deadly path, dripping with fresh blood. Stop it, a desperate voice cries out. His eyes glow with an eerie light, blood dripping from his mouth as he grits his teeth. A roar tears from his throat, blood streaming down his face. Shut up, you bitch, he snarls, swinging his weapon with furious speed. The blade flashes, a desperate swing filled with fury. The blade connects with a sickening sound. A blinding flash erupts from the point of impact. The force of the impact sends tremors through the surroundings. The golem's eyes glow with an intense, fiery light, as cracks begin to form across its rocky face. The system announces, you have destroyed the core of the sand golem. The golem's core shatters, sending fragments flying in all directions. But a system message flashes, remaining time -7 minutes 8 seconds. The clock is ticking backwards. A new system message appears, you have completed the tutorial trial. He falls amidst the rubble, a trail of dust and debris marking his descent. The sky stretches out before him as he plummets. He hurtles toward the ground, the impact imminent. The hero lands hard, bloodied and battered. Did I do it? He wonders aloud. He coughs, blood dripping from his mouth. The sky looms above, a stark contrast to the gritty sand that coats him. Did I kill the sand golem? Me, he wonders, doubt clouding his voice. Even then, I barely won against it, he admits, his exhaustion palpable. He collapses, the sky above a dizzying blue. A system notification appears. Congratulations! You have cleared the first floor of the Tower of Trials, the system message declares. He stands, bloodied but unbroken, his sword dripping. I survived. A new system message appears, as a clear reward, you have earned unlock unique traits. The rewards keep coming, the system announces he's earned 1,000 points. Tang, another chime rings out, signaling further rewards. The system grants him another clear reward, the skill Fast Recovery CE+. Tang, the system grants him yet another reward, as an additional clear reward, you have obtained 500 points. A new, startling development unfolds. Bloody and battered, he stares at the screen, uttering, I can't believe it. His bloody hands rise into view as he reflects, I really put in a lot of effort for the past 7 years. Above, shadowy figures grin with malevolent intent as a system message flashes. You have unlocked a unique trait. His efforts, it seems, only earned him scorn. Another message appears, declaring he has been titled with the unique trait, necromancy. Despite the mocking gazes and the unexpected title, a new resolve hardens within him. I can become a hunter too. However, a new path begins to unfold. His blue eyes shine with newfound determination. All of this can only happen if I survive. His gaze intensifies, the will to survive burning in his eyes. But then, a sudden, confused "huh" breaks the tension. His eye glows with an intense, otherworldly light. The air crackles with energy as dark tendrils erupt around him. What is this?" he stammers, witnessing the ominous sight. A black fog begins to coalesce where the sand golem fell. He recoils, a look of horror etched on his face as the dark energy intensifies. He reaches out a bloodied hand towards the swirling energy. As his hand touches the energy, a system message appears. Your unique trait, necromancy, F, has been activated. With the necromancy trait now active, a system message appears, asking, would you like to absorb the sand golem's spirit? The system's offer to absorb the sand golem's spirit prompts a question. Is this black fog my unique trait, he wonders. The system prompt remains, asking if he wishes to absorb the sand golem's spirit. A mass of dark energy swirls around him, almost beckoning him to accept. The dark energy surges, engulfing everything in a crimson haze. A sharp cry escapes him as the dark energy pierces his body. The crimson energy intensifies, its sharp tendrils reaching further. His eye glows with an intense light as a question forms in his mind. Spirit? Absorb. Is this black fog my unique trait? Suddenly, a system message appears. Would you like to absorb the sand golem's spirit? The choice is his, yes or no. The black fog surges, tendrils reaching out as a guttural sound echoes. The tendrils strike, and he cries out. Heek! The tendrils close in, and a scream tears from his throat. The tendrils dig deeper, and blood splatters as his scream intensifies. Suddenly, a system message appears. You have absorbed the spirit of the sand golem. Suddenly, another system message chimes in. Your proficiency has increased by 7%. Dark tendrils erupt around him, swirling with ominous energy. Despite the ominous energy swirling around him, he looks down at his bloodied hands, uttering a confused, huh? Suddenly, a surge of energy explodes outward. Heek, he gasps, blood erupting from his chest as a crimson light flares. A pained ah escapes him. The crimson energy continues to erupt from the wound. The crimson energy continues to pour from the wound, intensifying the pain. A system notification chimes as the number of spirits rises, 1/5. The crimson energy swirls violently, a vortex of power building. Within the crimson energy, a question arises. I can feel the spirit. Does that mean I can store the spirit if I absorb it? Blood streaks down his face as he contemplates. If I try to use it like this. A system message appears. You can permanently increase your stats by the spirits you have obtained. With a chime, a system message confirms his success. Strength increased by 3, and health by 2. Bathed in a red glow, he seems to float above the ground, power radiating from him. The red energy intensifies as he declares, I can feel it. It feels like energy is filling me up, he exclaims, blood dripping from his mouth. My body. Power surges through him as he realizes, my stats have really gone up. The hero's realization continues as he thinks, I haven't been this strong. He continues, realizing, I haven't been able to raise my stats for the last 7 years. The hero realizes, I'm finally able to permanently increase those stats. He realizes his unique trait, necromancy, F, now has a proficiency of 7%. The interface explains the basic effect. He can absorb the spirits of the dead and use them as he pleases. Even better, he can now permanently increase his stats, the increase being proportional to the rank and quality of the spirits used. A bloodied grin spreads across his face, his eyes glowing with an unnatural light. If I return with this skill, I can become a hunter too. He thinks, a new ambition ignited within him. A system message appears. Please move to the waiting room. Before him, a swirling portal shimmers, beckoning him forward. He approaches the portal, ready to step into the unknown. Though wounded, his piercing gaze remains fixed ahead. A faint, echoing sound fills the air. A resounding crack echoes as he steps through the gateway. With a final, resounding crack, he resigns himself to the inevitable. I guess I have no choice but to go now. The title card appears, Chapter 3. A shimmering portal opens, accompanied by a soft hum. Chapter 3 begins. With a resounding thud, someone crashes down near the portal. He lands hard, a trail of blood marking his rough arrival. He lies prone on the tiled floor, his sword cast aside, surrounded by a splatter of blood. Lying defeated, he realizes, damn it. My injuries are worse than I thought. Blood splatters across the floor, each drop a testament to the severity of his wounds. He lies on his back, a grimace etched across his face as blood drips around him. He rises, a look of utter bewilderment on his face. Ha! He stands amidst the blood, a question forming on his lips. My injuries are all healed. He lies in a pool of his own blood, a new question forming in his mind. Does my body get healed when the trial is over? Forget that, how could they put just a single bed in a big room like this, he wonders aloud, his priorities suddenly shifting. He lands with a soft thud onto a bed in a large empty room. A sword leans against the wall nearby. Staring up at the ceiling, he wonders, what am I supposed to do now? Lying back, staring at the ceiling, he wonders, can I really escape the tower? The ceiling looms above as he wonders, this tower, for what reason did it call me to this place? Suddenly, a chime rings out, startling him. His eyes widen with surprise. Suddenly, a screen materializes before him, displaying a list of available commands: info, store, community, inventory, trial. The screen clarifies, stating that speaking certain command words will activate the displayed options. He wonders, 5 command words. Alright, let's focus on surviving for now, he declares, steeling himself for the challenges ahead. He clenches his fists, a look of intense determination etched across his face. Suddenly, the word trial appears, hanging ominously in the air. The system chimes, displaying a countdown. The second floor trial begins in 23 hours and 21 minutes. But a second message appears, you cannot select the trial yet. Please wait. Perched atop a stone structure, he mutters, I knew it. There are more of these trials. A system notification appears, you have entered the community. Difficulty, hard. Panic erupts among the others. Lee Sungjin pleads, can someone explain what's going on, while Lee Hee-jin cries out that everyone's stats and skills have reverted. Amidst the chaos, someone exclaims that they aren't even a hunter and shouldn't be there. Another voice, identified as Park Chan-seok, questions how they got there if they aren't a player. Hyun Sik-jin retorts, frustrated, that if he knew, he wouldn't be stuck there. Then, a realization dawns, oh, this is what they meant by community. Adding to the confusion, a message declares, everyone in the chat is confused. Adding to the growing bewilderment, it seems even non-hunters have been dragged into this strange situation. A red exclamation point materializes, punctuating the growing chaos. A chilling tremor reverberates, amplifying the sense of impending doom. A confused he echoes as a system message flashes, admin XXX has entered. Adding to the ominous message, another notification appears, chatting has been disabled. The hero's eyes widen in disbelief. An admin, he exclaims, sweat beading on his brow. Just then, a new message flashes, admin XXX has entered. The admin announces they have important information for those who cleared the tutorial trial. He sits on the bed, determined. I need to memorize all this information. Focus, he thinks. But a second thought bubbles up, important information. I don't know how to return, though. The admin's message details the use of points earned in the tutorial. They serve as currency within the Tower of Trials, primarily used in the sky. Also, players can use the community to exchange points. The admin's message continues, now with a stark warning, within the Tower of Trials, you cannot get even a single drop of water without points. A tear streaks down his face as the reality of his situation sinks in. The admin's message clarifies, points can only be earned through trials. A wave of shock reverberates, the words points can only be earned in trials, echoing the protagonist's disbelief. In other words, he realizes he needs to do everything he can to get used to the rules within the tower. The reality sinks in, the fact that I can't even get water without points. He throws his head back and screams, the realization hitting him hard. To earn points, he must keep entering and clearing trials. A chime rings out as the system announces, that is all we have to share. Admin XXX has exited, and chatting has been unlocked. His hand covers his face as he mutters, I thought I could be a hunter if I just returned. He sits, his expression a mix of disbelief and despair. The sterile, gray room seems to amplify his disappointment. His hand rests on the sterile surface, fingers lightly touching the cold material. Disappointment hangs heavy in the air. His disappointment deepens as he stares at the long sword. I can't do much with just a long sword. He mutters, his words laced with frustration. A new option appears, store. A wooden shield shatters under immense force. He raises his sword, ready to strike. All the hunters lost all of their stats when they entered the tower, a voice narrates, revealing a crucial detail. The voice continues, explaining that it should be easier to learn skills that they've learned before. Tears stream down his face as he declares, that's why I can't forget that I'm not on the same starting line as them. He leaps forward, sword and shield raised. If I don't train, he vows, there's no way that I can catch up to them. SFX, thud. He lies sprawled on the floor, his sword cast aside. Energy crackles around him. He gasps for air, the energy surrounding him intensifying. The energy coalesces around him as he confidently declares, perfect. He realizes, thanks to the healing effect of the waiting room, I can train easily. I should be able to train for the next trial easily. He exhales, testing his arm. What am I supposed to do about my hunger? He wonders, opening his inventory. His inventory pops up, displaying his meager supplies. He has a sword, a shield, some potions, bandages, and some water. I only have 40 points left after buying some stuff, he realizes, a new problem arising. Biting down on a stick, he clenches his fist, staring intently at the translucent blue shield before him. If I didn't get the additional rewards, I wouldn't have been able to even dream about getting a shield. A system message flashes, time until second floor trial, 17 minutes 17 seconds. A system message then appears, showing the time remaining until the second floor trial, just over 17 minutes. Time went a lot faster than I thought, he realizes, the clock ticking down rapidly. Even the chat is confused. It's pretty quiet now that it's almost time to clear the second floor, he observes, the silence amplifying the anticipation. A palpable tension fills the air as he looks down, the sound of his breathing the only thing that can be heard. Can I manage to survive again, he wonders, the question hanging heavy in the tense silence. No, he declares, a surge of power emanating from him. A bead of sweat trickles down his face, but his resolve hardens. I will survive, he declares, the words a promise to himself. The countdown accelerates, only 9 seconds remain until the second floor trial. The clock ticks down relentlessly. 8 seconds, then, with agonizing speed, only 3 seconds remain. 2 seconds, 1 second. The trial is about to begin. Time's up. The screen displays 0 seconds until the second floor trial. The screen fades to white, signaling the start of the trial. The screen displays a question, would you like to accept the second floor trial? The hero plummets downwards, seemingly pulled towards a swirling blue portal. Before him, the system interface still displays the choice, yes or no. He plummets through what appears to be a forest, the sound of rushing wind filling his ears. The hero continues to fall, a system notification appearing, you have entered the second floor of the Tower of Trials. As he falls, large, glowing characters fill his vision. A system message confirms the selected difficulty, hard. The hero continues to plummet downwards, the ground rushing up to meet him. With wide eyes, he realizes his destination. I guess it's a forest this time. A system message appears, the subject of this trial is assassination. A new system message rings out, declaring the trial's objective: assassinate the orc tribe leader within the given time limit. Towering orcs, weapons raised, advance, their glowing red eyes fixed on their target. The orcs, their eyes burning with fury, close in. An orc tribe leader? The question hangs in the air, unanswered. Standing atop the cliff, he sees something that causes him to exclaim in surprise. "Sarek," he exclaims, spotting a village fortified with massive bones. His eyes widen as he realizes what lies below: an orc tribe. So, he begins, sweat beading on his brow as he stares down at the massive bone structure below. The orcs charge forward, their battle cries echoing through the village. The protagonist's thoughts betray his apprehension: they want me to go into that place swarming with orcs. A sharp cheek pierces the forest air, the sound seemingly emanating from the crude, tusk-like structures looming overhead. Chick! The piercing sound echoes again. The source of the sound becomes clear: a hulking orc, spear in hand, stands guard. The forest path stretches before him, flanked by towering orcs. Peering through the foliage, he notes, normally, in dungeons, if there's a guard amongst the orc tribe, you can also say that there's a hunter. The orc hunter's menacing form fills the frame, his eyes glowing with a sinister red light. It's difficult to say that you can win against one orc hunter. But the problem is that there are a lot of orcs. The sheer number of enemies becomes the new, daunting challenge. The odds are stacked against them. In order to defeat all the orcs, you need at least a party of E-rank hunters. The party faces the overwhelming odds. A stark warning echoes: to make sure that you don't die. The dire warning hangs heavy as the party faces the impossible odds. What should I do? He wonders, despair creeping in. This is hopeless. A desperate plea echoes in his mind: help me. He dives into the undergrowth, deciding, I'll retreat for now and come back later with a plan. Despite his decision to retreat, a determined glint shines in his eye. There is a way, he realizes, a plan beginning to form. The realization hits him: a way to complete this trial. A torch blazes to life in his hand. Surveying the area with the torch, he realizes, nice. I can make enough firewood. Now then. He begins, the torchlight reflecting in his eyes. He extends his hand, a surge of power emanating from his palm as he prepares to strike. A notification chimes, indicating he has acquired a torch. Oh, this works, he says, seemingly pleased with his acquisition. A sinister grin spreads across his face, revealing sharp teeth. The camera pans upwards, revealing a dense forest canopy against a bright sky. Although orcs look like lazy pigs, they're quite a diligent race. Orcs advance through the forest, their battle cry, cheek, echoing through the trees. Always hunt in the morning, a voice advises. The orcs' battle cry grows louder, signaling their relentless advance. They'll come back when the sun starts to set, so I have plenty of time, he says, confident in his assessment. The only way to complete this trial, which is of maximum difficulty, is revealed. Inferiority. The word hangs in the air as a horde of orcs appears, their red eyes gleaming menacingly. The solution is revealed, is with fire. His eyes lock onto the horde, a steely determination hardening his gaze. The title card appears, Chapter 4. Chick! A piercing cry cuts through the air. Chick! The piercing cry echoes through the village. According to the Hunter Association, the orc guards aren't always standing guard. The Hunter Association's intel continues: they return to the village to eat or take a break. Slash! He slashes through the monster, flames erupting as it falls. He launches another attack, flames bursting from his outstretched hand. The flames engulf everything in their path. The flames roar, consuming everything. Sheik, one of the orcs, cries out, fear evident in his voice. Another roars, Sheik. The orcs scatter, fleeing the inferno. One desperately carries a bucket, hoping to escape the blaze. If I close off the village with fire, a voice declares. The orc village is now completely engulfed in flames. I don't have to worry about facing the orc hunters that are coming back from their hunt, he realizes. But before he can rest, he realizes, I need to kill at least 2 orc workers. A guttural cry, "Ch cheek," pierces the air. Ch cheek. Cheek, orc workers cry out, rushing forward, buckets in hand. The orc workers advance, their cries echoing across the landscape as they approach. An orc worker plunges his hands into the water, and then, a close-up reveals the orc, sweat dripping down his face, as he questions, "Cheek?" The orc worker's tusks are bared as he continues to investigate the water. Suddenly, a blade pierces through the water, aimed directly at a goblin. "Cheek," the orc cries out, blood splattering as the blade finds its mark. Suddenly, a system notification appears, the unique trait NECROMANCER, F, has been activated. With the orc defeated, a system prompt appears, "Do you want to absorb the orc's spirit?" He smirks, a sinister edge in his eyes as he considers the system prompt. Above him, the system interface displays the option to decline. The system prompt is answered with certainty. "Yes, this is what I was waiting for." The system confirms his decision. He has absorbed the orc's spirit, and his proficiency has risen to 9%. A sinister smile plays on his lips as dark energy swirls around his chest. "Cheek," he mutters, before a confused "huh" escapes his lips. A towering figure stands before him. The towering figure looms closer, its massive blade glinting in the light. "A guard," he questions, his surprise evident. A devastating blow lands, the force of the impact shaking the very air. The force sends him crashing down, the ground splintering beneath him. Staggering, he cries out, "Absorb," as a blinding light erupts before him. As he calls out, a system message appears, using the stored spirits, his stats will permanently increase. As the light fades, the ogre stutters, "Ch cheek." System messages confirm the hero's strength has increased by 4, and his agility by 2. The ground cracks under the force of the impact. Eyes glowing with power, he grits his teeth, pushing forward with everything he has. He lies defeated, surrounded by the remnants of battle. The skill-fast recovery has been revitalized. He reflects that carelessness would have been dangerous. A system message then appears, using the stored spirits, "Your stats will permanently increase." Stamina increases by 4, a system message announces. He realizes the guard also boosted his stamina. Strength increases by 2, and agility by 3, system messages declare. Nice. If it's like this, then the danger of fighting a guard will go down significantly, he thinks, strategizing his next move. Footsteps echo through the area. Red energy streaks rain down from above, illuminating the forest. He strides forward, passing through the blazing forest. "Chick!" The guttural cry echoes through the fiery forest as a group of orcs charges forward, weapons raised. The text reveals 3 workers, 1 guard, and the piercing blue eyes of the protagonist stare directly ahead, focused and intense. A sharp TSK echoes in the silence. An old clan head. A total of 5, a voice declares. Steel clashes against steel. Ch cheek. The sound of their weapons meeting echoes. He thinks, if I'm careful with the guard, then I'll have no problem defeating the clan head. The creature roars, "Ch cheek. Cheek." He realizes, thanks to absorbing the guard, the workers aren't threatening at all. The workers fall, blood splattering as the protagonist continues his assault. "Cheek," one manages to cry out before being struck down. Suddenly, he pauses, an exclamation mark appearing above his head. The ogre roars, a wave of force emanating from its mouth. The force of the ogre's roar sends everything flying. The ogre's eyes glow red as the force of his roar continues to devastate the area. He is sent flying backwards from the force of the ogre's attack. "Ugh," he groans as the force of the blow sends him hurtling backwards. His teeth grit in pain as he's sent hurtling through the air. A system message declares the guard has separated from the clan head, seemingly abandoning its duty. "Ch cheek," a guttural cry echoes through the battlefield. A piercing "Chiek" rings out as the guard is declared the last obstacle. The guard's massive blade descends, aimed directly at the clan head. A fiery explosion erupts as the blade connects. With a defiant HAA, the clan head faces the attack head-on, eyes blazing with determination. The blade pierces through, and the clan head cries out, "Chak." The clan head's pained cry echoes as the attack lands. He stands amidst the chaos, clutching a broken blade, his face contorted in a cry of anguish. The monster reels back, blood gushing from its mouth. The monster is engulfed in a fiery explosion. He shouts a battle cry, bracing himself for the incoming attack. The air crackles with energy as the attack lands. The monstrous figure unleashes a devastating blast of energy. The hero screams in agony as the blast engulfs him. A tortured scream rips through the air as the hero is consumed by the blast. A monstrous roar erupts as the orc chieftain bellows, "Ch cheek." Amidst the fading inferno, the hero stands, sword in hand. The orc chieftain's roar echoes, "Ch cheek." Despite the pain etched on his face, a system message appears: the achievement "The One Who Endures Fire" has been achieved. Despite the visible damage, a new skill is created, Fire Resistance, F. Amidst the fiery chaos, a lone figure stands, sword in hand and shield at the ready. The ogre's face fills the view, his eyes wide with shock. "Oh chief," he cries out, sweat dripping down his face. A system notification chimes. A system notification declares, the achievement, "The One Who Endures Fire," has been achieved. Despite the notification, he grits his teeth, blood streaking his face. Another system notification appears: the skill Fire Resistance, F, has been created. The ominous words echo, "You're dead." His face contorted in rage, blood dripping down his face. An intense, almost unnatural, blue light burns in his eyes. Amidst the raging flames, he collapses, his sword falling from his grasp. The flames erupt as he falls, his weapon clattering to the ground. The enemy towers over him, a guttural cry escaping his lips, "Ch chief?" A brutal strike lands, sending blood flying. The force of the blow sends him reeling. A monstrous roar erupts as the goblin's fury intensifies. The goblin chief advances, his face contorted in a furious snarl. "Chief!" The goblin leader manages to choke out. "Cheek," he roars, charging towards the building. His eyes glow with an eerie light, blood streaking down his face as he lets out a guttural cry. The ground erupts as bodies are flung into the air. Dust and debris fill the air as the impact sends shockwaves across the battlefield. Footprints mark a path toward a dilapidated structure. With a resounding crash, he stands his ground, sword gleaming. A bright blue eye widens in shock, an exclamation mark hovering above. "Oh chief, and Cheng," they cry. The orc chief stands protectively over his children, blood splattered on the floor before them. A green hand reaches out, grasping at someone unseen. Meanwhile, the protagonist stands over the orc chief, sword in hand. "So you guys also value family?" the protagonist asks. Tears stream down the face of one of the orc children as he clutches at his father's clothes. Silence descends. The protagonist stands bloodied, his expression unreadable. Only rubble remains. From the darkness, a desperate plea echoes, "Sun-Yoon, hurry up and run away. If it's you, you'll survive." Blood splatters across the ruined landscape, painting a grim picture. Amidst the blood-soaked debris, a shattered photograph lies discarded, its subjects now lost to the chaos. A goblin clutches a crude, glowing dagger, its jagged edge radiating an ominous light. With a guttural cry, the goblin lunges forward, his red eyes burning with malice. "How stupid." Seriously, a voice declares, just as the goblin makes its move. The hero's sword flashes, meeting the goblin's charge head-on with a resounding impact. Even as blood streams down its face, the goblin vows, "Even if I become a ghost, I will." Another goblin, smaller but no less ferocious, charges in to avenge his comrade. A voice booms, "Cut your monster's bloodlines." The figure moves in a blur, leaving a trail of blood in its wake. The Tower of Trials acknowledges his victory. A screen flashes, congratulating him on completing the second floor. The title card flashes, "Solo Max Level Newbie." The screen fades to white, displaying the title of the next chapter, Chapter 5. Chapter 5 begins, but a sudden realization hits: I can't use this shield anymore. The battered shield, scarred with deep gouges, seems to respond. "I'm alive thanks to you. This time, it was close, he admits, the lingering energy of the attack still visible. A chilling question hangs in the air: did half the members die? His eyes widen slightly, a grim realization dawning. How brutal, Hugh! He mutters, the weight of the losses settling upon him. Ha! He exclaims, the shocking news clearly catching him off guard. His eyes widen in disbelief. Then, two messages appear: Kim Sher-hoon, look at him, kill half the members, and Hyun Sik-jin, with my question voucher, I found out the way to return to Earth. There's a way to return to Earth? The words explode onto the scene, hanging heavy in the air. A wave of relief washes over the crowd. Laughter fills the air as the students celebrate the news: there's a way to return to Earth? The system reveals that information is one of the 5 commands available within the Tower of Trials. It then prompts them to write down their questions, promising a reply from the moderator upon entering each new floor. Above, the system declares, you will receive 1 question voucher. A close-up of his eyes reveals his thoughts: I can use my question vouchers there. The system explains that by sharing information gained through question vouchers, the chat room has become a place to share discoveries. The system cuts to the chase, declaring, taking out all the minor details, this is the main point. The system reveals that a temporary return stone will be available for purchase after completing the 5th floor, allowing a brief return to Earth. Furthermore, an extensive system expansion will occur beyond the 7th floor. And even more enticingly, the system reveals that items allowing a permanent return to Earth are also available for purchase. Looking upwards, he contemplates the possibilities. If I return to Earth with the abilities and current performance, I can become an A-rank hunter. The system then displays his unique trait, Necromancy, F, with a proficiency of 65%. It explains that he can absorb the spirits of the dead and use them as he pleases. Furthermore, he can permanently increase his stats, proportional to the rank and quality of the spirits used, and store them. The system message continues, clarifying that the number of spirits he can store increases with his rank. He clutches his head, overwhelmed by the revelation. If I had this ability on Earth, that would be a complete scam. He mutters, then cries out, I want to go to Earth. He grits his teeth, a pained expression etched on his face. I just barely completed the 2nd floor. He admits, exhaustion evident in his voice. He looks up, his expression fraught with worry. The 8th floor is a stretch, he admits, the daunting challenge weighing heavily on him. Despite the odds, he tries to remain optimistic. His stats, once negligible, are now averaging and approaching 20. His status screen appears, revealing his current strength at 18 and stamina at 15. His agility is now 14, with an additional +5. Furthermore, his unique trait is revealed to be necromancy. First, he must choose his path. A corpse lies motionless on the ground. I got 5 spirits by putting my life on the line, he declares, a dark energy swirling around him. Let's absorb all of these first. A dark energy swirls around him as the spirits begin to merge. The spirits merge, the dark energy intensifying around him. The merging completes, and Han Sunjian's status screen appears. His agility has increased to 28, +5, and he now possesses the unique trait of necromancy, F. The power surges within him. I'm overflowing. He gasps, struggling to contain it. His eyes narrow, a fierce determination hardening his gaze as the power continues to surge. With strength, the surge explodes outward. Is this what I've heard of, he wonders, as the power surges around him? The realm beyond humans? The force of the surge sends him flying backwards, crashing hard against the floor. A maniacal laugh echoes as the attack continues to rip through the room. The attack continues, tearing through the very structure of the room. The hero barely dodges the attack as it continues to obliterate everything in its path. Oh! He cries out as the attack closes in. Ah! The attack explodes outward in a blinding flash. The force of the blast sends him flying. His body slams against the wall with a sickening crack. Lying on the ground, blood trickling from his mouth, he laughs weakly. Because of my unexpected growth, the gap in my physical body is insane. Shop. The shop is now open. The purchase goes through, the big dead tree shield D- has been acquired. 2,100 points were deducted. The system displays the shield's description, a shield that a black mage created from a big, dead tree. When your stamina drops, a buff is triggered. Inventory, the system announces. He realizes, it'll be perfect if I use the reward items from the previous trial. The system displays the black steel dagger, E+, boasting a 5% boost to reaction speed and a 10% increase in attack speed. It's described as a dagger crafted from black steel that has absorbed dark magic. A system notification chimes as the hooded figure stands ready. The system displays the stats for the assassin's cape, D, revealing a 10% reduction to all senses. However, when agility is below 50, applicable stats increase by 5. Its magic effect grants increased movement speed for 1 minute, followed by a 24-hour cooldown. Sword in hand and shield at the ready, he prepares for the coming battle. He stands ready, his blade gleaming, prepared to face whatever comes next. He exhales, steeling himself. I'm going to get used to all my items and stats before the next trial. He moves in a blur, the sound of his training echoing through the area. And so, the training continues. I'm going to become so strong that no one can approach me, he declares, his determination echoing with each strike. His eyes burn with unwavering resolve as he prepares to strike. The strike lands in a burst of light and energy. The impact reverberates. Dust and debris rain down in the aftermath. The air crackles with energy. He moves with purpose, a blade in hand and a shield at his side. An ethereal ring of energy pulses behind him. A sharp ting echoes. The sharp sound heralds a system notification: you have entered the 3rd floor of the Tower of Trials. Another ting resounds. The system announces a new difficulty, hard. Another system notification chimes, revealing the trial's challenge, a duel. The hero's eyes narrow, a flicker of determination in his gaze as he faces the impending duel. A cave, he mutters, surveying the cavernous space. The duel is set to take place in this unexpected location. A sharp, ringing sound pierces the air. A system message appears: after 10 seconds, the Guardian of Darkness will enter. His eyes widen, a flicker of alarm crossing his face. The countdown continues as small particles of light begin to gather around him. The system message updates: only 5 seconds remain until the Guardian of Darkness arrives. Golem, it can come from any direction. Let's be prepared, he warns, readying his stance. The system interface now shows only 3 seconds remaining. The system interface flashes, only 1 second remains. The countdown ends with a chime. What will happen next? The interface announces, the Guardian of Darkness is entering. The Guardian of Darkness's lair is a cavernous space, filled with jagged rocks and shrouded in deep shadows. Sword and shield raised, he charges forward into the Guardian's lair. A looming shadow hints at the powerful enemy that awaits. His blue eyes shine with determination as he prepares to face the Guardian. A resounding crash echoes through the Guardian's lair. He collides with the Guardian, his shield meeting the monstrous figure head-on. The Guardian's monstrous face looms, a single red eye burning with intense malice. Ugh, he groans, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. The impact clearly took a toll. Beneath the cavern's jagged ceiling, a hooded figure stands ready, his gaze fixed on a looming, shadowy opponent. He charges forward, shield raised, towards the chasm's edge. His eyes widen, a spark igniting as he prepares for the inevitable impact. Bracing for impact, his gaze focuses on an unseen point ahead. The air explodes with raw power as the impending blow connects. The force of the blow sends blood flying. The monster's glowing red eye pierces through the haze as it closes in. He grits his teeth against the pain, letting out a pained ugh. The screen flickers, displaying a loading bar. The screen displays a new objective: defeat the Guardian of Darkness, Doppelganger. The Doppelganger's eyes glow with an eerie blue light, his teeth bared in a furious snarl. The hooded figure unleashes a devastating attack, the force of which sends shockwaves through the arena. Darkness engulfs the arena. The arena fades to black, revealing the title card for Chapter 6. The darkness recedes, revealing a vast cavern illuminated by a single shaft of light. Two figures stand poised for battle. Jagged rock formations surround the combatants in the vast cavern. A monstrous face fills the frame, its red eyes burning with malevolent intent. His eyes widen, sweat beading on his brow as he stares up at the monster's gaping maw. A fresh wound blooms on his chest. He is sent flying backwards, a trail of blue energy marking his violent trajectory. A system message appears: "You have activated the skill Fast Recovery." He thinks to himself, "If I hadn't moved, it would have cut my spine." His eyes widen as he recognizes something, thinking, "Wait, that position?" The air crackles with energy as the attack hurtles towards him. The hero's eyes narrow, a realization dawning. That bastard, is he copying my moves? His gaze intensifies. I'll figure it out once I clash with it. The hero and his doppelganger clash, swords meeting with a resounding strike. The doppelganger's face contorts in a savage snarl, its eyes burning with crimson intensity. The force of the blow sends debris flying. The doppelganger's massive hand descends, poised to crush him. An alarming realization dawns. His eyes glow with a fierce light, a spark of defiance igniting within him. A guttural growl tears through the air, grr. Tendrils of dark energy swirl around him, solidifying into a terrifying, shadowy form. The shadowy form solidifies, its red eyes burning with malevolent intent. Below, the protagonist, despite the dire situation, realizes, I guess I can use a healing skill. The shadowy figure looms closer, its menacing grin promising pain. The shadowy figure descends with terrifying speed. The shadowy figure strikes, a blinding flash erupting as the hero cries out in alarm. The shadowy figure stands amidst swirling energy, his red eyes piercing the gloom. Amidst the chaos, the hero realizes the monster's strategy. I knew it. This monster is copying me. The monster mirrors his every move, a red energy blade forming in its hand, mirroring the hero's own. If that's the case, he realizes, I can exploit the weaknesses of my own swordsmanship to take him down. He lunges forward, a determined glint in his eyes as he prepares to strike. Swords clash in a flurry of motion, the air crackling with energy. The battle intensifies, swords flashing as they exchange a rapid series of blows. He lunges forward, a blue energy blade extended. Perfect. Just like that. The energy blade streaks forward. The blade hurtles toward its target. Impact. The energy blade explodes in a burst of light. The caped figure dodges the blast, narrowly avoiding a direct hit. Sweat beads on his brow as blood trickles down his neck. He's been hit. Wait, what was that? He wonders, a new threat suddenly emerging. A blinding arc of energy hurtles toward him. The monster lunges, its eyes glowing red with malice as it unleashes a torrent of energy. He's struck, the force of the blow sending him hurtling backwards. A realization dawns on him amidst the chaos, that wasn't a coincidence. Staggered, he grits his teeth, realizing, it managed to grow stronger in such a short amount of time? He raises his sword, preparing to strike the rapidly evolving threat. A guttural growl echoes as the monster's red eyes fixate on him. A surge of energy erupts. Eyes glowing with power, he prepares to strike, energy swirling around him. With a chime, the system announces, Assassin's Cape, D. You have activated its innate effect. Plus 15% movement speed. Sweat beads on his brow as he realizes, I can't drag this on. I need to finish this in 1 minute. The system shows the timer ticking down, only 59 seconds remain. The monstrous figure growls, its red eyes burning with intensity. The monster lunges forward, a blur of motion as it closes the distance. SFX, whoosh. The air crackles with energy as the monster continues its relentless advance. The hero braces himself, sword drawn, as the monster descends upon him. His eyes blazing with determination, the hero meets the monster's attack head-on. A blinding flash erupts as their weapons collide. The hero deflects the monster's blow, sparks flying as their weapons meet once more. The monster's hideous grin widens, its red eyes gleaming with malice. The hero cries out, bracing himself as the monster's massive form looms over him, a blue energy blade poised to strike. Suddenly, a voice declares, "It worked." Straining against an unseen force, the hero grits his teeth. A low growl escapes him as the blue energy intensifies. The hero unleashes a guttural roar as the blue energy explodes outward. Gripping his sword tightly, he prepares for what comes next. The hero is sent crashing to the ground, his eyes wide with shock as the enemy looms above. Crimson blood trickles down his face as the enemy towers above, poised to strike. He grits his teeth, a pained ugh escaping his lips as the blood continues to flow. A strangled cry echoes as the world blurs around him. A guttural ghhhhaak rips from his throat as blood splatters around him. Though bloodied and battered, a fierce light burns in his eyes. It's not over yet. Pay attention. He stands amidst the carnage, a question mark hanging ominously above him. His glowing eye pierces through the darkness as he wonders, it's not moving. Insanely good healing skill. A voice echoes, followed by, it should still take some time for it to heal. This is my chance to kill it, he thinks, but then wonders, however, what am I supposed to do without a sword? Grimacing in pain, he notices the system message, plus 15% movement speed. Remaining time, 11 seconds. His face contorted in pain, he clutches the weapon. The system message flashes, plus 15% movement speed. Remaining time, 11 seconds. A thought surfaces, yeah. This might be an insane thing to do. He lunges forward, a desperate attack fueled by grim resolve. But it's better to die trying than to die in vain. The force of the blow sends shockwaves outward. His face bloodied, he grits his teeth, shield raised for a final, desperate stand. The monstrous figure looms, its red eyes burning as it utters a guttural, questioning sound, KRK? A blinding flash erupts as the monster attacks. The hero is sent flying backwards by the force of the blow. Slamming against the cavern wall, he struggles to regain his footing. Darkness descends, obscuring everything. A searing pain erupts as the attack lands. The creature looms, its red eyes burning with malice as it brings its blade down. Blood streaks his face, but his eyes burn with fierce determination. The creature roars, its fangs bared in a savage display. The creature lunges, claws extended, a blur of motion aimed directly at him. The attack connects, sending a shockwave through the cavern. The hero is sent flying backwards from the force of the blow. He cries out as he's hurled through the air. Below him, the monstrous creature stands, ready to strike again. He struggles to breathe, the monster's gaping maw looming closer. With a triumphant cry, he hoists the monster's helmet high above him, blood dripping from its shattered surface. With a final, strained groan, the monster collapses, its form dissolving into black tendrils. The word die hangs in the air, a chilling declaration of victory. His eyes burn with a chilling intensity, the aftermath of the battle etched on his face. His face, splattered with blood, is a mask of chilling triumph. A single, glowing blue eye pierces the darkness. He strikes with brutal force, a crimson spray erupting from the impact. The crimson spray hangs in the air. The crimson spray continues to arc through the air. A chime rings out. The screen displays, "You have entered the 4th floor's waiting room." The screen then announces, "You have been healed of all debuffs and injuries." He stares intently at his hands, now glowing with a golden aura. A moment of contemplation hangs in the air. He reaches out, his hand now pressed against the wall. He strikes with incredible force, the impact reverberating outwards. The wall shatters under the force of his blow. He stands amidst the shattered remains, the force of his strike leaving a gaping hole. Dust explodes outward. He stands unharmed, a satisfied smirk playing on his lips. Looks like I healed perfectly. A system notification appears, number of spirits 1/5. A monstrous spirit roars, its skeletal face a mask of fury. The monstrous spirit lunges forward, its shadowy form blurring as it attacks. The spirit, now identified as the spirit of the doppelganger, was earned in the cave after clearing the 3rd floor trial. The spirit of the doppelganger hovers, a crimson glow emanating from its core as a thought bubble appears. I wonder. The spirit of the doppelganger muses, compared to the other monsters I faced, the density of the spirit is incomparable. A bead of sweat trickles down his face as the attack lands. SFX, thwack. Suddenly, a notification appears. The unique trait necromancy has reached 100% proficiency. The system announces, the rank of your unique trait necromancy has improved by 1 rank. Necromancy jumps to rank E. The system displays the updated necromancy trait. Now at rank E, its proficiency resets to 0%. The trait allows the user to absorb spirits, permanently increase stats, store spirits, and even randomly obtain awakened skills from the absorbed spirits. His eyes widen in disbelief. I can absorb their skills, he asks, a glimmer of hope sparking within him. The system confirms, when absorbing the spirits of the dead, you can randomly obtain one of the awakened skills of the spirit with equal chance. It's just like how I managed. He stands amidst the fallen, a faint blue glow emanating behind him. It's just like how I managed. He thinks, hinting at a deeper understanding of the system's mechanics. Skills aren't easy to get. He stares ahead, a single, bright blue eye piercing the darkness. I never thought I'd get to have a broken trait like this, he muses. A sinister grin spreads across his face. Of course, there's chance involved in the trait. Well, I guess we'll just have to test how good my luck is. A system notification appears, you have entered the community. Difficulty, hard. 4th floor community, 880/1508. A system message confirms their arrival, you have entered the community. Difficulty, hard. 4th floor community, 880/1508. He reaches out toward the screens, remarking, since it's my 3rd time now, the waiting room is starting to feel like home. He pauses, a confused "huh" escaping his lips as he points towards something unseen. Suddenly, information about the next trial appears before them. Kim Sungjun observes, seems like the 4th floor trial isn't a trial, but an integrated trial. Integrated trial? What's that? Is that something special? Oh Chunsik asks, confused. Kim Sungjun responds, seems like everyone here will go through the same trial. Still not understanding, Oh Chunsik wonders if he's the only one lost. The words "an integrated trial" echo ominously. A new message appears, stating, seems like we're going to have to work as a party. Another message appears, and Kim Sungjun speaks up, saying, I might be over-exaggerating this point, but I managed to find out that the theme of this trial is competition. The stakes become clear, a competition amongst hunters, that would just mean killing each other. His eyes widen in dawning horror, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. The realization of what this trial truly entails sinks in. In this trial, the words echo, heavy with dread. The implication hits him, I might have to kill someone else. The title card appears, marking the start of Chapter 7. A system message appears, you have been matched with another challenger. The announcement continues, stating, the 4th floor trial will now begin. Remaining time, 1 day. The system message appears, clarifying the trial's objective, defeat the Goblin King within the remaining time. A looming fortress stands before them, its gates a dark void against the stormy sky. Another system message appears, this time outlining the conditions for failure, challenger team dies or remaining time elapses. The stakes are raised even higher. A system message bluntly declares the trial's ultimate consequence, trial failure penalty death. The challenger's eyes narrow, a steely resolve hardening his gaze. The air crackles with energy as the 3 figures face off. The stakes are undeniably high. A glowing circle surrounds them all. Ha! Someone mutters, the sudden development catching them off guard. Above him, a text bubble reads, this is awkward. He then thinks, I've only seen monsters up until this point. Now that we're a team, why don't we start with introductions, a voice suggests. My name is Lee Haeyeon, she announces, striking a pose with her staff. Lee Haeyeon continues, I specialize in helping the team, and I was an E-rank hunter. A hunter? One thinks, while another remarks, well, I guess our hunter isn't that bad. Another voice booms, I'm Lee Sung-hoon. I'm a hunter specialized in close combat, and I was a D-rank hunter. Why is he acting like that, one wonders. Another responds, I guess he was a big shot if he used to be a D-rank. Then, another voice introduces himself, nice to meet you, I'm Han Sun-yoon. I also specialize in close combat. Outside. The hooded figure states, his words hanging in the air. I wasn't a hunter, but I was hoping to become one, the hooded figure reveals. A surprised voice responds, what? You were an aspiring hunter? The hooded figure's icy blue eyes narrow as he warns, just don't fucking bother me. His gaze intensifies, the hooded figure's expression unreadable beneath the shadows. I'm confident I can play my part, the armored figure declares. The hooded figure responds flatly, sure you can. The armored figure's face is revealed, a furious expression contorting his features. Let me warn you now, the hooded figure begins, his tone laced with threat. If I determine that you're detrimental to the team, you're out. A chorus of sinister laughter rises as the shadows respond, yeah. I'm used to this. The hooded figure, gaze cast downward, admits, I forgot about that. Gripping his sword tightly, the hooded figure prepares for battle. A gruff voice calls out, hey, newbie. Just stay in the back and take care of the mobs. Though he doesn't like him, the speaker seems to be giving orders. The hooded figure thinks to himself, I can tell he's skilled enough to back up his words. A voice echoes, the Tower of Trials is where skills are all that matters. The group stands before the imposing Tower of Trials, its entrance a stark testament to the challenges ahead. They stand ready before the Tower of Trials, the path ahead shrouded in mystery. A low rumble echoes, the tower's trials now beginning. The rules are set, a 3v3 competition. They must work with their teammates and complete the trial before the other team. The castle doors will now open. The castle doors creak open with a resounding groan. The trial begins. The trial begins as a horde of goblins charges forward, weapons raised. Axes swing and spiked balls hurtle forward. The goblins are attacking with savage fury. The clash of steel rings out, KCK. As the warrior meets the goblin onslaught head-on. Deflecting the goblin assault, the warrior is taken aback. How are all the goblins moving in such an organized way, he wonders. The warrior grits his teeth, sweat and blood streaking down his face as a voice booms, fucking newbie, what are you doing? Hurry up and fight. A hooded figure glares down at the warrior, his expression a mix of annoyance and impatience. The hooded figure scoffs, you're not even paying attention to what's happening. I can't believe it, seriously. The hooded figure stands over a fallen goblin, his sword dripping with its blood. The hooded figure retorts, I'll complete the spell soon. Just wait until I can, but he's cut off by an impatient demand, shut up, hurry up and buff me. Now. He casts a spell, declaring he's used all of his supportive spells. The air crackles with energy. The hooded figure, staff glowing, is addressed as Hunter Lee Hae-yeon. Someone observes that he looks like he needs some help. Lee Hae-yeon, eyes wide with alarm, blurts out, excuse me for a moment. Ha! W8. A powerful force slams into Lee Hae-yeon, sending him flying backwards. The force sends him hurtling backwards as a voice booms out, Han Sun-yoon. As Lee Hae-yeon is sent flying, a voice echoes, questioning, if you break positions, who's going to watch my back? His face contorted in a scream, Lee Hae-yeon is sent hurtling backwards by the unseen force. His eyes widen in disbelief as he's sent flying, uttering a confused, huh. The force sends him flying high above the town, the impact echoing with a resounding boom. Below, the aftermath of the attack is revealed, goblins lie defeated amidst the rubble. The woman watches with a look of concern. Grasping his weapon tightly, he mutters, there's no way. Two goblins leap into the fray, weapons raised high. KKCK, he grunts, teeth bared in fury. These fucking bastards. The hero clashes with the goblins, their weapons meeting in a shower of sparks. His blade cuts through the air, a purple streak against the desolate landscape. The spiked ball, swinging on its chain, hurtles towards the hero. The spiked ball connects with a sickening KCK. The hero's face contorts in pain from the brutal impact. The force of the blow sends him flying. The hero is sent hurtling backwards, a trail of dust and debris marking his violent trajectory. The sound of something shattering echoes as he crashes through an unseen barrier. A monstrous goblin, eyes glowing with malevolent intent, raises its sword high. The hero, now on the ground, raises a bloodied hand to defend himself as the monstrous goblin brings its sword down. With the goblin's sword descending, the hero curses his dire situation, fuck. As the goblin's blade descends, he thinks, if only I didn't have the fucking newbie on my team. I'm finished. He thinks, as the blade descends. I'm finished. He despairs as the goblin's blade hurtles towards him. The goblin's attack lands, a sickening KRK, echoing as the hero is struck. His eyes widen in disbelief. What just happened? A close-up shows the hero's pained expression. He's clearly taken a heavy blow. KKRR, one of the goblins snarls, amidst a flurry of blood and blades. SFX, shwook. The goblin recoils, spotting a new figure. Newbie, he questions, fear evident in his voice. A determined gaze hardens. He is ready for what comes next. Suddenly, a voice booms, Lee Sunghoon, please stay back. A look of disbelief washes over Lee Sunghoon's face, his mouth agape. A chilling voice cuts through the air, declaring, you're a fucking bother right now. The chilling voice is followed by a flurry of attacks. A brutal assault is unleashed on the battlefield. A swift strike lands, accompanied by a sickening KCK. The enemy is sent flying. A ringing sound echoes. A system message appears, you have obtained the accomplishment Goblin Hunter. He leaps through the air, his sword aimed at another goblin. SFX, slash. You're a fucking bother right now, he declares, his glowing eyes blazing with fury. The force of his blow decimates the landscape. His attack connects, drawing blood as his opponent is sent flying. Another figure is already moving to intercept. The blade cuts through, the word killed appearing above his fallen foe. T-ring. A system notification chimes. The system acknowledges his victory. You have obtained the accomplishment Goblin Hunter. He slashes through another goblin, the blade leaving a trail of blood in its wake. His blade continues to cut through the goblin horde. SFX, slash. He roars, sweat and blood flying as he continues his assault. The sound echoes, the source unknown. The echoing sound intensifies. The protagonist strides forward, unfazed, amidst a field of fallen foes and swirling dark energy. The protagonist continues his advance. It looks like they can't see my unique trait, sword energy. He observes, a hint of amusement in his voice. He wonders if he should be able to comfortably absorb them. A system message then appears, stating that using the stored souls will affect his stats. The system then displays the results of using the stored souls. Strength has increased by 3, and agility has increased by 4. The system continues to display the results. Stamina has increased by 2, and endurance has increased by 7. But then, a new message appears, one of the skills possessed by the Goblin Ranger will be absorbed. His eyes widen, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as the system's unexpected message registers. The system displays information about the absorbed skill, Ranger's Knowledge, F. The effect? His overall field of view will widen, making it easier to spot approaching enemies. Field of view, he questions, his eye glowing with a bright, almost unnatural light. The world around him seems to warp and distort, lines of energy radiating outwards. The world shifts, revealing a desolate landscape and a lone figure standing before a fortress. Oh, is this what it feels like to have your field of view widened? He wonders aloud, the question hanging in the air. Jackpot, the word booms, filling his vision. A sinister grin spreads across his face. Before him stand two figures. One is clad in heavy armor, while the other wears a long blue cloak and holds a staff. Seems like you were lucky, applicant. Going against the weak goblins. The voice drips with disdain. He bursts into laughter, sweat flying. But you did well, he manages to say through his mirth. His laughter dies down, replaced by a moment of silence. The silence breaks as he declares, I will take the lead and give out commands from now on. He continues, stating, I think that'll be better for the party's efficiency. A cold stare pierces through the air as he asks, do you perhaps have a problem, Lee Sung-hoon SSI? Sweat trickles down his face as Lee Sung-hoon SSI glares intensely. I got it, one replies, before asking what else needs to be done. The response is simple, you just need to protect Hunter Lee Hae-yeon. The order is given, Lee Hae-yeon SSI, you just need to continue what you were doing before. Guiding us from the back. Lee Hae-yeon agrees to the plan, stating, yes, I understand. I ask for your cooperation until the end. Then, we will resume the search, Lee Hae-yeon declares, her hand outstretched, ready to continue. A green mist emanates from her, swirling around her boots as she prepares to move forward. Suddenly, a horde of goblins appears, swarming towards them with crude weapons raised. A system message appears, all goblin souls. As the goblins approach, a system message appears, all goblin souls will be absorbed. Another message follows, proficiency has increased to 11%. As another goblin falls, a system message flashes, proficiency has increased to 12%. Goblins continue to fall as the system displays, remaining time is 14 hours and 37 minutes. The system displays a new message, remaining time is 14 hours and 37 minutes. A crumbling windmill stands against the dark sky. Against the dark sky, 3 figures walk through the ruined landscape. I was certain that goblins appear periodically. But now it's strangely quiet. Suddenly, a character's eyes widen in alarm. Exclamation point. Suddenly, his eyes snap wide open. An exclamation punctuates the air as he moves in a blur, the city behind him fading into a backdrop of impending conflict. What's happening? He asks, the speed leaving him disoriented. The ground cracks beneath them as the woman with the staff faces him, her expression unreadable. Her eyes widen in disbelief. That's... A massive stone statue looms, water cascading from its hand. The camera pans down, revealing a large pool filled with water and goblins. Some are still alive, but many float lifelessly. I think other challengers have gone through here before us, one of them observes. Another responds, that's crazy. This quick? A goblin lies dead at their feet, blood pooling around its body. The hooded figure kneels, examining a strange, circular device. It's still warm. The hooded figure's discovery confirms their suspicions. Blood drips from his injured hand, the cuts clearly self-inflicted. If we hurry, we can catch up to them, a voice declares, urgency driving the words. The stakes are clear, if the other team gets the boss before us. The stakes rise even higher, we will receive the penalty of failing to complete the trial. Everyone will. A spear plunges downward as the hero screams, desperately raising his shield in defense. The word die explodes onto the scene as someone descends with deadly intent. Crimson streaks fill the sky as the attack descends. We better hurry, he urges, his bright eyes reflecting the urgency of the situation. The attack hits. The goblins swarm, their crude weapons raised high. The blade cuts through the air with a sharp queak. He braces, his shield shattering under the goblin's assault. The goblin's blades tear through what remains, a cacophony of click, filling the air. A goblin's face fills his vision, its eyes gleaming with malice. An exclamation mark hangs in the air. The goblin's cry, Kiek, pierces the air as the protagonist strikes. The protagonist finds himself surrounded by goblins, their crude weapons raised. A steely gaze hardens, his eyes glowing with an inner power. Ah, I'm slowly starting to gag at killing goblins, he thinks, exhaustion creeping in. This is the last of them. This is the last of them, right? He wonders, hoping the endless waves of goblins have finally ceased. A guttural kieh pierces the air as another goblin lunges toward him. Another goblin attacks, its axe a blur of motion. He leaps through the air, daggers drawn, ready to strike. He's immediately met with the goblin's counterattack, drawing a pained keek. The goblin's attack connects, a flurry of blows landing in rapid succession. The hero is sent reeling, the force of the blow visibly concussive. The mysterious figure scoffs from above, dismissing them with a single word, fools. Standing amidst the fallen, he surveys the carnage with a cold detachment. Goblins lie scattered, defeated. A voice echoes through the aftermath, good work, Lee Shaun Hyung-nim. Good work, Hyung-nim, the voice praises. Despite the praise, a frustrated voice cuts through, I'm doing all the fucking hunting by myself. The question cuts through his frustration, hey, Lee Jin-hoo. Are you happy because you're getting carried? A firm denial follows the accusation, no, Hyung-nim. Jin-hoo responds to the accusation with a simple, no, Hyung-nim. Dismissing the denial, the order is given, whatever. Go and open the boss room's door. Before them looms the massive door to the boss room, an ominous purple eye glinting menacingly. One of the men urges them to hurry so they can return. Acknowledging the request, the other responds, yes. I'll open it right now, Hyung-nim, a sinister hee-hee escaping his lips. His unease is palpable. This is fucked. He mutters, a sense of dread washing over him as they approach the door. A chime rings out as a screen flashes, declaring, conditions have been satisfied. The screen's message is clear, all members of the Challengers team will enter the Goblin King's spiral tower. The ominous tower looms before them. Another chime echoes as a new screen appears, the boss battle will begin when only one of the two teams remain. He faces forward, a speech bubble above him displaying an exclamation point. Another message flashes, no one can leave the current location. The team members below look up, their faces etched with fear. He raises his head, a large exclamation point appearing above him. A massive, glowing red cube materializes. The cube descends, engulfing the entire city in its crimson glow. Stunned, he asks, what's this? Another voice cries out, Shaun Hyung-nim. Over there. The man's face contorts in terror as the crimson energy swirls around him. Three figures approach, weapons in hand. A new threat emerges. A hooded figure gazes forward, his piercing blue eyes fixed on an unseen target. Ha, fuck. It's getting annoying, he says, his expression hardening as he faces his opponents. Facing the opposition, he declares, I will go against them myself. He strides forward, his companions flanking him, ready to face whatever lies ahead. He requests, Lee Haeun SSI, please give me only the agility buff. You can give all the remaining buffs to Lee Sung-hoon SSI. Lee Haeun hesitates, her expression unreadable as she processes his request. Her gaze intensifies as she states, I know you're strong because I saw your strength with my own eyes. But human. The words hang heavy with unspoken meaning. But human. Hunters might be more frightening than monsters. The ominous words hang in the air as three figures with glowing red eyes stand silhouetted against the darkness. I understand, he replies, his gaze fixed on the distance. If it gets dangerous, I'll let you know. I'll leave the backup to you if that happens, she declares, extending a hand. Her expression hardens with resolve, I got it. A system notification appears, agility has increased by 2. Increased agility will last for 10 minutes, a system message declares. The hooded figure strides forward, a green aura emanating around them. Confidence surges as he declares, I've confirmed that I'm better than the average hunter. He continues, boasting, and I've killed more than 30 goblins here. Suddenly, a voice warns, he's coming. Get ready. The group stands ready, weapons drawn, anticipating the approaching threat. The voice continues, if it's the current me. A powerful strike lands, the force of the blow echoing with a resounding crash. A figure stands silhouetted against a smoky, fiery backdrop, declaring, I've confirmed that I'm better than the average hunter. He continues, boasting, and I've killed more than 30 goblins here. Suddenly, a warning cuts through the air, he's coming. Get ready. The group braces themselves, weapons drawn, as the warning echoes, he's coming. Get ready. If it's the current me, a voice declares, the words hanging ominously in the air. A blur of motion fills the space, the air cracking with unseen force. His eyes burning with blue energy, he strikes with incredible speed. Then I can do it, he declares, a surge of determination flooding his mind. Boundless Necromancer. The story continues with Chapter 9. Chapter 9 begins with an explosion erupting behind the Necromancer as he leaps forward. He charges forward, a bolt of lightning crackling around him as he grips his sword and shield. His face contorted with rage, the Necromancer grits his teeth, sweat beading on his brow. Legionhu, use your shield with all your power, right now, a voice booms. Why yes, he responds, bracing himself. Open shield, he shouts, activating its power. A golden light flares. The shield activates with a resounding THWOK. The shield emits a blinding golden barrier, deflecting the incoming attack. Deflecting the blow, he grits his teeth, bracing for another attack from above. The enemy strikes from above, a resounding crash echoing as their foot connects with the shield. Sparks fly as the shield withstands the brutal force. The enemy is sent hurtling backwards through a shattered barrier. He roars, the force of the impact sending a shockwave outwards. The ground erupts as he lands, the force of his fall pulverizing the stone beneath him. Dust and debris explode outwards as he hits the ground. His eyes narrow with determination as he stares directly ahead. The warrior is sent flying backwards, blood spraying as he's struck. He recovers quickly, unleashing a swift, blue energy attack. The blue energy attack streaks forward. A sudden exclamation breaks the silence as the energy attack hurtles toward the woman. Eyes blazing with power, he moves with blinding speed. Cook, he grits out through clenched teeth, his red eyes burning with intensity. The battle rages on, multiple opponents surrounding him, their blades clashing in a flurry of sparks. Blades clash in a blinding flash of light as he continues to fight against the odds. The clash of steel rings out, sparks flying as the fight intensifies. Amidst the ongoing fight, a sudden thought surfaces, something strange. An explosion erupts, the shockwave rippling outwards. I'm definitely more skilled, he declares, swinging his blade. But something is amiss, he realizes, he's blocking my strikes in a strange manner. His eyes blazing with power, he resolves, I should use more strength. He swings his sword with renewed force, the air itself seeming to crackle with energy. The hero's blade crashes down, a surge of power unleashed as he declares, this is the end. The hero's attack lands, a blinding flash erupting from the point of impact. The force of the blow shatters something, sending shards flying. The hero's eyes widen as he utters a stunned. He is sent hurtling backwards from the force of the impact. His vision blurs as he struggles to regain his footing. He grits his teeth, bracing himself against the continued assault. He struggles, a guttural sound escaping his clenched teeth. It's his eyes, he realizes. The opponent's gaze, burning with crimson intensity, sees all. He can see the path of my sword. Darkness descends. He lunges forward, blade extended, but the attack is met with a powerful force. His eyes widen in shock as he's met with an unexpected counterattack. His vision blurring, he cries out in pain. Shit, my vision. With a determined glare, he lunges forward, his eyes glowing with an intense light. He moves in a blur of speed. The clash of steel rings out as his blade meets the opponent's guard. This fucking damned. He grits out through clenched teeth, blood dripping from his face. This fucking damned. He grits out through clenched teeth, blood dripping from his face. Despite the pain, a system notification appears, congratulations. You have accomplished a special task. Additional rewards are promised. The system then announces that a trial on the 4th floor will be given. Before him lies the entrance to the 4th floor trial, the path ahead shimmering with an ethereal glow. The path to the 4th floor trial lies amidst the fallen. The path to the 4th floor trial is bloodied. Her eyes widen in disbelief. He's shaking, she wonders. A voice calls out, "Excuse me. Are you okay?" The aftermath of a brutal battle is revealed, bodies strewn across the blood-soaked ground. Standing amidst the carnage, the figure remains silent, his sword dripping crimson. He replies, "Yes. I'm fine," though blood streaks his face. A close-up reveals his face, and a thought echoes, he might be in shock after killing a person. I thought he was strong and cold, a voice muses. Despite the blood staining his clothes, he proposes, I'm planning on proceeding with the boss fight straight away, is that fine with everyone? I'm good, he replies, his expression resolute despite the recent battle. Another voice agrees, a simple same echoing the sentiment. The monster gags, blood dripping from its fangs. With a final strike, he finishes the monster, blood dripping from his blade. The monster stumbles, its red eyes still burning with rage as blood continues to pour from its mouth. A system notification appears, you have defeated the trials goal, the Goblin King. With the Goblin King defeated, the hooded figure strides forward, bloodied but victorious. A horrified voice whispers, he's a monster. Terror grips one of the onlookers. His eyes widen in disbelief, sweat beading on his brow as he stares at the hooded figure. Suddenly, a system message flashes, congratulations. You have completed the 4th floor of the Tower of Trials. Following the completion message, another notification appears, the reward for completion is an increase in all stats by 4. As an additional reward, the system grants him the skill Instant Acceleration, CD. With the rewards granted, a final system message appears, you will be moved to the lobby. He is transported. Arriving in the lobby, a figure steps forward, volunteering, I'll go first. They stand before the portal, ready to face whatever lies beyond. Before she steps through, a voice wishes her well, Lee Haeun SSI, I wish you a safe return. She hesitates, only able to respond with a nervous, A question hangs in the air, unspoken. What awaits her on the other side? Despite her uncertainty, a voice offers reassurance, I might be overstepping by saying this, but you only did what you needed to do. The aftermath is brutal. Bodies litter the cracked ground, stained crimson. He declares, his gaze unwavering, it was something someone had to do, and if Sunjiun SSI couldn't do it, I would have. A sinister smirk plays on his lips. I'm glad you think so. Confusion washes over her face as she stares at him. A question hangs in the air, unspoken. A ping sounds as a notification flashes on the screen, Challenger Lee Haeun has sent a friend request. The silence hangs heavy between them. The silence is broken as someone speaks up, we finished the 4th floor's trial all thanks to you, but it's a little upsetting that I didn't get any rewards. A faint smile plays on her lips as she listens. When you... The words begin. Return to Earth later, please look for Lee Haeun of the White Silver Guild. His expression remains unreadable as he listens intently to the request. 2 portals shimmer into existence, the air crackling with energy. Now that I'm alone, I need to make a decision, he states, his gaze hardening. A dark energy surges, tendrils reaching out as a guttural roar echoes. Above the fallen body, a pulsating orb of dark energy hangs. The question lingers, if I'm going to absorb a human soul, or not. The orb hangs suspended over the fallen form as a memory surfaces, when I first found out I can do this. He recalls, I put it off because I knew that if I did it, then I would have crossed a line I couldn't go back on. His eyes glow with menacing red light, a sinister grin spreading across his face. The choice has been made. The die is cast. I've made up my mind. His hand descends, ready to strike. The strike lands. He lies defeated, blood pooling around him. A pained cry escapes him. I must get stronger, but I won't kill people to achieve that. However, if the situation demands it, then I will. Crimson energy swirls around his outstretched hand. Okay, the word echoes with newfound resolve. The word okay echoes with newfound resolve as he acknowledges, my dream of becoming a hunter has brought up my other internal desires. The towering structure looms before him, a testament to his ambition. The Tower of Trials gave me a chance, and I'm going to seize onto that chance. With renewed vigor, he declares, I want to keep progressing through the Tower of Trials. A blinding light engulfs him as he ascends. He steps through a swirling portal of blue energy, ready for the next challenge. He's now in the lobby of the 5th floor. Suddenly, a system message appears, the system has expanded. Challenger's ranks, he wonders, a new system message prompting the question. The system now prompts him, please enter an alias. He pauses, considering the request. He mutters, lost in thought. His alias decided, he declares, this should do. He reaches out, his finger poised above a glowing interface. The interface confirms the change, his alias is now officially Hunter. Oh, it's very intuitive, he remarks, eyeing the leaderboard. Then, a question arises, am I also in the rankings? He reaches out, a shimmering light materializing at his fingertip. His eyes widen in surprise. Displayed before him, the system reveals his ranking, 16th Hunter, Class A-. His progress is SS+, but the final result is B+, giving him an overall totalization of A-. Oh, he utters, clearly surprised by the results. Staring at the screen, he realizes, my rank is a lot higher than I thought. The system then announces that challengers in the top 50 will be called in. The screen displays that those called pioneers will obtain benefits on the 8th floor. The screen flashes, announcing that if they remain a pioneer until the 8th floor, they will obtain a privilege called a halo. A halo, he wonders, his bright blue eyes reflecting the screen's announcement. Is that some sort of skill? He reaches out toward a glowing blue interface. I'll know what happens when I get to it, he muses, his focus now set on reaching the 8th floor. A new notification appears, please choose the soul that you would like to absorb. The interface displays the souls available for absorption, player Lee Shaun, player Lee Jinho, player Im Sang-yoon, and Goblin King. The count shows 4 out of 15 souls possessed. Tendrils of dark energy swirl around him as his eyes glow with an unnatural light. A system message flashes, using the stored souls, your stats will permanently increase. A surge of power courses through him. A confident smirk plays on his lips as he declares, now I really feel like I've surpassed the limits of a human. His hands glow with newfound power. The staff falls. Coins scatter. A system message appears, you have purchased a return stone, F+. A system message confirms the purchase, you have purchased a return stone, F+. It will allow him to return to where he came from for 3 days. Now in possession of the return stone, he considers its implications. It'll be good to test and see if I can bring my equipment with me. The return stone activates, a system message confirming its use, you have used the return stone. You will now be returning to Earth. A cosmic landscape unfolds, streaked with vibrant purple energy. His piercing blue eyes lock onto something, a faint smirk playing on his lips. The smirk solidifies as he declares, I'm going back to Earth. His declaration is met with confirmation, challenger Han Sunjun's wish to return to Earth has been granted. A bewildered escapes him as he's seemingly launched through a portal. The system confirms, you have consumed a return stone and will now return to Earth. A deafening wah fills the air as he is hurtled through the unknown. The hero is screaming as he's pulled through the vortex, the word THWOK echoing around him. The vortex continues to pull him through, the sound of THWOK echoing. He continues to be pulled through the darkness. The system announces, challenger Han Sunjun has returned to his residence. The system delivers another message, in 3 days, he will return to the Tower of Trials. The sound of a closing curtain fills the room. He lies on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. He remains motionless, his gaze fixed on some unseen point above. He shifts slightly, his expression unreadable as he looks to the side. A sigh escapes him. I'm really. He begins, but the words trail off, unfinished. His attention is drawn to a wall covered in notes, reminders of dungeon rules and strategies. Suddenly, a booming voice echoes, back. The sound reverberates through the room, startling him. Despite the booming voice, he collapses onto the bed. First off, I'm going to sleep. He thinks, relieved. Compared to the bed in the waiting room, this is heaven. Lying in bed, he groans. Ugh. He sits up abruptly, grimacing. I can't stand this smell, he thinks, deciding, I'll wash up. His bright blue eyes narrow as he resolves to wash up. But then, a thought bubble appears, containing a simple, huh? An exclamation point appears in a speech bubble as he notices something on the floor. I tried it just in case. He thinks, surprised. It seems taking items from the tower back to Earth really works. A bead of sweat rolls down his face as he clutches a sword and shield. He grins, realizing the implications of his discovery. Then, a realization dawns on him. That means the other challengers can also bring items back to Earth. Realizing the stakes, he thinks to himself, I'd better move quickly. The challenger's eye narrows as he contemplates the implications. When more people start returning to Earth. The weapons of war hang suspended, a shield, a sword, and a polearm all connected by heavy chains. Items will also become plentiful, the voice continues, showing a spiked mace, and the price for Hunter. Supplies could plummet, the voice concludes. I need to sell it as soon as possible. He thinks, eyeing the sword in his hand. But a problem arises, only people with Hunter qualification can sell items. Displayed are 7 rules that I must follow when in the dungeon, including advice to always have a tank, damage dealer, and healer. Also highlighted are words of an S-rank hunter, emphasizing the importance of something to remember. He reflects on his initial plans. Originally, I was intending to just apply for the hunter exam and take the test when I next return to Earth. He pauses, looking down at his phone, a thoughtful expression on his face. He stares at his phone, realizing, I'm going to be busier than I thought. Suddenly, a powerful force slams into him. The punch connects, sending a shockwave through the air. The force of the blow sends other combatants flying. He turns, the sound of the impact still ringing in his ears. Suddenly, a voice booms out, Hello, this is the director of the White Lotus Hunter Training Center, Huang Manho. Huang Manho's expression hardens as the voice on the other end of the line declares, It's Han Sunyun. You remember me, don't you, Director Huang? Han Sunjian's face is revealed as he speaks into the phone, his piercing blue eyes focused. Huang Manho responds, Of course, I remember you. He then adds, with a hint of irritation, if you wish to request a refund of your membership fees, you could have done it online. Sun Yun retorts, You don't need to give me a refund. The response comes back, laced with disbelief, Are you serious? The man on the phone warns, You can't change your mind later. Sun Jiyun's firm reply cuts through the air, I won't change my mind. However, the man on the other end of the line adds, I have a favor to ask of you. A dry ha escapes Sun Yun as he listens to the request on the other end. The voice on the phone continues, stating that if Sun Yun wants to use the Lotus Training Center, he needs to help me take the hunter test. A beat of silence hangs in the air after the request. The voice on the other end of the line challenges Sun Yun, asking, Are you forgetting what your overall ability test results were? The camera focuses on Sun Jiyun's final ability evaluation, showing a Stark F rank, marked as a fail. The report details his lacking magic utilization, strength, agility, and stamina. The voice continues, stating bluntly, You were ranked F. The lowest possible score. Sun Yun simply replies, I know. The voice on the phone continues, stating, You don't have any unique traits, or any skills, so if you ask. The voice then cuts him off, demanding, So even if I pay the membership fee, you're saying you can't? The voice on the phone continues to press, demanding, So even if I pay the membership fee, you're saying you can't? The voice relents, stating, Well, if you give me money, then I don't have any intention of refusing. The man on the phone closes the deal. Then we have a deal. A sinister grin spreads across his face as he confirms, Then we have a deal. Suddenly, a message appears, Help me take the hunter test today. The title card flashes, Boundless Necromancer. The title card appears, Boundless Necromancer. The title card flashes, Boundless Necromancer. Emerging from the shower, he wipes his face with a towel. Phew. His bright blue eyes stare intently at his reflection. Steam obscures his reflection, but the intensity in his eyes remains. My body has changed quite a bit as I've progressed. He thinks, reflecting on his growth. He stands, a towel draped around his neck, his expression a mix of surprise and self-assessment. Now's not the time for this, he mutters, interrupting whatever he was about to do. The hunter test has been scheduled, and he needs to get going. He pauses at the door, his thoughts turning to the woman down the hall. Ah, the neighbor. The words, "the ordinary life," appear on the screen. That ordinary life that he longed for. Even just seeing his neighbor pass by feels great. He offers a simple, "hello." His neighbor's hand pauses on her door's keypad, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. It seems the neighbor is an older man trying to become a hunter. "Ah, hello," she responds, a hint of surprise still lingering in her gaze. The neighbor turns to leave, saying, "See you again next time." She glances back, a flicker of unease in her eyes. But was that person always this tall, she wonders. Reaching up, the neighbor's hand stretches towards the sky as the word "week" appears ominously overhead. The neighbor's hand continues to stretch upwards, the ominous word "week" looming above. He continues to reach for the sky, but now, he laments, "It's hard to get a taxi today." He mutters, his gaze fixed on something in the distance. He mutters, his gaze fixed on something in the distance. A sharp crack echoes through the city as something shatters in the distance. The force of the impact sends him flying. He struggles to regain his balance as he's sent hurtling through the air. "Ha ha! Running there is!" he shouts, a manic grin spreading across his face. "Running there is also a pretty good method," he adds, his words dripping with sarcasm. Soaring through the sky, he confidently declares, "I'll be there in no time." An explosion erupts on the rooftop, shaking the structure. The camera focuses on the Hunter Association building. Two figures watch as a man walks through the Hunter Association doors. The two figures continue to observe the man as he enters the building. The two men stand face to face, the tension palpable between them. "Long time no see, Director Huang," a voice says. A familiar face greets Director Huang. "Long time no see, Director Huang," he says, a slight smirk playing on his lips. "Ha, it hasn't been that long, though," he replies, a sinister smile spreading across his face. "I've been dealing with some peculiar things recently, so I guess that's why it feels like it's been a long time," he explains. He stands tall, a faint smile playing on his lips as he gazes forward. "Peculiar things," he repeats, a flicker of curiosity in his gaze. "Something like that." Suddenly, a voice booms, startling them, "Hello." The voice continues, identifying itself, "I am Inspector Kim In-hoo. I will be responsible for grading the Hunter test." Inspector Kim In-hoo continues, stating, "As you already know, for this Hunter test, Han Sung-yoon is exempt from the theory test and the interview due to Director Huang being an observer." Inspector Kim In-hoo then asks, "Do you have any questions about the test procedures?" Han Sung-yoon responds to the inspector's question with confidence, "I'm familiar with the test procedures." With Han Sung-yoon's confident reply still hanging in the air, the inspector declares, "Excellent. Then, let us start the test immediately." The inspector's voice echoes, "Please follow me." Sword in hand, Han Sung-yoon follows the inspector, ready for whatever awaits. An ominous voice echoes, demanding of Inspector Kim, "Make it so he fails as soon as possible." Inspector Kim responds to the ominous voice, stating confidently, "There's no need to worry about that. I've prepared the most difficult opponents for a sword user." The test begins, a voice announcing, "Han Sung-yoon SSI, if you're ready, please select the difficulty of the test." From above, two figures observe the proceedings. The voice continues, informing Sung-yoon that he can choose a difficulty level between 1 and 10. His piercing gaze betrays nothing. The darkness obscures everything below his neck. "In the previous tests, I always did the level 1 test," the voice reveals. A goblin with glowing red eyes stands ready, awaiting Sung-yoon's decision. He's on the ground again, defeated. "And I always lost to a goblin," he thinks, as the creature lunges with its sword. Clutching his arm, Sung-yoon winces in pain. The reason for his repeated failures echoes in his mind, "Because I was weak." With newfound resolve, Sung-yoon declares, "I choose." A determined smirk plays on Sung-yoon's lips as he looks up. An unseen character scoffs, assuming Sung-yoon will choose the easiest path. Defying expectations, Sung-yoon declares, "I will choose level 10. A bead of sweat trickles down his face, a stark reminder of the challenge he's accepted. Sun Ji-eun's unexpected choice is met with stunned disbelief. What? His piercing gaze intensifies, a clear sign of his unwavering resolve. A chilling aura emanates from him. His face contorts with a grimace as he mutters, "Crazy bastard." Suddenly, a screen flashes, declaring, "The test will begin." The screen fades to white. The screen displays their objective: hunt down the phoenix. The phoenix descends, talons extended, as a deafening CHAE echoes. The phoenix's attack forces him to brace for impact. The phoenix's ability, Predator's Roar, decreases his movement speed by 25%. The impact shatters his weapon. The sound of shattering echoes. "There's no way this bastard could pass the test," a voice thinks, revealing that the speaker tampered with his opponent's weapon just in case. Below, the saboteur smirks, his red eyes gleaming with malicious intent. "All brutally." The voice threatens, the rest of the sentence obscured. "Show you what happens when you don't know your place and start acting up," he finishes, a cruel smile twisting his features. SFX, rumble. A monstrous figure wreathed in flame descends, its wings spread wide. Standing firm, the protagonist faces the fiery demon, sword drawn. The fiery demon unleashes a torrent of flames. The protagonist stands his ground as the demon's fiery claws descend. The final list of applicants who passed the hunter qualification test is revealed. Hwang Manho's name is on the list. "Wow, I passed," he exclaims, joining in the celebration. Amidst the celebration, a thought surfaces: when I first became a hunter, I felt like I was the best. However, the gap between my colleagues gradually started to grow, he reflects. The memory shows him alone, separated from his celebrating peers. And in the end, I couldn't catch up. So, I gave up, he admits, the words hanging heavy in the air. In the world of hunters, being born with talent was everything. I accepted that reality and stopped working hard, he confesses, the sound of his own footsteps echoing in the training room. He stops before a massive, imposing door, its sheer size a testament to what lies beyond. Echoing in his mind, a voice says, "Humans give up when they run into a wall they can't overcome." Another voice follows, "It's not just me, everyone does that." He stands at the door, a dark shadow stretching out before him. "So, Han Sung-yoon," a voice booms. Before him, a colossal, fiery bird descends. The colossal bird's voice booms, "Just give up, too." Han Sung-yoon parries the incoming attack, a look of shock on his face. His eyes widen as a blade shatters before him. Golden talons descend upon Han Sung-yoon, the shattered remains of his sword lying uselessly beside him. As the golden talons strike, Sung-yoon thinks, no matter how low of a grade this weapon is, it shouldn't break like this. The talons descend, and Sung-yoon realizes, no way. Above him, a figure stands on a higher level, leaning against the railing. From above, a voice taunts Sung-yoon, questioning, "What are you going to do with a broken sword?" A sinister hee-hee echoes from above, the sound dripping with malice as the figure grins down at Sung-yoon. The figure descends, a powerful impact shaking the ground. The figure unleashes a fiery blast. "Well, it turned out better than I expected," he thinks, realizing this situation is perfect for testing out the skill he acquired on the 4th floor. His eyes glow with power. The skill activates, instant acceleration. A surge of power envelopes him. He explodes into motion, the ground cracking beneath his feet as he launches forward. He hurtles forward, a blur of motion against the backdrop of raging flames. His momentum carries him forward, leaving a trail of destruction in his wake. He crashes through the ceiling, a trail of blue energy following him as he descends toward the fiery beast below. A sinister grin spreads across his face as he plummets. "Oh, this seems to be a lot better than the movement speed buff from the assassin's cape." The fiery beast screeches, squawk, as a ball of light hurtles toward it. He plummets with incredible speed. The beast is caught in the blinding light. The blade flashes, slicing through the air. The hero strikes, his blade aimed directly at the heart of the radiant beast. The blade pierces the beast, a spray of dark liquid erupting from the wound. He lands hard, the stone floor cracking beneath his weight. As expected, the blade was too short. With a heavy thud, he slams a stone slab into place. Help, he cries out, as he's sent flying through the air. A whirlwind of stone and force slams into him. The force explodes around him. A choked gasp escapes him. The force of the blow reverberates, shattering the barrier between them. Cook, he cries out, the sound of pain echoing. No, fuck, what's this? He exclaims, eyes wide with disbelief at the unexpected turn of events. Suddenly, a message appears, the test has finished. Congratulations. The golden figure collapses, defeated. Ah, you're okay, right? I didn't know. A voice trails off, filled with uncertainty. Sweat trickles down his face as he hears, ah, you're okay, right? I didn't know, that would end up there. A figure waves from the distance, seemingly unconcerned. Ha ha. A sinister smile creeps across his face, his eyes gleaming with an unsettling light. The title card appears, Boundless Necromancer. The woman smiles, holding out an ID card that reads Hunter Han Sun-yoon, rank C. Congratulations on becoming a hunter, she says, presenting the protagonist's ID card. It identifies him as Hunter Han Sun-yoon, rank C, specializing in close combat. You have been registered in the Hunter Association, so you're an official hunter, now, she confirms. Han Sun-yoon confirms, entering a dungeon and selling items are all possible, right? The woman behind the counter simply replies, yes. His hand slams down on the counter with a resounding taike. Across from the seated man, the director leans forward, hands braced on the table. Please explain to me what's going on, director. The director's anger boils over. I told you to make sure he fails in 10 seconds, not pass him. Seated across from the enraged director, the man simply replies, that's funny. The man's calm demeanor doesn't waver as he states, we did the best we could. He continues, revealing the shocking truth, as you requested, with Han Sun-yoon SSI's abilities, we made it so he couldn't pass. An unseen figure retorts, you couldn't lower his rank a little? The man, visibly exasperated, replies, how could I lower it anymore? The man clarifies the situation, explaining, he killed a monster, in a test that would at least set him at D rank, in 10 seconds. If I gave him a D rank, I would have gotten a complaint from the association. The sound of a stamp echoes as the protagonist declares, I got my hunter license. An unseen figure retorts, you should have done whatever. Congratulations, Han Sun-yoon SSI, the man states, his hand outstretched. Another figure exits the room behind him. Dawn. A footsteps forward, the sound of the footstep echoing in the silence. He looks down at his opponent with a sinister smile. He towers over his opponent, a question laced with malice escaping his lips, you don't look too well, did something happen? Ha ha. Congratulations, member, he says, dripping with sarcasm. Then, changing his tone, he adds, no, I should be calling you Hunter Han Sun-yoon. Ah, now that I think about it. He begins, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Director Hwang Manho's rank before you retired was a C, right? He asks, pressing the issue. After a moment of silence, the man in the chair finally responds, what is it that you want to say? Well, remember when you called me a failure the other time? He asks, a hint of challenge in his voice. His eyes burning with intensity, he retorts, to be honest, I think that you're the failure. A sudden impact sends him reeling. This bastard, he roars, the force of the blow sending him flying. As the enraged man lunges again, someone shouts, please calm down. As expected, the provocation worked well, a voice muses, revealing the instigator's plan. Smirking, he prepares to strike, his fist hurtling forward with brutal force. His fist connects with a sickening thud. The force of the blow sends shockwaves through the air. Ki-ok. The sound of pain echoes as the force of the blow lands. His bright blue eyes narrow, focused on the unseen opponent. This is self-defense. The words hang in the air, a stark reminder of the brutal fight. And this is payback, he declares, his face contorted in rage. The blow lands with a sickening crack, and the victim cries out in pain. His attacker smiles down at him, seemingly unfazed. His face a mess of blood and pain, the victim reels from the force of the blow. How can this be a C-rank's power, he wonders aloud. Far above, the high-rise building looms, dwarfing the two figures standing below. The camera pans up, following the figure as they ascend the stairs. He stops on the stairs, questioning, "You want me to be an exclusive hunter for the Hunters Association?" The man in the suit simply replies, "That's right." An offer is made, the salary is at a minimum of 1 million won, and if you would like more, you can negotiate. The man in the suit extends his hand, adding, "It's an offer that you won't be on the losing end of." He considers the offer, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. 1 million, huh? That's quite high. The man smiles, explaining, "It's because we saw Hunter Han Sunjun's potential." He hands over a card. Director. Han Sunjun's eyes narrow, suspicion hardening his gaze. "I think you manipulated the test difficulty." Han Sunjun relents slightly, stating, "Well, I won't make a problem out of it. However," he adds, "but I can't be in a contract with someone I can't trust." Han Sunjun throws the Hunter Association director's card away. The card spins through the air, a clear rejection of the offer. 2 days later. 2 days later, rumors spread of a strange phenomenon, hunters being summoned to the Tower of Trials. The news reports on the rumors, questioning if the Tower of Trials is real. Amidst the swirling rumors, a notice surfaces, "Information wanted. We're looking for a challenger who has gone to the Tower of Trials." The rumors have spread. Now, the voice declares, now, everyone knows about the Tower of Trials. He reaches for a document on the desk. "I sold the equipment at a decent price, and used the 3 days very productively," he says, a chuckle escaping him. He holds a small treasure chest in one hand, while checking his phone with the other. Clutching a small treasure chest, he glances at his phone. It's almost time, he thinks. Suddenly, a system message appears, "You will soon return to the Tower of Trials." "Nice," he remarks, just as another system message chimes. It reads, "You're." Before he can finish his thought, another system message appears, "Time is up." He is returning to the Tower of Trials. Before he can see what the system message says, time runs out. He declares, "I'll finally feel the pleasure of being able to grow again." With a whoosh, he is lifted upwards, returning to the Tower of Trials. "I'm gonna get busy when I get back," he declares, a speech bubble framing his words. A powerful force slams into the wall, leaving glowing runes in its wake. The rune glows intensely. His eyes widen, a visible shock registering on his face as he looks up at the glowing rune. His hand reaches out, seemingly drawn towards the light. He falls backwards, the world tilting around him as he plummets down the seemingly endless shaft. The world rights itself, and he realizes, "I'm back at the tower." He realizes he can use his items freely, both in the tower and in the real world, just as he expected. An item lies on the floor, a stark reminder of his new reality. "I'll put these in my inventory," he thinks, as the items are automatically stored with a shling sound. 2 chests now appear in his inventory, each marked with X1. He lands hard, bracing himself against the floor as a shadowy figure attacks from behind. "Let's get warmed up and go to the 5th floor's trial," a voice declares. Stretching his arms, he suggests, "Let's get warmed up and go to the 5th floor's trial." A system message appears, "You have received the achievement, the First Returner." Following the achievement, a new skill is created, Eyes of the Truth, A confused "huh" escapes him. A strange power emanates from his eyes, now glowing with a bright, unnatural magenta. He's clearly taken aback, uttering a soft "huh." The strange power intensifies, a burst of energy radiating outward. The system identifies the newly acquired skill, Eyes of the Truth, Its effect? Using magic power allows you to view the details of anything. The system elaborates, the Eyes of Truth don't just reveal details, they determine the truth of a person's words. Now, with the Eyes of Truth activated, his own eyes glow with an eerie light. He states that with the Eyes of Truth, not only can I view the details behind items and people. He continues, revealing the full extent of his new power. But I can also determine if someone's lying? He laughs, clearly pleased with the revelation. This is great. A sinister smile spreads across his face. What unexpected luck! A system message appears, you have purchased. 5,500 points have been deducted. The newly acquired blade gleams, its sharp edges promising power. Another system message appears, you have purchased. The system confirms the purchase, 3,800 points have been deducted. The purchased item appears, a sturdy, blue and silver shield. Though expensive, he thinks, the sword's bonus effects are good. Sword in hand, he lunges forward, ready to test its bonus effects. The sword's system message appears, when you hit an opponent, they will have a 10% chance of being paralyzed. He grips the sword tightly, its golden aura swirling around him. I'm sure it'll help me, he thinks, steeling himself for the fight ahead. Before him, a system message appears, do you wish to challenge the 5th floor's trial? A surge of energy erupts, swirling with blue flames. Wings of shadow erupt from his back as he prepares to face the next trial. Okay, it's been a while. Shall I get going? He asks, a hint of anticipation in his voice. He's entered the 5th floor of the Tower of Trials. The difficulty is set to hard, and the title of this trial is Hunt. He has 1 day remaining. The trial's parameters are laid bare. To pass, he must defeat the wolf person, the boss of the wolf gorge. Failure means death or running out of time. The target is the wolf person's headband, C-. The penalty for failure? Death. Beneath a looming moon, the wolf gorge rises, its jagged peaks a stark reminder of the deadly challenge ahead. He stands before the gorge, the entrance bathed in an eerie light. A wolf person, he mutters, the challenge now taking shape. A smirk plays on his lips as he grips a gleaming, triple-bladed weapon. The challenge ahead seems to only amuse him. He looks up to see a pack of glowing-eyed wolves perched above him on the rocks. A guttural arg rips through the air as the wolves descend. The wolves leap from the rocks, closing in fast. SFX, whack! A flurry of blows lands, splattering blood as the wolves are repelled. The wolves, momentarily repelled, respond with a furious growl. He moves in a blur, a trail of blue energy following his blade. A wolf is sent flying with a resounding keek. The wolf is sent sprawling, and he wonders aloud, what? It's so weak? The wolf is sent tumbling backwards, blood flying from its mouth. He stares intently forward, his expression hardening. Whine. The injured wolf whimpers, as a pack of massive, red-eyed wolves emerge behind it. A massive maw filled with razor-sharp teeth lunges directly at him. The wolf's jaws snap shut, an exclamation point punctuating the imminent danger. The impact reverberates, a deafening blow landing with full force. The man stands his ground, drawing his blade against the pack of monstrous wolves. The wolves growl, their menacing presence closing in. He leaps into the air, poised to strike. Yes, this is how the trial of towers should be like, he declares, his eyes glowing with power. He lunges forward, a sinister grin spreading across his face. A monstrous roar rips through the air as the wolf-like creature's red eyes burn with savage intent. A pack of the glowing-eyed beasts descends, their fangs bared in a terrifying display of aggression. An earth-shattering impact sends debris flying. He leaps into the fray, blade drawn, facing down the monstrous pack. He faces the monstrous pack head-on, a chilling declaration echoing his savage intent. This situation has become fun now. Amidst the chaos, a chilling thought crosses his mind, am I gradually becoming insane? The pack descends upon him, their fangs bared and dripping with blood. He's sent flying backwards as the wolves' relentless assault continues. System notifications chime as he's thrown back. His hunter dagger skill has reached 100% proficiency, and its rank has risen to E+. Another chime signals an upgrade. The rank of his fast recovery skill has risen to D. He lands heavily, bracing himself. Oh! He utters, seemingly realizing something. He realizes his hunter dagger skill, acquired on the 3rd floor, is improving gradually. It occurs to him, I should get a new sword skill. 2 massive wolves, eyes glowing red, lunge towards him. He sprints, sword in hand, trying to outpace the beasts. He smirks, taunting his attackers. Yes, keep attacking me. The ground erupts, throwing dust and debris into the air. His taunts have been answered. Two massive wolves lie defeated at his feet. With this, my third hunt is over, he declares, his gaze resolute. He notes with a hint of frustration, the sort's paralysis effect doesn't happen as much as I thought it would. System notifications chime as he absorbs not one, but 3 crazy wolf spirits. He absorbs 3 crazy wolf spirits in quick succession. His proficiency increases to 16%. Nice. My necromancy skills proficiency is increasing nicely, he thinks, pleased with the progress. He believes that if he continues down this path, he might be able to grow my unique trait. Sword in hand, he thinks, I think I'm slowly getting closer to the center of the wolf gorge. His eyes widen slightly, a spark of realization flickering within them. Suddenly, he stops in his tracks, spotting a gruesome scene. What's this, he wonders, seeing the bloodied remains of wolves scattered across the gorge floor. Surveying the carnage, he wonders aloud, was there a territory fight? His eyes narrow as he begins to analyze the scene before him. No, if I look at their injuries, he mutters, a realization dawning on him. Inspecting the gruesome scene more closely, he concludes grimly, they were made with a sword. These traces. He begins, his gaze fixed on the bloody scene. Suddenly, a voice booms, eyes of the truth. A pair of glowing purple eyes materialize, surrounded by dark energy. The purple energy intensifies, cracking the very stone around it. A system message appears, identifying traces of aura at rank D-. It describes the aura as having created a clean slice in the wall. Standing amidst the carnage, he wonders, aura. Is that a skill? Looking off to the side, he admits, there are a lot of things that I don't know. He finds the situation, in fact, a little unsettling. He moves in a blur, red energy crackling around him as he advances. An exclamation hangs in the air as the mangled corpse of a beast lies before him. He senses something nearby. It's close by, he exclaims, eyes narrowed in focus. A dark figure speeds toward him, weapon raised. The figure hurtles downwards, closing the distance rapidly. He moves in a blur, an exclamation appearing as he speeds forward. It's here, he declares, the ground rushing up to meet him. The cavern looms, the ground rushing up to meet him. He slams into the ground. The impact sends up a cloud of dust. He's sent skidding across the rough terrain. Dazed, he can only manage a confused, huh? His vision clears, revealing a moonlit landscape and the menacing tips of several blades pointed directly at him. A system notification appears, past conditions have been met. The wolf person has died. The system begins analyzing the cause, loading its findings. The goal, the wolf person. The system message reads. The system's analysis concludes with a question, has died? The wolf person lies defeated, bloodied from the battle. A chime rings out. Analysis complete, the system declares. The system's announcement is grave, an intruder has been detected in challenger Han Sunjun's trial. The system's voice echoes again, this time with a startling update, the trial's goal has been modified. Now, the challenger must kill the interdimensional intruder. The interdimensional intruder stands revealed, a towering knight clad in ornate armor, its visor glowing with menacing purple light. The knight stands his ground, his armored legs planted firmly on the cracked earth. The knight's arrival prompts a question, an intruder? The knight looms large, his armored form casting a shadow over the protagonist. A chilling question hangs in the air, they came from another dimension? The words echo, the Tower of Trials. Exists in other dimensions? The question hangs heavy as the towers loom, bathed in otherworldly light. A single tear traces a path down his cheek as he stares ahead, a storm brewing in his bright blue eyes. A booming voice echoes, laced with disdain, oh, you're still alive? For a measly barbaric challenger from another dimension. A question then hangs in the air, what on earth is going on? The armored figure looms, his spear pointed directly at the challenger. Well, is it because you're the owner of this trial, he asks, the question dripping with suspicion. The armored figure presses his advantage, taunting, why aren't you saying anything, you barbarian? Are you scared of the horror of death? The spear descends with incredible speed. Rain falls. Suddenly, a mission objective appears: kill the interdimensional intruder. The interdimensional intruder stands over the fallen, sword drawn. A wave of disbelief washes over him. I didn't think that a situation where another challenger would steal my trial's objective would happen. The intruder stands over the defeated challenger, his sword dripping with blood. He thinks to himself, but I'm glad that a message saying I failed the trial didn't appear. He breathes a sigh of relief, thinking, but I'm glad that a message saying I failed the trial didn't appear. A voice booms out, taunting him. Humph, are you so scared that you can't reply? The armored figure towers over him, purple energy swirling around his blade. Well, I'll just attack you then, he declares. The hero looks up, a barrage of attacks raining down upon him. His eyes narrow, a sense of urgency washing over him. He's coming. The barrage intensifies, purple energy strikes raining down. The knight towers over the fallen figure, his blade poised to strike. The knight unleashes a devastating blast of purple energy. The blast rips through the fallen figure, blood spraying outwards. He follows up with a kick, connecting squarely with the downed beast. The beast reels from the force of the blow. He follows up with a swift, decisive strike. The attack lands with a resounding OK. The eyes glow with an eerie purple light. A blue energy blade cuts through the air, aimed directly at the enemy. The blue blade rips through the enemy's defenses. The protagonist's blue eyes glow intensely as he declares, I got you. The blue blade pierces through the armored foe. Above, the protagonist's eyes widen, an exclamation mark appearing above his head. Below, his foe gasps, what, as the blade glows brighter. I was planning on slicing his armor into two. The protagonist's plan shifts as he declares, that's right, I got you. The blade, now radiating a blinding purple glow, is aimed directly at his opponent. The purple blade strikes with devastating speed. The purple blade descends, a blinding flash of light and speed. The blade strikes, erupting in a burst of purple energy. The hero is sent crashing down, a dark energy swirling around him. He plummets through the air, the force of the impact sending tremors through the stone around him. Grit and blood spray as he cries out, "K-OK?" Blood splatters as his hand reaches out, grasping for something, anything. The screen fades to white, signaling the start of Chapter 13. Cook. He groans, clutching his bloodied hand. His sword lies discarded nearby. A voice booms, oh, to think you blocked my aura. The speaker looms large, dwarfing the injured protagonist who struggles to catch his breath. It might have actually been less annoying if it was fully severed, he says, breaking into laughter. His face contorted in rage, he demands, what did you mean by intrude? His anger seems to dissipate, replaced by utter shock. W.H. Watt. I've never heard of something like this before. So the barbarian doesn't know about class invading, a voice observes. Frustration then boils over, damn it. The protagonist's eyes widen, a desperate question escaping his lips, why? His frustration mounts, the protagonist now questioning, why are these things happening to my trials? A voice booms, declaring, don't be resentful, the Tower of Trials is usually like this. It continues, I'll finish this now and stop dragging it on. A knight clad in dark armor, wreathed in purple energy, prepares to strike. He cries out, W-wait, as the armored knight looms over him. But what is the knight thinking? His voice trembling, he asks, could you perhaps tell me what class invading is? Silence hangs heavy in the air as the knight considers the question. A cold smile plays on his lips as he responds, well, I guess I could. Since you're going to die soon. From the 8th floor, a system expansion called Class Invading is available. A Class Invading ticket appears. The system reveals a new feature. In the store, you can purchase the invading ticket and you can interfere in other people's trials. Suddenly, a large arrow points down to another floor, where a figure triumphantly shouts "Tada!" His opponent looks on in surprise. And, seeing as you called this a barbaric dimension, he says, his words dripping with sarcasm. The protagonist, now facing the armored figure, asks pointedly, "Does that mean you came from another world?" The armored figure retorts, "Where else did you think I came from?" before abruptly adding, "Never mind." His eyes glow with an eerie purple light, a menacing aura surrounding him. The skill Eyes of the Truth has been activated. The skill takes effect, the targeted person is telling the truth. The skill confirms it, he's not lying. Despite the truth skill confirming he isn't lying, the armored figure's rage intensifies. "You're doing something that pisses me off. How dare you judge me," he roars. "Ah, well," he mutters, his crimson eyes gleaming with an unsettling intensity. A sinister smile spreads across his face as he challenges, "What are you going to do about it?" Enraged, he bellows, "What? A barbarian dares to. Since I got." He begins, his words hanging in the air, unfinished. "The information I needed, I'll tell you something amusing." The cloaked figure's words hang heavy as his gaze settles on the armored warrior below, who can only respond with a questioning silence. The cloaked figure continues, revealing, "The pain in my arm is quite bearable due to my pain resistance skill." The cloaked figure continues, his hand still dripping with blood, "In other words, I'm not holding it because of the pain." Blood continues to drip from his hand, the injury clearly severe. He declares that if he lets go of his arm, the skill Fast Recovery activates. A notification confirms the skill's activation. He releases his grip. A surge of green energy emanates from his hand. He reveals his true intentions, his skill, Fast Recovery, will automatically heal him. He admits he had to act helpless to get information. "So you're a healing-type swordsman," a voice observes, the revelation hanging in the air. The swordsman declares that even with his full strength, his opponent's fate is sealed, then the fact that you will die won't change. Despite his confident declaration, the swordsman now hesitates, a question forming in his mind, "What should I do?" A chilling declaration echoes, "My full strength will keep on increasing." His fist connects with a resounding crack. Having used all his possessed evil spirits, his stats permanently increase. Strength rises by 2 points. Agility and stamina both increase by 3 points. Magic power rises by 5, and durability increases by 7. Bathed in an eerie blue light, he stands ready, a blade now firmly in his grasp. An exclamation hangs in the air as he prepares to strike. "Your healing has strengthening traits, too," he questions, surprise evident in his tone. Suddenly, a system notification appears, "Assassin's Cap, D.'s exclusive effect has been activated." With the Assassin's Cap's effect now active, his movement speed increases by 15%. The remaining time ticks down, only 59 seconds left. Instant acceleration flashes before him as he moves, a blur of motion and intent. His eyes burn with a cold, blue intensity as he focuses on his target. "That's crazy," a voice exclaims, questioning how a fifth-floor challenger could possess so many skills. He lunges forward, a blue aura intensifying around him as he prepares his next attack. Swords clash in a burst of purple energy. The force of the blow sends shockwaves through the area. "Damn it," he thinks, the clash of swords fresh in his mind. "Since I'm on the 5th floor, the restrictions on my stats are severe." The armored knight advances, his blade crackling with energy. "Cook," the knight sputters, rage contorting his features. "You annoying barbarian." The knight's blade glows with an intense, furious energy. "Aura," he exclaims, a surge of energy emanating from him as he prepares to strike. A massive impact shakes the area as the knight unleashes his power. The knight's attack connects, a blinding flash erupting from the point of impact. The hero stares intently as the knight's attack lands, a silent exclamation hanging in the air. The knight's attack obliterates the ground. The hero is sent flying by the force of the knight's strike, realizing, "It'll be dangerous if I get hit by the aura skill since it's of high rank." Despite being sent flying, he thinks, "But my stats are better than his." Despite the force of the blow, he's confident he can avoid a critical hit. The real issue, he thinks, is something else entirely. That armor, he realizes, finally understanding the problem. The realization hits him, it's a high-rank equipment that I can't destroy with my current abilities. However, the cloaked figure moves with blinding speed, a blue energy blade crackling in his hand. The cloaked figure's blade clashes against his opponent's, a shockwave of energy erupting between them. If I continue to hit it, he thinks, the impact of their blades sending tremors through the air. The blades meet again, a blinding flash of light erupting from the point of impact. The clash explodes in a shower of sparks. The force of the blow sends shockwaves rippling outwards. Ugh! He groans, the force of the impact clearly taking its toll. Ugh! He groans, the pain evident in his voice. The sound of a brutal beating continues to ring out. Golden energy crackles around him as he struggles to comprehend the scene. What is this? He wonders aloud. A system message appears, Thundersword, C. When you hit a target, there is a 10% chance they will be paralyzed. Yes, this is it, he declares, the air crackling with energy around him. Golden energy erupts around the armored figure. The golden aura intensifies, but a pained ugh escapes him. A deafening brrrr sound fills the air. What is this? He wonders, as the golden aura swirls chaotically around him. The system displays the information, Thundersword, C. When you hit a target, there is a 10% chance they will be paralyzed. Another system notification appears, proficiency has increased due to the Thundersword, C. Yes, this is it, he declares, a surge of power coursing through him. The Thundersword crackles with energy as he grips it tightly, ready to unleash its power. The story continues with Chapter 14. A surge of power erupts from the armored figure, the force of it cracking the very air around him. The force of the eruption sends debris flying. Ki-ok. The armored figure groans, blood splattering as the hero stands over him. It would have been a pain if that armor had paralysis resistance, he thinks, his bright eyes reflecting the aftermath of the battle. But I'm glad this gamble paid off, he thinks, the battle's outcome seeming to justify his risky strategy. The armored knight groans, The armored knight groans in pain, the impact clearly taking its toll. Cook. In normal circumstances, I should have won, he gasps, struggling to catch his breath. Catching his breath, the armored knight struggles to comprehend the situation. How can a mere fifth-floor challenger have that many skills? The challenger stands over the defeated knight, a blade in hand. You're the careless one for trusting in your armor and your high-ranking skill. Standing over the fallen knight, the challenger declares, you're the careless one for trusting in your armor and your high-ranking skill. The challenger raises his sword, preparing the final blow. Let's finish this. The knight stammers, wait. I can give you answers to what you want to know. But the challenger coldly replies, I don't need it. His glowing eyes narrow, his expression hardening as he stares down at his opponent. The challenger's rage boils over, you damned barbarian. The challenger lunges, sword flashing in the dim light. The challenger's attack lands, a sickening thwok echoing as his blade finds its mark. A sinister grin spreads across his face. Blood splatters across the ground, the force of the blow evident. The challenger's clawed hand tightens, a crushing grip closing in. The crushing grip continues, the challenger's intent to dominate now undeniable. I'm gradually becoming numb when it comes to killing, he admits, the chilling words hanging in the air. However, if I feel uncomfortable every time I kill someone, that's a bigger problem, he realizes, the chilling thought echoing in the desolate landscape. Blood splatters across the ground as the battle continues. Suddenly, a system message appears, congratulations. You have completed the 5th floor of the Tower of Trials. A surge of purple energy explodes outwards. The purple energy intensifies, crackling around him. An exclamation hangs in the air as the purple energy continues to build. He lunges, sword drawn, as tendrils of dark energy reach out to absorb. The dark energy explodes outward. The system alerts him, he has absorbed the soul of the challenger, Kate Adrax. Another system notification chimes, proficiency has increased by 15%. The system then announces a new skill acquisition, the skill Soul Devour has been created. Phew! I almost couldn't absorb his soul, he admits, sweat beading on his brow. A red, swirling energy emanates from his hand as he speaks. A disembodied voice echoes, "If you die in another dimension, will you disappear?" Silence hangs in the air. Then, he wonders aloud, but why isn't the reward message popping up? Suddenly, a system notification appears, the difficulty. But the system's message doesn't end there. A second notification appears, the difficulty of this trial is not proportional to the rewards. And then, ominously, all rewards will be modified. The protagonist looks upward, a question forming in his mind as he considers the implications of the system's message. The system rewards him with a new skill, 3 lacerations, A. And then, another notification, you have obtained 7,500 points as. He also receives an additional 3,500 points. Oh, he exclaims, as the system replaces his C rank reward with a much better A rank reward. A realization dawns on him. Seeing just how much the original difficulty of this trial was changed shows how strong the intruder knight truly was. But to get an A-grade skill, amazing, he thinks, a chuckle escaping him. Suddenly, a system message appears, you will enter the lobby of the 6th floor. The message continues, adding that all injuries and status abnormalities will be restored. Challenger Han is ready. A system message confirms, Sunjin's information has been filled out in the leaderboard. Sunjin strides forward, a blue aura emanating from behind him. He grips his sword, ready for what awaits on the 6th floor. A low rumble echoes as he continues forward. Sunjin pauses, a thought occurring to him. Inventory. The inventory screen appears before him, displaying a sword, a suit of armor, and a broken shield. Suddenly, a message flashes, to think dimensional. Invasion exists. A chilling message hangs in the air as he sits alone, the weight of the revelation heavy on his shoulders. He remains seated, the weight of the message pressing down on him. A stark warning echoes, you can't let your guard down in the Tower of Trials. I really wanted to. The words begin, hinting at a deeper desire. His gaze hardens, resolve etched on his face. Save my question voucher till I reach the 8th floor. A screen appears, instructing him to write down his question, promising an administrator's answer. He possesses 5 question vouchers. He ponders his question, realizing, I should ask what a floor invasion exactly is, and he continues, wondering whether or not I can be alerted as soon as an invasion occurs. This should be good, he thinks, as a notification appears. The system confirms, your question has been sent. His eyes widen in anticipation as the screen flashes, a reply has arrived. Stunned, he wonders aloud, already? A response to his question has arrived far sooner than he anticipated. The screen displays the rules. A floor invasion is a system where you can invade a challenger's trial when it's within the first 10 classes. However, it warns, you cannot interfere with special trials such as a combined trial. A system message appears, this is a system you acquire on the 8th floor, meaning you cannot currently use it. This is a climbing breaker, the screen declares. A close-up reveals his intense gaze, focused on something ahead. His hand reaches out, seemingly to interact with the glowing triangle before him. As his hand nears the triangle, a system message flashes, you cannot receive information about this in your current floor. Another message appears, stating, only the first part of your question received a reply, so a question voucher will not be consumed. The screen displays a message suggesting a loophole. By asking a question followed by one he knows won't be answered, he can potentially get answers without using question vouchers. What, he mutters, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. It dawns on him, a question voucher isn't all-powerful. But I'm glad it didn't use up a question voucher, he thinks, relieved. He sits cross-legged, a blue screen hovering before him. He declares, let's use the awesome items I got on Earth. He calls up his inventory. A treasure chest appears before him. The treasure chest spills its contents, fragments of a shattered shield and a single, uncut gem. A system message appears, confirming he used Kroken's Magic Tower's restoration box to restore the secret of Hunter's shield. The system confirms the restoration box has been fully used. The secret of Hunter's shield now gleams, fully restored. Examining the now pristine shield, he remarks, "Oh, the performance of this box is better than I thought." The system announces, "You have used a cleaning stone." A surge of purple energy emanates from the stone in his hand. "I thought a cleaning stone was a waste of money," he admits. He adjusts his hair, a satisfied smirk playing on his lips. "But now that I've used it, it's really not a waste." Turing, a pleasant chime rings out. Turing, the system alerts him, the sixth floor trial begins in 1 hour and 12 minutes. Since there's still time, he muses, wondering, should I take a look at the trial leaderboard and the community board? Another tiring, confirms it, trial account. The fifth floor's leaderboard comes into view, but something seems off. He questions, clearly surprised by what he's seeing. His eyes widen in disbelief. "I'm third," he wonders aloud. "From 16th. I've gone up a lot in rank," he realizes, seeing his name now listed third on the leaderboard. He wonders if he's getting closer to obtaining the benefit of a continuous pioneer. "Well, I need to see what I get when I reach the 8th floor," he muses. A system message appears, "You have entered the community. Difficulty, hard." A chilling system message appears, advertising a psychological resistance skill that will aid in murder and pillaging. It continues, stating that possessing such a skill allows one to achieve things related to murder, pillaging, and betrayal, as well as receive great rewards. The current chats display a flurry of angry messages. "Fuck, stop looking for achievements related to murder, you motherfuckers. You're not human, you monsters." Another message demands, "Shut the fuck up, you're not even doing the trials for us and you're loud as fuck." The system messages continue to stir up controversy. "If you finished the 4th floor, then you'd have murdered someone, so why are you pretending to be pure?" another message reads. It continues, stating, "Murder achievements are the most efficient, are you stupid?" Suddenly, the word chaos flashes ominously as sinister red eyes appear in the darkness. He stands beneath the sinister eyes, a blue shard of light illuminating his face in the encroaching darkness. "Like it says, this place is just chaotic and disorderly," a voice echoes. "Just what is happening?" A system message appears, a psychological resistance skill which is being sold actively right now. The system warns that the psychological resistance skill, while negating psychological shock, is the same as a double-edged sword. It further cautions that relying on the skill to erase psychological pain will lead to future problems. His eyes widen in alarm. A sudden realization dawns. A new message flashes, "Everyone, did you all know that the bastard who gave us information about the 4th floor changed his nickname to Princess Sudi?" It continues, "Although it's just competition amongst the hunters. Aren't they in fact saying that they should kill him?" A chilling question is posed. The profile picture leers with a disturbing smile, its laughter echoing the implied threat. "He was the challenger that screwed up the mood in the 4th floor's lobby, right?" one message reads. Another responds, "I remember feeling like he purposely made everyone feel competitive." His eyes glowing with an eerie light, he questions, "Don't tell me, this time too?" The challenger pauses, a new name catching his attention. "Princess Sudi, he muses, a hint of intrigue in his voice. He reaches out to the screen, stating, "I'll remember the name for now." Suddenly, a system message appears, "Will you accept the 6th floor's trial?" A ringing sound echoes as a new screen appears, displaying a swirling blue energy. The screen clarifies the challenge, "Do you wish to challenge the 6th floor's trial?" it asks, before revealing the difficulty is hard. The objective? Conquering, all within a time limit of 50 minutes. The screen details the pass conditions: capture one of the surrounding tiles within the time limit. Failure means death, or running out of time. The screen pings, revealing the trial rewards, a randomly picked box. Failure, however, means death. He stares intently ahead, a blue aura emanating from him. A cacophony of cries fills the air. So it's the ocean, this time. He realizes, taking in the rigging and vast expanse of water. He breathes, a realization dawning on his face. A system message flashes, "Your teammate allocation has been completed." Another system message appears, this time with a clear directive: cooperate with your teammate and complete the trial. A portal shimmers into existence. Wait, hold on. A voice calls out, but the sound of footsteps echoes nearby. Staring at the portal, he wonders, why isn't my teammate coming out? A thought then strikes him, don't tell me they're sleeping. Ah, he cries out as a blade pierces through the portal. His eyes widen as he looks up, a bright light shining from above. The blade plunges downward with incredible speed. The blade descends, a blur of motion. The swordsman falls rapidly, his face contorted in a grimace as he hurtles toward his opponent. The spearhead rushes towards its target. Ha, he utters, a bead of sweat trickling down his face as he falls. He slides back, unable to stop the force of the blow. To think you're attacking your own teammate, he states, disbelief etched on his face. What are you doing? He asks, confronting the attacker. Crouching low, he curses under his breath, clearly in pain. You'd know what's going on if you looked at the community board, he retorts. His eyes glow with an eerie light as a disturbing message flashes before him, murdering is the easiest way to obtain achievements. The unsettling message lingers, the implications hanging heavy in the air. The protagonist stares down at his teammate, the axe held loosely in his hand. A question hangs in the air, heavy with implication, so, killing a teammate doesn't matter as long as you can obtain power? An angry voice retorts, ha! This bastard's acting all hypocritical. A sinister grin spreads across his face as he sneers, before you pretend to have a conscience, look around you. Ag! Wait, one of them cries out. A desperate plea follows, let's not do this, we're teammates. His teammates' pleas are cut short as the man declares, I'm not wrong. Blame the tower instead. A crazed grin spreads across his face as he sneers, hurry up and die so I can get my achievement. Ack, the teammate cries out, followed by a desperate plea, save me. The traitor's accusation rings out amidst the chaos. Now you understand, the traitor asks, his cruel laughter echoing across the battlefield as he stands over his fallen teammate. A sword is raised against a backdrop of blue sky. The blade strikes, drawing blood with a sickening heuk. Two figures plummet, blood spraying as they fall against the sky. At times like these, we need to combine our strength, one declares as they clasp hands. Below, the battle rages on. I'm really glad I met someone who thinks the same as me, he says, a glimmer of hope in his eyes as they plummet towards the battlefield. As they clasp hands, a voice reflects on the past, a horrific betrayal like that. A cold voice declares, they should have paid attention. A sinister grin spreads across his face. He continues, a mocking tone in his voice, I know, right. You should have paid attention, huh? His mocking words hang in the air as he plunges the sword deeper. Suddenly, a confused huh breaks the silence. A sinister grin spreads across his face, his red eyes gleaming. If you cluelessly shake my hand without a second thought, how are you going to grab your sword? A system notification appears, you have acquired the achievement Dirty Murderer. Immediately, a system notification chimes, durability has increased by 1. He stands over his fallen opponent, a sinister grin spreading across his face. The silence is broken by a sudden, ominous declaration, let's be honest, now. He continues, his voice laced with accusation, you also want the achievement, don't you? The fallen figure lies still on the platform, water swirling around him. A sinister grin spreads across the accuser's face. He finishes his accusation, his gaze unwavering. So stop being a hypocrite. Sword raised, he sees his chance. An opening. Die. The enemy lunges, blade aimed directly at him. The blade flashes towards him, a deadly strike aimed true. The enemy's sword falls from his grasp as the protagonist counters with a swift strike of his own. Ki-ak. He chokes, blood spilling from his mouth. Stunned, he wonders, how can he move like that? Suddenly, a system notification appears, you have acquired the achievement Traitor. Immediately after, another system message appears, strength has increased by 1. Another notification immediately follows, agility has increased by 1. A slight smirk plays on his lips as he looks off into the distance, his eyes glowing with newfound power. His gaze hardens, the word weak echoing in his mind. He finds himself on a long staircase. A special trial, a combined trial, huh? Although these words are broad. A sharp TSK echoes as he surveys his surroundings. His sword glints in the dim light, the floor stained with what appears to be blood. A cold declaration echoes, this trial is no different from an event to me. He thinks to himself that, on top of everything, this trial could increase his unique traits proficiency, and if he's lucky, it could even be an amazing event where he gets a skill. He resolves, I won't go out of my way to kill other challengers. He continues, but I also won't ignore the ones who come at me first. His icy blue eyes narrow, a steely resolve hardening his gaze. A surge of power erupts. The power intensifies, a blinding light erupting from him. Boundless Necromancer. The title card appears, Chapter 15. Chapter 15 begins as a surge of power emanates from his outstretched hand. Iron Dome, he shouts, a shimmering barrier erupting around him. The barrier flares with power, ready to defend against any incoming attack. The shimmering dome expands, a powerful defense against the looming threat. A maniacal laugh echoes as he declares, this trial is made for someone like me who knows how to use water attribute magic. The attack slams into the dome, shaking it violently. The dome shatters under the force of the attack. A voice cries out in disbelief, huh? The dome is gone, leaving only a trail of destruction in its wake. Water explodes as the attack continues its descent. He leaps into the air, drawing his sword as he prepares to strike. The dark energy hurtles downward, aimed directly at him. His eyes blaze with a fierce, unwavering determination. A bead of sweat trickles down his face as he wonders, who's this crazy bastard? A blinding explosion erupts as the figure unleashes a devastating attack. The force of the blast sends shards of ice and debris flying in all directions. Amidst the chaos, a sinister laugh echoes, ha! His face contorted in rage, he shouts, this is a bulletproof iron dome, you son of a bitch. The dome shatters around him as he lunges forward, dagger in hand. The dome's destruction sends shards flying as he screams in disbelief. He continues his attack, moving in a blur of motion. The force of the blow sends him sprawling. His opponent lies defeated, sprawled on the ground. That was a little cruel, but if I do this? He thinks, his next move uncertain. The defeated opponent, now regaining his footing, eyes the protagonist warily. Is he a rancor? I'm going somewhere else, he thinks, clearly intimidated. Monster-like bastard. He turns and flees, desperate to escape the protagonist's overwhelming power. I can instill fear into the other challengers, he thinks, a chilling confidence resonating in his words. To be honest, I do want achievements, but I don't want to commit unnecessary murder, he thinks, his words revealing a surprising moral compass amidst the brutal challenge. The system displays a progress report, capturing the tile is in progress. A new system message appears, warning, if a member from another team steps on the tile, capturing will be stopped. The system then warns, prevent your enemies from capturing your tiles. The clock is ticking, only 9 minutes and 59 seconds remain. He sits amidst fallen enemies, his sword lying beside him. I just need to endure 10 minutes on this tile, he thinks, steeling himself for the remaining time. The text reveals a crucial detail, the high-ranking challengers who didn't use a return stone on the 5th floor. Looking up, he wonders, must have already finished the 6th floor, since they challenged this floor immediately after, right? He muses that the low rank of most challengers around him might be why this is easy. The 6th floor's trial had clearly left its mark, prompting him to reflect on many things. Distrusting others, and the reality of low-ranking challengers, were among them. The Tower of Trial's gloominess hangs heavy in the air. The aftermath of the 6th floor trial is a scene of carnage. Blood stains the ground where several challengers lie defeated. His piercing gaze hardens as he declares, but misplaced compassion is real hypocrisy. He continues, stating that even if he spared those who challenged him and sent them away, someone will die. Suddenly, a system alert flashes, someone has invaded your tile, so capturing has been halted. He looks up, a flicker of surprise in his eyes as the system message appears above him. A sudden tremor shakes the area, and he can only utter a questioning question mark. Before him, a group of armored figures appears, their presence adding to the growing sense of unease. A powerful impact shakes the area. A sinister chuckle breaks the silence. He, what a stunned expression. The figure looms over them, posing a question. You're thinking, why are 4 people here when it's a 2-person team trial, right? The man continues, posing a question that hangs heavy in the air. You're thinking, why are 4 people here when it's a 2-person team trial, right? The man's statement drips with disdain. It's obvious just by looking at you. The man reveals the grim truth: 4 gangsters have created a murderer party to get achievements. A sinister smile plays on his lips as the man reveals the horrifying truth. Correct, you're aware, the man says, his sinister smile widening. As you've said. His sinister smile vanishes, replaced by a cold fury. Die, you fucking bastard, he snarls. The ground shatters beneath an unseen force. 2 armored figures leap into the air, weapons ready. The 2 men below stand their ground as the assault begins. A blur of motion, he lunges forward, dagger aimed with deadly precision. He unleashes a surge of dark energy, teeth bared in fury. The air crackles with energy as the words "heart solidarity" appear. He pauses, a sudden realization dawning on his face. The system message clarifies, due to the unique trait, heart solidarity. The system message blares, Kim Jin-hyun's pain will be shared with Han Sun-yoon. A blade, wreathed in ominous purple energy, descends. A desperate cry rings out, hey! The blade pierces through, a guttural HEUK, escaping the victim. Another pained grunt, KUK, echoes as the attack lands. Eyes blazing, he unleashes a torrent of pink energy. The metallic weapon swings down, poised to strike. As the weapon descends, the skill pain resistance activates. As the blow lands, a system message appears: all types of pain have been reduced by 15%. The impact sends shockwaves through the area. The armored figure descends, shield raised, ready to strike. With a cry, he brings his shield down upon his opponent. The impact sends shockwaves rippling outwards. His eyes glow with an intense blue light as he braces for the oncoming attack. A system message appears: you have touched the water from the trial. But what does sea water mean? A system message flashes: strength has decreased by 10. Another system message appears: stamina has decreased by 10. The trial is clearly taking its toll. Now, a penalty time of 2 minutes and 59 seconds is imposed. Water streams down his face as he wonders, there was such a penalty for touching the water. The 2 clash, swords meeting with a resounding clang. The force of the blow sends them hurtling through the air. This is... a voice begins to say. The worst, the voice finishes, as the warrior unleashes a devastating blow. He stands tall, the devastating blow now fully unleashed. If I was a normal challenger, that is, he declares, a chilling undercurrent in his voice. A figure in black clashes with another, the impact sending shockwaves through the air. This is... the text declares, as the clash sends several figures flying. The text booms, the worst. The force of the clash sends another wave of combatants sprawling. The figure stands amidst the chaos, seemingly unfazed by the devastation surrounding him. His eyes glow with an unnatural light as the challenger declares, if I was a normal challenger, that is. A sinister grin spreads across his face, revealing teeth far too sharp. His sword descends with terrifying speed, a green energy blade slicing through the air. The green blade crashes down, a strike aimed with deadly precision. The green energy blade connects, the force of impact sending tremors through the air. The plan of stealing the weapons to lower their stats as much as possible was quite good, he muses, a slight smile playing on his lips. However, he continues, you guys made a grave mistake. The world blurs as he unleashes a devastating attack. His hands glow with crimson energy as the devastating attack surges forward. You chose. He begins, his words hanging ominously in the air as the attack connects. The wrong opponent. His chilling pronouncement echoes as the attack lands. The force of the blow sends shockwaves rippling outwards. A massive energy signature erupts, dwarfing the 2 figures below. A collective gasp escapes them, the sheer force of the energy palpable. Suddenly, a system notification appears: you have acquired the achievement 1 hit, 1 kill. Amidst the dissipating energy, a new system message appears: the skill Extinction of the Weak, F, has been created. Standing over his fallen opponent, the protagonist has clearly won. From the ground, the defeated man can only utter one word: fuck. The system displays the details of the new skill, Extinction of the Weak, F. Its effect? If any of the user's stats are higher than the opponent's, the user's strength will increase proportionally. The bald warrior lunges forward, sword raised high. Die, you son of a bitch, he yells. As the warrior attacks, a system message appears that enemy stats are lower than the user's. As the warrior attacks, a new message appears: skill Extinction of the Weak has been activated. Following the activation of the skill, a system message appeared: strength has increased by 1. With the skill activated and strength increased, the warrior's attack connects with devastating force. His eyes burn with intensity as he prepares for the next strike. He delivers a powerful kick, sending his opponent reeling backward. The knight cries out as the protagonist's attack connects with his shield. He follows through with a devastating downward strike. The blow lands, a spray of blood erupting from the knight's position. The force of the blow reverberates. A system notification chimes: he has acquired the achievement Merciless Murderer. A sinister grin spreads across his face, his blue eyes gleaming with chilling satisfaction. Another system notification appears: his agility has increased by 1 point. The armored knight crashes down, defeated. The knight's shield shatters as he is sent sprawling. Sweat drips down his face, a grimace of frustration twisting his features. Ugh! He groans, the sound of impact echoing around him. A figure looms over him, their shadow falling ominously across his fallen form. What should we do now? One asks, his voice laced with fear. Another suggests, shall we attack him together? Looking up, the figure is revealed against the sky. He moves in a blur, striking with incredible speed. An exclamation punctuates the sudden darkness. His eyes glow with an eerie light, a feral grin spreading across his face. A sharp impact rings out as he's struck. Ugh! He's sent flying backwards, blood spraying as he collides with an unseen force. He lands hard, bracing himself against the impact. Red energy crackles around his hand. He realizes, we're basically sharing pain, but, thankfully, it doesn't deal me actual damage. He grits his teeth, realizing, the only issue is that pain is restricting my movements. A furious outburst erupts: you fucking bastard! His rage intensifies as he screams, can you still call yourself a bloody human? The scene shows the aftermath: blood splatters the ground near a fallen figure. His eyes glow with fury as he lunges forward, blade aimed directly at the viewer. Go away, you bastard, he shouts, the blade hurtling towards the viewer. The blade finds its mark as someone cries out, stop. Another figure watches the scene unfold. Ugh! If you come any closer, I'm going to slit this idiot's throat, he threatens, his eyes burning with rage. Despite the injury, he manages to move, thinking, thanks to the pain resistance skill, I can still move. Despite the skill, he realizes, but it's still hard to maneuver. Despite the difficulty, he grits his teeth, resolving, as expected, this is the only way. With the heart solidarity, he declares, pushing forward. He declares, with the heart solidarity, I'm going to kill the other challengers quickly. Blood splatters as he pushes forward with renewed resolve. With blinding speed, he launches himself forward. A fierce battle cry erupts as he unleashes his power. Oh, oh, oh. The sounds of impact reverberate. He grits his teeth, bracing against the unseen force. The impact sends blood splattering across his face, his eyes wide with pain. He cries out, recoiling from the attack. Ugh! The force of the blow throws him to his knees amidst a cloud of dust and blood. He thinks, if I don't do it now, there won't be another chance. He lunges forward, a desperate attack fueled by the thought that this is his only chance. Their blades clash, the impact echoing across the battlefield. Water explodes around them as the fighters continue their battle on the ship. The clash of their weapons creates a deafening roar. Blades meet with a burst of light. A sudden exclamation punctuates the intense struggle. A chilling thought surfaces, the feeling of slitting the throat is so thrilling. A sinister chuckle escapes him. Would you like to experience it too? He asks, his unsettling question hanging heavy in the air. A stark realization hits, I'm screwed. A grimace contorts his face as the chilling realization dawns. I'm screwed. A red blade flashes, poised to strike. The blade descends, stained crimson. His eyes glow with a chilling light as the strike lands. The victim's perspective shows the fatal blow. Fuck, he utters as the world turns upside down. The attacker stands tall, his blade dripping as his victim falls. Standing over his fallen opponent, he gains a new achievement. You have acquired the achievement Ironblood Climber. Following his victory, a system message appears. You have obtained 1,500 points. A system alert blares. Time limit has been reached, the system announces, followed by another alert. You have captured the tile. With the tile captured, a wave of relief washes over them. We survived, one shouts, pumping his fist in the air. Another exclaims, we did it. But the celebration is cut short by a disgusted voice, hey, that's gross. But a darker question arises, was it the instigation of someone that led so many to get murder achievements at the trial's start? We survived, he cries, raising his sword in triumph. His companion leaps for joy beside him. Ultimately, those who persevered as a team were the ones who emerged victorious. Despite the victory, a shadow crosses his face. Of course. He mutters, his expression troubled. A voice declares, there were exceptions. Covered in blood, he cries out, I didn't do anything wrong. His voice rising, he continues, the one at fault is the bastard who got killed. His red eye blazing, a new thought surfaces, in other people's eyes. His eyes glowing red, he wonders, do I look like a monster? His body is covered in blood, the question hanging heavy in the air. A system message appears, congratulations. You have completed the 6th floor of the Tower of Trials. Rewards are granted for completing the floor. A system message announces that a random gacha box, B, has been sent to his inventory, along with 8,000 points. A final system message appears, announcing, you will be moved to the lobby. With a final whoosh, he's transported away. The world dissolves into a swirl of blue light. The blue light fades, replaced by a scene of carnage and destruction. System messages flash, the souls of Lee Songjun, Kim Jinhyun, and Song Jinwook have been absorbed. Another system message appears, the soul of player Han Seokjun has been absorbed. He clenches his fist, a surge of dark red energy emanating from his hand, accompanied by a resounding OK. System notifications chime, his unique trait, necromancy, has reached 100% proficiency and increased in rank. Whoa, flashes on the screen as necromancy rises to D rank. Another system notification blares, whoa. Necromancy has risen to D rank. Another system message appears, you have entered the lobby of the 7th floor. The lobby of the 7th floor is revealed, its walls lined with geometric patterns. Suddenly, a portal of blue flames erupts into existence. Suddenly, a system message appears, achievement viewing function has been activated. He wonders aloud, achievement viewing? The system displays a list of achievements, from S rank, the first returner, down to F rank, where there are currently none. Oh. S rank, he exclaims, realizing, I knew the first returner wasn't an ordinary achievement. He wonders, should I look at the details? His finger hovers over the screen. The screen displays rank, C for the achievement, 1 hit, 1 kill. As a reward, he's obtained the skill Extinction of the Weak, F. The screen now reads rank, E for the achievement Merciless Murderer. The screen displays that, for continuously killing challengers without hesitation, agility has increased by 1. A thoughtful follows. Now Ironblood Climber is unlocked, raising his rank to D. The screen states that this achievement was earned for defeating 5 or more challengers in the trial, rewarding him with 1,500 points. I got a lot of achievements because I murdered people, he observes. And when you get them? The screen then displays that, as a reward, the skill Extinction of the Weak, F, has been obtained. The screen indicates that he also receives a variety of rewards like skills, stats, and points. It then prompts him to check his inventory. A random gacha box, B, appears, promising a guaranteed item inside. The screen then indicates that the gacha box guarantees an item from F to B rank. A random gacha box, he muses. The reward from the 6th floor, it seems, is a bit ambiguous. He eyes the gacha box with a hint of skepticism. I shouldn't expect much since the item will be in the range from F to B rank. He reaches for the gacha box, deciding, let's just get whatever there is and proceed with absorbing the souls. A blinding light erupts as the gacha box opens. The sudden light startles him, and he exclaims in surprise. A green blur shoots out of the gacha box, accompanied by a loud bang. SFX, Shah. A small, green goblin appears, its expression surprisingly fierce, and it utters a defiant keek. The protagonist stares at the small goblin, a speech bubble showing his confusion, Stuttering in disbelief, he asks, W.H. Watts. That, he finishes, a bead of sweat trickling down his face as he stares in disbelief. The protagonist then questions, am I supposed to catch it? He finishes, staring at the diminutive green creature before him. It chirps, key. The title card flashes, Boundless Necromancer. The story continues with Chapter 17. Chapter 17 begins, and the necromancer lunges forward, his hand outstretched. The air crackles with energy as he casts his spell. The spell manifests, and a small, green creature appears, spinning rapidly in the air. The creature vanishes in a burst of speed. The man is sent flying backwards from the force. He slams against the wall, the impact sending smaller creatures flying. The force of the impact sends a shockwave rippling outwards. The force of the blow reverberates with a deafening roar. He slams the creature down with brutal force. A triumphant grin spreads across his face. Ha! I caught you. The creature lets out a pained roar. The creature, now firmly in his grasp, glares back with furious yellow eyes. He reels back, a visible shock registering on his face. The creature lands heavily, a visible impact shaking the ground around it. It lunges forward, its tusks bared in a menacing display. I was going easy on you because you're cute, he says, a sinister grin spreading across his face as red energy crackles around him. The grin widens as he declares, but now I'll go all out. He launches himself forward, fist outstretched, directly at his opponent. He slides across the floor, kicking up dust as he closes the distance. A dismissive humph escapes him, his bright blue eye gleaming with determination. A small goblin floats before him, a look of annoyance etched on its face as the hero approaches. The hero is sent flying backwards, crashing to the ground. An exclamation hangs in the air as a dark force descends upon him. He plunges downwards, a determined glint in his eye. His fist hurtles downwards, a devastating blow about to land. The force of his blow distorts the very air around him. The blow lands, registering as a critical hit. The impact reverberates. The goblin reels, its head visibly damaged. The goblin explodes into fragments. A single necklace remains intact amidst the debris, as a system message flashes, congratulations. The system announces, you have obtained an item of the best rank from the random gacha box. Despite the system's congratulations and the best rank designation, he questions, a B rank item? His expression reflects his disappointment. The B rank item is revealed, a pendant with a crystalline, glowing core. The system identifies it as a wrought iron pendant, B, imbued with the soul of a lifelong blacksmith. It increases metallurgy and sword skill effects by 7%. Furthermore, using magic power will activate the exclusive effect, Iron's Protection, with no cooldown if magic power is continuously used. The pendant hums with power in his hand. Iron's Protection, he wonders, gazing at the pendant in his hand as it glows with a faint blue light. The pendant continues to glow. The pendant still radiates a blue light as he declares, "Let's try it out." A chime rings out. The system announces, the exclusive skill of the wrought iron pendant, iron protection, has been activated. The system message clarifies, his skin now absorbs 10% of all physical damage. A surge of energy emanates from the pendant in his hand. He utters a surprised "oh" as the energy swirls around him. Sword skill effects have increased by 7%, and 10% of all physical damage will now be absorbed. This is much better than most A-rank items. The item is revealed to be overpowered, boasting both attack and defense properties. He smiles, holding the necklace up. I didn't expect much. His expectations were exceeded. But I got a freaking amazing item. He pauses, a confused "huh" escaping his lips. A system message flashes, all your magic power has been consumed. Another system message appears. The exclusive skill of the wrought iron pendant, iron protection, has been deactivated. With his magic gone and his iron protection deactivated, a bead of sweat trickles down his face. Ugh, he groans, realizing, this exclusive effect that drains magic power like crazy. He clutches the glowing crystal at his neck, resolving, I should save my magic power and only use this during important moments. Now, next. He declares, moving forward. He pauses, a thought striking him. Should I check the unique trait that has advanced to D rank? A system notification appears, will you enter the trial on the 7th floor? A system notification suddenly appears, asking, will you enter the trial on the 7th floor? A bead of sweat trickles down his face as he stares intently, considering the offer. Ha! What? He exclaims, clearly taken aback by something. The hero questions, don't I need to wait in order to challenge the next trial? He contemplates, thinking, if I can challenge the trial more quickly, then I'm all for it. But he wonders, is that the same for everyone? A chime rings out. The system announces, you have entered the community. Difficulty, hard. Another chime echoes as the tower's spirit speaks, guys, do you know that the waiting time? For the trial is gone, the tower's spirit finishes, leaving the group to wonder what this means for their challenge. A voice declares, I knew it, everyone's wait time has disappeared. An admin replies, aren't you a little late? The tower's spirit retorts, isn't it quite important? You'll get more benefits if you enter the tower faster, you know? Ha, that's only for the high-ranking guys. Nothing really changes for us, one voice confidently states. Another agrees, questioning, what's the point of taking away prep time when it takes us a few days to prepare? The tower's spirit then realizes, they're suddenly backstabbing us. But well, that's true. It's the same for me being here and returning home. It seems no one has noticed that the wait time has disappeared. Meanwhile, a figure observes the situation, realizing, they aren't really interested in the pioneer benefits and just seem to want to go home. Is it because they're mostly low-ranking challengers, he wonders, then continues, besides. The atmosphere here is completely different from the 6th floor, a voice observes. Another chimes in, the bastards who were selling mental resistance skills, you guys are freaking scary. Your craze for points has turned normal people into killing machines. The murdering maniacs are probably all staying quiet. A voice echoes, as the crowd of challengers remains eerily still. The silence is broken by a new announcement, since the next trial is an individual one, there's nothing to gain by standing out. A chilling thought surfaces, I should be careful of the murdering maniacs who killed their teammates without hesitation. And more importantly, the thought continues, hanging in the air with unspoken dread. The hero's resolve hardens. No matter what, I need to increase my unwavering skill. He clenches his fist, a surge of power emanating from his hand. An announcement booms, now, let's have a look at necromancy, which is now a D-rank trait because of the 6th floor. The system displays his unique trait, necromancy, now a D rank with 0% proficiency. Absorbing souls of the dead can enhance stats and magic power. Reading the system's explanation, he learns an additional effect of necromancy, you can use a soul to protect your physical body. A confused, escapes him. His blue eyes widen as he wonders, did the basic effect become a little more specific? He realizes, previously, it felt like only my basic stats were being enhanced. A level up notification appears as his body glows with newfound power, each muscle visibly enhanced. Magic power restoration and a shield are now among his enhanced abilities. He realizes he can now use souls for magic power or a shield. He had hoped his chances of absorbing a skill would increase, but it didn't happen. Still, he acknowledges, I did need a defense ability though. SFX, boom. Boom. The force of the impact sends tremors through the air. The weapon pierces through the air with incredible speed. The attack hurtles downwards, aimed directly at his outstretched hand. He prepares to meet the incoming attack head-on, declaring, let's test how great the soul shield is. He braces himself, knowing the risks. Well, even if my arm gets cut off, I still have the lobby's recovering effect. The attack hurtles towards him, a blur of speed and force. The whirling blades close in. He throws a punch, his fist rocketing towards the unseen enemy. The punch connects, a resounding impact echoing as the blades are deflected. The air crackles with dark energy as a barrage of crimson blades descends. He counters the crimson blades with a swirling barrier of his own power. The soul absorbed the user's injury. SFX, Ting. Another soul is gone, the soul of player Song Jinwook has disappeared. The number of possessed souls drops to 3 out of 30. The sword glows with a crimson light as it plunges downward. The blade strikes, a burst of crimson energy erupting on impact. His eyes widen as he utters a soft, oh. A sinister smile spreads across his face. It's better than I thought, huh? A chilling realization dawns on him. I shouldn't absorb all the souls. He decides, it's better to leave some to use as shields. The screen displays, number of possessed souls 3/30. The words, trial leaderboard appear before him. The leaderboard for the 6th trial appears. Kim Sung-hoon holds the top spot with an SS rank, while Frog is in 6th place with an A-. He mutters, 4th, huh? I ranked down by 1. It's a shame, but that's not important, he thinks, refocusing on his primary goal. I just need to be within the top 50 to be a pioneer. He sighs, admitting, testing things in the lobby is getting boring. He stands on what appears to be a desolate plain, declaring, since the wait time is gone. Shall I go to the next trial, he asks, a surge of blue energy swirling around him. The blue energy intensifies, swirling into a vortex that seems to pull him into the next phase. With a ringing sound, he's transported to the next level, the 7th floor. The 7th floor trial is about to begin, the system announces. The difficulty is set to hard, and the subject of the trial is verification. He has 40 minutes remaining. The system displays the trial's parameters. He must complete 3 trials before time runs out. Failure means death or running out of time. A reward for completion, the skill wins grace, is offered. But the penalty for failure is stark, death. He finds himself in a torchlit corridor, the path ahead shrouded in shadow. Huh, he mutters, a question hanging in the air. He finds himself in a corridor. But then he realizes, this is completely different from the previous trials. Suddenly, a deafening crash echoes around him. The source of the sound reveals itself, massive structures loom overhead, adorned with torches that cast an eerie light. It's annoying that I can't feel anything, he thinks, his words laced with frustration. A sudden escapes him as his gaze is drawn down a long, torchlit corridor. A sudden, powerful impact rocks the corridor, accompanied by a sharp exclamation. The force of the blow sends him flying backwards through the air. The sound of something shattering echoes as he continues to hurtle backwards. A chime rings out as a message appears, you have entered the area of the first trial. Please prove that you have overcome your fear. The impact sends him careening into a rocky outcropping. Struggling to regain his bearings, he utters a confused, huh. His eyes widen, a flicker of blue light intensifying within them as he questions, this is. His unfinished question hangs in the air, the scene dissolving into a bright, cloud-filled sky. The bright sky gives way to a vast, desolate desert landscape. The sky fades as he plummets downward, the sound of rushing wind filling his ears. As he plummets, a realization hits him. I knew it. The ground rushes up to meet him, the impact imminent. He slams into the ground, a cloud of dust erupting around him. He rises slowly, looking up towards whatever forced him to the ground. He recognizes the looming threat, a sand golem. Suddenly, a system message appears. This area is a reproduction of the tutorial trial. Above, the system message reiterates the completion conditions: complete 3 trials before the time is up. It dawns on him, this must be the tutorial trial. The system is forcing him to repeat trials he's already completed. To be honest, I can defeat the sand golem with my eyes closed now. He thinks. Does that mean I'll be able to go to the 8th floor quickly? He pauses, tilting his head slightly. He wonders, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. The sand golem reforms, towering over him once more. Only a small portion of the sand golem is visible. The golem looms, its immense size dwarfing the hero. Has the sand golem? The thought trails off, leaving a question hanging in the air. The sand golem towers over everything, sand cascading from its massive form. Staring up at the sand golem, he exclaims, always been this huge? The sand golem looms, its immense size dwarfing everything in its path. Dust explodes across the barren landscape. Amidst the chaos, a figure flies through the air. Has the sand golem? He lands hard, staring up at the sand golem. Always been this huge, he wonders aloud. Dust billows. The sand golem towers over him, even larger than before. I think it's 3 times as big. He mutters, awestruck. A sinister escapes him, his eyes gleaming with a strange light. The title card appears, Boundless Necromancer, Episode 18. The scene shifts, showing a crumbling structure, perhaps a temple, with the telltale signs of rapid movement. The air cracks with the sound of something moving at incredible speed. An earth golem towers over the landscape, its eyes glowing with an ominous light. The hero prepares to face the golem, summoning a glowing shield and spear of pure energy. The hero's challenge echoes through the battlefield. Yeah, let's fight. The hero launches himself forward, spear aimed directly at the colossal golem. A cloud of dust explodes as the hero's spear strikes its target. He continues his charge, the impact sending debris flying. His piercing blue eyes lock onto something ahead. A colossal golem, its eyes glowing with an eerie light, rises to meet him. He slashes downwards, his blade kneading the golem's colossal form. The golem shatters under the force of the blow, pieces of rock flying in all directions. How strange. He muses, gazing at the scene upside down. The hero realizes, I don't see the core stone, which is the vital point of the sand golem. The hero's realization hangs in the air as he surveys the shattered remains. The hero wonders if the core stone is deeper within the golem's body because of its size. A powerful strike shatters the remaining pieces of the sand golem. The golem explodes into countless pieces. The shattered remains of the golem rain down. His eyes widen, a sharp intake of breath preceding an exclamation. He leaps back, narrowly avoiding the golem's crumbling remains. The golem explodes into fragments, rock shards flying in all directions. The golem's destruction sends a shockwave of dust and debris outwards. Energy crackles around the golem's shattered remains. The sound echoes amidst the dissipating energy. He cries out, the sound piercing the lingering energy. He braces himself, a glowing 06 shimmering above as he prepares to strike. The blow lands with earth-shattering force. He lunges forward, a chilling threat escaping his lips. If that doesn't work, then I'll just slice you up. A barrage of rocks explodes toward his opponent. The golem absorbs the blow, rocks exploding from its massive form. He moves in a blur, his sword aimed directly at the golem. The golem shatters into pieces, the force of the blow sending rocks flying. The golem's remains crumble further, its glowing eyes fading. I knew it, slicing sand with a knife, he thinks, his blue eyes narrowed. He steels himself, resolving, I need to find the core stone no matter what, and destroy it. The golem explodes, sending fragments flying in all directions. I just made it angrier. Shit, he realizes, the golem reforming before his eyes. The golem towers over him, reforming with glowing eyes. He's sent flying back by a powerful blast. The force of the golem's attack explodes outward. He looks up, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. Huh, he mutters in disbelief. A powerful shockwave rips through the air. The earth cracks and splinters as a colossal figure of stone rises. He stands firm amidst the swirling dust and debris. The colossal figure continues to rise. Sword in hand, he charges forward through the dust cloud, exclaiming, "That's crazy." Eyes wide with determination, he realizes, dodging isn't the problem. He thinks, if it falls like that. He considers, the massive weight bearing down, if it falls like that. The massive stone golem descends, its glowing eyes fixed on its target. He braces himself, sword in hand, as the golem's massive fist hurtles toward him. He's sent flying backwards from the force of the blow, a look of shock on his face. The force of the impact sends him hurtling skyward, a plume of dust erupting from the ground below. The ground explodes outwards, consumed by a swirling vortex of dust and debris. The vortex intensifies, obscuring everything within a blinding cloud. The swirling dust continues to rise, the force of the impact sending debris flying in all directions. The dust cloud begins to settle, revealing a massive crater at the point of impact. Embedded in the crater, he struggles to rise, clutching his sword. Despite the impact, a sinister grin spreads across his face. Ha ha! I'm pissed. The force of the blow sends him sprawling. He slides back, kicking up a cloud of dust as he struggles to regain his footing. He steadies himself, gripping his glowing blades tightly. A colossal stone golem appears, its eyes glowing with ominous light. He stands firm amidst the crumbling ruins, facing forward. 3 lacerations, a voice declares. His eyes glow with an intense light, a surge of energy crackling around him. The skill, 3 lacerations, activates. Using magic, the next 3 sword attacks will be enhanced, multiplying the sword's cutting power by 1.5, 2.0, and then 2.5 after each strike. With a resounding crash, the enhanced blade shatters the rock formation. He soars through the air, the magic-enhanced blade leaving a trail of blue energy in its wake. The rock golem crumbles, pieces falling away as its glowing eyes fade. Dust explodes outwards as the golem shatters. He lands amidst the shattered remains, twin blades still glowing. His bright eyes narrow, focused on something ahead. A voice booms, "I cut it in one go." The armored figure stands, a blade dripping with dark energy held aloft. "I was frustrated when my floor was invaded," he declares. A sinister grin spreads across his face. "But should I now thank the night that invaded my floor?" he muses. Despite the golem's ability to regenerate with sand, he realizes, "I still need to continue slicing it up in order to find the core stone nut." Dust and debris explode outward. The golem advances, unfazed. "Okay, keep regenerating." The golem remains standing amidst the destruction. The golem declares, "I'll cut you." Again and again, the golem repeats, its blade flashing with blue energy. The golem reiterates its intent with unwavering resolve, as many times as it takes. The golem's relentless assault continues, his gaze unwavering amidst the debris. The golem's attack sends rocks and debris flying. The golem's relentless assault continues, sending a shower of rock fragments and dust into the air. Catching his breath, he grits his teeth, sweat dripping down his face. "It's persistent," he mutters, his frustration mounting. "Where the hell is its core stone?" Suddenly, his eyes widen, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. "Ha," he utters, something catching his attention. The golem looms, its stone eyes glowing menacingly as it speaks. "You." It rumbles, its voice a deep tremor in the air. The golem's deep voice continues, now with a surprising twist. "When did you get this cute?" it asks, its tone a stark contrast to its menacing appearance. The golem's glowing eyes remain fixed, its expression unreadable even as it poses the bizarre question. The golem's cheeks flush a bright red as it processes the unexpected compliment. It thinks to itself, first time being called cute. While sand is the golem's main resource, it seems that it can't continuously use it in this environment. An arrow points down to the golem, possibly indicating its resource depletion. So that's why it's this small now. The reason for the golem's diminished size is finally revealed. Then, that means the protagonist's realization hangs in the air. "Alright, golem," he taunts, a sinister grin spreading across his face. "Want to go on a diet with me?" The golem's eyes glow with an ominous light as it prepares to strike. The golem lunges, its massive jaws opening wide. The golem's attack shatters the building behind its target. The golem's attack connects, sending its target flying through the air amidst a cloud of dust and debris. The hero recovers quickly, leaping back into the fray, sword drawn. The golem retaliates with a crushing blow, its massive fist descending toward the hero. The golem's fist slams down, kicking up a cloud of dust and debris. Gritting his teeth, the hero braces for the impact. The hero is surrounded by a web of crystalline shards as the golem's attack shatters the environment. The golem's attack connects, sending the hero flying through the air amidst a storm of dust and debris. The landscape is devastated, a testament to the golem's raw power. Roar. The golem's eyes glow with menacing intensity as it prepares to unleash its power. Dust swirls as the golem unleashes a powerful surge of energy. The golem's immense weight shifts as it plants its feet, preparing for its next move. The golem's single eye glows menacingly, its gaze fixed on its unseen target. A low growl rumbles from the golem. Suddenly, the golem declares, "I found it." The golem's discovery is revealed, it's on its back. The golem reflects on the difficulty of the task, realizing it was hard to slice his body because it was too thick, but to think it's there. Looking up at the sky, he wonders, did it take me 10 minutes to get to this point? Gripping his sword, he realizes the 7th floor's trial only lasts 40 minutes. I should hurry. Suddenly, a massive object hurtles toward him. The massive object crashes down, forcing him to raise his sword in defense. Deflecting the attack with his sword, he hears a taunt, "You've gotten quicker after going on a diet?" The attack slams into him, but he remains standing. "How amusing," he retorts. The taunting continues, "I wanted to play with you for a little longer." He continues, "But I don't have time." The stone golem's eyes glow ominously. His sword plunges into the golem's glowing core with a resounding strike. The golem erupts in a burst of energy. Dust and debris fill the air as the golem crumbles. The golem shatters into pieces, red crystals scattering across the ground. With the golem destroyed, a system message appears, "You have proved that you have overcome your fear." A figure plunges downward, a blade aimed directly at a glowing red structure. The blade strikes, the impact echoing with a resounding crack. The red structure shatters, fragments flying in all directions. The destruction unleashes a wave of energy. The system displays a new message, "You have proved that you have overcome your fear." The system announces, "The first trial has ended." The area fades to white. The title, "Boundless Necromancer," blazes across the screen in fiery hues. The screen displays the title card for the next chapter, Chapter 19. Having overcome the obstacle, he exhales in relief. Phew! Dust explodes outwards. A blinding flash erupts. Amidst the light, a figure stands tall, a sword glinting in their hand. "Nice, the golem's soul," he exclaims, his bright blue eyes gleaming. His eyes narrow, focusing intently on the light before him. The golem's soul is extracted, accompanied by a pained cry. A burst of energy erupts outward. He reaches out, his face contorted in a scream as the energy surges around him. Suddenly, a system message appears, "You have failed to extract the soul." His hand clenches in frustration as the system message confirms his failure. Fuck. So annoying, he curses through gritted teeth. Frustration boils over. Despite his frustration, a new system message appears, "You will now be entering the area of the second trial." The system message looms large, "Prove that you have overcome your own wisdom." The trial begins, and he's immediately met with a bizarre sight. A defeated monster lies at his feet, prompting a confused, huh? He looks around, a dawning realization in his eyes. This place is the orc village from the second floor's trial, he exclaims, recognizing the burning landscape. As expected. He thinks, seeing the trials from previous floors materializing around him. With a resounding crack, a massive figure looms over him. The hero raises his sword, preparing to face this new, formidable challenge. The hero's eyes widen, a visible exclamation mark appearing above his head as he takes in the scene before him. His eyes widen in disbelief. He stands amidst the burning ruins, surveying the devastation. The battlefield is littered with fallen bodies, a testament to the brutal conflict. A question hangs in the air, a hunter orc. His blue eye reflects the battlefield's fiery glow. A memory surfaces. During the second floor's trial, I destroyed the orc village. A chilling question follows. Is this what happened after that? Before him stands a horde of orcs, their eyes burning with a vengeful fire amidst the ruins of their village. An orc stands over a fallen figure, his hand gripping the other's throat. The orc roars, "Cheek!" The orc's eye glows red with fury. The orc's roar intensifies, and a voice cries out, "Berserk!" Mouth agape, the orc's rage intensifies, his fangs bared in a ferocious snarl. The text explains, a phenomenon that occurs when the monsters are enraged. The text declares, a berserk orc is no measly E-rank monster. He faces the berserk orc, muttering, "I'm so freaking unlucky. SFX, shit." The orc lunges forward, teeth bared and eyes glowing with rage. The orc's charge intensifies, a guttural CHAE, echoing as it bears down on its target. CHAE, the orc roars, closing the distance with terrifying speed. The orcs close in, weapons raised, surrounding their lone target. But, come to think of it, a new thought crosses his mind amidst the chaos. His eyes widen, a sudden intensity burning within them. He shouts, "You monsters can't make it obvious that you're hurting from losing your family." Suddenly, a blue screen appears, announcing, "Skill Instant Acceleration has been activated." Another blue screen appears, this time announcing, "Skill 3 Lacerations has been activated." His grip tightens on his weapon as he thinks, "At least not in front of me." He descends rapidly, a burst of energy crackling around him as he strikes. The 3 Lacerations skill manifests as red energy blades. The impact craters the ground. Panting heavily, the warrior stands amidst the burning wreckage. A defeated foe struggles to speak, uttering a choked, "Ch cheek." The warrior's massive gauntlet looms large as the battlefield burns around him. Defeated enemies litter the scorched earth. Standing amidst the inferno, he taunts his fallen foes. "How's that? Fucking shit, right?" The warrior's taunts turn cruel, twisting the knife. "You have to stand by and watch as your family's dying." The warrior's face contorts into a monstrous visage, his eyes burning with malevolent intent. A deafening crash echoes through the battlefield. The transformed warrior towers over him, eyes blazing red with fury. He looks up, a bead of sweat trickling down his face as the warrior's massive form looms over him. His eyes now glow with an intense, electric blue light. A blue energy blade slashes through the air, aimed directly at the warrior. The energy blade hurtles forward, leaving a trail of sparks in its wake. SFX, tiring. "You have proved that you have overcome your wisdom," the system message declares. The system announces, the second trial has ended. Sweat beads on his brow, but his gaze remains fixed and determined. Dust swirls around him, the aftermath of a fierce battle. He draws his sword, the blade gleaming in the firelight. "I can't delay this anymore," he declares, his resolve hardening. Dark energy erupts from his hand, tendrils lashing out amidst the chaos. The dark energy explodes outward, engulfing everything in its path. Screams echo as the dark energy continues to spread, consuming everything around him. The dark energy surge brings unexpected benefits. A system message reports that he has absorbed the souls of the hunter orcs, increasing his proficiency by 6%. The system displays, number of possessed souls, 19/30. With a chilling grin, he cleaves through his enemy. "Nice," he says, clearly pleased with the result. The system announces, Skill Hunter Dagger Skill, E+, has reached 100% proficiency. Following this, the system immediately updates, Skill Hunter Dagger Skill has leveled up to D rank. The system chimes again, this time announcing that the skill Instant Acceleration, D, has reached 100% proficiency. Immediately following, the system declares that Instant Acceleration has leveled up to D+ rank. The system announces, you will now be entering the area of the third trial. It continues, prove that you have overcome your hesitation. The system's voice fades as a new message appears, this trial is all over the place. A close-up reveals his intense gaze, sweat beading on his brow. A question hangs in the air, unspoken. What will he do next? The air crackles with energy. This is... He begins to say, his expression a mix of shock and dawning realization as he looks ahead. His eyes widen as he reads the objective. Capture the area from the 6th floor, he exclaims, disbelief etched on his face. He had assumed this trial would be a replica of the 3rd floor, since the previous trials were on the 1st and 2nd floors. But then, he notices, the arrangement of the tiles are different. He takes a step forward onto the unfamiliar tile arrangement, the sound echoing in the open space. Well, seeing as that the tower used that stupid trial for wisdom. He mutters, clearly unimpressed. I'm the idiot for expecting logical things from this tower, he mutters, unimpressed as he faces a group of menacing orcs. Suddenly, the word inventory appears, accompanied by a chime. Inside the inventory, a potion shimmers with a cool, blue light. The inventory reveals a health potion, D, a special recovery item that restores stamina and magic power by 20% when consumed. He brings the glowing blue potion to his lips, ready to drink it. He tips the potion back, gulping it down. He sighs in relief after finishing the potion. Phew! With renewed strength, he grips his sword, declaring, that's better. But then, a moment of hesitation. He continues to run along the platforms, but then declares, polluting the Tower of Trials. A powerful gust of wind erupts. The wind intensifies, and he stares ahead, a look of concern on his face. The wind howls as the scene is filled with a torrent of water. The torrent of water crashes against the bridge. A sinister smirk plays on his lips as he declares, just because I threw that. Just because I threw that. The system announces, the effect of Assassin's Cape, D, has been triggered. Just because I threw that. The system then announces a crucial upgrade, movement speed plus 15%. With the movement speed boost, the clock ticks down, only 59 seconds remain. The protagonist dashes forward, the movement speed boost visibly enhancing his pace as he closes the distance. I've succeeded in fulfilling the rules of all the trials up until now, he thinks, his gaze sharpening. Then, that means in order to pass this trial, I need to find the red captured tile, he concludes, the trial's objective now crystal clear in his mind. Until then, I can't touch the water, he realizes, the restriction of this new trial now apparent. I'm a lot faster, he declares, a burst of speed propelling him forward. Blurring forward, he thinks, at least, it won't catch up to me. Nice. Then, with this pace, he thinks, a trail of red following his movement. His eyes widen as he sees the approaching attack. He is sent flying backwards, the force of the blow evident. The impact reverberates with a thunderous roar. A system message appears, you have touched the water of this trial. He spits out the water, a look of clear disgust on his face. Shit. More system messages appear, revealing the cost of touching the water, both his strength and agility have decreased by 10. Another system message appears, this time revealing that his stamina has also decreased by 10. Another system message appears, this time revealing the penalty duration, 2 minutes and 59 seconds. I thought the tiles would burst in order, he realizes, as the scattered remains of the tiles float in the air. Water explodes upwards as the tiles shatter, the remnants of the challenge now scattered. That's what I get for expecting the Tower of Trials to be logical, he thinks, the destroyed tiles now just distant debris against the sky. The force of the blast sends him flying. SFX, Zotsak. Instant acceleration, he thinks, his face contorted in a grimace as the power surges. Propelled by the blast, he hurtles towards the ground, sword still in hand. The ground rushes up to meet him as he plummets, a trail of energy still crackling around him. He slams into the building with tremendous force. The impact shatters the structure, sending debris flying. Amidst the shattered remains, a phone lies broken. His eyes blazing with defiance, he snarls, "Did you think I'll die in a place like this?" He's sent flying amidst a storm of debris. The force of the blow sends him hurtling through the air amidst a hail of splintered debris. The impact reverberates. His vision blurs as he flies through the air. Over there, a voice directs, as he hurtles through the air. He slams into the ground. The red captured tile, a voice booms. Teeth gritted, he wonders, is this annoying trial going to end soon? He moves with incredible speed. A swirling vortex of water materializes. The vortex explodes outward. The hero is sent flying backwards amidst the shattered remains of the vortex. He's blasted backwards, struggling against the relentless force. Now it's just following me with no tact, he grits out. Still airborne, he's caught in the wake of the shattered vortex, struggling to regain control. The vortex explodes around him, the force threatening to tear him apart. Even as he's tossed about, a voice echoes, "Just a little more." His eyes burn with determination as he pushes forward, the vortex still raging around him. He grits his teeth, pushing through the relentless assault. Suddenly, a warning flashes. He's sent flying backwards by a devastating blow. He's sent hurtling through the air, the impact leaving a trail of shattered ice in his wake. Crashing through the ice, he gasps for air. Ki-ak. Just a little more. He grits out, pushing himself to the limit. His eyes burn with determination as he pushes forward, the force of his movement creating a visible shockwave. His power surges, water swirling around him as he propels himself forward with incredible speed. He grits his teeth, a sudden realization dawning on him. He's sent hurtling backwards, a trail of water and debris marking his forced retreat. Above, ominous shapes descend rapidly. The world blurs as he's sent spiraling through the air, the impact leaving him disoriented. He cries out as he's submerged, the force of the water battering him relentlessly. Boundless Necromancer. Boundless Necromancer. A system notification appears, Wrought Iron Pendant, B.S. exclusive skill acquired, Iron Wall. Iron's protection has been activated, the system announces. The system details the effects of Iron's protection. 10% of all physical damage will now be absorbed by the skin. Despite the activation of Iron's protection, a surge of dark energy slams into him. His eyes widen in pain. The dark energy explodes around him, a maelstrom of power threatening to overwhelm even the newly acquired protection. The soul absorbs the dark energy's impact, but a system message warns that the user is being harmed. Another notification confirms, the Orc Hunter's soul has been destroyed. The system announces the grim news, the Orc Hunter's soul has been destroyed. I'm sure I felt the shock. He thinks, as the impact reverberates around him. The shield protected me just before I took damage from the shock, he realizes. A spray of blood erupts as the attack connects. He's sent hurtling through the air, his body twisting violently. The force of the blow sends him spiraling backwards, a maelstrom of speed lines and impact. He exhales, a visible fume escaping his lips as he's sent flying. He's sent careening through the air, the world a blur of blue and white. He continues to hurtle through the air, the ground rushing up to meet him. The timer hits 0. The system announces, the exclusive effect of Assassin's Cape has been deactivated. The cape's effect gone, he can only manage a stunned, as the water crashes down around him. Shit! He curses, struggling against the torrent. His breath comes in ragged gasps as the water continues to crash down. His breath ragged, he realizes, I have no mana now. He's done for if instant acceleration deactivates as well. A red flash consumes the scene. A swirling red orb crackles with energy in his outstretched hand. He screams, the red orb in his hand pulsing with raw power. The energy explodes outward in a blinding flash. The blast throws everything into chaos, the force of it pressing in from all sides. As the chaos subsides, a system message appears: magic power has been replenished by using an orc hunter's soul. A blinding light erupts from his hands, the replenished magic power surging through him. Nice, my strength is coming back, he thinks, feeling the surge of power coursing through him. The magic surges, crackling with energy as it intensifies. The magic intensifies, swirling with greater speed and force. With a shout, he unleashes the accumulated magic. The unleashed magic hurtles forward with incredible speed. A little more, he strains, pushing his power to its absolute limit. The magic strikes the massive stone structure, sending shards flying. He swings his sword, following through with the attack. His eyes widen, and he can only manage a stunned, "Oh." The attack connects, a flurry of icy shards erupting around the point of impact. The hero curses as the ice attack slams into him. Shit! He struggles to maintain his stance, the force of the blow clearly staggering him. I don't know anymore. Another blast of ice hurtles toward him. The hero is engulfed in a blinding explosion of ice. The hero vanishes within the icy blast. The icy explosion obscures everything. From within the blast, a desperate cry echoes. Manhwa! The figure is surrounded by shards, yet he still stands, sword in hand. The system announces, an orc hunter's soul has been destroyed. The sky is visible. The orc hunter explodes into shards, his form dissolving into nothingness. He plummets downward, a look of shock on his face. A resounding klakkkk echoes as he continues to fall. He continues his rapid descent. Falling, he screams in terror. The ground rushes up to meet him. The impact sends shockwaves through the air. The force of the impact obliterates an orc hunter's soul. The system announces the orc hunter's soul has been destroyed. The system updates: 12 out of 30 possessed souls have now been destroyed. A sigh escapes amidst the dissipating dust. He groans, clearly exhausted by the fight. Wincing in pain, he lies amidst the rubble, clearly defeated. Staring up at the sky, he struggles to comprehend what just happened. Towering masses of water swirl around him, their power immense. He remains seated, seemingly unable to rise. The swirling water continues to rage around him, a clear indication of the immense power he faces. The water continues to swirl, now forming what appears to be two massive, claw-like shapes. He looks up, a bead of sweat trickling down his face as the pressure mounts. Suddenly, a system message appears: you have proved that you have overcome your hesitation. Another system message appears, this one declaring, the third trial has finished. The scene fades to white, signaling the end of the trial. The water giant dissolves, its form breaking apart into droplets. The word Horek appears in stylized blue lettering. The water dissipates, leaving him sitting in a meditative pose. This damned trial. He thinks, sweat dripping down his face. Pissing me off till the very end. A system message appears: he has completed the 7th floor of the Tower of Trials. As a reward, he's obtained the skill Wind's Grace, A. The system informs him that he's also gained 15,000 points and the item Fast Boots, C+, now in his inventory. He is instructed to proceed to the lobby. A burst of energy surrounds him as he's transported. He steps forward, emerging from the portal into a new, unknown location. The portal shimmers, its energy still swirling around him. A system message appears, proceeding to the lobby. He walks forward, heading towards the lobby. Reaching his destination, he lets out a sigh of relief. This trial. He thinks, the weight of the challenge settling upon him. The protagonist's thoughts take a dark turn: honestly, it is the same as failing it. His expression hardens, a grim acceptance settling on his face. He murmurs, at this rate, I'm very uneasy about the 8th floor's trial. Suddenly, a stark warning appears: luck won't work from now on. He pauses, a sense of unease washing over him as he looks up. Suddenly, 2 system messages appear. First, 1,000 people have completed the 7th floor's trial. Then, ominously, system expansion has started. More system messages appear, announcing, a skill shop has been created. Then, a trial junction has been created, followed by a final, intriguing message: a permanent return is possible. Yet another system message appears: a floor invading system has been activated. A skill shop, permanent return, and even floor invading. A voice echoes, continuing, "They're all things I've been looking forward to." System messages continued to appear, but the most important thing was yet to come. A system chime rings out as a new message appears: he has been appointed as a pioneer on all floors. The system then prompts him: please select your halo. Without hesitation, he makes his choice: this. The system confirms his choice: halo. The figure stands silhouetted against a radiant halo, his red eyes gleaming ominously. Being appointed a pioneer grants a benefit, and a challenger with a halo will gain unique traits, skills, and effects. A system message appears before him: please choose carefully. A thought bubble appears: has the Tower of Trials ever given advice like this before? The text continues: that means this halo has a special meaning behind it. A soft chime rings out. The screen prompts: please select a halo. Two options appear: ruler and hunter. The screen now displays the monk class. So these are halos. He muses, looking at the screen. Let's look at the description first. A ruler halo is displayed on the screen with a chime. The screen details the ruler halo: it's a universal type, closely connected to unique traits, and will greatly increase potential in abilities like combat, growth, support, and creation. Its unique authority is skill synthesization, and it's currently the most suited halo for challenger Han Sun-yoon. Sun-yoon murmurs, realizing it has an effect on all abilities and unique traits. He continues, realizing the Tower of Trials is guiding him toward the most suitable halo. The screen displays the information: this is currently the most suited halo for challenger Han. The challenger wonders, then, what about the other halos? His question hangs in the air, unanswered. Reaching out, Han touches the screen. The screen displays the Hunter Halo's description: a halo adaptable to anyone, deeply connected to improving abilities and skills. Its unique authority? Level up. It's also noted to be somewhat suitable for Han Sun-yoon. This isn't too bad, Han muses, considering the implications of the Hunter Halo. His fingers tighten around his chest, a blue glow enveloping him. The words hang in the air: and the last halo. A faint chime echoes as the last halo activates. The system displays the monk halo's description: a halo that is greatly influenced by talent and perseverance. If you are talentless, then your abilities may become useless. A voice declares, it's bad. The voice continues, declaring, let's dismiss this halo and choose between the other two. With a wave of his hands, the monk halo disappears. The one I'll choose is. The words hang in the air, thick with anticipation. The one I'll choose is. The suspense builds as he prepares to make his decision. He reaches down, his hand outstretched. Who will he choose? His fingertip hovers just above the glowing surface. The moment of truth is at hand. A system message flashes: you have chosen ruler. The system announces, through the unique effect of the ruler's halo, evolution of the unique trait has started. Golden light erupts around him. The golden light intensifies, bathing the area around him in a radiant glow as the evolution progresses. The system chimes as a screen appears, stating, choices are categorized based on the challenger's current ability. Two paths appear before him: the way of the summoner, allowing him to raise powerful undead skeletons using absorbed souls, and the way of the magic swordsman, which will increase both swordsmanship and magic, allowing him to learn related skills 3 times faster. Another option appears, creator, promising that skills based on item creation will increase, and any related skills will be learned 3 times faster. Is this the effect of the ruler's halo, he wonders, considering the new options before him. He wonders aloud, questioning if the new options are due to the ruler's halo. He confidently declares, this is easy to choose from. A system message announces that necromancy has been added as a unique trait for the summoner class. Furthermore, some effects will be adjusted, with additional effects being added. Suddenly, a system message appears, announcing that a unique authority skill synthesization has been created. The system displays Han Sunjian's stats: Strength 55, Agility 56, Stamina 51, Durability 43, and Magic Power 43. The system announces the new skill, Halo Ruler. Screaming, Han Sungyun is engulfed by a surge of dark energy. Then, with a resounding stomp, a figure's boot makes contact. I finally. The figure declares. Have a halo, he finishes, a sinister red glow emanating from his hand. Let's. He begins, pointing a finger glowing with energy toward his target. Suddenly, a system message appears: Unique Authority Skill Synthesization. Effect: you can synthesize any two skills. When skills chosen differ in rank, the skill with the higher rank will become the core skill. A realization dawns on him. I can combine two useless skills and make a new one. The possibilities explode in his mind. This is freaking awesome. The system initiates, opening the skill list. The system's voice rings out: please choose two existing skills to synthesize. The skill list appears, displaying options like fast recovery, pain resistance, and fire resistance. Before him, the skill selection screen hangs in the air. He ponders his options, wondering aloud, what should I combine? He pauses, hand to his chin in thought. Skills that I don't use often. He muses, considering an unconventional approach. The screen confirms his choice: you have chosen these two skills. Extinction of the Weak and Combat Continuation are now combined. The screen prompts: will you proceed with the synthesization? The hero's fate hangs in the balance, dependent on his choice. The skills begin to synthesize. Nice, it's synthesizing, a voice declares. A chime rings out. The screen flashes, announcing, skill synthesization has completed. A blinding light erupts as the skill synthesization concludes. His eyes widen, a mix of shock and anticipation etched on his face as the light intensifies. The light coalesces into a distinct shape, a glowing symbol now emblazoned on the screen. A chime rings out, signaling the start of something new. The system announces, skill synthesization has completed. A blinding light erupts, signaling the birth of the new skill. His eyes widen, bathed in the radiant light of the newly formed skill. The light intensifies, obscuring everything. The screen flashes, a new skin has been created. The blinding light fades. The title card appears, Necromancer, Episode 21. A new skill has been created, Forceful Breakthrough, D. The icon for Forceful Breakthrough appears, depicting a figure shattering stone. The system explains that Forceful Breakthrough allows him to break through innate traits, but only if his mana level exceeds that of the magic being used against him. A moment of realization dawns. He exclaims, understanding beginning to form. This is how it works. He reflects on his earlier assumptions. I thought getting an E-rank skill would be good. The panel shows two F symbols combining. Instead, a D-rank skill appears, a significant upgrade from what he expected. A sinister grin spreads across his face. This is a crazy skill, he says, a hint of madness in his eyes. Ha ha. He faces the screen once more, a determined look on his face. Let's try it again. Tiring, a new sound echoes. The screen announces, opening the skill list. The screen displays a new prompt: please choose two existing skills to synthesize. The screen confirms the selection: Ranger's Knowledge and Fire Resistance. With a tap, he confirms his choice. The screen now reads, will you proceed with synthesis? The screen now prompts, will you proceed with the synthesization? Two options appear, yes or no. A blinding flash erupts as the skill synthesis completes. The light fades, leaving a blank screen. The screen flickers back to life, a voice exclaiming, oh. This time. He sees a blue screen materialize before him. Oh. This time too, he exclaims, a slight smile gracing his lips. A soft chime rings out. The screen displays, skill, strengthen eyes, E, has been created. An eye encased in a red triangle glows brightly. The screen details the new skill, strengthened eyes, E. It will allow him to see even in obscured environments, improving his eyesight. Proficiency is currently at 0%. What? He mutters, clearly disappointed. It only rose one rank. His eyes narrow, a thought occurring to him. Is that how it works? He wonders aloud. The system highlights the skills extinction of the week and combat continuation, both at rank F. Combining them, the system notes, was quite good. The system then clarifies that combining Ranger's knowledge and fire resistance isn't nearly as effective. The system bluntly states, you can just tell they aren't that compatible. So, that's it. He lies back on the bed, a sigh escaping his lips. He continues, thinking aloud, I got the Halo reward for being a consistent pioneer, too. A strange feeling washes over him as he lies in bed. I feel strange. Lying in bed, he wonders, did I really achieve all this? Lying in bed, a new thought strikes him. Or was I just lucky because of my good trait? Lying in bed, he drifts into silence, lost in thought. Suddenly jolting upright in bed, he curses under his breath. Let's stop thinking about stupid things and look at the reward, he declares, shaking off his doubts. Before him, a screen appears, displaying the details of his new skill, Wind's Grace, A. Its effect? Upon saying the skill's name, all speeds will increase by 10%, stacking up to 7 times. However, the screen clarifies that after reaching the maximum stack count, there will be a 1-day cooldown. He reacts with surprise. He's surprised by the skill's potential. Also, I can stack it up to 7 times, he wonders aloud. That means. He begins to realize the implications of this skill. The scene fades to white. He looks up, his eyes widening as the world around him shifts into a cascade of light. Suddenly, a voice booms, declaring, I can increase all speeds up to 70%. The world warps around him, streaks of light blurring into a tunnel of speed. A surge of power courses through him, his eyes gleaming with newfound speed. He laughs, the sound echoing with newfound power. On top of that, this skill. He begins, as swirling blue energy gathers around him. Doesn't use magic power, he exclaims, the swirling energy intensifying. He confidently states, Wind's Grace doesn't have any disadvantages. He extends his hand, a glowing blue rectangle materializing before him. And then, a ringing sound echoes. He reaches down, pulling up his socks. The ringing heralds the arrival of fast boots, a C+ item. They offer a 3% boost to attack speed and a 5% increase to movement speed. He chuckles, admiring the new footwear. I'm happy that all the rewards from the 7th floor relate to speed. Another chime rings out. The chime heralds a new announcement, you have entered the skill shop. The system begins compiling a list of skills available for purchase. The screen displays a list of skills, including Ironification, Unshakable, and Monster's Skin, each with an associated rank. A voice states, the skills in the shop aren't that high ranked. He observes the skill list, then remarks, also, they're all quite expensive. Staring at the screen, he exclaims, instant acceleration is 8,000 points? He then mutters, so fucking expensive. Regardless, his finger hovers over the purchase button. I really need a magic type skill, he exclaims, eyeing the gold coin below. He went for it. The screen flashes, you have purchased Mana Circuit, D. 15,000 points have been deducted. Except, it seems he misclicked. Now, the screen displays, you have purchased Mana Resistance, D. 12,000 points have been deducted. The screen explains the effects of Mana Resistance. It grants resistance against mana and greater resistance to other people's mana. However, without the Mana Circuit skill, the effect will drastically decrease. If I have Mana Resistance. He begins to wonder, a spark of realization in his eyes. I can prepare against skills like Heart Solidarity, he realizes. A new skill appears, Skill Mana Circuit, D. Its proficiency is currently at 0%. A new skill activates, Mana Circuit, D. Its effect gathers magic power and creates a circuit, increasing efficiency when magic is used. The system message confirms, mana circuits will be formed within the user's body. Red veins begin to glow beneath his skin. His eyes glow with an intense red light as the power surges. The surge of power is almost unbearable. Ugh! My body, it's hot, he groans. The power explodes outwards, THOOK. The force erupts, bathing everything in a blinding red light. The red light intensifies, consuming everything in its path. The world dissolves into a swirling vortex of red. Emerging from the red vortex, he finds himself grounded. My body, he mutters, seemingly surprised. His eyes widen, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Feels light. He reaches out, flexing his hand as if testing its weight. He takes a step forward, a strange sensation washing over him. The air crackles with energy as he moves forward. His eyes glow with an intense blue light. His gaze remains fixed, unyielding. He unleashes a powerful kick, a surge of blue energy crackling around his leg. The force of the kick sends a shockwave rippling outwards. The kick's impact shatters the ground. Oh, he utters, a flicker of surprise in his bright blue eye. The magic power I used recklessly strengthened my physical abilities after the circuits were formed, a voice narrates, as a foot, wreathed in blue energy, lands amidst shattered stone. A foot encased in armor comes down hard, the force of the blow shattering the ground. Looking up with a slight smirk, he thinks, I knew purchasing it would be good. His hand clenches into a fist, ready for the next strike. Suddenly, a screen appears, displaying crucial information. Using the souls of the dead, you can reanimate a corpse. Its level will be proportionate to the number of souls consumed and their quality. He gazes at the screen, a thought bubble revealing his curiosity. I'm curious about the new summons abilities. He decides, let's use it in an actual battle. His hand reaches toward the screen. He exhales, a visible sign of relief. His hand rests on his hip, a moment of respite. Then, a realization dawns on him. I need to make a decision now. His gaze hardens, a new resolve in his eyes. Whether I challenge the next floor's trial or return to Earth. The choice weighs heavily on him. A party recruitment notice board flashes. An urgent gate has appeared in the Great Cataclysm Memorial Park, seeking tanks, healers, and hunters of D rank and above. Currently, no one has applied. He stares at his phone, a frustrated expression on his face. Ah, fuck. He mutters under his breath. Why aren't people applying? He exclaims, his frustration mounting. Someone approaches, their footsteps echoing. He turns, a question forming in his mind. A trio approaches, one of them calling out a casual, hey. The lead figure of the trio speaks, a hint of mockery in their tone. Seems like you haven't gotten any party members? A surge of blue energy erupts. The blue energy intensifies as a voice declares, the grant to enter the gate. The demand rings out, why don't you give it to us? The man's sinister grin widens as he reveals, if the dungeon raid doesn't start within the time allotted, the grant will automatically expire. The man presses his demand, how about you think about yourself and just give it to us? A voice then cuts in, laced with annoyance, he's here again. These annoying bastards. The voice continues, I told you this before. He declares, I have no intention of handing over the grant. The man then spits out, stupid bastard, TCH. The question hangs in the air, there are a lot of hunters gathered in the park, yet why haven't they applied to join your party? He sighs, running a hand through his hair. You're turning me into the bad guy again. The man leans in, a sinister grin spreading across his face. I'll be honest with you. You're an E rank. The man's voice booms, cutting through the air with malice. No one wants to be in a party with a low-ranked bastard like you. His eyes widen, a flicker of shock crossing his face as the words sink in. The onlookers chime in, voices echoing in agreement. He's really giving him a reality check. Another adds, it's the truth, though. A palpable tension fills the air as the sound of suppressed anger echoes. Do you still have spots open in your party? A voice asks, breaking the silence. An exclamation point hangs in the air, unanswered. Suddenly, a sharp sound cuts through the silence. The sound echoes as the crowd turns, their attention now fixed on someone standing before them. The sound reverberates. I'm Han Sung-yoon, a C-rank hunter, he declares, holding up his hunter identification card. The camera focuses on the C-rank hunter's feet, clad in sleek, dark boots with metallic accents. Holding up his hunter ID, Han Sun-yoon asks, "This is enough proof, right?" His expression is unreadable. Answering Han Sun-yoon, a voice replies, "Yes, of course. It's enough." The group stands by, as the hunter is allowed through the barrier. The man confronts the hunter, shouting, "Hey, Hyung SSI." The man continues to berate the hunter, questioning, "Don't you see there's people waiting? Can't you read the room?" The man's face is struck, a sharp sound echoing. Despite the blow, the man's expression contorts with rage as he retorts, "If you're jealous, then why don't you just apply to Lee Cheol-won SSI's party?" His anger flares, and he shouts, "WH what? Do you want to die, and?" His words are cut short as a voice booms, "Take your." "This is enough proof, right?" a voice questions, leaving the audience to wonder what exactly has been proven. Yes, of course. "It's enough," a voice booms, seemingly satisfied with whatever demonstration just occurred. "Hey, Hyung SSI," a voice calls out, the speaker's face etched with a mix of concern and urgency. "Don't you see there's people waiting? Can't you read the room?" a voice demands, the speaker's frustration palpable. His eyes snap open. A surge of power erupts from him. His red eyes narrow, a challenge ringing in his voice. "If you're jealous, then why don't you just apply for Lee Cheol-won SSI's party?" His face contorted in rage, he spits out, "WH what? Do you want to die, and?" The enraged man's interrupted outburst gives way to a demand, "Take your hand off me right now." His eyes glow red with fury as he threatens, "Before I break it." The air crackles with energy. Red energy intensifies around him as he faces the oncoming group. The man's eyes widen in fear as the red energy intensifies. He's clearly terrified of the power he's facing. His eyes widen, sweat beading on his brow as he utters, "Aura." His fear intensifies as he questions, "Is he really the same C rank as me?" "Such incredible aura," one exclaims, while the other adds, "as expected of my Hyungnim." A sinister grin spreads across his face as he declares, "It's not me, you rascals." Clearing his throat, he declares, "Since there are people from the Hunter Association, I'll let it go this time." Two figures stand in the distance as he relents, seemingly intimidated by the Hunter Association's presence. "Why, you're lucky," he stammers, quickly ordering his companions, "Let's go." But a mysterious figure watches them depart, their thoughts unknown. Why are things going bad from the start?" he questions, clearly frustrated by the turn of events. Why are things going bad from the start?" he exclaims, pulling at his hair in frustration. Hunter Lee Cheol-won, the text declares, as he continues to clutch at his hair, the situation clearly spiraling out of control. "Looking at the mood, it seems like you won't be able to recruit anyone else. So let's just head in now." The other hunter stares, a bubble of confusion forming above him. The hunter, clearly surprised, questions, "Just the two of us?" His eyes widen with visible panic. "Just the two of us," he repeats, his voice laced with disbelief. "Boundless necromancer. Boundless necromancer." A shimmering blue portal opens within the cavern as the necromancer and another figure approach. Emerging into a cavernous space, a voice echoes, "We really entered. We really entered," a voice exclaims as they step into the vast cavern. Turning his head, he states, "There's no need to be so nervous." He confidently states, "I'm able to kill most D-rank monsters." Sword in hand, he looks forward, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. "Han Sun-jiun SSI, you said this is your first dungeon, right?" he's asked. The response is silence. Han Sun-yoon finally responds, "Yes." But the other man continues, "Since the Tower of Trials isn't a dungeon. Raiding a dungeon is work where you put your life on the line," the man continues, adding, "I really wanted to tell you this." A bead of sweat rolls down Han Sun-jiun's face as he listens intently. The man's words hang heavy in the air as he poses a stark question, "Out of an E-rank and C-rank hunter, which hunter do you think has a higher chance of dying?" The man continues, stating what most would assume, people usually think it's the much weaker E-rank hunter. The man continues, revealing the surprising truth, but in reality, the C-rank hunter has a higher rate. He clarifies, an E-rank knows they're weak, so they're overly cautious. Red energy emanates from the approaching figure, his eyes glowing with intensity. The armored hunter looks on, kneeling, seemingly overwhelmed by the sudden shift in power. But on the other hand, a group of C-rank hunters are full of confidence, he states, the scene shifting to a hunter impaled by multiple spears. So that's why they have a higher death rate. The hunter lies defeated, blood pooling around him. It's the same with driving, a voice declares as the scene shifts to a wrecked vehicle. The driver's eyes are wide with terror. The driver's terror is evident as a voice warns, when you're very confident, the rate of getting into an accident increases. The man states, dungeons are places that are much more dangerous than one thinks. He continues, we came to such a place without a tank and support, I'm worried because you're so confident. He pauses, then admits, yes, well, what you said does make sense. Despite being only an E-rank, he asserts he has extensive dungeon experience. Then, he asks, can I be the leader of the party? The E-rank hunter stands confidently, twin daggers glinting in the dim light of the cavern. He then declares, I want to stand at the front of the party. His audacity hangs in the air. An off-screen voice replies, yeah, that's fine. The nonchalant acceptance hangs heavy in the air. Thank you for your understanding, he says, before adding, it's for our safety, so I hope you're not too offended. Now then, let's get going, the voice declares, the words echoing in the cavernous space. The group ventures deeper into the cavern, stalactites looming ominously above. A thought bubbles to the surface, should I trust him for now? A monstrous figure emerges from the cavern's depths, its reptilian eyes glowing with menacing intent. Before him, a new threat emerges, a lizard man. The voice continues, explaining that lizard men are known for using proficient weapon. Sweat beads on his brow as he grips his sword tighter. Having them as our opponent isn't very good, he admits, his expression grim. He declares, I grab the aggro first. He continues, when I give you the signal, please use that chance, Sunji Unesasai. The response is immediate, got it. He thinks to himself, I should watch how a hunter with lots of experience takes care of things like this carefully. The hunter moves with incredible speed. A piercing scream rips through the air as the hunter's spear finds its mark. The hunter grits his teeth, his eyes narrowed in fierce determination. A strangled cry escapes the monster's throat. The hunter launches his daggers, the monster roaring in response, but something is blocking the view. Whoa! Whoa, he shouts, launching daggers. Don't tell me, right now. He's scoping out his opponent, a thought echoes. The hunter assesses the situation, daggers flying. I've just temporarily returned, so I only have 3 days on Earth. He realizes, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. If we're struggling with a lizard man from the get-go. He thinks, his limited time on Earth weighing heavily on him. Drawing his sword, he prepares to face the looming lizard man. I will also help, he declares, his eyes fixed on the looming threat. He warns, no, if you suddenly get involved, then it'd be dangerous. But a response comes, instant acceleration. He moves in a blur, activating instant acceleration. The battlefield explodes with light and speed as he unleashes the full force of instant acceleration. His eyes widen in shock as he witnesses something unexpected. Huh, he mutters, utterly bewildered by what he's seeing. Standing amidst the aftermath, he explains, I'm in a bit of a rush, so I helped. I'd like to ask for your understanding. Ah, yes. Comes the reply. I understand. You have your reasons. The voice continues, and I would like to make an offer, may I? He stammers, oh of course. Please go ahead, nodding rapidly. A confident declaration hangs in the air, I'd like to stand at the forefront now. He steps forward, ready to take the lead. A monstrous roar erupts as the lizard-like creatures charge forward, spears leveled. A swift strike lands, drawing blood. The lizard-like creature's attack connects, a spray of blood erupting as it tears through the ranks. The attack continues, a flurry of strikes tearing through the air. Eyes glowing, he descends with incredible speed. The sound of the strike echoes as he clashes with the monstrous snakes. He slashes through the monstrous snakes with blinding speed. The strikes continue, a flurry of slashes cutting through the air. A final strike pierces the monster's heart. His eyes widen, a look of shock spreading across his face. This is now just a one-sided massacre, he declares, his glowing eyes piercing the scene. He moves in a blur, his sword slicing through the air as he attacks the monsters surrounding him. SFX, wish. The blade flashes, cutting through the air. He counters, a beam of light erupting from his blade as he clashes with the monster. His eyes widen in disbelief. I may really be witnessing a fight. The text booms, of a super rookie that'll cause an uproar in the Hunter Society. The announcement booms, declaring the arrival of a super rookie destined to shake up the Hunter Society. A blade pierces flesh, drawing blood. Kneeling beside the fallen form, he holds aloft a glowing green crystal. A ringing sound echoes. The system identifies the crystal as a magic stone, a murky stone from a lizardman's heart, useful in metallurgy or alchemy. He reaches out, taking the magic stone. His expression fraught with worry, he apologizes, admitting, besides being a mule, I'm not of any help. He lies prone on the ground, defeated. I have nothing to say if you want to take more of the profits, he concedes. The conversation about the profits. Lying defeated, he offers, I have nothing to say if you want to take more of the profits. Suddenly, a powerful strike descends, kicking up dust and debris. He braces himself as the monster's attack hurtles towards him. He meets the attack head-on, his eyes burning with fierce determination. The monster's attack explodes outwards, the force of the impact sending debris flying. He lands amidst the shattered landscape, kicking up even more debris. The monster lies defeated amidst the rubble, a pool of blood forming around him. With the monster defeated, he raises his shield in victory amidst the floating debris. The hero clutches his head, a look of distress on his face. Heek, he gasps. The hero is sent flying backwards, crashing through the cavern wall. As the hero crashes through the cavern wall, a voice booms, let's talk about that outside. If we don't focus, then we might be caught up in a dangerous situation. Stuttering, the woman apologizes, I am sorry. She promises, I will do my best to protect you. System messages flash, you have absorbed the lizardman's soul. Proficiency has increased by 0.7%. He absorbed the lizardman's soul, and his proficiency increased by 0.7%. While pretending to yawn, I'll absorb them, he declares, dark energy swirling around him as he inhales deeply. A 0.7% increase, He mutters, realizing, it'll be hard to increase my proficiency with D-rank monsters now. He looks down, a red glow emanating from below. A surge of red energy erupts from below. The red energy intensifies, as a voice trails off, we really. The red energy continues to surge as a voice declares, the two of us have arrived at the gate to the boss room. Oh, so this is a boss room gate, he observes, a hint of surprise in his tone. He realizes, I didn't even think about being able to raid the boss. No, I just thought it'd be a huge success if we got through half the dungeon. A sudden realization dawns on him, but with him, it's possible to clear the whole dungeon. The possibility dawns on him, but with him, it's possible to clear the whole dungeon. Now. Then, the question hangs in the air, we're going to enter the boss room. Will you be okay? The response comes, I'm fine, but, don't you need a break, Hunter Han Sun-yun? Another voice quickly interjects, no, I'm also fine. The decision is made. Then let's head inside. A blinding red light erupts as they move forward. The landscape shifts dramatically, revealing a cavernous space filled with strange, jagged formations. He lies defeated, spears piercing his armor. A low growl rumbles through the cavern as the scaled beast looms over him. The beast stands over him, and a voice declares, as expected, it's a lizard king. His eyes widen, and he stammers, what are you going to do? An ominous voice cuts through the tension. We just need to wait a little. Pardon? Wait, he stutters, his eyes wide with disbelief. You don't have a detailed plan? The spear hurtles towards the massive, open maw of the red dragon. SFX, yeah! The spear strikes true. The force of the impact sends shockwaves rippling outwards. A monstrous, scaled tail whips through the air, the sound of its passage like a thunderclap. The beast descends, a blur of red scales and raw power. His eyes glow with an intense, otherworldly light. A flurry of blue energy strikes, tearing through the air. The red demon is struck head-on by the barrage of blue energy. The demon is sent crashing into the ground, debris flying around him. With incredible speed, the protagonist moves in a blur, his sword aimed directly at the downed demon. That doesn't suit its size, a voice booms out. But, he pauses mid-stride, a flicker of doubt crossing his face. He leaps, his blade poised to strike the massive creature. He soars through the air, his resolve hardening. It's not like I can't catch it. The blade flashes, cutting through the air with incredible speed. He parries the dragon's attack, the force of the blow sending shockwaves through the air. The dragon retaliates with a spear thrust, aimed directly at his heart. The spear pierces through, impacting with a blinding flash of light. The impact resonates with a deafening quang. Han Sunjun SSI, he cries out, clutching his head in disbelief. A rockslide ensues, burying Han Sun-yun under tons of stone. The soul has absorbed the user's damage, a system message declares. Red energy swirls around Han Sun-yun, protecting him from the rockslide's impact. Emerging from the rubble, Han Sun-yun stands, his sword at the ready. Red energy still crackles around him. Yeah, it should at least be this difficult so I can properly test my new skills, Han Sun-yun declares, the red energy still swirling around him. A sinister grin spreads across Han Sun-yun's face, his eyes glowing with an eerie light. Phew, I thought he was going to die, a voice says, the sound of a racing heart echoing. A low growl rumbles, the sound emanating from a fearsome red dragon whose eyes blaze with an eerie blue light. The dragon's massive head lowers. But, your chair is totally ruined, a voice echoes through the cavern, its source unseen. From somewhere below, a voice wonders, why do I feel like this? The cavern is filled with broken pieces of what appears to be glass, and a voice wonders if it is foreshadowing something bad. The broken glass surrounds what appears to be armor. A monstrous roar echoes through the cavern as a red, scaled beast emerges. A surge of energy erupts. Power radiates from the beast, the ground cracking beneath its feet. A chime rings out. Suddenly, a system message appears, skill slow movements has been triggered. Another system message appears, clarifying the skill's effect, all movements will be slowed down by 25%. The green sphere pulses with energy as dark tendrils reach out, seemingly slowed by the skill's effect. A new system message flashes, skill forceful breakthrough has been activated. A ringing sound echoes as the screen fills with light. The screen displays a new message, the player has more than twice the amount of magic power the user of the slow movement skill has. The screen flashes again, displaying a new message, all effects of slowness from all movements have been negated. The dragon roars in frustration. Now free from the slowing effects, the dragon's frustration is palpable. I was a little uncertain because it was a skill that was created through synthesization. But, it performs well. Having confirmed its effectiveness, he murmurs, oh. A surge of power emanates from him. His eyes glow with an intense, otherworldly light. A guttural cry echoes through the cavern, EUAAH. My body won't listen to me, he struggles to say. Despite his body's refusal, he summons dark energy into his hand, a chain materializing within its grasp. With his remaining strength, he cries out, Han Sunjun SSI, please help me. His eyes widen in terror as the dark chains begin to spread. A guttural karak escapes the creature. He pauses, a confused huh. Wait, escaping his lips as he looks up. The creature lunges with incredible speed. Hey, you lizard bastard. Your opponent is me, a voice booms. His bright blue eyes narrow, a fierce determination etched on his face. A flurry of blue energy explodes outwards. The air crackles as the blue energy surges forward. The red armored figure is sent hurtling downwards as the blue energy continues to surge. As he plummets, the red armored figure realizes, shit. I'm too far. He braces for impact, the ground rushing up to meet him. He cries out, hurtling towards the unforgiving earth. His eyes glow with an ominous red light as he screams. From the depths of his rage, a command echoes, "Summon the dead." The command is answered. A monstrous, winged demon descends as undead warriors rise to surround the hero. One of the undead warriors lunges, its skeletal face a mask of fury. The hero is immediately swarmed. Undead warriors fly through the air, converging on him. The hero is overwhelmed as a massive, red dragon-like creature descends upon him. He is sent flying. Amidst the swirling dust and debris, a voice booms. Of course, they are inadequate. But in that 1 second I created, the voice continues. A skill notification appears, skill wins grace has been stacked, followed by another, all movement speed has increased by 60%. The skill wins grace stacks again, now at 6 out of 7. The monster lunges, a blur of motion enhanced by the stack skill. His eyes narrowed, the monster swung his blade, now glowing with power. I saved him, a voice declares. The Lizard King falls, and a system message confirms his demise. The dungeon boss has been slain. With the dungeon boss now slain, a system message appears. The next boss will arrive in 14 days. Ding, his stats are about to be updated. His stats have exponentially increased due to absorbing the Lizard King's soul. Strength has increased by 1. Agility has increased by 1. The protagonist's power continues to grow. His stamina and strength both increased by 4. He is becoming more powerful at an alarming rate. Durability has increased by 5. His power is growing exponentially. A system message appears, he has absorbed one of the Lizard King's skills. The system announces the acquisition of a new skill, Spiritual Eyes, D. During a match, he will be able to perceive his opponent's invisible attacks. The screen displays the title of the next chapter, Chapter 23. A guttural roar erupts. The roar intensifies, the sound echoing with monstrous fury. Despite the monstrous roar, he claims, besides the fact that 3 gates opened at the same time, nothing special happened. He nonchalantly remarks, "How boring." One of the team members nervously asks, "Hey, nothing significant happened, right?" Another quickly replies, "Yes." "There is nothing, team leader." Seated on a nearby bench, the team leader glances back, a flicker of concern crossing his face. The narration begins, as usual, when the advanced hunter party comes out after partially raiding the gate. The association's raid team that will soon arrive would finish it up by defeating the boss. Seated on a bench, a figure grumbles, "I'm from the same association, so why doesn't my team get any commissions?" He clicks his tongue in annoyance. That rotten raid team. I'm so fucking jealous. If the advance party clears the gate in one go, a new thought begins. Then my management team will receive a bonus. He muses, dollar signs gleaming in his eyes. A sinister hee-hee escapes his lips. A strange pressure emanates from above, as he continues to sit, arms spread across the bench. His sinister smile deepens as he muses, that's only possible if they have an A-rank hunter. A soft chuckle escapes him as he continues, it'd be crazy if a high-ranking hunter like that is here. A resonating hum fills the air, the source still unseen. 3 figures emerge from the light, their identities still obscured by the glare. The third gate's advance party has finished their raid and are coming out. A figure in a suit looks up, a thought bubble revealing his surprise, already? As 2 figures emerge from the gate, a suited man's surprise is evident. What? Only 2 people raided this dungeon, he wonders. He continues, speculating that, then, they probably came out after barely clearing one half. His eyes widen, a clear "huh" escaping his lips. Suddenly, a massive whoosh fills the air. "Ha," he stutters, utterly bewildered by the sudden surge of energy. The fact that the color of the gate is turning gray means. He begins to explain, his eyes wide with dawning realization. His expression twists into a disturbing grin as he realizes that the boss room raid is done. His twisted grin widens as he exclaims that the boss room raid is done. The man stumbles backward, his eyes wide with disbelief. Is it true that the... He starts to ask. Is it true that the gate raid has been completed? He asks, his voice laced with disbelief. A cold response cuts him off. I'm sorry, but who are you to be asking me that? Ah, apologies for my rudeness, the man says, a strange smile playing on his lips. He reveals, I'm the one who's in charge of the urgent gates that have appeared in this park. The man adjusts his tie, revealing his identity, Shin Woojin, team leader of the Hunter Association Gate Management Team. Woojin inquires, did you perhaps come here to purchase the gate's ownership? Visibly nervous, one of the men stammers, why yes, that's right. We wanted to make an offer to you too. Woojin responds, then, that's not something that I can decide. The man looks back, confused, and asks, pardon. The man's eyes widen in shock as he reads, Hunter Han Sun-yoon raided this dungeon by himself. 4 exclamation points underscore his disbelief. Stammering, the man exclaims, if he raided it all by himself, then he must be an A-rank hunter. But the protagonist flatly denies it, stating, no, I'm a C-rank hunter. Cutting off the other man's incredulity, the protagonist states, that's not what's important right now, so why don't we get to the main point? Cutting to the chase, he asks directly, how much do you want for the gate's ownership? He thinks to himself that it will only get annoying if it gets revealed that he's from the Tower of Trials. The other man responds, if you want me to get straight to the point. The man finally reveals his terms, the gate management team. The man reveals the gate management team's offer, would like to purchase it for 1.2 billion won. His intense gaze pierces through the darkness. Oh, 1.2 billion, he exclaims, the sheer amount echoing in his mind. A mountain of paperwork crashes onto the desk, the impact sending pages scattering. Leaning against the towering stacks of paperwork, she sighs, phew. I'm exhausted. She admits, after returning from the tower, I've been working non-stop. Suddenly, a strange sound fills the air. Her phone rings. Who's calling at this time, she wonders aloud. Suddenly, the ground beneath her feet erupts. A towering stack of papers crashes onto a desk with considerable force. Leaning against another towering stack, she sighs, phew. I'm exhausted. She admits, after returning from the tower, I've been working non-stop. She glances back, a slight frown creasing her brow. She sighs heavily, exhaustion etched on her face. The sign reads, Management Team for the Challengers of Tower of Trials, Team Leader Lee Hae-yeon. I'm certain that this will bring about an innovative change, a voice declares. Lee Hae-yeon stares ahead, a bead of sweat trickling down her face. Above, a group of suited figures observe her from a balcony. The higher-ups made such a big deal out of this. A voice thinks. Even though the challengers are in hiding, I didn't think winning over them would be such a difficult job, she thinks, letting out a sigh of exhaustion. She continues to lament, realizing, I couldn't even get 10 people, and furthermore, they're all challengers who chose the easy difficulty. Her expression hardens as she thinks, this is barely enough to satisfy my superior. Gazing out at the cityscape, she wonders aloud, come to think of it, I wonder what that person's doing. Her thoughts drift to someone else entirely. A guy who's so strong that it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he cleared the 4th floor all by himself. Suddenly, the focus shifts to Han Sun-yoon, locked in a fierce battle against a monstrous foe. The battle intensifies as Han Sun-yoon clashes with the monstrous creature. I should've. He thinks, the battle clearly taking a toll. I should have made him an offer. She thinks, gazing out at the city lights. A soft groan escapes her lips. Her head hangs low. She straightens up, glancing at her phone. Who's calling at this time, she wonders aloud. Her eyes widen in surprise. Ha! Her shock intensifies as she stares at the screen. Ha, she repeats, even more bewildered than before. The message reads, it's Han Sun-yoon, the person you met on the 4th floor. Lee Hae-yeon, if you've returned, can we meet for a moment? Boundless Necromancer. The story continues with Chapter 24. Chapter 24 begins with a look at the primary account balance, 1,291,600,000 won. Staring at his phone, he mutters, I earned almost 1.3 billion. But then, a wave of disbelief washes over him. It doesn't feel real. But then, a new thought bubbles up, but it feels great. Should I buy a house? He sits alone in the cafe, still processing his newfound wealth. The bell above the cafe door rings. A woman bursts into the cafe, clearly out of breath. Her hand presses against the door to steady herself. She takes a step forward, her heels clicking on the tile floor. Lee Han SSI, over here, a voice calls out. She turns to see someone waving in her direction. Ah, Sunjiun SSI, she exclaims, recognizing the person who called out to her. Catching her breath, Haeyeon arrives at the table. Sun-yoon, already seated, remarks, you could have taken your time. Han Sunjiun SSI. Haeyeon calls out, a slight pout forming on her face. Her frustration mounts as she confronts him, you didn't even reply to my message. His cheeks flushed, Sun-yoon finally speaks, his voice laced with a hint of desperation, do you know how long I've waited for it? His voice cracking with emotion, Sun-yoon continues, do you know how much I wanted to show it to you? He apologizes, his voice tinged with regret. I'm sorry about the message. I have no interest in things like that, so it seems that I missed it. Her expression shifts, a sly grin spreading across her face. Then please buy me a coffee. And a cheesecake. Deal? He simply responds, okay. He replies, of course. A steaming cup of coffee sits on the table, but a question hangs in the air, have you stopped climbing the tower? He reveals his intentions, no, I'm planning to continue. To be honest, I contacted you because I had a favor to ask. A question hangs in the air, leaving the other party to wonder what favor he intends to ask. He cuts to the chase, stating plainly, I need a guild. He clarifies his request, a place that will let me enter the tower as I please and raid dungeons. My conditions are. He continues, laying out his first condition, the authority to decline summons from the guild. His second condition is that the guild remain uninvolved in his activities inside the tower. His third demand is authority to use the guild's dungeons whenever he pleases. With his demands laid bare, he asks, is there a guild that can agree to these conditions? The air shifts, a palpable change in the mood settling over the room. The silence hangs heavy as he wonders, did I ask for too much? Sunjiun SSI, a voice calls out, breaking the heavy silence. Hearing his name, Sun-yoon turns, a flicker of curiosity in his bright blue eyes. The voice continues, declaring, the conditions you've named are impossible. She continues, arguing, if you look at it from the guild's perspective, they don't gain anything. He pauses, then admits, I see. It looks like I asked for too much. A moment of silence hangs in the air as he considers the implications. He wonders to himself. He reaches out, his hand closing around hers. Please join my white-silver guild, she urges, extending an invitation. His resolve hardens. I will make your impossible conditions possible. His blue eyes reflect a newfound determination. He steps out into the bright daylight. A bus speeds down the road, carrying him along its roof. Below, cars speed down the road, oblivious to the figure riding the bus above. As he clings to the roof of the speeding bus, a thought bubble appears, raiding dungeons, selling items, and even joining a guild. I was really productive yesterday. A mischievous hee-hee escapes him as he lies on the speeding bus's roof. He reflects, though to join the guild, there's one thing left I have to do. The task is revealed, clear a C-rank dungeon by yourself. The woman states, you need to be that skilled for my superior to accept it. The woman's words emphasize the exclusivity, the authority to freely use the guild's dungeons can't be just given to anyone. She continues, clarifying the implications, it means that only a minority of people can reap the benefits of the White-Silver Guild's dungeons. The woman's voice continues, driving the point home, you have to be either a rising star or a hunter that the guild expects a lot from. A stern expression hardens his face as a voice booms, please prepare. He thinks to himself, a C-rank dungeon alone is what he's been given. I'll make sure you don't regret your decision. A firm handshake seals the agreement. Wejongbu, Nogyang District, Chuanbua Mountain, the location of his next challenge. Surveying the urban landscape, he asks, "Shall I run from here to warm up?" He launches himself forward, a blur against the sky. He hurtles forward, a streak of light against the cityscape. He plummets downwards, a trail of energy crackling in his wake. He plummets towards the street below, mere feet from unsuspecting civilians. He hurtles towards the ground, dangerously close to the bustling street. Instead, a shimmering portal materializes before her, humming with an otherworldly energy. The ground cracks beneath an unseen force. A voice cuts through the tension. "Hello. I have come here for the reservation of a gate raid in an hour's time." The man acknowledges her, stating, "Ah, you are team leader Lee Haeyeon from the White Silver Guild." He then suggests, "There is a lot of time left, so you can sit under this tent." She accepts his offer, replying, "Yes, thank you." But suddenly, the ground beneath her feet shatters. "Ah," she gasps, thrown off balance. A voice booms, "Lee Haeyeon SSI. You're already here." A surge of energy erupts around her, and she can only manage a confused, "Huh?" The force of the impact sends her flying. "WO," she cries out as she and her attacker are sent hurtling through the air. "Ah, I'm..." she begins to say, mid-flight, as she's still being carried through the air. He apologizes, explaining, "I ran so fast that it must have caused a shockwave." The woman seems speechless. She wonders to herself, did he really make such a gust of wind just by running? Then, another voice calls out, "You came early, Sunjiun SSI." He trails off, stating, "I had nothing to do, so..." But internally, he wonders, just who is this person? The mysterious figure approaches, their presence still shrouded in an aura of unknown power. The figure speaks, their voice echoing, "I've already finished the proceedings. Please let me know when you're ready." "I don't mind if we start right now," the figure states, their readiness clear. Then, the announcement arrives, "We will start the gate raid in order for you to prove your abilities." A massive, glowing blue gate materializes above the field. He looks up, his gaze fixed on the newly formed gate. A field, she wonders, standing amidst the tall wheat. A voice calls out, "Lee Haeyeon SSI. Please give me a signal straight away when you think you're in danger." She assures him, "I'm fine." But a question mark lingers in the air, hinting at unspoken concerns. She reveals, "I'm wearing an artifact that the guild has given me. It's the Empress's necklace." She explains that the Empress's necklace has both a shield and a stealth ability, though neither is particularly strong. She continues, reasoning, "Besides, if I attract aggro, it might seem that I helped you, so I should stay far away." He agrees with her plan, replying, "Sounds good." He then adds, "Thanks to that, I'll be able to fight without worrying about you." Dust rises from the ground as he moves forward. He strides forward, leaving a trail of dust in his wake. Suddenly, a ringing sound cuts through the air. Suddenly, a system notification appears, "Spiritual Eye skill has been activated." The protagonist's eyes widen in surprise. With the skill now active, he wonders, is this the skill I absorbed from the Lizard King? Purple energy surges, emanating from an unseen source. Suddenly, an exclamation appears above him, as the purple energy intensifies around his location. His eyes glow with purple energy as he realizes, "Oh, I can sense invisible enemies. This is the power of spiritual eyes." The field blurs as the power of spiritual eyes activates. The world warps around him as his newfound power takes hold. He soars through the air, pursued by dragon-like creatures. The dragon-like creatures close in, their jaws lined with rows of razor-sharp teeth. The creatures are closing in fast. Her eyes widen in alarm as she realizes the immediate danger. Deadly poisonous demons in a C-rank dungeon. The text reveals a grim reality. "Han Sunjiun SSI, be careful," a warning shouts. "This is an irregular dungeon," a voice cries out. Panic is evident in her widened eyes and beads of sweat. He's immediately set upon by two monstrous creatures. A flurry of blows erupts as he defends himself. He deflects a massive blow, the force of the impact sending shockwaves through the air. He's now surrounded, the monstrous creatures closing in from all sides. A single word echoes in his mind: impossible. Her eyes widen, a dawning realization washing over her. This isn't normal. She utters, the words laced with a growing unease. Her eyes snap shut as a sudden realization hits. I knew it, she exclaims, confirming her suspicions. A fierce battle erupts amidst the ruins. Energy blades slice through the air, aimed directly at the oncoming creature. The energy blades strike, impacting the creature with a burst of light. The creature is bombarded by the energy blades, the impact obscured by a bright flash. The barrage intensifies, the hero's focused gaze fixed on his target amidst the blinding light. As the hero continues his attack, he thinks, the lightning effect activates so rarely that I forget I have it. The monster lunges, its jaws wide and teeth bared, as the hero narrowly dodges the attack. A deafening thud echoes as the monster's attack connects. The hero's vision blurs as he's sent flying. The world spins as he crashes through the air. He slams into something hard, the impact jarring him. His hand grips the hilt of a sword, ready to be drawn. Help, he cries out, as the creature towers over him. He leaps forward, sword drawn, a red energy swirling around him. He strikes the creature with full force, the impact sending shockwaves through the arena. The hero stands, looking up at the point of impact, a swirl of dust and debris still hanging in the air. The hero's sword slices through the air, aimed directly at his unseen target. A voice calls out, I cleared the vicinity, Li Heian SSI, you can come over here now. A voice calls out, signaling the all clear, I cleared the vicinity, Li Heian SSI, you can come over here now. The voice continues, disbelief coloring their tone, to think he cleared the boss room in under an hour, and solo at that. Li Heian's eyes widen, sweat beading on her brow as she realizes, what's more surprising is that this is an irregular dungeon, but the monstrous dragon's maw opens wide, its glowing red eye fixed on its prey. Its massive jaws agape, the dragon prepares to strike. A stark warning appears, deadly poisonous demons aren't monsters that you can take lightly. The dragon's attack is interrupted by a warning, deadly poisonous demons are monsters that C-rank hunters are recommended to kill in party play. Despite the warnings, a voice narrates, but to go up against such monsters so easily. Amidst the aftermath of the battle, a voice declares, Han Sunjiun SSI is going to grow even more. Standing amidst the fiery aftermath, Sun Yun grips his swords, ready for what comes next. The voice continues, the words emerging from a burst of energy, to the point where he can't be. Compared to the current him, the voice booms, its source still unseen. A system message flashes, due to all the possessed souls being used, stats have increased. Stats surge upward. Strength and stamina each increase by 4, agility by 3, and magic power skyrockets by 6. Another system notification appears, durability has increased by 7. Yet another notification chimed, durability increased by 7. If it's merely at this level. He thinks, confident. Then the boss won't pose much danger. He looks forward, a flicker of confidence in his eyes. He declares, I will enter the boss room now. A swirling vortex of energy awaits. The scene shifts to an ominous, overgrown area. The title card appears, marking this as the 25th episode. The episode begins, set against a backdrop of gnarled trees and muted, earthy tones. The two figures traverse a desolate, verdant landscape. Before them, a colossal stone archway looms, hinting at the path ahead. It's a little strange, one of them remarks, a sense of unease creeping into the journey. The air grows heavy with unseen menace. There's no way that we can't feel the monster's presence to this extent, a voice declares, the words hanging ominously in the misty air. They continue deeper into the cavern, unaware of the ominous energy coalescing directly above them. A blinding light erupts, signaling the monster's imminent attack. A collective gasp escapes them as they realize the danger. A surge of energy emanates from the monster, its power palpable. This is... The monster's eyes glow with an eerie light as the energy intensifies around it. The power surges, and a warning flashes, dangerous. The warning screams as the energy explodes outward. Dangerous. The dangerous energy explodes outward, obliterating everything in its path. The force of the blast sends debris flying in all directions. He pulls her close, shielding her from the blast. He shields her, his piercing gaze fixed on something beyond. Her eyes widen in shock. A monstrous entity, wreathed in blue energy, looms before them. A blinding blast erupts, obliterating everything in its path. The intense light consumes everything. Sunjione's eye, behind, a warning cry pierces through the chaos. The woman's frantic warning echoes as she points behind Sungyun. He turns, a look of alarm spreading across his face. An explosion erupts, filling the space with blinding light. The brilliant explosion intensifies, consuming everything in its wake. Amidst the fading light, a figure is launched skyward. Landing heavily, he braces himself against the force of the impact. He stands firm, having shielded the woman from the impact. Her expression reveals a mix of shock and gratitude. He explains, "It was dangerous, so I ask that you understand why I moved us away without your consent." "No, I'm indebted to you," she replies, the sound of her voice echoing slightly. Then, a new chapter begins. The creature, wreathed in blue flame, declares, "I will go and finish this." Hesitantly, the creature asks, would you like me to use a buff skill?" Before the creature can use a buff skill, she firmly states, "No." An offer to confirm her skills is also denied. The protagonist strides forward, his sword gleaming, while the creature stares on in shock. A powerful strike lands. He grits his teeth, panting. "I just need a moment." He looks up, bracing himself against the unseen force. He leaps forward, a blue energy signature trailing behind him. He's met with a monstrous, blue, serpentine creature. The monstrous serpentine creature looms, its glowing green eyes piercing through the blue energy. Skill instant acceleration has been activated. He prepares to move at blinding speed. He vanishes in a burst of speed, leaving only streaks of light. The system announces, due to the exclusive effect of fast boots, C+, momentary acceleration has increased. The system announces that skill wins grace has been activated. All movement speed has increased by 70%. The system indicates that the current skill stack progress is at its maximum, 7/7. The beast lunges, its jaws glowing with intense energy. He parries the attack with his sword, bracing himself against the force of the impact. The force of the blow shatters the ground around him. Eyes burning with intensity, he unleashes a surge of energy. The surge manifests as a monstrous eye, glowing with raw power. The energy intensifies, crackling around him. Karak? The name echoes with disbelief. He leaps back, narrowly avoiding a blast of energy from the monstrous Karak. 3 lacerations. The words hang ominously in the air. A blinding flash erupts as the Karak unleashes another devastating attack. The air crackles with energy as the Karak's attack intensifies. The Karak's power surges, unleashing a wave of destructive energy. The wave of energy explodes outward, obliterating everything in its path. Amidst the destruction, he stands unscathed, his hand raised slightly. The Karak looms above, pieces of its body scattered around him. Then, a ringing sound pierces the silence. The system announces that the dungeon boss, the demon of the blue fire of destruction, has been slain. The dungeon will be sealed after 3 hours. Ha ha! She laughs, a strange glint in her eyes. Amidst the blue flames and blood, he admits, "I'm now confused as to who the monster is." He pauses, looking down at the dismembered remains. Ugh! Did I split him up too much? He wonders aloud. A red glow emanates from the scene of carnage. The carnage intensifies, now bathed in an ominous red light. A sigh of relief escapes, followed by, "I didn't know you would clear a dungeon of this level so quickly." The system announces, "You have passed the test, and can now use the White Silver Guild's dungeons." It continues, stating, "Our guild is not so stupid as to let go of someone like Sunjun SSI. Sun Yun simply replies, "That's good to hear. And this is a different topic, but..." Sun Yun begins, a question mark hanging in the air as he seemingly addresses someone nearby. He continues, stating that when first summoned to the Tower of Trials, the selected difficulty doesn't matter too much. Displayed before him are the options, easy, normal, and hard. Sun Yoon explains that for those who achieve high scores on the easy difficulty trials, their subsequent trials will gradually increase in difficulty. He adds that those who initially chose the hard difficulty can switch to easy if their scores aren't satisfactory. Sun Yoon continues, when you anticipate those principles, the fact that you have achieved such overwhelming growth. Sun Yoon continues, stating that despite their ranking amongst the top 50 in the Tower of Trials, it means. The screen flashes a stark warning, your difficulty is probably deadly. It means he's facing a horde of hulking orcs. Sun Jian's gaze hardens, the deadly challenge now clear. A moment of stunned silence hangs in the air. The silence breaks as a voice advises, so, it would be better if you could be a little more careful. Her hands clasped tightly behind her back, the woman stands silently. With a hopeful gaze, he confesses, I want to accompany you and see you grow over the years. She remains silent, her expression unreadable. A tense silence hangs in the air, broken only by the sound of laughter echoing from above. Perched high on the building's edge, he surveys the city below, the laughter from above still echoing in the night. His jaw clenches, a barely suppressed fury evident as he crushes the apple in his hand. A system message appears, you will return to the Tower of Trials in 5 minutes. He mutters, I was really busy the past 3 days. A sinister grin spreads across his face as he dangles the apple from his fingertips. A foot slams down, creating a resounding echo. The sinister grin remains, a chilling sign of his intentions. Thanks to that, my stats increased by a fair bit, and I gained a lot of confidence too. Teoling, a chime rings out. The screen flashes, declaring, time is up. The screen displays a new message, you will be returning to the Tower of Trials. A flash of light envelopes the area as they begin their return to the Tower of Trials. A whooshing sound fills the air as the return to the Tower of Trials intensifies. A sinister grin spreads across his face as he declares, I'm going back to the tower. The air crackles as the word trial echoes, signaling their return. Back in the tower, he strides forward, a blade held firmly in his grasp. Before him, a screen materializes, posing a crucial question, will you accept the 8th floor's trial? He gazes intently at the screen before him, his expression unreadable as he considers the challenge. The screen shifts, now prompting him to please choose the turning point of the trial. 3 options appear, transcription, combat, and raid. A flicker of realization crosses his face. Come to think of it, he muses, it did say that there was going to be a turning point system. The screen flashes, confirming, you have chosen battle. His finger hovers over the raid option. If I want to increase my proficiency in necromancy, he realizes, I need to choose the combat option. A chime rings out as the screen confirms, challenger Han Sun-yoon has chosen to focus on combat in all individual trials. A stark warning flashes on the screen, you cannot change your option after selecting it. Han Sun-yoon declares, well, I'm not going to change it anyways. His decision is final. He approaches the glowing blue screen, ready to move forward with his choice. But then, a system notification appears, challenger Han Sun-yoon has the Pioneer qualification. Is that it? A sudden exclamation cuts through the tension. What does it mean? Sun Ji-yoon's eyes widen slightly, a flicker of understanding crossing his face. A soft chime rings out. The screen displays a message, a face-to-face chat with an administrator will begin. The screen continues, now stating, currently searching for an administrator who specializes in combat. A thought bubble appears, an admin. The screen flashes, announcing, search complete. What awaits him now? The screen lights up again, this time announcing, a chat with the administrator Iron-Blooded Monarch, a specialist in combat, will begin. A confused "huh" echoes in the space. What's happening now? The scene shifts to a snowy landscape, a sword prominently displayed, and the Korean word "op" floating in the air. The figure lands in a field of snow, surrounded by swords. This is, he wonders, surveying the scene. Eyes narrowed, he prepares to fight. The screen flashes, displaying search complete. What will it reveal? A ringing sound echoes. The ringing fades as a message appears, a chat with the administrator, the Iron-Blooded Monarch, a specialist in combat, will begin. he wonders, as a strange, glowing symbol materializes before him. The symbol solidifies, taking shape amidst a field of swords in the snowy landscape. The symbol's glow intensifies, illuminating the snow-covered ground. This is, he wonders, the glowing symbol now fully formed before him. He moves forward, a determined look etched on his face. He continues forward, his path now obscured. Suddenly, a system notification appears: you have entered the Ironblood world. He finds himself in a snow-covered landscape, swords piercing the ground like frozen monuments. The Ironblood world. His eyes glow with an eerie purple light. Eyes of the truth. A ringing sound fills the air. The system announces, skill Eyes of the Truth has been activated. The system reveals information about Ironblood World, a special place where the iron-blooded monarch resides, warning that the uninvited cannot enter. A knowing smirk plays on his lips. Oh, there are things like this too. A system notification appears: Administrator Ironblooded Monarch feels offended by someone's search. He stops abruptly, a look of surprise washing over him as he surveys the field of swords. A sudden impact sends him flying. The screen displays a strange message: can an admin convey their feelings through messages? Administrator Ironblooded Monai feels offended by someone's search. The world blurs as he continues to fly through the air. An enormous sword, glowing with heat, appears before him, stopping his flight. He stares up at it, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. A sudden exclamation breaks the silence. Suddenly, a system message appears: Administrator Ironblooded Monarch is telling you to stop doing useless things and to follow the sword. Heeding the administrator's advice, he now holds a glowing sword. The snow-covered ground stretches out before him, the glowing sword casting a long shadow. His eyes narrow, a moment of contemplation before the next move. Suddenly, a barrage of swords descends from above, piercing the snowy landscape. The swords rain down, embedding themselves in the snow-covered ground. A lone figure stands in the distance, seemingly unfazed by the sudden attack. A sigh of relief escapes him as he narrowly avoids the attack. A sigh of relief escapes him as he narrowly avoids the attack. The scene shifts to a distant view of a building as snow falls heavily. He approaches a large, traditional building as snow continues to fall. A single lantern illuminates the entrance. He peers through a doorway, and a system message appears: Administrator Ironblooded Monarch is looking at you. A faint sound echoes as he peers inside. The Ironblooded Monarch sits on a throne, a sinister smile spreading across his face. You're finally here, he says, his words laced with anticipation. The Ironblooded Monarch offers a chilling greeting: welcome, pioneer. The Ironblooded Monarch's welcome is followed by a new voice. I'm the admin who's in charge of your interview. The Ironblooded Monarch's name hangs in the air, heavy with unspoken threat. A sinister smile plays across the Ironblooded Monarch's lips. The title Boundless Necromancer blazes onto the scene, promising a tale of limitless power and dark arts. Chapter 26 begins. Chapter 26 unfolds. She's undoubtedly a beauty, but... The words hang in the air, as the woman with piercing red eyes sits regally on her throne. The thought continues, revealing her true identity: in reality, she's an admin of the Tower of Trials. The admin of the Tower of Trials stands imposingly, as a powerful force emanates from her. The admin of the Tower of Trials pauses, a simple hum escaping her lips as she sizes up her opponent. The admin's eyes narrow, a soft ha escaping her lips as she stares intently at her opponent. When did she? I never even took my eyes off her. He thinks, his shock evident. The admin speaks, her words ringing with a hint of surprise. I was wondering what kind of a monster you were, but you look quite normal. You know about me, he asks, the question hanging heavy in the air. Of course. The fourth flood left quite an impression, she replies, holding a strange bottle. As she pours a golden liquid into a large glass, he asks, were you watching my trials up until now? I only know the results, she states, clarifying, after all, observing challengers below the 8th floor is impossible. Her response elicits a surprised, huh, from him. The implications of her statements sink in. It's impossible to observe even for an admin like her, he wonders. Looking at your expression, it seems that you've misunderstood something, she begins, clarifying, an admin is not an omniscient being like a god. Swirling the liquid in her glass, she adds, we don't rule the tower either. She continues, we simply manage the tower according to a set system. She takes a drink, as a voice from the doorway asks, what are you? The voice continues, explaining, instead, admins are subordinates to the tower. So you don't need to be so nervous. He continues, stating, as long as I'm inferior to the tower, I can't harm you. A beat of silence follows his declaration. The figure declares, well, let's leave the small talk. The figure continues, having a personal interview is a benefit given to you. A benefit, huh, he thinks, his eyes narrowing slightly at the figure's words. I certainly don't feel any hostility from her, he thinks, a subtle undercurrent of suspicion coloring his thoughts. Then, a question cuts through the air. Can I know what this personal interview is? The voice explains that the personal interview is a benefit given to pioneers. Any question can be asked to the admin, and answers will be given without spending a question voucher. Then, the story continues. The admin reveals, on the 5th floor, I was almost killed by an otherworldly challenger. His piercing gaze sharp, the admin questions, why did he come to my floor? He seems confused, adding, he should have been able to invade any other. He continues, puzzled, that the challenger should have been able to invade any other floor. A sly smile plays on her lips as she takes a sip from her glass. Well, there's no special reason, she says, her tone suggesting otherwise. Her words hang in the air as the scene cuts to a close-up of a speech bubble, when you invade another world's floor. Her explanation continues, revealing the potential rewards of invading other worlds. Not only can you take the rewards from there, but you can also get a better benefit. You can also get a better benefit if you do well. She further explains that otherworldly challengers are usually those who have been in the tower for dozens of years. Because of this, she continues, the rewards are big when a challenger defeats them. And the tower of this world will one day unite with another world's tower, she reveals. The protagonist, visibly confused, asks, what do you mean by that? She simply replies, I mean what I said. The information is relayed, after the 20th floor, there will be more combined trials instead of individual trials. The trial progress of the Earth dimension continues, but now there are intrusions from another dimension. The announcement rings out, intrusion from another dimension, meaning they'll soon face challengers from other worlds. An ominous darkness begins to spread. A sharp gaze pierces the encroaching darkness. Does that mean they're just trying to kill their future competitors early on, he wonders. A hand rests on a glass, the voice asking, is that all you wanted to know? A shattering sound breaks the silence. But the interrogation isn't over yet. I have one last question, the voice declares. The figure's piercing gaze intensifies as the question hangs in the air, what is? The Tower of Trials? The question hangs heavy, unanswered. Silence hangs heavy in the air as the figure remains lost in thought. Well. The figure begins, then admits, I'd like to know that too. The figure stands, a drink in hand, as if awaiting an answer. A speech bubble appears, questioning, you don't know that despite being an admin? A beat of silence follows, the admin seemingly lost in thought. The admin clarifies, admins used to be challengers too. The admin reveals a key detail, those who die after the 40th floor obtain the authority to revive and become admins. He then adds, in the past, I also wanted to climb to the top. His face bloodied, the admin says, but I wasn't able to. No. The admin continues, revealing the grim truth, not just me, but all the admins died without reaching the top. That's why we're admins. His fist clenches, the sound echoing in the chamber. So admins were originally challengers, huh? His gaze lowers, a hint of disappointment in his eyes. I was looking forward. His previous anticipation shifts to disappointment. To learn about the tower top. A heavy silence follows, punctuated only by a soft sigh. His gaze intensifies, the red eye burning with a newfound resolve. With a burst of speed, he launches himself forward. He lands with explosive force, the ground cracking beneath his feet. His thoughts turn to the tower top. Her red eyes narrowed, she declares, isn't something that you can say so lightly. Silence hangs heavy in the air. His blue eyes gaze forward, a flicker of resolve in their depths. The figure's red eyes gleam as he speaks. You're not surprised at all. Shouldn't you be scared? A low voice responds, questioning the situation. You said that this interview was a benefit. He states calmly, I don't feel any killing intent either. Besides. A voice echoes as a hand slams into the ground with tremendous force. The ground explodes as the force of the blow sends debris flying. Amidst the chaos, the figure in the suit is sent flying backwards. Despite the setback, he recovers quickly, a blue light emanating from his eye. I won't let you attack me so easily. A surge of power emanates from him. His eyes widen, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. The sky swirls with an ominous energy. A deafening bahaha echoes through the mountains. The woman's sinister grin widens as she utters, it's my first time seeing someone break an admin's house. However, this has convinced me, she states, her piercing gaze fixed on the destruction. A beat of silence follows, his expression unreadable as he seems to consider the implications. The challenger's name is revealed, Han Sun-yoon. A faint smile plays on Han Sun-jyun's lips. A surprising offer is made, I will offer you a disciple contract. Han Sun-yoon stares ahead, a flicker of surprise evident in his bright blue eyes. The man before him remains still, awaiting Sun-jyun's response. A system message appears, you are entering the lobby of the 8th floor. A strange sound echoes through the lobby. He lies motionless on a bed, an eerie blue glow surrounding him. His eyes snap open, revealing a startling, vibrant blue. He leaps from the bed, landing in a crouch. Exclusive store, a voice announces. The exclusive store interface appears before him, revealing a cost of 1000 SP. Categories include skill, authority, and item, available to the iron-blooded monarch. Oh. He breathes, realization dawning. The protagonist confirms, I really did make a contract with an admin. It wasn't a dream. A voice booms, declaring, I can't let go of a skilled challenger who also has guts. Power crackles from the admin's outstretched hand, the air thick with anticipation. The system pings as the choice is made. Yes flashes brightly, confirming the decision. A new message appears, a contract has been made. The system announces the benefits of the contract. A contractor's exclusive store, where special points can be used, will be created, and all stats will increase by 1 due to the contractor's bonus. The system's message appears, it was fun, pioneer. A sinister grin spreads across her face. A chilling promise echoes in the darkness, I'll see you later. She activates something labeled authority. A system message appears, authority of the contractor's exclusive store is opening. The authority store opens, displaying a list of available powers. Serene Mind, Iron-Blooded Soul, and King of Winter are among the options. The store's authorities, it turns out, also have ranks. The list, currently at page 1 of 3, features Authority, Serene Mind and Authority, Iron-Blooded Soul among the options. Authority, King of Winter, D+, appears on the screen, but a question arises, is the unique authority I got at the 8th floor different from these ones? The option to synthesize the unique authority and see more details is available. First, the protagonist thinks, before deciding, let's check the next page. A system message appears, denying access, you do not have the right to open the second page of the authority list. Another message clarifies that he will be able to open the second page in the lobby of the 10th floor. Another system message clarifies that he will be able to open the second page in the lobby of the 10th floor. Confusion clouds his face. What, he mutters, realizing, so I can only see these 3 authorities right now. Another chime rings out. The chime reveals the next authority, a Serene Mind, costing 1000 SP. Its description promises the ability to make rational decisions, no matter the situation. The description of a Serene Mind continues, stating that status effects like anger and confusion are halved, and engagement in combat is increased. The chime rings again, presenting 2 more authorities. Iron-Blooded Soul, A, costs 6,500 SP, promising a massive boost to weapon-based skills. The other, King of Winter, D+, is far cheaper at 800 SP, granting temporary stat increases in cold resistance in frigid environments.
This is hard, he mutters, stroking his chin. Do I need to save up my SP and wait? A decisive no echoes as he clenches his fist, a surge of blue energy crackling around it.
His foot connects, a burst of blue energy erupting on impact.
A ringing sound echoes in the aftermath of the powerful blow.
With a ringing sound, a system message appears: the authority, Serene Mind, has been purchased. 1,000 SP have been deducted, but now, no matter the situation, he's able to make rational decisions, and the duration of status effects like anger and confusion is halved. The system message clarifies that the authority, Serene Mind, will allow him to make rational decisions, no matter the situation. The system message, Serene Mind, hangs above him as he continues his ascent up the jagged cliff face. He grips the cliff face, a thought echoing in his mind: instead of not preparing at all, it's better to increase my chances of survival. He continues his climb, the rough stone scraping against his hands as he thinks, after all, my floor can get invaded at any time. Suddenly, a blue screen appears, posing a question: will you accept the trial of the 8th floor? He approaches a swirling blue portal. Will he accept the trial of the 8th floor? The screen clarifies the challenge: the 8th floor's trial will start. Its difficulty is marked as hard, and the trial subject is revealed to be annihilation. The completion condition is to defeat the lich that summons skeletons. Failure means death. The reward for success: all stats increase by 2. A stark warning flashes: failure to complete the trial results in death. A surge of power erupts around him, and he looks up, clearly surprised.
Huh, he mutters, questioning what's happening. What's that, he wonders. A massive force seems to be descending upon a distant city.
The distant city is revealed to be swarming with countless skeletons.
A cacophony erupts as the protagonist cries out, "Why are there so many?"
The sound of their advance reverberates, a bone-chilling clatter. That promises a grim confrontation.
The clatter
intensifies as the sheer number of skeletons becomes overwhelming. A look of grim realization washes over him.
Is their tactic overwhelming the enemy with numbers, he wonders aloud?
Standing atop the rocky precipice, he poses a question to the battlefield below: then, shall I start? And with that declaration, he descends into the throng of skeletal warriors. The warrior's descent is marked by a powerful strike, cleaving through the air with immense force. The warrior's foot connects with a resounding thud. A surge of energy erupts from the point of impact. The force of the blow sends a shockwave tearing through the skeletal ranks. Skeletal remains shatter and scatter under the immense power. Arg! He groans, surrounded by the remnants of the skeletal army.
He's surrounded. Skeletal warriors, armed with spiked maces and spears, close in.
The skeletal army advances, their red eyes glowing menacingly as they close in. A blinding flash of light erupts as he swings his blade. The blade cuts through the air, a wave of energy obliterating the skeletal soldiers. I couldn't even break through the inner wave, he thinks, catching his breath. The sound of an explosion rings out. Bones shatter as the force of the explosion rips through the air. Amidst the shattered remains of the skeletons, he declares, these skeletons are too weak. A faint ringing echoes in the aftermath. His proficiency increases slightly after the battle. His proficiency has increased by 0.08. Another notification chimes: proficiency has increased by 0.08. Sweat beads on his brow as he mutters, only 0.08%, how frustrating. Another proficiency has increased by 0.08. Notification flashes as he continues to fight. Blades flash as he continues to fight the horde. Proficiency has increased by 0.08. Flashes again and again as the battle continues. The message proficiency has increased by 0.08 continues to flash as the hero battles on. A skull shatters, bone fragments flying as the battle intensifies. A hand and a bone fragment fly through the air as the battle continues. Boundless Necromancer.
The battle continues as a dismembered hand and bone fragment fly through the air. The air fills with flying bone fragments. A ribcage detaches, adding to the shower of bone fragments. A femur joins the macabre rain. He grits his teeth, his fist glowing as another bone shatters. I should forget about increasing my proficiency with this trial. He thinks, the rain of bone continuing. Suddenly, a disembodied voice booms out, "Who goes there?" The voice echoes, demanding to know, which bastard dares to wreak havoc in my sacred grounds? He pauses, an exclamation mark hovering above his head as the booming voice continues to echo around him. He looks up, searching for the source of the booming voice. He finds the source, a horde of skeletons emerging from a swirling purple mist. Is the voice coming from over there? He wonders, his gaze fixed on something in the distance. A surge of power emanates from his hands. The command echoes, "Absorb the dead." The dead rise, drawn to the growing darkness. The system confirms, "You have consumed and absorbed the skeletons." His count of possessed souls rises, 1/30. The system interface remains, displaying his progress, 1/30 possessed souls. A surge of power emanates from his hand, crushing something beneath his grip with a sickening crunch. A blinding strike obliterates another skeleton warrior. Skeleton soldiers are so useful, he remarks, his gaze fixed on something beyond the immediate battlefield. Now, then. I'll leave this area too. The protagonist declares, his intentions still unclear. He smirks, commanding, "Leave this area to them and look for the boss." With a swift strike, he obliterates the skeletal soldiers. The skill Wind's Grace activates, increasing all movement by 60%. His current skill stack progress is 6 of 7. The exclusive effect of the fast boots activates, increasing his speed momentarily. He plummets downwards toward the sea of skeletons. The skeleton horde rushes to meet him. He hurtles toward the mass of skeletons, his dark wings spread wide. He rockets forward, a blur of motion against the blood-red sky. His gaze sharpens, locking onto a distant point. Over there, he declares, eyes fixed on the horizon. The air crackles with energy as he accelerates toward his destination. Blazing forward, he leaves a trail of energy in his wake. The ruins of a distant city loom ever closer. The figure comes to a halt, revealing a skeletal being wreathed in eerie blue flames. A beat of silence hangs in the air, punctuated only by unspoken shock. He launches forward, a blur of motion against the ruined landscape. A sinister grin spreads across his face. Found it. Red eyes blazing, the skeletal figure declares, "For a lowly human to come to my sacred land." The skeletal figure's eyes burn brighter as he promises, "You will pay dearly." The skeletal figure opens the ornate book, red energy crackling around him. A monstrous roar rips through the air as the skeletal figure unleashes his power. The skeletal figure's power manifests as a hulking, stitched-together monstrosity, towering over the battlefield. Looking up at the monstrosity, he realizes, it's around the same level as the sand golem. A wave of understanding washes over him. "Oh. Do you now understand whose land you stepped onto?" The skeletal figure booms. A dismissive whatever is the protagonist's curt reply. The skeletal figure looms, its red eyes burning with malevolent energy. "Can't you summon anything stronger?" the protagonist asks, his voice laced with a hint of challenge. The figure answers the challenge, raising a sword wreathed in ethereal blue flames. A dark hand descends from above, ready to strike. A disbelieving "what" hangs in the air. The figure scoffs, unimpressed. "If this is all there is, I'm going to be disappointed." A sinister grin spreads across his face as he grips his blade. "This crazy human bastard." He growls, his eyes burning with rage. He vows, "This guardian will be enough to rip out that arrogant mouth of yours." With a resounding za, the guardian crashes down, its massive form threatening to crush the protagonist. As the guardian descends, a system notification flashes, skill instant acceleration has been activated. His eye glows with power as the instant acceleration skill activates, a desperate attempt to escape the impending doom. The guardian's massive hand descends, a blue energy blade slicing through the air as the protagonist desperately tries to evade the attack. the Guardian's attack lands with brutal force. The protagonist is sent flying backward from the force of the blow. He cries out, "WH what?" The Guardian swings his massive blade down toward the protagonist. The Guardian's attack connects with a resounding crash. Despite the Guardian's powerful blow, a system notification chimes, proficiency has increased by 1.2%. Despite the attack, a system message appears, proficiency has increased by 1.2%. A relaxed smile spreads across his face. The undead really do increase my proficiency by a lot, he muses, a statement that seems to please him. Darkness surrounds him. Suddenly, a monstrous figure appears, its glowing red eyes piercing the darkness. Where did a monster like you come from? It asks, seemingly in disbelief. A chilling laugh echoes as the monstrous figure grins, its red eyes burning with malice. The monster takes a menacing step forward, the ground cracking beneath his feet. Raising his sword high, he declares, "Let's end this." A surge of blue energy erupts from his hand, aimed directly at the monster. The monster emits a startled EK as the energy strikes. The monster's eye widens in confusion. "Ha," it mutters, clearly taken aback by the sudden attack. The monster's face is shown in extreme close-up, its expression unreadable. Come to think of it, this lich can summon any monster at will. Then, the hero wonders, can't he become my very own proficiency slave? A sinister grin spreads across his face as the hero considers the possibilities. The spectral figure pauses, a question mark hovering above its head. A question echoes in the air, can you summon another guardian? The spectral figure, now prone on the ground, demands, why are you asking me that? An ominous voice declares, if you can't, then let's end this. From the ground, the spectral figure warns, it's possible. Don't come closer. The ominous voice presses, when can you summon that guardian monster? The spectral figure reveals, when a guardian dies, I can summon one a few minutes later. Then, you can summon one right now, the voice demands. A hesitant why yes is the reply. Do it, the voice commands. An unseen figure questions, why? They don't stand a chance against you. An unknown voice questions the command, wondering why the summoner would bother. Why? They don't stand a chance against you. Holding his sword high, he wonders aloud if he should just end it now, clearly exhausted. But another voice declares, I will summon one right now. The summoning begins, a skeletal figure emerging amidst a swirl of red energy. Gaah, the summoned creature roars, its glowing eyes burning with rage. The summoned beast lunges, its massive form casting a long shadow as it attacks. The summoned creature, now kneeling, pleads, that's enough, right? His blue eyes gleaming, he declares, no, this is just the start. He commands, call all the skeletons that aren't dead yet, and put everything you got into those guardians. Right. Now. A subordinate responds with a shaky, oh okay. The necromancer's dark-clad figure looms over him. A surge of power crackles in the air. A brutal strike lands. His attack connects. For how long must I continue doing this, he wonders aloud, exhaustion evident in his tone. A torrent of blue energy erupts from the skeleton's mouth. The blue energy surges forward, obliterating everything in its path. The blue energy tears through the air with explosive force. A maniacal grin spreads across his face, those violet eyes gleaming with malice. A monstrous roar echoes through the darkness. The monstrous figure lunges forward, its eyes burning with malevolent intent. The figure stands his ground, drawing a gleaming blade as the monstrous form bears down upon him. His gaze hardens, a fierce determination burning in his bright blue eyes. A flurry of slashes erupts, the hero unleashing a rapid series of attacks. The monster retaliates, a furious kick aimed directly at the hero. The hero is sent flying backwards from the force of the blow. The force of the blow sends him hurtling through the air. The hero's eyes widen as he sees the massive stitched monster towering over him. A system notification chimes, indicating his proficiency has increased by 1.2%. The stitched monster unleashes a blinding strike. Another system notification appears, proficiency has increased by 1.2%.
The stitched monster's attack slams into the ground. Yet another system notification appears, showing his proficiency has increased by 1.2%. Suddenly, a system notification blares, the proficiency of the unique trait, necromancy, has reached 100%. Another system notification chimes, the unique trait, necromancy, has increased by 1 rank. Surging with power, he is enveloped in a bright blue aura. His eyes widen, reflecting the raw energy now coursing through him. The surge of power prompts a question: is my necromancy C rank now? A confident smirk spreads across his face, the blue glow intensifying. The words crazy, monster, bastard echo in his mind as he stares ahead, a new resolve hardening his gaze. Echoing through the battlefield, a chilling voice declares, "Demons quiver upon seeing you. I will curse you after my death." Amidst the swirling dust, the skeletal figure sits, intently studying an ancient tome. The dust swirls, obscuring the scene. The skeletal figure gasps, his skull face contorted in what could only be described as pain. The crack expands every time he summons one, so it seems like he'll die soon. The words hang heavy in the air. The figure with the sword looms over him, ready to strike. The figure above speaks, his words laced with disappointment. "I was hoping to use you a little more. What a shame." His red eyes gleam as he looks down, sword raised high. "It was sickening to meet you, human," he declares, his words dripping with disdain. A deafening crack echoes as his sword descends. The blade descends, a flash of light momentarily blinding. A ringing sound fills the air. The ringing fades as a system message appears: he's received the achievement, a human who's beyond a demon. Furthermore, his agility has increased by 1. Another system message appears, this time declaring that he has absorbed the Lich's soul. Another system message flashes, proficiency has increased by 17.4%. Now, a red orb crackles with energy in his hand. Another system message appears, "Congratulations. You have completed the 8th floor of the Trial of Towers." Upon clearing the floor, he receives a cascade of rewards, all stats increase by 2, he gains 30,000 points, and 700 SP. Another reward notification appears, 300 SP have been granted for completing the floor. The system then instructs him to move to the lobby. A portal shimmers into existence, beckoning him forward. Boundless Necromancer. Boundless Necromancer. He has entered the 9th floor. He has reached the 9th floor lobby. The system is finalizing, and the moderators are now able to observe the trial. Restrictions around the question voucher have been lifted. A system notification appears, he can now purchase C-rank skills from the skill shop. A cheerful chime rings out. His status screen appears, revealing his name, Han Sun-yoon. He's a Halo ruler with a unique trait, necromancy, D, and a unique authority, skill synthesization. Another screen appears, displaying his authority, serene mind, C. He reaches out, perhaps to learn more about his skills. Standing in the Stark Room, Sun-yoon holds a long, thin sword. Another screen materializes, this one detailing his unique trait, necromancy, C. It explains that he can absorb the spirits of the dead, enhancing or recovering stats and magic power. Furthermore, there's a chance to acquire skills from absorbed souls. Ha ha! Sun-yoon chuckles, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Being able to absorb skills is a scam in itself. But to inherit the proficiency of the skill too. He muses, realizing the true potential of his necromancy. Also, there's something else. The system reveals another hidden effect, a 20% chance to acquire a skill from any soul he absorbs. The probability of absorbing a skill has been revealed. Although the trial on the 8th floor ended a little blandly, the voice continues, hinting at more to come. There's no guarantee that the 9th floor will end the same way, the voice warns, hinting at a potentially more challenging trial ahead. He resolves, I need to prepare myself properly for the 9th floor. He grips the sword tightly, resolving, I can use this sword a little more. He realizes, the problem lies in my defense skills. He's acquired the Hunter Dagger skill, its proficiency already maxed out. When using a dagger, his cutting force will increase by 2.5 times. Having maxed out the hunter dagger skill, he realizes he needs a sword skill to replace it. The system notifies him, "You have opened the skill store." He approaches the skill store interface, a translucent blue panel shimmering before him. The system informs him that the skills available for purchase have been marked on the list. Dismay washes over him as he realizes, there aren't many sword skills that I can use. He pauses, a thoughtful hum, escaping his lips as he considers his limited options. A determined glint flashes in his eye. If there aren't any skills, then I'll have to create one. With a newfound resolve, he purchases Basic Swordsmanship, F. 25,000 points vanish as he secures the Basic Swordsmanship, F, skill. The system clarifies that Basic Swordsmanship, F, contains all the basic knowledge of swordsmanship and will increase the cutting force of wielded swords by 1.5 times. However, this increase will not stack with another weapon skill. The system's voice continues, explaining that to increase the rank of the hunter dagger skill through skill synthesization, he needs to predict something. He wonders aloud if Basic Swordsmanship is the most compatible skill for the combination. The system confirms his choice. You have chosen these two skills, displaying Hunter Dagger skill, D, and Basic Swordsmanship, E. The system then announces that the synthesization materials do not match, clarifying that the synthesization will be centralized around the Hunter Dagger skill. The system reports the current skill synthesization percentage is at 75%. It then asks, "Will you proceed to synthesize?" He reaches out, his finger hovering over the system screen. The system announces, "You have completed skill synthesization." A blinding light erupts as a new skill has been created. The light fades. A chime rings out. A new skill has been created, Demon Slayer, C. The protagonist's eyes widen slightly as he questions the new skill, Demon Slayer. The system displays the skill's details, Demon Slayer, C. Its description states it's a swordsmanship designed to slice demons, increasing cutting force threefold. Furthermore, attack speed against non-humans will increase by twofold. The protagonist mutters, "My attack speed increases when I'm fighting against non-humans, huh?" He then realizes, it seems like this skill was created to hunt monsters. A confident smirk spreads across his face. As expected, skill synthesization is a good skill. The attack lands, dust exploding outwards from the impact. Holding the remaining skill cards, he wonders aloud, shall I synthesize the remaining skills? Above him, handcuffs clatter ominously. Gambling is a crime, flashes across the scene, yet a sinister grin spreads across his face. Just one more time. He whispers, his eyes gleaming with manic obsession. Despite the looming threat, he mutters, I'll check the skill compatibility and synthesization probability. His fingers snap, and a notification sound echoes. The system displays the result, fast recovery, D, plus resistance to the laws of nature, D, equals iron-blooded regeneration, C. The system then displays the next combination, iron-blooded regeneration, coupled with pain resistance, results in ashen blood. His eyes widen as a surge of power emanates from his chest. The system displays the details of the newly acquired skill, Ashen Blood, very happy face. It's described as a transcendent trait developed by a mutant vampire, increasing regeneration based on tenacity and tripling it when damaged. Furthermore, it nullifies up to 40% of pain. It's a scam for instant regeneration to increase by threefold, but for it to also nullify pain, he wonders, clearly surprised by the skill's unexpected benefit. Oh. He breathes, a bead of sweat trickling down his face as the realization dawns. He realizes, the lobby has a regeneration effect, so I can't test this out properly. He considers, since 100 points isn't too burdensome right now. His hand tightens around the hilt of his sword. Suddenly, a system message appears, the lobby's regeneration effect has been removed. Then, another system message appears, warning, fatigue will stack and you will not recover from physical damage. Raising his sword, he declares, I've absorbed all the souls, so there's no chance of a shield activating. Clenching his fist, he declares, then, I'll test this out. A blade of pure energy descends with incredible speed. The blade crashes down with explosive force. He reaches out,
attempting to deflect the attack. The attack connects, blood splattering as the blade finds its mark. He raises his hand, a surge of green energy emanating from his palm. The green energy intensifies around him, accompanied by a strange sound. The energy coalesces, and a voice declares, "It's an amazing ability." Sweat beads on his brow as he realizes, even if I'm not in the lobby, it's the same as getting a body recovery skill. Since I have such a great regeneration ability and a soul shield, he thinks, his hand clenched. He tugs at his shirt, a determined look on his face as he thinks, honestly, I don't need anything else. He thinks, but I should use this until. His thoughts continued, since I've come to like it. I should use this until it breaks. Ding, a new message arrives, in the community. He reaches out to interact with the new message. It reads, in the community. The message continues, stating, there isn't anything special to pay attention to. The message updates, declaring, since there isn't any more waiting time, there's no need to wait any longer. A shimmering blue portal opens before him. He steps forward, ready to enter the unknown on the other side. He's entered the 9th floor of the Tower of Trials. The difficulty? Hard. And the topic of this trial is simple, fight. The trial begins, and the rules are laid out. He has 1 day to kill all the monsters in the arena. Failure means death, or running out of time. The system displays the stakes, complete the trial, and he'll gain the skill A Beast's Instinct, C. But failure? It's death. A system notification flashes. A warning sign blares on the system screen. A piercing chime rings out. The system displays a stark warning, Challenger Han Sunjun's trial on the 9th floor is no longer safe. The system issues another alarming update, a challenger from the Murim world has invaded the floor. The system blares another alert, the Murim world challenger's trial goal has been extorted. An exclamation hangs in the air as a monstrous figure looms, its single red eye burning with malice. This is... The words hang heavy, a chilling declaration. Across the desolate landscape, a voice booms, laced with anticipation, you're finally here? Suddenly, a system message appears, the trial's goal has been amended. A figure emerges, identifying himself as Beck Sunhack, a commander from the Murim League. A pile of grotesque, red-eyed monsters lie dead at someone's feet, the floor stained with their blood. But then, a system message appears, ordering, please kill Beck Sunhack, the Murim world challenger. The message identifies him as an otherworldly challenger. Beck Sunhack lowers his head, his expression unreadable. The scene fades to white. The white fades, and a voice cuts through the silence, demanding, what's your name? Silence hangs heavy as the figure hesitates to answer. The figure retorts, questioning the sudden demand, why are you asking for my name all of a sudden? He realizes the implications of his previous words. I revealed my position and name. He continues, questioning the point of exchanging names given the circumstances. You didn't invade my floor with good intentions, so what's the point of revealing each other's names? The old swordsman retorts, it's courtesy among fellow swordsmen. It seems like you're narrow-minded. I'm speechless. He thinks, then wonders, why are all the other worldly challenges weird? I'm speechless. He thinks, then wonders, why are all the other worldly challenges weird? The old man states, well, it's fine. His expression remains unreadable. The old man draws his sword, its blade glowing with an eerie light. I can't do anything about it if you don't want to be courteous. A crimson slash cuts through the air. He slashes forward with incredible speed, the blade leaving a crimson trail in its wake. The strike connects, sending shards of energy scattering outwards. The blade multiplies into 3, each glowing with intense energy. The blade hums with power, ready to strike again. The warrior unleashes a flurry of strikes, each blade a streak of blinding light. The warrior's relentless assault continues, each strike accompanied by a resounding ah. A ringing sound pierces the air. Suddenly, a system notification appears, the skill, Wind's Grace, has been activated. The notification clarifies, all movement speed has increased by 30%. The system displays the current skill stack progress, 3 out of 7. His eyes narrowed,
a surge of power visibly emanating from him. Blasts of energy erupt around him, a dazzling display of raw power unleashed.
Golden beams of energy radiate outwards, illuminating the battlefield with blinding intensity. The landscape below is obscured by the sheer force of the attack.
Blades of light pierce the landscape, aimed directly at the figure in the distance.
An exclamation punctuates the devastating attack. "Oh!" A voice trails off, followed by a question. "There was a skilled person like you in this dimension?"
The old man's face is revealed, his expression grim. He offers an unexpected apology.
"I apologize for looking down on you."
He exhales, the tension of the moment palpable. The apology is cut short.
"Stop the noble act," a voice booms.
The booming voice continues, accusing, "You came here to kill me and take my reward." The accusation continues, the booming voice declaring, "You came here with that intention." His red eyes narrowed, the figure questions, "So why are you pretending to be polite?" The figure's face is shown up close as he declares, "How disgusting." The figure continues, explaining, "It's probably because you're from another world that we don't see eye to eye."
His gaze intensifies, a flash of purple light emanating from his eye.
The air crackles with energy as a surge of power erupts. Raising the blade high, the man channels the surging power into his sword.
A blinding light erupts from the weapon. The light intensifies, engulfing everything in pure white.
Darkness swirls, struggling against the encroaching light. The light surges from the blade as a voice declares, "Goodbye, unknown swordsman." The unknown swordsman grits his teeth as the darkness around him intensifies.
The attack lands, and the impact reverberates. A system message flashes, due to a unique trait. The message continues, declaring, "Swordlight, you've been blinded for 5 seconds."
White streaks fill his vision.
Despite the blinding effect, Swordlight presses forward, his grip tightening on his blade. Darkness descends, a suffocating blanket of shadow consuming the light.
The encroaching darkness utters a chilling farewell, "Goodbye, unknown swordsman."
The swordsman raises his blade, a desperate act against the encroaching darkness.
A strangled cry tears through the oppressive darkness.
The swordsman is engulfed by the darkness, his blade a futile defense. The swordsman's vision is stolen.
A system message declares, "Due to a unique trait, Swordlight, you've been blinded for 5 seconds." His world fades to white, then descends into absolute darkness. Despite the darkness, he remains poised, his sword held ready.
Above him, a massive symbol glows ominously.
Darkness closes in completely, and he realizes with growing horror, "My vision is gone."
Complete darkness.
His vision is gone.
Boundless Necromancer. Boundless Necromancer.
A system notification appears, the skill Mana Resistance has been activated. Another system message appears, announcing that the duration of blindness has been reduced by 2.5 seconds.
Grasping his sword tightly, he thinks, "Nice."
Golden streaks flash as he swings his sword.
The skill Spiritual Eyes has been activated. With Spiritual Eyes activated, a system message appears, "You can read attacks that you cannot see."
He's surrounded by what seem to be bars.
"AHH, he cries out.
He screams in pain, a purple glow emanating from his eye.
He groans, "Ugh." The attack clearly landed.
Despite the pain, a system message appears, "You have acquired the achievement Blind Evasion, but..." Immediately, another system message appears, "Agility has increased by 2." The air crackles with energy as a blinding flash erupts.
An exclamation hangs in the air amidst the blinding light. The blindness inflicted by the unique trait Swordlight has ended.
The blinding light fades, revealing the character being hurled backwards by the force of the attack. He regains his sight, but finds himself facing his opponent's blade. A silent pause hangs in the air.
The opponent moves in a blur, robes billowing. Suddenly, a system notification appears, "Skill Ashen Blood has been activated." I almost got decapitated. The protagonist realizes how close he came to defeat. "How did you know?" The elder's suspicion is palpable.
The elder's gaze intensifies, his expression unreadable.
Suddenly, a system notification appears. Skill Instant Acceleration has been activated. Following the activation of Instant Acceleration, another notification appears. The skill Wind's Grace has been activated. All speeds have increased by 50%, pushing the current skill stack progress to 5/7. With the wind at his back, he dashes forward, his blade poised to strike. He continues his rapid advance, the ground blurring beneath his feet. The force of the blow sends a shockwave rippling outwards. His eyes burn with intense focus as he zeroes in on his target. An exclamation escapes him as he prepares to strike. He lunges forward, his spear aimed directly at his opponent. The spear strikes, a blinding flash erupting at the point of impact. He continues his attack, moving with incredible speed. His opponent counters with a swift kick. The clash creates a shockwave of dust and debris. With a furious yell, the old man brings his blade down. The blade cuts through the air with incredible speed. The swords collide with a resounding crash. He plants his feet, bracing against the force of the blow. The force of the impact reverberates through his arms. The swords collide with a resounding crash. The clash sends out a shockwave. The force of their blades meeting sends dust swirling around their feet. The old warrior accuses, "You are using strange dark sorcery." Visibly shaken by the accusation, he admits, "I'm a little dumbfounded." The hero wonders aloud, "I've grown this much, but our stats are the same?" He is sent flying backwards from the force of the blow. SFX, Kwang. Dust swirls as he declares, "I will not hold back anymore." His eyes glow with an intense light as he prepares to strike. He moves with incredible speed. The attack explodes in a burst of light and dust. The hero is blinded for 5 seconds, a system message reveals, due to the unique trait, Sword Light. His vision is completely whited out. Darkness swirls, punctuated by cries of pain. The darkness clears, revealing him mid-leap, sword drawn. "Damn it," he curses. The darkness returns, swallowing everything. As darkness consumes him, a system message flashes, skill mana resistance has been activated. The system displays a new message, the duration of blindness has been reduced by 2.5 seconds. Another system notification appears, skill spiritual eyes has been activated. The world bursts back into view, illuminated by brilliant golden light. Golden light pierces through the darkness, illuminating the scene. He stands, his expression unreadable, amidst the renewed light. He swings his weapon, golden energy crackling around it. "This is crazy," he exclaims. The weapon blurs as he swings, the system announcing, his attack speed has increased drastically. He moves in a blur, the force of his attack creating a visible shockwave. HUP. The system announces that the unique effect, Iron's Protection of the Wrought Iron Pendant, B, has been activated. Suddenly, a system message appears, announcing that 10% of all physical damage will be absorbed by the skin. Despite the activation of Iron's Protection, a searing blade cuts through, eliciting a pained ache. His hand reaches out, seemingly grasping at something unseen amidst the shattered debris. Amidst the devastation, a system message flashes, skill pain resistance has been activated. He wonders if it was too much to block with Iron's Protection. He grits his teeth, a pained ugh escaping his lips. The system announces, blindness from the unique trait Sword Light has ended. The system's announcement rings out as his vision returns. Vision restored, he stomps down hard, the impact fracturing the ground. He bursts forward in a blur of motion, kicking up dust as he charges ahead. He strikes with incredible force, the impact sending shockwaves through the environment. He is met with a powerful counterattack, his opponent's face grim. He is sent hurtling backwards, the force of the blow evident. The impact sends debris flying as he crashes into the ground. He slams into the ground, a cloud of dust erupting around him. He hits the ground hard, blood splattering around him. He cries out, blood trickling from his mouth as he hits the ground. He is sent flying backwards, a look of shock on his face. An exclamation mark punctuates the air. The force of the impact sends debris flying. His eyes narrow, a grim expression settling on his face. A surge of green energy emanates from his hand. The force of the energy unleashes a shockwave. That dark sorcery again. He mutters, a flicker of purple energy visible in his eye.
The man's weathered face tightens with suspicion. I thought you were a good martial artist, but it seems that you just borrowed all of those techniques from somewhere.
Humph, he scoffs, clenching his fist. Following the accusation, a system message appears, Skill Wins Grace has been activated. All speeds have increased. With the skill activated, all speeds increase by 70%.
The system message confirms that the current skill stack progress is at its maximum, 7/7.
His eyes glow with an intense, almost electric blue as the skill reaches its peak. A sinister grin spreads across his face as he declares, "What a hypocrite!" The elder levels his gaze, a glint of accusation in his eyes. "Are you going to use the dark sorcery again?" he demands. He responds to the elder's accusation by drawing his sword, now crackling with borrowed power. To rely on such borrowed skills despite being a swordsman. The elder's gaze remains fixed, unwavering in his disapproval. The blade sings as he unleashes a devastating attack. The elder's sword flashes, a blinding light erupting as he strikes. "What is that?" a voice cries out, clearly bewildered by what they are witnessing. "Then how about you die to these borrowed skills?" the elder declares, his words laced with a chilling confidence. The elder's eyes glow with an eerie light as he unleashes his borrowed power. Blinding light erupts, filling the space with the elder's unleashed power. The elder grunts, the strain of the power becoming evident. The elder's sword glints, poised to strike. "I have invaded floors dozens of times up until now," a voice booms. He stands over the fallen, his sword stained crimson. The battlefield is littered with bodies. He declares, "I cut lots of challengers from a diverse range of worlds with this sword." The blade drips crimson, a testament to his claim. He continues, singling out one world's inhabitants. In particular, people from the Earth world were especially weak in every ability. Earth, rendered as a golden liquid, is poured into a bowl. To the point where they could be called a honeypot. His confidence is absolute. Challengers from Earth could not touch a strand of my hair. On top of that, using my unique trait Sword Light was enough for me to end them in one strike. This time, a new declaration hangs in the air, heavy with unspoken intent. The declaration echoes, should not have been any different. A deafening crack echoes as the blade meets its mark. An exclamation punctuates the silence. The force of the blow sends him reeling. He is sent flying backwards, his body twisting unnaturally in the air. His expression contorted in pain, he cries out, "Ack!" The force of the impact sends a shockwave rippling outwards. The clash erupts in a blinding flash of light. The energy explodes outwards. The force of the blast sends him hurtling backwards. He's sent flying even further back, crashing against the rough stone. Bruised and battered, he exhales heavily, the turquoise energy around him flickering. The impact sends a cloud of dust billowing outwards. He gasps for air, blood trickling down his face. The system relays two conflicting messages. The administrator White Crane Swordmaster is impressed, while the monster of the north predicts imminent defeat. The system relays new information. Administrator Ruler of the Late Night is now interested in the young challenger, while Administrator Hero of the Black Archipelago is awed by his skills. Silence hangs in the air as the figure remains still. A primal scream rips through the silence. His eyes glow with menacing energy. System notifications flood his vision. The skill 1 hit 2 kills has been activated, and his attack speed has doubled. Furthermore, the skill Lightning Sword Chi is now active, channeling lightning energy into his blade. More system notifications chime in. The skill Single Flash has been activated, doubling the cutting power of his next sword attack. Then, the skill Fairy Steps is also activated. More system notifications appear, this time announcing that for 1 minute, his movement speed will increase by 2.8 times. With the activated skills coursing through him, he raises his sword, ready to strike. "H-H-H," he exclaims, a burst of confidence fueling his next move. He pauses, a question hanging in the air. "Didn't you just talk shit about sorcery?" he asks, his tone laced with challenge.
A sinister grin spreads across his face, his eyes gleaming with amusement.
Suddenly, a system alert flashes. Penalty for floor invasion is currently in effect.
Immediately following the penalty warning, another system message appears: all stats have decreased by 8. Another system message appears, this time stating, you cannot use a portion of your skills. Frustration etched on his face, he grits out, damn it. Yet another system message appears, this time declaring, skill 1 hit 2 kills has been forcibly deactivated.
Yet another skill is forcibly deactivated.
Skill Lightning Sword Chi has been forcibly deactivated, the system announces.
Another skill vanishes. The system announces, skill Indomitable Body has been forcibly deactivated.
But just as quickly, a different message appears, cooldown of unique trait Sword Light has finished. Then, hope flares as the system announces, unique trait Sword Light has been activated.
With Sword Light reactivated, he steadies himself, observing the enemy's movements.
I'm slowly getting used to this pattern, he realizes. Suddenly, a new system message appears, skill Spiritualize has been activated.
You demonic bastard, he shouts, rage fueling his next attack. I will cut you down.
His face contorted with rage, blood dripping from his brow, he screams, his eyes burning with a fierce red light.
A blinding flash of light erupts. The light intensifies, the word OK emblazoned in fiery letters.
The light subsides, revealing the protagonist standing amidst swirling shadows, his sword drawn.
Skill 3 Lacerations activates, enhancing the next 3 attacks. He leaps forward, his blade poised to strike. The enhanced blade slashes through the air, leaving trails of light in its wake.
The strike connects, a burst of energy erupting from the point of impact.
His face contorts in a fierce grimace, eyes blazing with blue energy.
The force of the impact explodes outward in a blinding flash.
The force of the blow sends a shockwave rippling outward. The light intensifies.
The blindness caused by the unique trait Sword Light has ended. Vision restored, he sees his opponent standing calmly, sword drawn.
The battlefield is obscured by smoke and debris. He is sent flying backwards, blood trickling down his face.
His opponent looms, an ethereal figure amidst the smoke. His sword clatters to the ground. His leg buckles beneath him. He struggles to rise, but his opponent looms above, radiating power.
He stands, a surge of blue energy emanating from his core.
A primal scream tears from his throat. He grips his sword, ready to strike. His eyes widen, blood trickling down his face.
Impossible. He gasps.
He falls, his white hair splayed across the dusty ground.
Dust swirls around him as he collapses, defeated.
Though defeated, a system message appears, congratulations. You have completed the 9th floor of the Tower of Trials. A figure with long, white hair stands amidst the dust and debris.
The figure looms over someone lying on the ground.
He stands over the fallen white-haired figure, a sword glinting in his hand.
The system announces, congratulations.
You have completed the 9th floor of the Tower of Trials. A sinister smile creeps across his bloodied face.
Darkness descends, obscuring everything.
The darkness reveals system messages. He has absorbed the soul of challenger Beck Sunhack, and his proficiency has increased by 27%. Emerging from the shadows, he is surrounded by streaks of red energy. The red energy intensifies, coalescing into a pulsing sphere in his hand.
His eyes narrow.
Oh, 27%. A slight smirk plays on his lips.
Not bad.
A system message appears, congratulating him on clearing the 9th floor of the Tower of Trials. However, the message continues, warning that the reward and difficulty of this floor are inconsistent. The rewards will be adjusted. Come to think of it, there was something like this, he muses, wondering how the rewards will be adjusted. The system then announces that the adjustments are complete, and the rewards will be given in order. The system grants him the skill 6th Sense, C+, as a reward. In addition, he receives 35,000 points. The system then announces that he has obtained an additional reward of 1,000 SP. Furthermore, it states that he will be moved to the lobby.
6th Sense, he muses, considering the implications of his new ability.
The system then clarifies that the new reward is a slightly better rank than the original reward, a beast's instinct. Well, I'll look at the details when I'm at the lobby, he decides, approaching a shimmering portal. Two system messages appear. Administrator White Crane Swordmaster was impressed by his fight, and Administrator the Monster of the North went wild at his effort. More system messages appear, this time stating that Administrator Ruler of the Late Night is amused by his performance, and Administrator Hero of the Black Archipelago is applauding his battle sense. Now, he stands before a glowing, digital-looking portal, a question forming in his mind.
A soft ah
Escapes his lips as he gazes ahead.
A soft ah
Escapes him as he gazes ahead. Suddenly, a message appears before him. The system is expanding.
Above, the message reads, administrators can now observe the trials.
Then, a thought bubbles up. Come to think of it, there was a message like that. Anyways, most administrators who saw my fight were touched, he states, a slight smile playing on his lips. He admits, I'm a little proud because, if you look at it in a different way, then it means they acknowledged me. However, a system message reveals that the administrator, known as that iron-blooded monarch, is frowning due to the excessive interest in her contractor.
Ah, yes.
He murmurs, as a new system message appears. The administrator, that iron-blooded monarch, warns him not to be bewitched by the other administrators.
Another system message appears. The administrator, White Crane Swordmaster, wants to add an authority to the contractor's exclusive store.
The system message persists, now directly asking, will you allow it? The protagonist seems taken aback by the direct question.
Ha!
The protagonist's eyes widen as he questions, White Crane Swordmaster wants to.
Utterly bewildered, he wonders aloud, what's happening? They want to just give me an authority?
A system message appears, stating that the administrator, the iron-blooded monarch, is begrudgingly allowing him to accept the authority. I can just receive it, he wonders, still grappling with the situation. A system message clarifies that the administrator, the iron-blooded monarch, is granting authorities to gain a contractor's favor.
Another system message appears, posing the question, favor? Is there something good about gaining favor from a challenger who has completed their contract?
Then will there be other times where you'll contact me, he asks, a hint of anticipation in his voice. The system displays a message, Administrator White Crane Swordmaster is laughing, promising, there will be a lot in the future. He pauses, his expression unreadable as he trails off with a simple. Another system message appears, this time from Administrator Iron-Blooded Monarch, who warns that the given authority won't be that good, so do not be too burdened. The protagonist realizes the authority he's been granted isn't actually that great, musing, it's not a good authority, but it's just to gain favor.
So in the end, they're giving it to me expecting something from me?
Having realized the authority comes with strings attached, he resolves, then there's no need for me to hesitate. He extends his hand, a glowing blue screen materializing before him. Thank you, he says, his words tinged with an unknown resolve. The screen displays a system message, White Crane Swordmaster's authority has been added. Another notification follows, Sword Chi Master has been added to the contractor exclusive store's authority category. The screen updates, now displaying a message, Administrator White Crane Swordmaster is smiling, telling you to remember his kindness.
A voice responds, I understand. I will use it well.
The title, Boundless Necromancer, blazes across the screen. The words Chapter 30 appear on the screen. The system announces their arrival, they've entered the lobby of the 10th floor. But then, a second message appears, stating that the system has started expanding. The system then announces, you can now enter the public area. The protagonist breathes a sigh of relief. He takes a step forward, the sound echoing slightly in the vast, empty space. The public area, he wonders, a hint of uncertainty in his eyes. He wonders aloud, questioning, can the administrators also observe what happens here?
He continues, now questioning if the administrators are watching.
He continues to question, asking, are you perhaps still watching? Silence hangs heavy in the air as he pauses, awaiting a response. The silence stretches on, unanswered. Clearing his throat, he tries again.
Ahem, ahem.
Suddenly, a screen appears, announcing, Category, Authority of the contractor's exclusive store is opening. The screen displays a list of available authority skills, showing Serene Mind already owned. Other options include Iron-Blooded Soul, King of Winter, and Sword Chi Master. A flicker of surprise crosses his face. Oh, he murmurs, his eyes widening slightly. He reaches out, a surge of power emanating from his fingertips. The world dissolves into a wash of blue. The world shifts to a screen displaying Authority, Sword Chi Master, C+. The price is listed, 1,500 SP. It's described as a sword chi, more powerful than normal, that strengthens bladed weapons, but mana consumption will increase with activation time. The protagonist's eyes gleam as he declares, I can infuse mana into weapons and use sword chi. He wonders aloud if the normal authority might be better than he expects. A ringing sound echoes. Oh, I can look at the next page now, he realizes. The next page reveals a list of authorities, categorized as authority. The list displays Bone Reconstruction, C+, Iron-Blooded Sword, A, and Hand of Death, Very Happy Face. The first authority, Bone Reconstruction, C+, is priced at 1,500 P. The description states that bone structure can be reconstructed to suit any martial art, increasing all stats by 2. The next authority, Iron-Blooded Sword, A, costs 5,000 SP. It allows the user to summon a mana-based sword, but only one at a time, and it won't consume mana. Then, Hand of Death, Very Happy Face is listed for 2,500 SP, doubling the effectiveness of necromancy and black magic, and causing slight deterioration after injuring an opponent while holding an item. Ha! He breathes, eyes wide as he mutters, these abilities are insane. But he realizes he only has 2,000 SP. The authority he can obtain right now. The light intensifies around him as the words Bone Reconstruction appear. The light coalesces into a gleaming sword. The words and Sword OL Master appear on a screen. The screen displays a new title, Chi Master. Then, a voice declares, one of those authorities. Now faced with a critical decision, he wonders, what should I do? Should I save up some more SP? His piercing gaze intensifies, focusing on something ahead. A memory surfaces, the old man, Beck Sunhack, that I met on the 9th floor was crazy powerful too. To avoid death at the hands of others, he realizes, purchasing authorities is crucial. He reaches out, touching the screen with a determined look. The system confirms, Authority, Sword Chi Master, C+, has been purchased. The system then confirms that 1,500 SP has been deducted. The system confirms the activation of the Sword Chi Master Authority. With the Sword Chi Master Authority activated, the blade glows with intense blue energy. He prepares to strike, noting, the 3 Lacerations skill uses mana, however the feeling is completely different. The 3 Lacerations skill erupts, channeling mana into the sword with the force of a crashing wave. Then for Sword Chi, the mana flows like water. The skill activates, the mana visualized as a rushing stream. The Sword Chi Master Authority has been activated for 1 minute. The Sword Chi Master Authority is now active for 2 minutes, but mana consumption has increased to 4%. The Sword Chi Master Authority has now been active for 3 minutes, with mana consumption rising to 6%. For every minute, my mana consumption rate increases by 2%. He realizes the cost of the Sword Chi Master Authority becoming increasingly apparent. He calculates the limit of his ability, then it'll take 50 minutes for 100% of my mana to be consumed. The system announces, Authority Sword Chi Master has been deactivated. The sword's power visibly diminishes. He realizes, I need to manage my mana well while using this. A thought bubbles above him, was 6th sense the reward for the 9th floor? He reaches out toward the glowing screen, wondering if the 6th sense skill was the reward for clearing the 9th floor. Before him, the screen displays skill 6th sense, C+. He wonders aloud, well, does it mean that my instincts will get better? He muses, considering the implications of his new ability. If my instinct can become judgment, then it's quite useful. He continues to ponder the possibilities. Then I can avoid unnecessary fights.
That's fine, he thinks, then wonders if there will be any mentions about the new public area in the community.
A system notification appeared. You have entered the community.
Difficulty, hard.
Upon entering the community, a system notification declared the difficulty hard. A chorus of voices immediately flooded the area, one declaring, "I'm Susie, there are so many foreigners."
Another, identifying as a max-level swordsman, wondered aloud what this place was. Chaos erupts in the community chat. One user exclaims, "This is insane, I think I just saw an S-rank hunter from Japan? What the hell?" Another laments that they were relying on the S-rank hunters. "I knew it," a voice declares, seemingly vindicated as the chaos unfolds.
The community chat is flooded with comments about the new public area added to the 10th floor's lobby.
A hand reaches out, seemingly touching a shimmering, blue surface. Turning his head, he voices his confusion, "Huh?" Suddenly, a message appears, "Max-level swordsman."
Just then in the public area, a random foreigner asked if I wanted to exchange authorities with their admin. His eyes widen slightly as he reads the message. You can exchange authorities, he wonders. A thought bubble appears, describing a place where one can personally see countless challengers and make deals with admins. He finds this prospect how interesting.
He wonders aloud, then shall I go and personally check it out?
A confident smile spreads across his face as he holds his sword.
He's made up his mind.
He takes a determined step forward. Suddenly, a system message appears, you will be moved to the public area of the 10th floor.
Everything fades to white. The world dissolves into pure white.
The blinding white fades, revealing a distant cityscape under a cloudy sky. The pair stand on a glowing platform, now in a park under a vast sky.
Others are seen walking along a distant path. He smiles, observing their surroundings.
So this is the public area. He reveals, I used a question voucher and asked about some things.
He declares his intention, so I'm going to get as many benefits as possible in return.
They stand in a forest, sunlight filtering through the trees. Let's go, he calls out, starting forward with his companion. One of them eyes their target, a sinister smile spreading across his face. I think that bastard is a Korean hunter, he muses. That's right, he's an A-rank Korean hunter, one of them confirms, adding, I remember seeing his profile. The man's sinister smile widens as he reveals, it was bothering me that they kept saying they were a powerful hunter nation.
His eyes glinting with malice, he asks, but they said it's possible to kill others outside the public area, right?
The sinister smile deepens, promising ill intent.
The path stretches through the forest, where he walks ahead, a dark figure trailing behind him.
A system message appears, the rate of mana consumption has increased by 100% due to the effect of the unique trait, Weakening Light. Another message states that due to the effect of the unique trait Terrorize, all stats have. The messages continue to stack up, all stats decreased by 20% due to the Terrorize effect, and now, a section of his body has been paralyzed by the unique trait Eyes of Horror. Staggering back, he can only manage a confused huh.
The effects of the unique traits continue to take their toll.
He collapses, the unique traits taking a heavy toll. He hits the ground hard. Struggling, he gasps, "Am my body?"
A red aura flares around him.
A chilling he echoes as his opponent's malevolent presence looms. Please wait, he pleads, a desperate attempt to stall his grinning opponents.
Bathed in a crimson glow, he demands, what are you doing?
A hooded figure wonders aloud, I wonder.
Then, with a sinister grin, he asks, what are we doing? Blade gleaming, he taunts, you're a Korean from the nation of powerful hunters, so you should know?
The hunter's eyes widen in fear as he realizes, I'm fucked. Sweat beads on his brow as he realizes, it's not even in a trial but they're looting here as well. A dark figure looms over him, clearly having already begun the grim task. The looter raises his sword, ready to strike the downed protagonist.
Two more figures stand by, watching the grim scene unfold. Please stop, a desperate plea echoes out.
You guys, will you be able to handle it? She asks, her expression etched with concern. If you don't stop right now, I'm going to open the community and I'm going to tell everyone about this, she threatens. His eyes narrow, a clear indication that her threat has been heard.
His gaze intensifies, a silent promise of retribution hanging in the air. He relents, finally agreeing to her terms.
Okay, fine, he concedes, his grip tightening on his sword.
Then instead, a new plan begins to form.
The new plan comes with a disturbing condition: if you strip. A sinister grin spreads across his face.
I'll think about it. If you drop all your items and... The condition hangs ominously in the air.
He continues, a cruel smirk plastered across his face. Do as I say, I might even let one of you live.
A chilling ha-ha-ha echoes, amplifying the threat.
Her eyes widen in disbelief and fear.
What are you talking about? She stammers. His red eyes gleaming, the villain asks with a sinister grin, or shall I help you?
His bandaged hand clenches tightly, a subtle tremor running through it. A confused "huh" escapes him, his eyes narrowing slightly in suspicion. The camera pans down, revealing the path ahead and two figures in the distance. Further down the path, two figures stand apart, facing each other.
One of them speaks, questioning, "What's with that bastard?"
His companion, standing beside him, looks on with a surprised expression. Suddenly, a voice calls out, "Hey, Black Cape." The figure, back turned, is addressed directly, "Hey, Black Cape." The figure in the black cape turns his head slightly, his piercing blue eyes now visible. "You, talking to me?" he asks, a hint of challenge in his voice.
He stands, awaiting a response. The response comes, "Yeah, you."
But the challenger's words are cut short.
Before he can finish, an unexpected question cuts through the tension: "You're also Korean?"
A sinister grin spreads across his face, his eyes gleaming with unsettling intensity. The opponent stands silhouetted amidst swirling energy, his dark form radiating power. Red energy crackles around him as he prepares to strike. The air crackles with intense energy as the attack is unleashed.
He pauses, a visible exclamation of surprise crossing his face. "I wanted to walk past quietly."
He thinks, the words laced with regret. Suddenly, a system notification appears: skill forceful breakthrough has been activated.
Another notification flashes: skill mana resistance has been activated.
More system messages appear, indicating that the mana consumption increase and the ability decrease have been negated. Another system message appears: the paralysis of one part of your body has been negated. He stands firm, the effects of the paralysis now completely negated. He stares ahead, eyes wide with disbelief.
Something unexpected has clearly occurred.
The hero looks down, his expression one of utter shock. The sound of shattering glass rings out. A hand grips a glowing sword, ready to strike. With a glowing sword in hand, he declares, "You guys started this." He stands his ground, the glowing sword poised to strike. With a blade crackling with blue energy, he declares, "You guys started this." He advances, his intent clear. Activating the skill, instant acceleration, he moves with blinding speed. He hurtles forward, a blue energy blade crackling in his grip. An exclamation hangs in the air as the two figures look up in alarm. He lies prone on the ground, defeated. Lightning SPE dash, the cry cuts off as the figure is struck by a barrage of attacks.
Ice shield, the cry rings out as a shimmering barrier erupts.
The ice shield shatters under the force of the attack, the figure behind it screaming in horror.
The attacker's fist continues its relentless trajectory.
His face contorted in a savage grin, the attacker's eyes glow with an eerie light.
The attacker swings a shimmering blade, energy crackling around it.
The attack rips through the air, a torrent of energy unleashed. The nun and the other man watch in horror as the attack descends. "Heek," he cries out as the attack slams into him. He slams to the ground, defeated. But even as he falls, he prepares another attack. Even on the ground, he's already launching himself forward, sword aimed directly ahead. But a desperate W8 escapes him. His eyes widen in dawning realization. "I was wrong," he shouts. The scene fades to white. The man on the ground, impaled, begs, "Please just." The world explodes in a blinding red. The red fades, revealing a series of system messages. He has absorbed the spirits of Hyunmoo Jin, Lee Changjin, and Nam Jinhyun. He has also absorbed player Nam Jinhyun's spirit. His proficiency has increased by 6.4%. The red energy swirls intensely, accompanied by a shout of power. The battlefield is littered with fallen enemies as the remaining party members cautiously advance. A voice echoes through the battlefield, filled with regret. "I'm sorry. I should have helped. But the fight had ended earlier than I expected." "It's okay," she says, reassuring him. "You can leave now. Don't worry about it." "Thank you, then," she says, her voice soft with gratitude. A sigh of relief escapes him. Phew. The question hangs in the air. Are you perhaps a ranker? The other man's eyes widen at the question. "Well, I guess you can say that," he replies, a slight smirk playing on his lips. The man's smirk widens as he confirms, "I was always within the top 10 after all." "I see. It's an honor to meet you," he responds. His expression softens as he says, "I'm alive thanks to you." "Thank you so much." He replies, "I just helped him because I thought I might also." He continues, his voice trailing off, "I thought I might also be threatened." Then, cutting off the conversation, he says, "It's nothing. You can go now." Turning his back, he says, "Well then." He begins to walk away, leaving the other man behind amongst the fallen bodies. He pauses, a flicker of doubt crossing his face. A simple question hangs in the air, ? These bodies. He mutters, a thought clearly forming. The fallen bodies litter the ground as the protagonist demands, "Please give them to me." Silence hangs in the air as someone questions. The protagonist's intense gaze meets the other's stare as the question hangs in the air, "Why?" A sinister smile creeps across his face as he proposes, "Since you saved me, if you give them to me." The camera focuses on his chest as he finishes his sentence, "If you give them to me. As a repayment." He finishes, leaving his request hanging in the air. "I'll give you a skill." His words hang heavy with the unspoken condition. The deal hangs in the air, the terms yet unspoken. The skill is revealed, gluttony. A surge of dark energy emanates from his hand, the power of gluttony unleashed. A guttural scream tears from his throat as the power of gluttony overwhelms him. The spectral figure hurtles towards him, wreathed in swirling dark energy. Wiping sweat from his brow, he sighs, "Phew. That's satisfying." The other man watches him, a question forming in his mind, "Is that also a skill?" Smiling, he declares, "Then I'll give you a skill as promised." An additional skill is being accepted from the administrator, Glutton. Now, Wings of Steel is being added to the shop's category, skill. A smirk plays on his lips as he thinks, "I didn't expect to get another skill." The system explains, it's a skill that creates wings on your back, allowing you to fly. And just like that, 4 sharp, glowing purple wings burst forth from his back. Smiling, he explains, "You'll be able to use it right away if you buy it with SP. A simple thanks appears in his speech bubble. He replies, "I'll check it out as soon as I'm back at the lobby." System messages appear. The administrator warns the White Crane Swordmaster not to approach his challenger, while Glutton expresses anger over a lack of business ethics. More system messages appear. The administrator relays that iron-blooded monarch is complaining about those loitering around the contractee, while the Dark Devil watches the three argue. They're so dramatic, he thinks, watching the system messages unfold. Seeing how competitive they are over challengers, he thinks, observing the ongoing chaos. His thoughts turn to the challengers. There must be something they want from them, he realizes. Well, I guess I'll find out, he resolves, now determined to uncover their motives. Beneath the dappled sunlight filtering through the trees, they continue their journey through the forest. The public regions, a voice explains, are divided into the arena, auction site, and the gambling area. Also, there's something that would be helpful for you to know, he says as they continue through the forest. He continues, explaining that the currently known other dimensional worlds that have invaded, other classes are The instructor lists the other dimensional worlds that have invaded other classes: Ares, Murim, and Kallian.
He concludes, these are the only 3 that are invading the earthly dimension.
A knight stands over another kneeling before him, sword drawn. Banners bearing the image of a sword hang behind them. Ares prioritizes chivalry, a voice declares. However, the speaker continues, the challengers in Murim are similar, except they're a bit more aggressive. So the Black Knight is from Ares, and the White Crane is from Murim. A voice reveals. The speaker continues, I heard Kallian is a nation of elves, fairies, and humanly beasts. The speaker's words materialize as the Kallian nation is revealed, populated by elves, fairies, and beasts like humans. The character appears surprised, stating, you know a lot. Grinning, he reveals, I looked into it using my question vouchers. The group stands before a massive stone gate, a towering structure with a visible watchtower.
Ah, we're finally in the public area, someone announces.
Holding out a small card, he says, it's not that great, but here's my business card. The man reveals a detail about the protagonist's past. You were the team manager of the Challenger managing team in the Hunter Association. He finishes handing over the card, saying, call me whenever you're curious about something. A system message appears, you have entered the public area. A system message clarifies the rules of this new area, all status abnormalities will be returned to normal, and fights between challengers will not be possible. Ooh, a voice observes as they enter the public area. Several figures stand in the distance, awaiting their arrival.
One of the figures announces, I'm thinking of making my way to the auction. Another responds with a simple, okay. Interrupting the conversation, another figure declares, I have somewhere to be too.
Oh, a voice exclaims, followed by, Where are you gonna go? Someone asks, questioning the sudden departure. The arena, the character states, his piercing blue eyes focused on what lies ahead. A sinister smile spreads across his face as he prepares for what's to come. The screen flashes, welcoming him to the arena.
He strides confidently into the arena, surrounded by seated onlookers. The onlookers are already losing their patience.
Why did this bastard have to lose?
For fuck's sake. He's down again.
A triumphant laugh rings out.
Kahahaha, I got a skill. The man wonders aloud, this is an arena.
It feels more like a sports betting area, he muses. An administrator, identified as Dark Devil, chimes in, stating that this reminds him of the good old days. However, Administrator Iron-Blooded Monarch turns his head away from the arena in disgust.
Administrator White Crane Swordmaster is excited by the arena's atmosphere. A question arises, Am I supposed to sit there? He settles into a large red chair, a faint smile playing on his lips.
His feet are now firmly planted on the ground. Suddenly, a system notification appears, Arena's system is being activated.
Before him, a new prompt appears, choose between betting and fighting. The choice hangs heavy in the air.
He reaches out, his finger hovering over the help option. Before he can choose, a new message clarifies, the arena is divided into 2 systems, betting and fighting. The system explains that if he'd chosen betting, he could wager on other fighters' matches, potentially earning or losing points based on their performance. I guess those people back there were betting, he realizes. The system clarifies that choosing fighting allows him to battle other challengers for a reward. Furthermore, once a fight is confirmed, both fighters' real names and rankings will be revealed. The system stipulates that a fight is only confirmed once a reward, such as a skill, item, or authority, has been wagered. Furthermore, he will only be matched with opponents whose rewards are of equal value. Once the fight is confirmed, he will be able to fight in the Colosseum, and the fight will be over if one surrenders. He realizes that once the fight is confirmed, they will be automatically transported to the Colosseum. I guess the point of the arena is the rewards, he realizes, as a sword, shield, and potion materialize before him, labeled simply as item. Bathed in golden light, the hero is presented with a choice between skill and authority, alongside a variety of other tempting options.
Well then.
He muses, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he reaches out towards one of the options. He declares, let's look for a reward that catches my eye.
Whispers fill the air as someone recognizes the Witch of Hellfire, Catherine. Another voice responds, that hot and famous American hunter? The crowd's excitement is palpable.
One person exclaims, "Wow, I've never seen her in real life before."
Catherine, the Witch of Hellfire, studies a holographic screen, a thoughtful escaping her lips.
Catherine's expression shifts as she states, "No one's requesting a fight with me."
Catherine wonders aloud, is it because I have too many wins?
The reason for the lack of challengers becomes clear. More people would have requested for a fight if the fight records weren't shown. The truth is revealed, Catherine's affiliated server is in the USA, or she is ranked 6th. Her reward for this is the skill Tempest Sword, C+. But more importantly, her victory count is 17, with 0 losses. The administrator, Master of Fire, snickers, dismissing the others as lame. Catherine turns her head, her expression unreadable.
The administrator continues, "Yeah. I guess there are only cowards here. How boring.
I'll have to get out of here instead of wasting more time," he thinks, resolving to leave. Seated in the large chair, she looks down, seemingly lost in thought. A faint ringing echoes as her bright blue eyes widen slightly, a flicker of something crossing her face.
A notification flashes, "You have received a fight request." The challenger is Han Sun-yoon, from the Korean server, ranked 3rd.
The system displays the potential reward, the skilled Demon Slayer, C. Her victory and loss count remain at 0.
The challenger's name echoes in her mind, Han Sun-yoon.
Han Sun-yoon, affiliated server ranking 3rd, is displayed. A thought bubbles up, he's picking me despite having never fought before? A sinister smile creeps across Han Sun-yoon's face. How interesting, he muses. The system confirms, the fight has been confirmed. Suddenly, a system message flashes, "You are being transported to the Colosseum." The two combatants now stand far apart in the massive Colosseum, the scale of the arena dwarfing them. A sly smile spreads across his face.
"I like your gallantry," he says, his eyes gleaming with amusement.
His piercing blue eyes narrowed, the challenger coolly warns, "But you should have been more careful while choosing."
The match is set, Han Sun-yoon versus Catherine Bennett.
The screen flashes, declaring, the fight begins.
Catherine Bennett stands ready, a confident smirk playing on her lips. Catherine stands tall, a fiery aura surrounding her.
The smirk widens, her eyes glowing with an intense, fiery light.
The fiery aura intensifies as Catherine declares, "Think of this as a learning experience."
The system announces, activating authority, Birth of Fire. A blinding inferno erupts, consuming everything in its path as the authority takes hold. Bathed in the raging flames of her authority, she stands tall, a figure of immense power. The air crackles with immense power. He gazes forward, his expression unreadable against the backdrop of swirling flames. A golden, scaled form descends amidst the swirling flames. Amidst the inferno, a figure with a flowing cape stands, seemingly unfazed by the surrounding blaze. A sphere of intense flames erupts.
He braces himself against the inferno's blast. The flames intensify, engulfing everything in his searing inferno. The searing flames roar even louder. Amidst the inferno, a lone figure plummets downwards. An exclamation hangs in the air.
Eyes narrowed, he braces for impact. A resounding crash echoes. "It's over," a voice declares, as flames engulf the scene. A sinister grin spreads across her face as she wields a weapon wreathed in flames.
Authority is activated, Sword Chi Master. A blinding flash erupts as the blade cuts through the inferno. The inferno blazes even brighter.
The inferno rages, and a blue energy crackles amidst the flames. Amidst the raging inferno, she slashes with a blade of pure blue energy.
The blade of blue energy cuts through the inferno.
She moves with blinding speed, her coat billowing behind her as she advances through the flames. The flames rage around her. Her eyes widen in shock, pupils shrinking to pinpricks as a sudden realization dawns on her.
The flames rise higher, engulfing her vision.
Through the smoke and debris, a figure plummets from above, dagger in hand. The figure continues to fall through the smoke.
As he plummets, the figure utters, "A learning experience, huh?"
He continues to descend through the dust cloud.
A voice declares, "I'll be the one to give you that."
A sinister smirk plays on his lips as he prepares to deliver the promised blow.
A dense bamboo forest stretches into the distance. A powerful strike echoes through the forest.
Beyond the broken archway, a figure stands before a traditional building. He brings a steaming cup to his lips, the steam curling upwards. A surge of power erupts, the air crackling with energy. He stands, his long hair cascading down his back, as the surge of power emanates outwards. The energy coalesces around him, identifying him as Challenger Han Sung-yoon. Han Sung-yoon prepares to strike, energy swirling around his blade. The unseen opponent admits, "I didn't expect you to already be so adept with sword chi." Facing away, the opponent stands before a swirling vortex of energy. A sinister smile plays on his lips as he declares, "It was an excellent idea to give him a nice authority.
And from now on."
His hand gently caresses a small bird as he thinks, "I need to build up my relationship with this challenger faster than the other challengers.
This challenger might be able to." The thought hangs unfinished, leaving the audience in suspense.
His thought trails off as the small bird takes flight, feathers drifting in the air. A voice echoes, filled with a plea, "Resolve the grudge that I was unable to resolve myself."
A single feather drifts downwards, a silent echo of the bird's departure and the lingering request. 2 feathers now descend, a visual echo of the unresolved plea. The title appears, Boundless Necromancer.
A single feather drifts downward, marking the start of chapter 32. A fiery aura surrounds him, his intense gaze piercing through the smoke. He grips his sword, a surge of power emanating from its blade. He stands firm against the inferno, his sword ready. He advances, the inferno raging behind him. Activating, the system announces the skill, instant acceleration. A burst of speed erupts around him. The world blurs as he rockets forward, leaving trails of fire in his wake. He blazes forward, a searing inferno engulfing everything in his path. The world is now a blur of light and speed. The hero counters with a swift strike, a blue arc slicing through the inferno. His sword flashes again, a brilliant streak against the encroaching flames. The hero's sword continues to cut through the raging fire. The sounds of the sword cutting through the flames echo. The hero continues his assault, cleaving through the wall of fire. The hero continues to advance, his blade cutting a path through the inferno. He presses forward, the flames licking at his armor as he continues his advance. His eyes widen slightly, and he utters a soft, "Oh." He stumbles, losing his footing as he is sent sliding back. As he's pushed back, he realizes, the cape's effects are not enough since I don't have wind's grace.
Below him, flames erupt. Massive flames engulf the space below him.
She strides forward, flames licking at her heels. "Humph, how long do you think you can hold on for?" she asks, her voice echoing with a hint of mockery. Her eyes narrow, the surrounding flames reflecting in her gaze. A cruel smirk stretches across her face, the flames dancing in her eyes.
The system displays messages, the iron-blooded monarch watches the flames with interest.
Meanwhile, the White Crane Swordmaster has high hopes.
The system announces, Administrator Dark Devil laughs loudly at the flames.
The flames rage above, casting long shadows down the dark, metallic wall.
He slashes through the flames, a blue notification appearing, 3 minutes has elapsed since activating. The notification continues, revealing that 3 minutes have passed since activating the Sword Chi Master Authority.
Another message appears, his mana consumption rate has increased by 6%.
Another minute passes, the system now indicating that 4 minutes have elapsed since activating the Sword Chi Master Authority. The mana consumption rate increases again, this time by 8%. This is gonna get a bit tiring if the fight drags on any longer.
He thinks, his expression hardening.
A system message flashes, absorbing Challenger Baek Sunhak's spirit to permanently increase stats.
Stamina increased by 2, agility by 1, strength by 3, and magic power by 3. His stats are rising rapidly.
Durability also increased by 2, the system message announces.
A surge of red energy erupts from his chest, swirling around him.
Absorbing one of Baek Sunhak's skills, the system announces.
He has obtained the skill, Lightning Sword Chi, B. The system details the new skill, Lightning Sword Chi, B. It's described as the Lightning Sex Holy Body Divine skill, imbuing the blade with lightning when using Sword Chi. Furthermore, activating the skill will reinforce Sword Chi, allowing for a deadly attack. A flicker of surprise crosses his face. Oh! Lightning Sword Chi, he wonders. The system's description triggers a realization. A deadly attack, huh? Does that mean I can shoot Sword Chi, he wonders. The enemy's voice booms, filled with disdain. You must think you have the time to be distracted. As the enemy speaks, she unleashes a torrent of flames. The flames surge forward with incredible speed. His eyes widen as the flames engulf him. The fiery daggers rain down, filling the air with heat and destruction. An exclamation hangs in the air as the flames rise to meet the daggers. The daggers continue their descent through the inferno. The daggers continue their fiery descent. The fiery daggers strike, shattering the ground with a resounding crash. He dives to the ground, narrowly avoiding the daggers' fiery path. He continues his dive, the fiery daggers narrowly missing him as they strike the wall behind. He spins, a blade of light arcing from his sword as he deflects the incoming fire. Activating skill Ashen Blood, the system message announces. Ashen Blood activates, a surge of power emanating from his hand, ready to strike. I don't know if it'll work the first time, he thinks, as the skill unleashes a fiery burst. The fiery burst erupts from the tip of his sword, engulfing the space before him. But I'll give it a go, he resolves, steeling himself for the unknown outcome. He grips the sword tightly, a surge of energy emanating from the blade. Give it a go for practice. Activating his authority as a Sword Chi master, he also triggers the Lightning Sword Chi skill. The Lightning Sword Chi skill unleashes a powerful, arcing blade of energy. The Lightning Sword Chi tears through the environment. The Lightning Sword Chi crashes down. The Lightning Sword Chi strikes, and a figure is sent flying back, uttering a pained, ugh. "SH shield," he shouts, desperately trying to defend against the incoming attack. The attack slams into him with devastating force. The force of the blow sends shockwaves rippling outwards. An explosion of fire erupts before her, the shockwave threatening to consume everything. He grunts as the blast hits him head-on, way. Even as the flames engulfed him, a thought races through his mind, a counterattack right away. He prepares to strike back, sword raised against the swirling flames. The flames swirl as she unleashes a powerful kick. After unleashing the kick, she admits, "Phew. You're unbelievably strong." Despite his earlier confidence, he admits defeat. "I lose." The system announces, "Challenger Catherine has surrendered. You have won." The system grants him the skill Tempest Sword, C+, as a reward. He will be transported back to the 10th floor common area. A surge of energy envelopes him. His eyes widen as he is teleported. He finds himself seated in a large chair, blue light cascading around him. He admits he underestimated his opponent. "I went pretty easy thinking of it as practice for using Sword Chi, but she's pretty strong." He also notes, with some annoyance, "My cape got burnt thanks to her." His gaze sharpens, a flicker of determination in his bright blue eyes. He taps a screen, a quiet tap echoing as he states, "Catherine Bennett. I'll take note of her." A screen displays the details of the Tempest Sword, C+, skill. It notes that when stabbing, attack speed will increase threefold, and there's a 30% chance of imbuing the blade with the wind attribute, greatly increasing movement speed. I thought it was a swordsmanship skill, but it's a stabbing one, he mutters, a wave of disappointment washing over him. I was scammed. A close-up reveals his clenched fists. He's clearly not happy. Despite his disappointment, a system message appears, "Finally, one victory." The affiliated server is Korea, and the ranking is 3rd, victory count, 1, loss count, 0. Above, a message booms, "This is just the beginning." A duel confirmation then appears, promising more battles to come. The system initiates transportation, a message declaring, "Transporting to the Colosseum." The Colosseum's stark, imposing architecture rises before them.
The match is set, Han Sun-yoon vs Iwaki Yuji. Starting duel, the system announces. Iwaki Yuji, ranked 11th in Japan's server, stands ready. Iwaki Yuji declares, "I was looking forward to this fight because you're ranked 3rd in Korea." Iwaki Yuji continues, sneering, "But you look rather homeless. I assume your skills are about that level too." A sinister smile spreads across Iwaki Yuji's face. "Why are you smiling?" The question hangs in the air, laced with suspicion. Yuji responds, "I just thought it's funny that we had the same thought."
Yuji's expression suddenly shifts, his smile replaced by a look of dawning horror.
WH-. The air crackles as an enemy lunges forward, screaming, "You homeless bastard!" The enemy's attack lands. The enemy's spear flashes, a blinding light erupting from the point of impact. He parries the blow, sparks flying as his sword meets the enemy's spear. He wonders aloud, questioning, Is this what the 11th place in Japan is like?" The clash of weapons continues, the impact blurring the image.
A sinister smile spreads across his face as he thinks, "I guess I've gotten insanely stronger. This feels easy," he thinks, the words echoing his newfound confidence. The force of the blow sends debris flying.
"To me."
His confidence shattered, blood splatters as he cries out in pain, "Keuhuk."
The system announces, challenger Iwaki Yuji has taken too much damage. The system declares, "You have won."
With the victory declared, he laughs, a chilling ha escaping his lips. His chilling laughter fades as the system announces, "A skill feast."
The fight continues, blades flashing as they clash once more. "You have won," the system declares. His opponent falls, defeated. The system begins to announce, "You have won."
The system's announcement is cut short by a sudden, unintelligible outburst. The system's victory announcement is abruptly cut off as he lunges forward, a sinister grin plastered across his face. The system announces, "You have accomplished Master of Duels." Before the hero can celebrate his victory, a system message flashes, "Stamina has increased by 2." The camera pans out, revealing a breathtaking vista of towering cliffs and lush greenery in China. The scene shifts again, this time to a dense bamboo forest. Deep within the bamboo forest, a figure sits in meditation atop a rock formation. Another man stands before him, observing.
The meditator's eyes snap open.
A sharp snap echoes as his eyes open, a piercing gaze now fixed on his observer.
"What?" he questions, his voice laced with confusion. The young master's confusion turns to disbelief. "Did you just say that the great elder Baek Sunhak died?" A bamboo forest surrounds them.
The young master stands, head bowed, as the woman sits silently on a rock.
The woman continues, revealing the great elder's final message.
"According to his last words, there is a place called Earth Dimension that's been recently linked to us."
The young master remains still, absorbing the gravity of the elder's message. The woman continues, "And he apparently tried to floor invade. SFX, thump."
His eyes narrow, a thought crossing his mind.
"It must be here." He looks up, surrounded by dense bamboo. The bamboo forest stretches high above him, sunlight filtering through the dense canopy.
A sharp, echoing crack rips through the bamboo forest.
The beast lunges forward, jaws agape, as the sound echoes, roar. The beast's attack intensifies, a blur of motion and teeth.
The beast's roar reverberates. Clinging to a rock face, he grits his teeth against the pain.
The
beast lunges with incredible speed, purple energy crackling around its massive form.
The beast descends, and perched on the rock face, he wonders, "Has it already been 5 years since I took a break from tower climbing?" The beast's attack is imminent, but he prepares to meet it head-on. He reaches out, ready to face the incoming beast. With a resounding whoosh, the sword is swung. The blade flashes, cutting through the air. The beast lunges forward, claws extended in a ferocious attack. He deflects the attack with a swift counterstrike. The force of the impact sends rocks flying. The force of the blow sends him reeling back. The beast's massive jaws open, emitting a guttural growl of confusion.
Gore! The world spins as he's sent hurtling through the air. His face contorts in pain as he flies through the air. He plummets through a blinding explosion of light and energy. He hurtles downwards, sword aimed at the monstrous maw below. The impact reverberates. His sword finds its mark, overpowering a mythical creature so easily. He muses, a bead of sweat tracing down his cheek. It's said that the young master's martial arts are terrifyingly strong. Earth dimension, huh? Sounds fun. The words hang in the air, a chilling promise of what's to come. A brutal strike lands, the young master standing over his defeated opponent, sword raised. The young master stands triumphant, his opponent's massive form now reduced to rubble beneath his feet. A new determination hardens in his eyes, find out, no matter what. He clutches a golden bell, its surface gleaming amidst the falling leaves. A sinister grin spreads across his face as he grips a bloodied sword. A surge of blue energy crackles around him as he wonders, the spheres that he launched earlier. A blinding light erupts, the spheres unleashing their devastating power. A column of pure energy pierces the center, the sphere's power focused into a devastating beam. The energy beam intensifies, its raw power threatening to consume everything. The energy surges, threatening to overwhelm everything in its path. He stands defiant amidst the blinding energy. A maniacal ha rips through the air as he grins, seemingly unfazed by the power surrounding him. Holding a book filled with arcane symbols, he sneers, "You were showing off, but look at you now, you bastard." His eyes widen in disbelief, sweat beading on his brow. "Ha? What's that?" he stammers, his confidence seemingly shattered. Suddenly, a system notification flashes, skill counter shield has been activated. Raising his hand, he activates the counter shield skill. A red, glowing barrier materializes around him. The system displays the counter shield's details. Once memorized, a red shield can be summoned using magic power. Furthermore, 25% of the damage received will be absorbed and released. The counter shield fully activates, encasing him in a geometric, glowing red barrier. The counter shield radiates, its geometric pattern glowing intensely. Why are you so surprised? This is just the beginning. The chapter unfolds, chapter 34. The ground cracks. What's happening? He mutters, sweat beading on his brow. How could his technique be blocked so easily? He raises his sword, preparing to strike. He lunges forward, a trail of blue energy following his advance. With a tch, he grits his teeth, his eyes narrowed in fury as he prepares to meet the attack. A surge of power erupts from him, the air crackling with energy as the attack intensifies. The attack crashes forward, a storm of energy unleashed. The landscape shatters under the force of the attack. He plunges downward, his blade radiating a chilling blue light. The hero's descent continues, the blue light intensifying as he closes in. He continues his rapid descent, a vortex of energy swirling around him. The hero plummets, the blue energy intensifying around him as he accelerates. The hero's descent intensifies, the blue energy flaring brighter as he hurtles downward. The hero's energy intensifies as he continues his rapid descent. The hero's name is called out, Sunghun Hyungnam. Sunghun continues his descent, his sword crackling with energy. As Sunghun descends, a voice booms, questioning, "Hunter, no. Do you know who Challenger Han Sungyun is?" The hunter responds, "No, I haven't seen a guy like him among the high-ranking hunters." If you don't know him, then it's highly likely that he's an ordinary person. The voice continues, then questions, "But is that possible?" The voice continues, concluding that, if he's not a high-ranking hunter like us, it'd be difficult. The masked figure remains, his identity a mystery. The thing that's more surprising. A voice begins, the speaker obscured by the chaotic energy surrounding them. The voice continues, revealing a startling truth, is that Han Sungyun isn't going all out right now. I think. The voice continues, the thought hanging in the air. The voice concludes, a note of surprise in its tone, he might be on a similar level to me. That high, the voice stutters, disbelief evident.
even though his final ranking is 2 places below? It's just an assumption, the voice admits, though the implications hang heavy in the air.
But if he didn't have any team luck in the cooperation trials until now, it's possible that he was undervalued compared to his skills, the voice continues, as the protagonist stares up at the looming figures above. The looming figures cast long shadows, their presence heavy with unspoken judgment. A blinding flash erupts as the swords collide. His piercing gaze remains fixed as the blinding light intensifies. The light intensifies, and a shockwave rips through the air. His eyes widen in terror as the blinding light bears down upon him. The air cracks with a deafening sound. He screams in agony as blood splatters from his arm. He falls. The impact throws him back, a visible tremor shaking his body. He hits the ground hard, a pained cook escaping his lips. I'm surprised, the fallen warrior thinks. He realizes his opponent didn't kill him, but instead chose to oppress him. The masked figure looms over him, radiating an unsettling calm. With a lot of composure at that, the fallen warrior thinks, observing his opponent's unnerving stillness. Desperation etched on his face, he cries out, "W8." His bloodied hand reaches out, a desperate plea hanging in the air. His eyes narrowed, he warns, "If you kill me, you might not be able to survive this trial." Sword raised, he warns, "Think carefully. This trial is made up of the highest 4 rankers." In a situation like this in the Tower of Trials, he begins to say, sweat dripping from his face. He wonders aloud, questioning, will they give us a trial that's easy enough that you'll pass with having one less person? He pauses, a moment of silence hanging heavy in the air. The man in the red suit glares, kneeling on the ground amidst splatters of blood, as the protagonist looks down at him. The scene shifts to an obscured view of the battlefield. The battlefield is revealed, now dominated by 2 figures standing amidst the dust and debris. "We won't interfere. Do as you please," one of the figures declares, granting tacit permission for whatever is about to happen. A surge of raw fury contorts his face. He lunges forward, intent unmistakable. He reaches his target, a hand stained crimson grasping at the fallen figure. With blade raised, he prepares to strike, the air crackling with energy. He brings the blade down, a final strike amidst a swirl of violet energy. "This bastard, seriously," he grits out, his face contorted in rage as the blade continues its descent. "This bastard, seriously," he grits out, his face contorted in rage as the blade continues its descent. The blade flashes as it meets its mark, but the man's eyes widen in disbelief. The blade connects, but the man's eyes widen in utter disbelief. An exclamation hangs in the air as the attack lands. He soars through the air, his blade crackling with energy. Suddenly, a system notification appears, unique trait deceit has been activated. As the unique trait activates, a system message flashes, all stats will momentarily be increased by 10. Damn it! I wanted to hide my last trump card, he thinks, as the battle continues. His face contorted in rage, he screams, "Die, you bastard." The sword, wreathed in purple chains, hurtles forward. The chained sword strikes. He stands firm, the chained sword now directly in front of him. He prepares to strike, a glowing geometric pattern forming beneath his feet. The blade flashes with blinding speed. The air crackles with energy as the strike lands. A chain lies broken on the ground. More of the glowing chains fall, severed. With a final surge, the last of the chains break apart. A soft, surprised "oh" escapes someone's lips. The chains shatter completely, as a surprised "oh" hangs in the air. He stands above, the shattered remains of the chains falling around him. With the chains now broken, a system message appears, the skill Wind's Grace has been activated, increasing his speed by 40%. Another system message appears, his current skill stack progress is now at 4 out of 7. The air crackles with energy as he moves, the sound echoing around him. The ground trembles as a shockwave erupts. The impact resonates with a deafening roar. Debris explodes outwards from the point of impact. Amidst the swirling debris, he stands firm, his sword radiating a menacing red glow. He looks up, a stunned expression on his face as a massive, glowing red shape descends. The red shape speaks, its voice laced with disdain. Instead of doing this trial as a 3, I know it's a lot more dangerous doing it with trash like you. He stares ahead, a flicker of defiance in his eyes despite the overwhelming power looming before him. His defiance turns to desperate struggle, teeth bared as he shouts, "Fuck." The system announces, skill counter shield will release the accumulated damage in one go. A blinding flash erupts as the accumulated damage is released. The force of the released energy explodes outwards, engulfing the battlefield. The explosion intensifies, consuming everything in his searing inferno. He moves in a blur, his sword raised high amidst the inferno. Darkness descends, obscuring everything. The darkness parts, revealing the Vampire Count's old tailcoat, A. It grants a movement speed increase of 8% and a magic regeneration boost of 10%. Next, that heavenly blood demonic sword, B+, appears, boasting a 7% reaction speed increase and a 10% attack speed boost. It's described as a famous sword passed down in a blood demon cult of Murim. Moreover, when attacked, the user can temporarily create a bloody shield by consuming stamina or blood. The system message indicates that a blood chi sheathes the blade, harmonizing the mana flowing within the user's veins. Readying himself, he declares, "I'll use these items well." The ground trembles as he prepares to strike. His eyes widen as two figures descend toward him. He lies on the ground, seemingly defeated. A voice rings out, praising Han Sunjiun SSI. Then, another voice cuts in, asking, "Is everything done?" Giving a thumbs up, he says, "Yes, thanks to you, I was able to finish it well." A system message appears, 10 minutes remain until the start of the 10th floor trial. A new system message appears, ordering all challengers to stand by for the upcoming trial. The challenger, standing before a massive stone gateway, declares, "All right, let's get going." The challenger, flanked by 2 others, heads deeper into the trial grounds. Under the watchful gaze of a stone horse statue bathed in moonlight, the challenger continues onward. He continues under the looming shadow of the stone horse, heavy chains hanging nearby. A statue of a cavalryman? It's huge, he observes, a hint of unease creeping into his voice. He won't come alive, right? The protagonist and his companions continue forward, deeper into the unknown. A grim realization dawns. If it's the tower, it's possible, he mutters, his earlier unease solidifying into palpable dread. Suddenly, his eyes widen, a stark exclamation appearing above his head. His eyes widen in a sudden realization. His gaze drops, now focused on the massive, chained figure before him. The chained figure stands motionless, a mask obscuring its face. The mask conceals any hint of emotion, the chains binding the figure glinting ominously. A piercing blue eye opens, the figure finally stirring. Dawn breaks, casting long shadows across the cityscape. 3 figures walk toward the light, long shadows stretching behind them in the pre-dawn gloom. He stops dead in his tracks, eyes wide with surprise. "Oh," he breathes. The group has arrived at their destination. "I think we came to the right place," one of them says. A deafening whoosh fills the air as they gaze up at the massive structure. A lone figure stands before the massive, moonlit structure. Chains bind him, yet he seems undeterred by the imposing architecture before him. He senses something amiss. There are 3 more statues that give off a bad feeling, he realizes. The chains binding him appear heavier, the statue-like figure stoic despite the oppressive weight. "And this?" he begins to say, his expression unreadable. "Probably the Dark Monarch," he concludes, the words hanging in the air as the camera focuses on a tombstone. Before them looms a colossal statue of a warrior clad in ancient armor. The grace period ends. The trial of the 10th floor is about to begin, and the remaining time will decrease as the Dark Royal Order approaches. The system's directive rings out, "Stop the resurrection of the Dark Monarch." The mission is clear, stop the resurrection of the Dark Monarch. Heavy footsteps echo as the armored figure advances, chains dragging ominously behind. A surge of power emanates, the air crackling with dark energy. His eyes glow with menacing energy as he prepares to strike. Chains rattle as he advances, a looming threat taking form. His attack shatters the stone structure. He continues his advance, his chained armor clanking as he moves.
He leaps forward, closing the distance. He pauses, a thought bubble appearing above him.
I was feeling stiff, but shall I warm up? He muses.
He lunges forward, his massive weapon poised to strike. He shouts, "It's the head!"
He recognizes the approaching figure.
"It's the head," he exclaims. The urgency is palpable.
We need to stop the guards from giving the head that they're carrying on their backs to the monarch. His gaze hardens as the monarch looms behind him, a menacing figure wreathed in crimson energy.
"Good, it's simple," a voice declares, seemingly confident in the plan. The masked figure proposes a straightforward plan. "Then we'll each take one of them."
He advances, a strange, glowing weapon crackling with energy held firmly in his grip. He stomps forward, the ground cracking under the force of his advance. The sword rises, piercing the sky. He leaps into the air, descending upon his fallen opponent.
The impact sends shockwaves through the arena. A voice declares, "It's the head."
The protagonist faces the head with a determined gaze. The protagonist realizes the guards must be stopped from delivering the head they carry on their backs. The protagonist understands the guards are carrying the head to the monarch. Good, it's simple, he thinks, formulating a plan to stop the guards. He continues, "Then we'll each take one of them."
He stands ready, gripping his hammer tightly as vibrant energy crackles around it. He brings the hammer down with immense force.
The hammer connects with a resounding crash.
A blade lies broken below. The hammer continues its descent. The hammer continues its relentless descent, poised to crush its target.
The hammer slams into the ground, sending a shockwave through the chamber. The hero, the knight, and the smiling man are now facing each other.
"Good luck," a voice echoes. Boundless Necromancer. Boundless Necromancer, Chapter 35.
He declares, "I'll finish it in one strike with sword chi."
The blade gleams, ready to strike.
He lunges forward, a blur of motion as he closes the distance. The sword chi descends, a swirling vortex of energy aimed directly at his target. The sword chi rips through the structure, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The sword chi continues its destructive path, tearing through everything in its wake.
The hero raises his sword, attempting to block the incoming attack.
The hero's attempt is met with a resounding impact. His eyes widen, bracing for the full force of the blow. The impact throws him back, the world blurring as he loses his footing.
Silence.
Recovering his balance, he manages to land on his feet, sword still in hand. The impact sends tremors through the ground. A surge of energy erupts, and a voice wonders, "Sword chi." The armored figure stands firm, his sword now radiating with a menacing purple glow.
A voice acknowledges, "It's not an easy opponent."
His brow furrows with concern.
"I wonder if the others will be okay."
A resounding crash echoes.
The two figures collide, their weapons meeting in a blinding flash.
The force of the impact sends shockwaves through the very air. The force erupts, sending debris flying in all directions.
A blinding light fills the void. He is sent hurtling backwards through the city.
He crashes into a building, the city blurring past him.
The impact sends shockwaves rippling outwards.
The force of the impact distorts everything around him.
SFX, KRAKOM. A deafening explosion rocks the area. Debris rains down as the aftershock of the blast continues.
Amidst the falling debris, the armored figure leaps forward.
Hammer raised, the armored figure prepares to strike. The hammer, now glowing with a blue, crystalline energy, descends.
"These bastards, they're all boss ranks," a voice exclaims, revealing the gravity of the situation.
The enemy's voice booms, revealing the dire situation. "These bastards, they're all boss ranks."
A voice echoes, warning, "Don't be careless." A massive, glowing hammer materializes in his hands, crackling with energy. A chilling retort echoes, "I think you were the one being careless, Hyungnim, hee hee." A large, dark wizard's hat materializes, glowing with a similar blue energy. The wizard's hat settles into place, accompanied by a surge of magical energy. The wizard's hat now firmly in place, he admits, "This hat doesn't suit me, so I didn't really want to wear it." A blur of motion, he lunges forward, sword drawn. "The fact that I'm wearing this ridiculous hat," he thinks, the sword still flashing as he moves. The sword glows with power as he declares, "Means you're gonna fucking die." The blade surges with pink energy, ready to strike. The blade is already in motion, a streak of pink energy cutting through the air. The pink energy intensifies as the blade continues its descent. The pink energy explodes outward as the blade continues its descent. The pink energy detonates, obliterating everything in its path. The blade cuts through the blast, undeterred. The cloaked figure descends rapidly, blades extended. The figure hurtles downward, blades poised to strike. But instead of striking, the figure halts his descent, drawing back a glowing bow. "Yes," he affirms, "a plan forming." A voice explains the strategy: "When you fight a mage, it's standard procedure to fight him in close range." He prepares to engage the mage at close range. He moves in a blur. A pink scythe materializes, glowing ominously. "But that only applies if your opponent is a normal mage," a voice declares, raising questions about the true nature of the battle. A sinister grin spreads across his face as he prepares to strike. He lunges forward, a red energy trail following his swift movement. His eyes widen slightly as he utters, "Oh." Sword in hand, he thinks, "Since I've only seen weak challengers up until now, seeing those guys makes my blood boil in excitement." He leaps into action, thinking, "I just need to do well." SFX, Kwang. The ground trembles as he strikes. He continues his assault, the force of his blow sending rocks flying. The force of the impact continues to shatter the surrounding area. The ground trembles under the continued barrage. Suddenly, a system notification appears: "Skill Wind's Grace has been activated." The system announces, "All movement speed has increased by 50%. The system displays, "Current skill stack progress is at May 7th. Eyes blazing with determination, he charges forward at an incredible speed. His sword raised high, he prepares to strike down his distant opponent. The ground shatters as he unleashes a devastating blow. A system message appears: "You are currently stepping." As he strikes, a system message appears: "You are currently stepping on a shadow." The skill Clandestine Shadow Step, C+, has been activated, and his strength temporarily increases by 3. With his sword drawn, he prepares to strike. He moves in a blur, the blade slicing through the air. Suddenly, a system notification appears: "Skill Chaotic Swordfighting Play, C+, has been activated." The system then announces a boost: "Attack speed for swords has increased by 10%. The system then displays the current skill stack progress, 5 out of 10. The system announces the activation of the skill Lightning Sword Chi. With the skill activated, he unleashes a flurry of lightning-infused sword strikes. The air crackles as the lightning sword chi tears through the space before him. The lightning strikes impact the armored figure, the force of the blows evident. The stone statue's face begins to crumble under the force of the attack. "Lightning bomb," he declares, the words echoing as the attack is unleashed. The lightning bomb detonates, illuminating the figure's face with an eerie glow. The lightning bomb rips through the ground, sending debris flying. The lightning bomb explodes in a blinding flash of light. Amidst the fading light, the hulking figure swings his axe. Lightning crackles around the hulking figure. His fangs bared, the hulking figure roars. The hulking figure is struck by a powerful blow. He reels from the impact, his glowing eyes narrowing. The force of the blow sends him hurtling through the air. The world blurs as he is sent flying. Spinning through the air, he faces a barrage of energy blades. He braces for impact as the energy blade hurtles toward him. He swings his scythe in a wide arc, a sinister grin plastered across his face. The energy blade slices through the air, narrowly missing its mark. The scythe whistles through the air, the sound echoing ominously. Sparks fly as the scythe clashes against his opponent's blade. The scythe, wreathed in red energy, slams down with incredible force. The scythe continues its descent, the red energy intensifying as it crashes down. The impact resonates with a deafening AAAAM.
A primal scream rips from his throat.
The armored figure stands firm, the force of the impact seemingly absorbed.
The battle intensifies, multiple armored figures now surrounding the wizard. "Oh, they're running away," one of the armored figures questions.
Another responds, "Since we destroyed the monarch's head, we won't need to worry about it resurrecting."
"Let's go," one of the armored figures shouts. "Let's wrap this up quickly," one of the figures declares, moving to strike the fallen monarch. He lunges forward, a red glow emanating from his visor. His sword descends, poised to strike.
The structure shatters under the force of the blow.
Amidst the crumbling debris, figures are sent flying. A deafening roar echoes. Amidst the chaos, the man with piercing blue eyes surveys the battlefield. "What's that sound?" he wonders, amidst the ongoing battle.
He looks up, a flicker of concern crossing his face.
A colossal stone figure looms, its massive form dwarfing everything around it.
The ground shatters beneath its feet with a resounding crash.
"Ha," he mutters, a look of surprise etched on his face. A powerful blow sends him flying. He is sent hurtling through the air, a trail of light marking his trajectory. He continues to fly backwards, the speed of his descent emphasized by streaks in the air. The masked warrior grips his spear, preparing to strike.
The warrior descends rapidly, spear aimed directly at his target. The warrior below braces for the attack, raising his shield to meet the descending spear.
"The statue that was at the entrance," he exclaims, recognizing a key detail. A surge of energy erupts, the air crackling with an ominous purple glow.
The statue's symbol floats into the air, glowing with intense power. A figure leaps forward, spear aimed directly at the viewer.
"TSK," the figure clicks his tongue, now wielding a glowing, blocky hammer as he descends.
The figure's foot hits the ground hard, kicking up dust.
"No. It's already too late since we're running," a voice realizes, the words hanging heavy in the air.
A fierce glare hardens his face, teeth bared in a grimace.
"SFX, thank." He leaps from above, descending towards the horse below.
Sword drawn, he plummets downwards. His face contorted in rage, he hurtles towards his target. He lunges, his hand outstretched, closing the distance at terrifying speed.
The attack explodes in a burst of blinding light.
The air crackles with energy as the attack connects.
The figure remains, seemingly unfazed by the blast. The attack had no effect, the stone giant remains completely intact.
The armored figure unleashes another blast of energy. The energy dissipates into the stormy sky, leaving the giant unmoved. The armored figure extends his hand, rocks floating around him. The rocks begin to form into massive, golden spikes. A sinister grin spreads across his face, his eyes glowing with malevolent intent.
A guttural growl escapes him. A maniacal laugh erupts. The maniacal laughter intensifies, echoing through the scene.
The laughter becomes a horrifying roar, his eyes burning with an intense, crimson light.
The roar gives way to a chilling, drawn-out declaration, "And nice." He exhales, relieved, as his opponent looms above him. His opponent moves with blinding speed.
The crown shatters. He shields his head as the force of the blow sends shards of the crown flying. The spiked mace swings down with incredible force. The mace crashes down, a deafening impact resonating through the chamber.
A furious roar rips through the air.
The sound of cracking stone fills the air. The sound of cracking stone suggests the source of the earlier roar. The hero's eyes widen as he sees the source of the destruction, a towering figure with glowing eyes. Before the hero stands another figure, a wizard with a wide-brimmed hat and an unnerving gaze. "We need to stop it," someone shouts, as the battle intensifies.
SFX, boom.
The figure raises a crown high above, a blinding light emanating from its center. A blinding red energy erupts as the figure unleashes a powerful attack.
The enemies leap into action, blades flashing as they converge.
The red energy intensifies, a symbol of power materializing. The red energy surges, his eyes glowing with intense power.
The red energy explodes outward. The force of the explosion sends his opponents flying. The force sends them spiraling through the air. A swirling vortex of dark energy envelopes the area. Conditions have been met.
The message hangs in the air as the monstrous figure looms, its red eyes burning with intensity. The monstrous figure towers over the two below, its massive form casting a long shadow.
The system message flashes, the Dark Monarch is resurrecting. Oh no, a voice cries out. He looks up, his eyes wide with alarm. An ominous presence descends, the air thick with tension. Ruined buildings loom against a blood-red sky. Golden projectiles hurtle downwards against the backdrop of the ruined city. The system announces, "You have defeated the Dark Monarch."
Having defeated the Dark Monarch, the system announces the completion of the 10th floor of the Tower of Trials. A potion for increasing skill proficiency has been added to his inventory, along with 60,000 points as a reward.
The system grants him 1000 SP as a reward for completing the floor. Then, it grants him an additional 1000 SP. The system announces that challenger Han Sung-yoon contributed the most to the special task. The system then rewards him with 10,000 SP for the special task. An additional 1,500 SP is also granted. A smirk plays on Han Sung-yoon's lips as he looks off into the distance. The additional rewards are great because this trial was that difficult, the system announces. How, a voice stammers, disbelief hanging heavy in the air. His eyes widen in disbelief, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. He explains, "I had a skill I was able to use for this. I think I got lucky." He walks forward, a heavy hammer in his hand.
His companions follow close behind.
An unknown voice declares, "You've surprised me today in many ways." The masked figure continues, "You've surprised me today in many ways." The masked figure proposes, "Let's talk about things in detail after I send you a friend request. We need to heal your wounds too." As promised, a system notification appears, "Challenger Kim Sung-moon has sent you a friend request." Another notification appears, "Challenger Oh Chun-seok has sent you a friend request."
The light fades, leaving only the ominous words, "We'll see you again."
A final, lingering trace of their presence fades into nothingness. As their presence completely vanishes, a system message appears, "More than 1,000 people have completed the 10th trial." As the 10th trial concludes, the system announces its expansion.
A new category, dimensional travel, has been added to the store, opening up the possibility to travel to other
dimensions?
The words hang in the air, a question that promises a whole new level of possibilities.
I think it's implying that I can travel to places like Ares or Murim. He muses, a new world of possibilities opening before him.
But that would be suicide, he realizes.
Why do I have this stupid skill?
He mutters, his initial excitement replaced with frustration.
System messages appear, revealing that the administrator's observation domain has extended to Earth's dimension.
Furthermore, he now has the ability to converse with an administrator in the lobby.
The system reveals more, the administrator's interference domain now encompasses Earth. He can go to the administrator's territory to make additional contracts.
However, only one additional contract is allowed, and it will be restricted after creation.
He can also terminate the additional contract.
The hero's eyes widen as he processes the new information.
An exclamation mark hangs in the air, signifying his shock.
His expression hardens, a subtle shift in his features betraying a newfound resolve.
"It's just an additional contract then," a voice booms. The words "formal contract" appear between the hero and his new companion. An additional contract appears, a red line connecting the hero to the administrator. The hero questions the terms, "But if I'm able to terminate my contract at any time, then the administrator's at a loss, right?" "Well, I can't tell you as of yet," the voice responds. "The administrator's game remains hidden. I can't tell as of right now." The administrator responds, still keeping his true intentions hidden.
"So, let's organize the things I got from the 10th floor," he declares, his intentions still a mystery.
Among the loot is a potion for increasing skill proficiency, ranked B+.
It can increase the proficiency of one skill by 20%.
He holds the potion aloft, its glow illuminating his face.
He seems to be considering which skill to enhance, a bead of sweat rolling down his face. The system confirms he has consumed the potion for increasing skill proficiency, B+. The system prompts him, please choose the skill you want to increase your proficiency in. He selects Wind's Grace. He clutches his head, a grimace of pain twisting his features. The system confirms his choice, confirmed. The system announces a significant upgrade, the proficiency of his skill, Wind's Grace, A-, has increased by 20%. The system then announces that the skill Wind's Grace, A, has reached 100% proficiency. The system announces that the skill Wind's Grace has increased by 1 rank. The system displays the skill Wind's Grace, A, revealing its effects. Upon saying the skill's name, all speeds increase by 10%, stacking up to 7 times. However, at maximum stacks, 1% of magic power will be consumed every minute.
Oh. His eyes widen as he realizes the cooldown is gone.
A sinister figure looms, its red eyes glowing menacingly.
Next is.
It intones, promising further danger. A system message appears, you have absorbed the soul of the Dark Monarch, and your stats have permanently increased.
Following the absorption of the Dark Monarch's soul, a system message confirms that strength has increased by 5.
Another system message appears, this time confirming that agility has increased by 4.
Another message confirms that stamina has increased by 4.
Magic power, too, has increased, this time by 7. Durability has increased by 5, another system message confirms. Another system message appears, declaring that he will absorb one of the Dark Monarch's possessed skills. The system announces that the skill Mana Management, A, has been obtained. His eyes widen, the blue irises glowing with newfound power. The system then details the skill's effect. With regards to mana management, he has stepped into the realm of natural talent, so most restrictions are lifted. The system clarifies that while mana management will be easier, skill proficiency will only increase through independent realization, not frequency of use. So now I'm a genius who's gifted with magic power, he muses, stroking his chin as he ponders the implications.
I don't really believe it, just by reading this.
He admits, skepticism clouding his features. Suddenly, system notifications chime, revealing invitations from both the White Crane Swordmaster and the Iron-Blooded Monarch to visit their territories. System notifications ping, displaying invitations. The Iron-Blooded Monarch has invited him to her territory, and so has the Crane Swordmaster. The system notifications leave him in a state of confusion. The sudden invitations leave him speechless. What? He stammers, utterly bewildered by the unexpected turn of events.
At the same time, a new development unfolds, leaving him visibly stunned.
The title Boundless Necromancer appears, emblazoned in fiery hues.
Chapter 37 begins. The system announces, you have accepted the invitation and will be moved to the administrator's territory. The system announces their arrival, you have entered the Iron Blood World. Having arrived in the Iron Blood World, he finds himself in a snow-covered field, surrounded by swords impaled in the ground. He walks through the snowy field, heading towards a small, isolated house. Suddenly, a powerful force slams him against the house's wall. A woman's maniacal laughter echoes through the small house. Bah ha ha.
Her maniacal laughter continues as she declares, as expected, I knew you would choose me. Thanks to you, I won the bet, she says, already planning her reward.
I'll thank you with grand snacks.
The protagonist realizes, I was wondering why they invited me at the same time. So it was for a bet. As they walk through the snowy landscape, the protagonist asks, aren't you cold? But she simply replies, nope.
Suddenly, she asks, can I ask you one thing?
Suddenly, a thought bubble appears, I obtained the skill, Mana Management. She continues, do you perhaps know anything about it, seemingly referring to the Mana Management skill?
A sudden, sharp intake of breath.
Suddenly, a voice declares, you got a great skill. Good, she states, a strange sound echoing around her. Before heading into the cabin, she intends to explain the skill. The woman explains that with the new magic management skill, she should try bringing up all the magic power within her body as intensely as she can. As instructed, he focuses, drawing all his magic power inward. His hands glow as he gathers the magic within him, the energy visibly intensifying. A pained ugh escapes him as he grits his teeth, a clear struggle evident in his expression. He roars, the gathered energy erupting around him in a blinding surge. The energy intensifies, solidifying into a towering form of pure light. The system announces that his mana circuit has been greatly affected by the activation of mana management. Furthermore, the skill mana circuit, D, has been forcibly increased by mana management, A. The system then announces a significant change, his mana circuit, D, skill has been forcibly increased by mana management, A. Mana swirls around his hand, a visible manifestation of the skill's activation. A gasp escapes him as the forced skill enhancement takes hold. He realizes the skill's impact. It feels like my physical prowess has increased several fold. A voice booms, declaring, "Shall we begin the real training now?" "Shall I?" The voice trails off as the scene shifts to a sword lying on the ground amidst swirling energy. A beam of energy erupts from the ground as he takes a wide stance, ready for what's to come. A massive force descends, poised to strike. The force slams into her, and she cries out, "Ugh!" The sound of the impact reverberates. Her scarf flies through the air, a testament to the force of the blow. His eyes widen in alarm as a massive shape looms before him. A teacup rattles in its saucer, the sound cutting through the air. "I didn't know," a voice admits, laced with a hint of shock. He coughs violently, blood splattering from his mouth as he clutches the teacup. "That you were a man who did such devious things," she continues, her expression unreadable. He stammers, weakly protesting, "Why, you're mistaken." A chilling question hangs in the air, punctuated by a sinister chuckle, "Why are you flustered? Hee hee hee." Her red eyes gleaming with amusement, she continues, "Anyways, when you have the time, try activating your magic skills one by one with mana management," the voice instructs. The words are accompanied by a bright flash, revealing the skill itself, mana management, A. Skill up. 3 distinct surges of power erupt. As your understanding about mana management increases, it will lead to each of your magic skills leveling up. But a question hangs in the air, "But why did you call for me?" Casually eating, he states, "You know that the system expanded when you entered the 11th floor lobby, right?" She confirms, "Yes." Because of the system's expansion, she explains that she can now come here without the tower's assistance. He then reveals, that's not the reason why interference domain was added. The true motive, he explains, is so that the administrators can actively nurture their challenger. The man pauses, a question hanging in the air. What does that mean? The man's hand glows with an ominous red energy as he declares, "It means this." The woman sits regally in her chair, her eyes now glowing with the same ominous red energy. A system message appears: the iron-blooded monarch has used interference domain and gifted the challenger with an authority. The system announces, a new authority has been engraved in your soul. The system proclaims that the authority, iron-blooded sword, A, has been engraved into his soul. A blinding light erupts from him, followed by a stark exclamation mark. A question hangs in the air: can you give authorities out like this? Of course not, a voice declares. Then, the statement hangs heavy, unanswered. The camera pans to a complex apparatus, hinting at the inner workings of the authority system. "It means I've done enough for the tower to do this," a voice declares, its tone laced with a hint of satisfaction. The camera focuses on the ground, obscured by dense foliage. The additional contract ability has been added, so it might be better for her to select another challenger, a voice announces. But then, a question lingers in the air: so why? Why are you helping me so much? The question hangs heavy in the air. "It's because I can see your potential," comes the reply. But the protagonist can only think, potential. A new thought bubble appears: administrators are rewarded by nurturing their challengers. But a new thought surfaces, but the motive isn't positive. The thought continues, a realization dawning: they're just investing in their challenger because of their own earnest wish. His expression hardens, a new understanding settling in. But what exactly is this earnest wish? The scene fades to white, leaving the question unanswered. The words "Administrator White Crane Swordmaster" appear, offering a glimpse into the system's inner workings. The system displays a new message: Administrator White Crane Swordmaster has invited you to their territory. Again, the system repeats its message: Administrator White Crane Swordmaster has invited you to their territory. The system message repeats, but the protagonist seems hesitant. A bead of sweat rolls down his head as he sits at a table laden with treats. Ugh! He groans, still seemingly reluctant to accept the invitation. A sinister smile spreads across her face. Let's end our talk here because of someone's impatience. I gave you the authority too, she says, chuckling softly. The screen fades as a voice echoes, then, I'll see you again. The screen displays a system message: you have accepted the invitation and will be moved to the administrator's territory. It continues: you have entered the forest. The system message finishes as he finds himself in a bamboo forest, leaves swirling around him. Surveying the area, he thinks to himself, this place is perfect for training. He recalls, I was curious about the training method that the iron-blooded monarch told me about. It seems his arrival was perfectly timed. The training method is revealed: mana management. He unleashes the skill, 3 lacerations, and the proficiency of the skill has increased. The 3 lacerations skill has increased by 8% due to mana management. Furthermore, the instant acceleration skill has been forcibly increased as well. The system announces that the skill, instant acceleration, C, has been forcibly ranked up to B by mana management, A. Another system notification appears: the proficiency of the counter shield, B, skill has increased by 7% thanks to mana management, A. Nice, I'm going to use sword chi too. The challenger's words echo with confidence as he prepares to unleash his own power. The challenger's sword glows with an intense, blue energy, ready to strike. The challenger unleashes his sword chi, the air shimmering with the force of his attack. He pauses, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Ha! The challenger is perplexed. Why isn't sword chi activating through mana management, he wonders. Frustration etched on his face, he realizes, I was going to level up 3 lacerations through sword chi. But, he thinks, it's the same no matter how many times I try. His eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. This is strange, he thinks, the frustration now turning to confusion. A new thought strikes him: is it because sword chi is an authority? Is it because sword chi is an authority, he wonders, a new possibility dawning on him. Suddenly, a screen appears, declaring, Administrator White Crane Swordmaster is earnestly waiting for your visit. He decides, let's leave ranking up sword chi for later. He responds, yes, yes. I'm going. A new message appears, stating, Administrator White Crane Swordmaster said yes while blowing air into their cheeks. Looking at the nickname this administrator is using, I guess he's an old man like Beck Sunhack, he observes. Then, under his breath, the way he talks is annoying. A confused "huh" escapes him. The scene shifts to a traditional building bathed in sunlight, where a figure sits in quiet contemplation, sword resting in their lap. The camera focuses on the floor of the traditional building, sunlight streaming through the windows. You're finally here. The words hang in the air, their speaker yet unseen. A woman with striking white hair smiles, introducing herself. Nice to meet you. I'm Administrator White Crane Swordmaster. I've waited a really long time for a challenger like you to appear, she states, her words hinting at a deeper purpose. His eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. He's speechless. A sudden realization dawns on him: forget about an old man, it's a girl. A beat of silence hangs in the air, then a voice cuts through, is there a problem? He continues, surprised, it's fascinating that I'm seeing an administrator I've communicated with through messages. Ha. I understand, he says, then adds, it'll be tiring to talk while standing, so come sit over here. Then, please excuse me, he says, preparing to leave. But then, a sudden realization dawns on him. Oh. But then, his expression changes as he realizes something. How refreshing. The realization continues as he speaks, I understand why you sit here instead of a chair. It feels good, right? The man asks, a slight smile gracing his lips as he looks at the woman. Her eyes glint, and she reveals, "I watched over you from here." The woman continues, revealing, "Ever since Beck's sunhack and you fought a battle to the death on the 9th floor. So you kept watching since you were able to watch my trials," he states, piecing together her previous statement. He then questions, "Isn't it a waste to give your authority to a challenger you met once?" "Absolutely not," she retorts. "You need to accurately understand your worth." A beat of silence hangs in the air, punctuated only by a thought bubble. Despite the great elder Beck Sunhack's inability to master lightning sword chi, he was once a formidable swordsman in Murim. Beck Sunhack's eyes narrow, his grip tightening on the sword's hilt. A surge of determination hardens his weathered face. Despite his diminished strength upon entering the tower, a voice declares that defeating his challenger would be a great achievement. "You don't need to deny it since I, who was contracted with Beck Sunhack, am saying it." The voice booms, its origin still unseen. An exclamation hangs in the air as someone reacts with shock. "Wait, then." The character utters, a realization dawning. A cold sweat trickles down his face as he realizes, "She might have a grudge against me." "There's no need to bring the mood down," a voice interjects, seemingly trying to diffuse the tension. The water spills from the large container as a voice echoes, "You were just an easy challenger to earn points." A voice declares, "I've made contracts with many challengers but I've never invited a challenger here." A blue butterfly flutters near a pale hand. The pale hand remains outstretched, the blue butterfly still fluttering nearby. The voice continues, singling out the challenger, "Except for you." The butterfly lands delicately on his fingertip as he is singled out. "Except for you." The mysterious voice continues, "I know you figured it out, but I'll say it straight." The voice's owner makes a startling request, "Please make an additional contract with me." Silence hangs in the air as the protagonist considers the unexpected proposition. Breaking the silence, he asks, "What benefits will I receive if I do?" The offer is laid out, "If you agree, I'll be able to make you the administrator White Crane Swordmaster's disciple." He then presses the issue, wanting to know, "What exactly are the benefits if I become your disciple?" The explanation continues, "An administrator can appoint only one disciple in their life, and being called an administrator's disciple in the tower means you have formed a special contract. And being called an administrator's disciple in the tower means you have formed a special contract." Also, the explanation continues, promising more details to come. The explanation continues, revealing that challengers who become disciples can purchase all authorities of that administrator. A sudden realization dawns on him. So a disciple contract was that important, he realizes, the revelation hitting him hard. "What the hell, the iron-blooded monarch didn't even explain this to me even though I'm her disciple," he thinks, frustration evident. "Maybe she's a bit of an airhead." "They said the additional contract can be terminated at any time," a voice states. The woman asks, "Why are you doing this one-in-a-lifetime contract when it's so disadvantageous towards you?" A voice declares, "Like that woman, I chose you in order to fulfill my earnest wish." The scene fades to black. From the darkness, a gleaming blade emerges, its sharp point piercing the void. The blade's presence is explained, "It's because I need the sharpest sword, the best sword that won't bend or become blunt." Standing tall, he emerges from the darkness, his figure now fully revealed. A voice booms, declaring, "You have the potential to become the sharpest sword." His eyes glow with an ominous red light, a stark warning of the power he now wields. The words "earnest wish" appear, hinting at the true nature of his newfound power. His blue eyes, now devoid of the ominous red glow, betray a moment of contemplation. That's the word that the iron-blooded monarch said too. Maybe it's referring to a simple desire. The question hangs in the air, what's an earnest wish? His gaze sharpens, a flicker of understanding crossing his face. His white hair sways slightly as he looks up, lost in thought. A voice echoes in the darkness, "Why can't everyone understand the sound of the sword?" Her gaze fixed, she grips the sword, its blade now radiating a menacing, pink glow. Dust swirls around her as she prepares to strike. A nervous voice breaks through the tension. "Why, young master, isn't this too much for a light spar?" The young master is clearly struggling, sweat beading on his brow as he's restrained. Sword chi at the age of 13. The text reads, hinting at the young master's potential. A voice booms from above, acknowledging the young master's skill. You've achieved more than I did when I was young. A voice echoes, reverent and clear, I greet the swordmaster. The swordmaster stands revealed, his gaze intense and unwavering. The swordmaster speaks, his tone carrying a weight of concern, but, Hyuk. The swordmaster's words echo with conviction, martial arts are not to harm humans, but are a path for transcendence. A hand gently cups Hyuk's head as a voice declares, you can't harm anyone without a reason. He remains silent, listening intently. Suddenly, a blue screen appears, announcing, the Tower of Trials is selecting a challenger from the outside. The screen continues, now specifying a challenger from the Murim dimension. The screen then declares, the young master has climbed to the 20th floor. The crowd erupts in cheers, celebrating the young master's achievement. Despite the crowd's elation, a voice declares, I'm still not satisfied. The figure standing atop the tower declares, my desire isn't being satisfied just from climbing the tower. Below, a voice exclaims in disbelief, I can't believe that a 17-year-old has achieved something so grand. Despite his grand achievement, a somber expression crosses his face. I'm sorry, grandfather. He thinks, before adding, as expected, I. 3 system notifications appear in sequence, you have used a dimensional invasion ticket. His eyes glow red as a manic grin spreads across his face. He clutches the bloodied sword. The victim struggles weakly beneath him, but the bloodied killer is unmoved. I have the most fun when destroying humans, he declares. Amidst the blazing wreckage, he declares, I no longer feel satisfied by killing pathetic bastards. He continues, stating that going around Murim and killing people isn't allowed either. But, a new idea seems to be forming in his mind. A sinister chuckle escapes him as he thinks, this guy called Han Sung-yoon might make this fun for me. An airplane soars through the sky, the destination unknown. He strides confidently toward a large building, the sound of his footsteps echoing. A woman in a suit gestures, beckoning him forward. This way, she says. Suddenly, a high-speed chase erupts, police cars weaving through traffic. Challenger Han Sung-yoon, this way please, the woman says, gesturing towards the interior. She adds, there are other people waiting inside. A voice booms, after seeing you on the 10th floor, we meet each other again. The figure responds, you arrived later than I thought. He continues, I heard from the association that you were here, but you really did come. A question hangs in the air as he scans the room. Although, is this everyone who's gathered in response to Japan's support request? He then mentions, I heard that an additional challenger from America will soon arrive. Pausing, he simply states, I see. Even if you say that S3 are all equivalent to S-rank hunters. The voice trails off, leaving the statement hanging in the air. The voice continues, revealing the true threat, the current otherworldly challenger that appeared in Shinjuku, is an unknown monster that might defeat all 3 of us. It'd be great if the challenger from America is strong. The voice concludes, a hint of anticipation in its tone. Clack. The sound echoes, leaving the audience in suspense about what's to come. Turning, the challenger from America reveals himself, his expression unreadable. A close-up reveals the challenger's surprised reaction. Ha, he utters, his blue eyes widening slightly. The challenger's surprise deepens. Catherine, he questions, the name hanging in the air. Han Soo-yeon, she states, opening the door. Her blue eyes lock onto something beyond. Her words hang in the air, Han Soo-yeon SSI? The title card flashes, Boundless Necromancer. The title card for episode 39 appears. The episode begins, and a voice cuts through the silence, do you know each other? The man in the red suit responds, yes, to an extent. We met in the tower for a moment. I didn't want to meet you like this. She says, a hint of regret in her voice. He responds to her regretful tone with a question of his own, was there another way you wanted to meet? I wanted to meet you in a more normal way, she admits, her fists clenched. He retorts that they didn't even meet in a normal way to begin with, so how could they have met normally? She concedes that he's right, but asks if he could say it in a softer way, before muttering that he's cold-hearted.
Is this?
He begins, his voice trailing off, as if realizing something significant. A couple's fight, he asks, the realization hanging in the air.
A voice questions, followed by another's firm denial, that's not it. Never.
This guy could have just said no, but why never, he wonders. Suddenly, a voice declares, finally, all the challengers have gathered.
With a hand placed over her chest, she begins, my introduction.
Has been late, she admits. I'm the president of the Hunter Association in Japan, Ari Chika.
She's the president of the Hunter Association, a surprised thought echoes. She came to the airport, so I thought she was just an ordinary association employee, he reflects. I guess that means Japan is that desperate, he concludes, a new understanding dawning.
The woman states plainly, it is expected that there will be no more support for Japan.
The situation is a lot more severe than I thought, someone admits, adding, so I think they are regulating hunter support.
The man is shocked, realizing, even if they're regulating their hunters, to think that there are only 4 applicants out of everyone in the entire world.
The woman acknowledges, the situation is a lot worse than I thought. The voice continues, revealing, currently, no country is actively wanting to help Japan.
The voice trails off, as a fist clenches tightly. The voice booms, addressing the group directly, to all of you who came here when everyone else turned their backs on us.
He concludes his address with a sincere expression of gratitude, I sincerely thank you.
But a voice interjects, urging him to reconsider, please raise your head, President.
Now's not the time to be bowing.
He gently raises her head. The woman with red hair watches with a concerned expression.
Han Sun-yoon, this person. A new thought begins to form.
He's cold on the outside, but... The thought trails off as the man demands, instead of bowing, you should increase our reward right now.
But the woman can only respond with a confused eh?
The man doubles down on his demand, stating, I'm requesting that you increase the promised reward 2-fold.
Then I will actively give you my support to resolve this issue.
I knew he was cold-hearted. The words explode with realization. A blinding light radiates as the word growth appears. He declares, I didn't come here because I was enticed by being a good Samaritan or a hero. A sinister smile plays on his lips as he reveals his true motivation. I came because of the reward and growth I'll get when I kill Nam Gong-hook.
All right.
I was very emotional in this critical situation, he admits, his expression unreadable.
The entity in Shinjuku is an abnormal monster, he reveals.
Further, he promises to double the reward, since all of you are putting your lives on the line. And, she begins, her expression intense. She continues, revealing that the situation isn't all despair. They still have a shot at victory, she insists, because Catherine Bennett possesses an ability that can flip the result of this fight.
Catherine Bennett's eyes glow with a fierce intensity, surrounded by swirling flames as she prepares to unleash her hidden power.
Power surges from Catherine Bennett, coalescing into a blinding sphere of energy in her hand. As the energy coalesces, Catherine declares, one of the authorities I possess is called the fire suppression.
Catherine elaborates on her ability.
If an opponent who is stronger than me touches the fire that triggers this authority, all their stats will decrease by 10 and a random portion of their skills will become sealed.
An exclamation mark appears in a speech bubble. Catherine declares, using this authority, we can achieve victory.
But there's a catch. Of course, we'll win if he touches it.
In other words,
the man begins, his piercing gaze hinting at a deeper meaning to Catherine's words. The man continues, revealing their strategy, we need to create a situation where Miss Catherine can activate her fire suppression, but... The air crackles with energy as the plan begins. A helicopter descends rapidly, kicking up dust as it approaches the ground. Suddenly, a breaking news alert flashes. The helicopter's blades whir as it continues its descent. The breaking news continues, China's S-rank hunter, Peng Jamin, who went to Shinjuku as support, has just met the otherworldly challenger.
The news reports that there has been no movement. It seems that Peng Jamin and his challenger are conversing.
The news reports that the two are conversing, with one saying, yes, it's a possible situation. It is now known that challengers of the tower can converse despite being from different dimensions and nations.
The challenger speaks, directly addressing his opponent. Are you Han Sun-yoon?
The challenger stands over what appears to be a defeated robot, his sword still sheathed.
He awaits a response.
A sinister grin spreads across his face as he answers.
Guy, I'm China's Ping Jamin.
His opponent scoffs, declaring, "You'll soon regret looking down on the Earth dimension." A voice wonders aloud, questioning, "I don't know why insects are coming instead of the guy I told to come." With a low hum, he wonders why insects are appearing instead of the person he expected. His hand drips with a dark substance. Dash! He's sent flying backwards, crashing through the ruined cityscape. His opponent's fist connects with devastating force. The force of the blow registers with a resounding decay.
A stark exclamation mark hangs in the air.
His head whips back from the impact.
A martial artist, huh?
The words hang in the air as he steadies himself. His eyes narrow, a dangerous glint in them.
How fun, he says, a hint of dark amusement in his voice.
A cruel smirk plays on his lips.
SFX, schwa. His eyes widen in shock.
The city crumbles around him.
SFX, boom.
Shit, a voice exclaims from inside the helicopter.
Why is that Chinese hunter acting on his own?
A stark warning flashes, this is bad. Miss Catherine, can you land properly even if we fall midair? A voice asks, laced with worry.
Catherine responds with disbelief, pardon? What do you mean?
Catherine's brow furrows, her expression mirroring the gravity of the situation. I just had a good idea, he states, a spark of inspiration igniting in his eyes.
His gaze hardens, a newfound resolve etched on his face.
A leap forward, you say, he echoes, then reveals his hidden card. I do have a skill that negates all damage when you fall.
Her expression hardens, and she declares, then that's enough.
She believes, if this works, we'll be able to inflict a lot of damage to him in one go. The figure's expression remains stoic as a command rings out, in that moment, please activate your authority. Excuse me for my rudeness, she says, her hands glowing as she prepares to activate her authority.
W8.
What are you going to do? Someone shouts, as the Wings of Steel authority activates.
A helicopter appears. The command rings out, fly.
The two are propelled upwards by the Wings of Steel, expressions of shock etched on their faces. The sky rushes past them in a blur. Seriously, doing whatever he wants. He hasn't changed, one of them mutters, still holding on tight as they ascend.
We can't just watch, he declares, launching himself forward.
He hurtles forward, a determined look on his face. You're seriously not in your right mind, a voice declares as the two figures collide. Amidst the chaos of their clash, a voice questions, in this situation, who goes and flies without any explanation.
It's good that the Chinese hunter is taking up Nam Gong-hyuk's attention, a voice observes.
Tears well in her eyes as she realizes, he isn't even listening to me. Her voice cracks as she finishes her sentence, to me. A voice echoes in his mind, urging him to act, if you see an opening, please use your authority. Then, a figure moves with purpose. She unleashes a powerful wave of energy. I'll be going first, she declares, launching her attack. Eyes narrowed with determination, he prepares to meet her attack head-on. The force of the impact explodes outwards.
The clash sends shockwaves rippling outwards.
Okay, he shouts,
teeth bared in fury as the force of the blow shatters the stone.
The force of the blow explodes outwards.
The shockwave rips through the surroundings.
For a guy who can't even put martial chi into his fist, what martial art is that? He scoffs, a sneer playing on his lips.
The force of the blow sends shockwaves through the air. A devastating blow slams down, the sheer force pulverizing the ground. The strike lands with devastating force.
The ground shatters under the force of the blow. Splintered fragments scatter in the wake of the devastating impact. He stands amidst the destruction, the air still thick with dust. His expression hardens, a visible resolve settling over his face.
A blinding light erupts, signaling the start of a new attack. The hero stands firm as the attack descends, a red energy blast hurtling toward him.
The energy blast hurtles downward with immense speed. The hero braces for impact, a blinding light erupting as the energy connects.
SFX, boom. The impact explodes outward, sending rocks flying.
The ground shatters under the force of the blow. The devastation spreads, the force of the impact leaving nothing but shattered earth. Silence hangs heavy in the air, the dust swirling around him. He kneels amidst the destruction, one hand outstretched, seemingly searching for something in the ravaged earth. His hand closes around a smooth, round object amidst the rubble. A massive structure looms over him, casting a long shadow as dust billows around. Sword in hand, he stands amidst the ruins.
Phew, he sighs, finally catching his breath amidst the devastation. The opponent is sent flying backward, crashing into the debris. Falling from the sky is something I won't ever do again. His eyes narrow, a cold fury burning within them. Blood trickles from his lip as he grits his teeth, demanding, "Who are you?"
A voice answers his question, taunting, "You were looking for me that much." A sinister grin spreads across his face, revealing sharp, pointed teeth. The sky swirls with an ominous energy. The warrior pauses, a moment of silent contemplation before the coming storm. The ground shatters beneath his feet. His hand, bruised and battered, grips the earth.
SFX, rumble.
The ground rumbles as he struggles to rise. He steadies himself, his grip tightening on the sword.
He exhales, catching his breath.
Falling from the sky is something I won't ever do again, he vows, regaining his footing. He looks up, his gaze fixed on something unseen above. His eyes narrow, a trickle of blood running down his chin.
"Who are you?" he demands, his gaze intense.
Suddenly, a system notification appears. Skill Ashen Blood, very happy face, has been activated. The system displays a notification: all pain inflicted on the user will be decreased by 40%. Another system notification appears, stating that if he manages to barely survive, the Ashen Blood, very happy face skills proficiency will increase by 20%. Standing firm amidst the dust and debris, he prepares to face his next challenge. A sinister grin spreads across his face as he says, "You were looking for me that much." His sinister grin widens as he taunts, "But now that I'm here, you don't even know who I am." His cruel smile remains as the sky darkens ominously behind him.
The hero realizes, "I see, you're." "Yeah," Han Sun-yoon declares, finally revealing his name.
Han Sun-yoon's intense gaze pierces through the scene, his expression a mixture of determination and cold calculation. Dust swirls in the air, obscuring the scene. Suddenly, a system notification flashes: Authority's Sword Chi Master has been activated.
The man stands ready, his sword now crackling with electric blue energy.
The man looks down, declaring, "I was looking forward to who you were." His gaze hardened, the man sneered, "But to think you were a weak bastard who uses a fake sword chi."
A red energy explodes outward.
His eyes narrow as he seethes, "I'm pissed off." His fist clenches, blood dripping as he prepares to unleash his fury.
His opponent scoffs, responding with a defiant, "So what?"
He lunges forward, his sword a streak of blue light. He realizes, "I need to take initiative and attack now since he doesn't have a weapon." His eyes widen as he realizes something is wrong. The sword he lunged with is suddenly stopped. A sharp thwack echoes as his sword is stopped dead in its tracks by multiple glowing blades.
An exclamation escapes him as he's suddenly faced with a wall of blades.
The force of the impact sends debris flying.
A shattering sound echoes as the force rips through the air.
The attack rips through everything. The attack continues to obliterate everything in its path. He realizes, "It would have been really dangerous if I took that head on."
Then, a system notification appears: Skill Ashen Blood has been activated.
With the activation of Ashen Blood, he prepares to counterattack, his sword glowing with newfound power. The air crackles with energy as he unleashes the power of Ashen Blood. He expected the drop attack to have done more damage.
"Shit," he mutters, realizing his miscalculation.
His expression hardens as he realizes the situation is dire.
And my counter shield got destroyed in one hit too. He thinks, grimly.
At this rate, it'll be difficult to use counter shield's ability.
A sudden realization dawns on him. Is that? Real sword chi, he wonders. Blades of golden energy streak across the battlefield. A golden blade crackles with energy in his grip. Recovery, a voice questions, followed by a disdainful "to think you're relying on the witchcraft" from the tower. The system announces, skill lightning sword chi has been activated. Lightning sword chi erupts, sending debris flying. His opponent stands firm amidst the chaos. He stands firm, a beam of lightning sword chi erupting from his blade. Poof! From his blade, a beam of lightning sword chi erupts. Poof! The lightning sword chi explodes outward. The force of the lightning sword chi sends a shockwave rippling outwards. He swings the massive scythe, its blade glowing with menacing energy. The scythe crashes down, the impact sending tremors through the battlefield. A blinding explosion erupts as the scythe hits its mark. He dashes forward, sword drawn, ready to capitalize on the chaos. The attack continues, a burst of energy erupting from the point of impact. But before he can strike, a figure appears, a ball of energy crackling in their hand. An exclamation hangs in the air. Fire suppression, the figure declares, their power about to be unleashed. Fire erupts as she activates her authority, fire suppression. The system message reveals its power: the opponent's stats will be decreased by 10, and a portion of their skills sealed. The authority's power explodes outward in a fiery burst. The fiery explosion fills the space, obscuring everything. Through the fiery explosion, a figure's shocked expression is visible. Flashes above her. Through the dissipating flames, she utters in disbelief, "My authority didn't work." Amidst the fading flames, a new voice shouts, "Hey, above you!" Holding his sword aloft, he declares, "You insect bastards are ruining my fun." The wizard and the red-haired woman gaze upward, spotting a dark figure perched atop a street lamp. The wizard and the red-haired woman stand ready. The instincts honed from countless life-or-death battles screamed a warning: they could not block this attack. A blinding light erupts as the attack descends. The world is engulfed in a searing, brilliant light. The world vanishes in a flash of white. The light fades, revealing a menacing figure, his eyes glowing with power. "Die, you insects!" The menacing figure's rage is palpable as he screams. Beyond him, a barred gate stands before a blinding light. "D-dodge," someone shouts, as they sprint towards the blinding light. A blinding flash erupts, accompanied by a deafening roar. The world is engulfed in pure, blinding light. The title card for Boundless Necromancer appears, marking the start of the 40th episode. The light fades, revealing two hands clasped together. A voice echoes, "Think of this teaching as a small gift." As their hands remain clasped, she states, "This is a simple mana injection." And then, a surge of power erupts. Raw power courses through him, the energy swirling around them both. This, on the other hand, isn't a simple mana injection, as it maintains a feeling of connection. A gasp escapes him, and then a question hangs in the air: how is it? A thin stream of light connects two outstretched hands, and a voice asks, "Can you feel the difference?" He states that he felt the first one as a simple mana injection. He begins to describe the sensation of the second injection, and the second one felt like, "You, White Crane Swordmaster, were inside of me." The White Crane Swordmaster's essence seems to swirl within him, a spectral form taking shape. A confident smile spreads across her face. "Good, now you just have to apply that to your sword. However, a warning follows: use it after you leave this place, since you can't be put at a disadvantage due to administrators' interference." A system message appears: "You have learned the sword key skill." The skill takes form, glowing brightly. He has learned the sword key skill. A blinding light erupts, obliterating everything in its path. The city crumbles. The light intensifies, consuming everything in white. Amidst the devastation, a figure emerges, eyes wide with shock. A sword is drawn, ready to strike. Skills and authorities are not manifested through sword chi, but instead through one's own realization. He has used the Earth Dimension's first sword chi. The Tower of Trials sends its praise to challenger Han Sun-yoon. Furthermore, the achievement unification with the sword has been accomplished.
Due to the increased mana consumption of the authority Sword Chi Master, the penalty has been removed.
Sun Yun swings his sword, a brilliant blue light emanating from the blade.
The completed Sword Chi is unleashed. Is everyone okay? A voice calls out, the aftermath of the attack yet to be revealed.
A voice answers, yes, thanks to you.
The speaker stands amidst the destruction, his sword still glowing faintly.
It was in that moment, he used an attack of the same level to negate it. Witnessing their power, she can only think, these two are monsters. A mocking laugh echoes. A burst of laughter shatters the tension. Ha ha. The laughter continues, laced with malice.
Yes, that's how you're supposed to react, he sneers.
I was about to be disappointed.
The laughter fades as he chillingly declares, the more effort you put into a sandcastle, the more fun it is when you destroy it. His twisted smile widens as he reaches out, his fingers digging into the sand structure. He descends rapidly, a fiery blade aimed directly at the sandcastle. His fiery blade crashes down, the sound of destruction echoing.
All the other worldly challengers up until now were annoying, but this guy really is
All the other worldly challengers up until now were annoying, but this guy really is a psychopath. The challenger unleashes a devastating strike, the force of his blade tearing through the ground. I'm sorry, but can you all stand by in a safe place, he asks, his expression unreadable. His blue eyes intense, he explains, if there's a situation where I need to protect you like before, I won't be able to focus.
But, someone begins to protest.
The masked figure finishes the thought, admitting, it's upsetting, but it's true. He clenches his fist, frustration evident.
To think that I can't be of help again after the previous trial, damn it.
The masked figure pauses, the word but hanging in the air.
The masked figure continues, revealing their strategy.
When an opportunity arises, we will carry out the flame plan.
A stark warning cuts through the air, be careful. The masked figure watches as his two allies rush forward, weapons drawn. An intense impact shakes the very sky. The clash sends shockwaves rippling outwards. The fighters trade blows, their weapons meeting in a blinding flash of light.
Below, the very foundations of the structure begin to crumble. The force of the impact sends debris flying as a vehicle is flipped upside down.
The clash of power sends out blinding shockwaves, ripping through the city.
The city skyline stands in ruins, a testament to the sheer destructive force unleashed.
The ground cracks under immense pressure. Explosions erupt, tearing through the already devastated cityscape. He groans, finally understanding. I understand why he said to stand by.
The wizard shields his eyes, understanding dawning on his face. He realizes why they were told to stand back. The wizard realizes, but he's fighting that monster on equal footing. No, a voice says, a sense of dread creeping in.
I feel like he's slightly lagging behind. At this rate. The ominous words hang in the air, he's going to die. A crimson splatter fills the air, confirming their worst fears. Even as he strikes, he thinks, I thought I would be able to fight against him to a certain extent if my sword chi leveled up. The strike lands with a sickening keuk. My assumption of Nam Gun Hyuk's swordsmanship skills are A rank, he realizes, now facing the truth of his opponent's strength.
But my swordsmanship skill is just a C rank, he thinks, the realization dawning on him. Forget about skills, he's just. Crimson energy crackles around Namgung Hyuk, his eyes burning with intense focus. He moves, a burst of speed indicated by the blurring lines.
His opponent is really freaking strong. He cries out as his opponent's blade connects.
What, is that it? He wonders, falling to his knees.
He gasps for air, realizing he's spent too much stamina to recover. Shit.
He struggles to catch his breath, sweat beading on his brow. If I use any more stamina, it'll affect my combat, he realizes. Sunjiun SSI, here, a voice calls out. A potion flies through the air, arcing towards him. She throws the potion with all her might. Nice, he exclaims as the potion collides with its target. His eyes widen in surprise as he stares at the now empty potion bottle in his hand.
A resounding keok echoes as the potion makes contact.
The force of the impact sends him flying.
His sword clatters to the ground as the empty potion bottle spins away.
The force sends him hurtling backwards, his body twisting violently in the air. Before the hero can recover, his opponent drinks deeply from a bottle, declaring, "I'll drink this well, hee hee." "No," she cries out, her eyes wide with alarm as she witnesses his actions.
"That fucking annoying bastard.
I should have poisoned it," she thinks furiously, realizing her mistake.
He clicks his tongue in annoyance, clutching his chest.
The blade in his hand is now stained crimson.
"Humans always have some hope," a voice declares. "The same goes for you."
A small amount of stamina returns, as a sinister grin spreads across Han Sunjian's face. Hope flickers. "I might be able to win this fight too," he thinks. "If I do my best, at the end of the battle, I'll be able to win. I might be able to survive," he thinks, a glimmer of hope amidst the darkness. A flurry of red energy slashes through the darkness. The red energy strikes, and he raises a hand to shield his eyes. But, ripping those thoughts to shreds.
SFX, quack.
The building shatters under immense force. The force of the impact sends debris flying in all directions.
Amidst the chaos, the two figures clash in midair.
Amidst the clash, a voice cuts through the noise, "I don't like this." The impact sends debris flying.
It's as if
his eyes are still filled with hope.
His teeth grit, eyes blazing with unwavering resolve.
His jaw tightens, a fierce determination burning in his eyes.
With a surge of power, he unleashes a devastating strike. The force of the blow sends shockwaves through the air.
A blinding light erupts, consuming everything in its path.
The light intensifies, obliterating everything in its wake. The devastation is complete. Buildings lie in ruins, reduced to rubble by the intense energy.
Amidst the ruined landscape, a lone figure plummets through the air. He hits the ground hard, a pained ugh
escaping his lips.
He lands heavily amidst the rubble, his sword clattering to the side. Pain etched on his face, he struggles to sit up. A massive, ominous title card slams onto the screen. Lying amidst the debris, he stares up, a flicker of defiance in his bright blue eyes.
He won't have the strength to move now. A voice muses, but then questions, but why does he still have that look? A command booms out, demanding, "Fall into despair."
"Fall into despair," he commands, his red eyes blazing with intensity.
The command echoes, reverberating with dark energy.
The hero screams in agony as the dark energy consumes him.
His scream intensifies, a raw cry of agony.
"My eyes," he shouts. He grits his teeth, pushing through the pain.
"I'm also at my limit for stamina that fuels my recovery."
He steels himself, knowing, "I only have one attack I can do after mustering up all my strength." His face contorts in pain, blood and grime streaking his features.
He prepares himself for one final, desperate attack.
His vision blurs. "But I can't see," he realizes, the battlefield swirling around him. But then, a figure emerges from the shadows, eyes glowing with an eerie purple light, a sinister grin spreading across its face. So there's no way that this attack can work, he thinks, desperation creeping into his voice.
Then, a single word echoes, "What?"
A wide, unsettling grin stretches across his face.
"Should I do?"
The question hangs heavy, laced with a chilling undertone.
"Sung UNSSI." The chilling call echoes.
They sprint across the desolate landscape, a desperate escape etched on their faces.
A sudden, sharp intake of breath.
The air crackles with unseen energy. His face contorted in anguish, he thinks, if they come now, they'll only be slaughtered.
His desperate plea echoes, "No. Don't come."
He screams, his face a mask of terror as something hurtles towards him. His eyes widen, a gasp escaping his lips. The words echo in his mind, a chilling taunt, "Your comrades." A horrifying grin stretches across his face, his eyes glowing with malevolent intent. The villain's chilling words cut through the air, "That's the reason why you were still able to have that look." She unleashes a torrent of fire, her expression a mix of determination and desperation. The fire rages, consuming everything in its path. But a figure emerges from the inferno, drawing a blade that glows with ominous energy. An exclamation hangs in the air as the figure prepares to strike. The blade flashes. The strike lands, and a deafening impact echoes through the battlefield. "Ad!" The cry of pain rings out as the strike lands. He cries out a name, Catherine. He lunges forward, his glowing eyes fixed on his target. SFX, wham! The clash erupts in a blinding flash of energy. The energy intensifies, radiating outward in searing waves. His eyes blaze with power as the energy surges around him. He lunges forward, his sword a blur of motion. The ground shatters beneath him as he lands, the impact echoing with a resounding clang. His face contorted in pain, blood trickling from his eyes. Boundless necromancer. Let go, she screams, struggling against an unseen force. A man with long, dark hair smirks, a glowing blade in his hand. Her scream pierces the air as she's overcome by an unseen force. The force slams into the ground with a deafening boom. Straining against the unseen force, he hears a taunting voice, "I can smell your comrades frying, huh?" A furious voice cuts through the air, "Stop, you perverted bastard." The perverted bastard relishes the hero's fury, declaring, "Yes. That's a good expression." The perverted bastard's laughter echoes, a chilling ha 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 ha. SFX, Z. A surge of energy crackles around his hand. The energy intensifies as he prepares to strike. His opponent, eyes narrowed, focuses intently on the building power. "Ice hold," he shouts, unleashing a torrent of icy energy. His opponent can only watch as the attack hurtles towards them. The icy energy surges forward, engulfing his opponent in a blinding flash. The force of the blast sends the group reeling backwards, their faces etched with shock. Amidst the chaos, a voice declares, "Let's do the minimum emergency treatment." A surge of power emanates from the figure. The figure's rage intensifies as he shouts, "You insect bastard!" The figure, consumed by fury, prepares to strike. A whirlwind of energy crackles around him. The ground shatters as he unleashes his power. The attack hurtles forward, a blinding force of destruction. The hero is sent hurtling backwards by the force of the blast. "Zorb ball," she shouts, unleashing the attack. The Zorb ball hurtles towards its target, filling the space with blinding light. "I'm going to send her as far away as..." the voice declares, the threat hanging heavy in the air. "That's the best I can do," the voice declares, as the attack connects. He intends to hide again immediately after. His plan, hide. His eyes widen in shock. It seems his attempt to hide has failed. His face contorts in terror as a hand roughly grabs his head. A powerful blow sends him flying through the air. The force of the blow sends him crashing down with a resounding cook. A haunting realization surfaces, this is no different to that day 7 years ago. Right now, he thinks, the weight of the present mirroring a past he desperately tried to escape. The crushing weight of failure consumes him. Can't protect anyone, he thinks, the stark realization echoing in his mind. His face contorts in anguish, the weight of his perceived failures pressing down on him. A faint squeak pierces the silence. A red-eyed rat darts across the rocky terrain. The squeak echoes again, louder this time. The squeaking intensifies as a horde of rats swarms towards the lone figure in the distance. The squeaking intensifies, now a cacophony of high-pitched sounds. "Disaster," the text declares, as the swarm closes in. Countless mice, recognizing the fight as a disaster, have swarmed to the surface. And the horde continues to grow, their red eyes gleaming ominously. With his back against the wall, he prepares to unleash his final attack. "The one attack I have left." The final attack erupts, a blinding light tearing through the horde. The system announces, all possessed souls have been used to recover stamina. The souls scream as they are consumed by the attack. He stands, surrounded by a swirling vortex of crimson energy. His face contorts in a silent scream. Calm down, he tells himself, though a distant scream pierces the air. The sword in his hand drips with blood. "You Murim pervert," he spits out, his face stained with what appears to be blood or dark ichor. He reaches out,
grabbing the attacker's wrist. No!
A sinister chuckle escapes him, his eyes gleaming with dark amusement.
You have better reactions this way.
Dash, the attacker states, as he begins to move. His fist, now glowing with intense light, rockets forward. The force of the blow lands, eliciting a gasp of shock. The impact reverberates outward. System messages appear, warning that touching the fire will drastically decrease abilities due to fire suppression. Furthermore, sword chi will be sealed for 10 minutes.
System messages flash, sword flame will be sealed for 10 minutes. However, everyone except Namgung-hyuk will be immune to the fire. Namgung-hyuk grits his teeth, a strained cook. Escaping as the flames engulf him.
Through the flames, a voice booms, "I'm China's hero, Ping Jamin." Roaring with fury, Namgung-hyuk prepares to retaliate against the self-proclaimed hero. The voice booms again, laced with fury, "I'm still alive, you damned bastard."
Since Catherine's fire was used, we're going now. Dash, a voice declares, signaling a retreat amidst the chaos.
Amidst the crumbling terrain, one figure is sent flying. Till the very end, these insects, he snarls, a fiery aura surrounding his sword. A system message flashes, "You cannot use sword chi." Another system message appears, "It is sealed due to skill fire suppression." His face contorted in rage, he curses his inability to use his sword chi, damn it. His teeth bared in fury, he grips his sword tighter, the flames around him intensifying. Suddenly, a storm of ethereal swords surrounds him, crackling with purple energy. Forceful battle, a voice declares, as the ethereal swords intensify their assault. He raises his sword, channeling a surge of golden energy that intensifies the ethereal storm. The golden energy erupts, unleashing a torrent of power against the ethereal assault. The force of the ethereal attack sends him hurtling backwards. Knocked back, a system message appears, "Due to his unique trait, forceful battle, a fighting domain has been established with a 30-meter radius." The system then declares, "All individuals besides Han Sun-yoon and Namgung-hyuk are now prohibited from entering the fighting domain." The fighting domain is now established, a purple aura enclosing Han Sun-yoon and Namgung-hyuk. Namgung-hyuk remains silent, his gaze fixed on some unseen point. A sinister grin spreads across Namgung-hyuk's face as he declares, "My sword chi is sealed, but I can just combat chi." A golden aura flares around his fist. Namgung-hyuk lunges forward, fist glowing with golden energy, as he sneers, "What can a blind bastard do?" The question hangs in the air, when was it? The golden fist hurtles towards him, but the blind swordsman remains calm. The man in the red suit stands firm, unfazed by the swordsman's calm demeanor. "Spiritual eyes, which can see." "Attacks outside my field of vision," he states, a blade of light arcing towards him. "I thought that was it." He thinks, the words hanging heavy in the air. The attack lands with a resounding crash. The protagonist is sent flying backwards from the force of the blow. The force of the blow is immense, creating a wall with a 30-meter radius. Amidst the white void, a stark realization dawns, "I can see all the rocks." The green energy ripples outward, encompassing even this area. The green energy continues to spread, consuming the white space. The green energy continues its advance as a voice echoes, "To think I can see more things after losing my eyesight." The green energy swirls as he realizes, "I haven't been using spiritual eyes properly until now." The realization dawns on him, it's as if. The power surges as he declares, "I've opened a third eye." Blood streams down his face as an intense light emanates from his forehead. The system announces, "You have discovered the true spiritual eyes." Furthermore, the skill Spiritual Eyes, D, has leveled up to B rank. The system relays that a battle where he's risking his life and depending on his senses is in progress. Moreover, his skill, Sixth Sense, C+, has leveled up to B rank. It has evolved, and my senses have become clearer, he realizes. The system announces his success in surviving a battle against a skilled swordsman. Furthermore, his Demon Slayer skill has leveled up from C to B rank. The system relays that his body has endured a tremendous amount of danger in a short time, exceeding its limits. Furthermore, that Ashen Blood skill has leveled up from B to B+ rank. An exclamation hangs in the air as he stares intensely forward, surrounded by flames. The hero counters with a swift, upward slash of his own blade, meeting the descending attack head-on.
With this, a voice declares, as the hero prepares to unleash a devastating blow. A powerful strike lands. The force of the blow sends a shockwave rippling outwards. What is this situation? Someone wonders aloud, the impact still resonating. How are his movements improving? He wonders, sweat dripping from his brow as he grits his teeth. And how is his blade getting sharper? He wonders, his clenched fists betraying his rising panic. Activating, a system message declares the skill, Clandestine Shadow Step, C+. As he moves through the shadows, a system message appears, stating, user's moving speed will be increased by 30%. The system then announces the activation of the skill Instant Acceleration. The system announces the activation of the skill Wind's Grace, increasing all speeds by 70%. The current stacks in use are at their maximum, 7/7. With both skills activated and at maximum stacks, he moves with blinding speed. He vanishes, leaving only afterimages in his wake. Activating the skill, Chaotic Swordfighting Play, C+. With Chaotic Swordfighting Play, C+, activated, his attack speed with bladed weapons increases by 20%. All 10 stacks are now in use. Even with all his skills, he realizes they are barely on par with each other. It's too risky for me. He realizes he's running out of stamina. I'm gonna run out of stamina soon, and Nam Gung-hyuk's decreased abilities will be back to normal in 10 minutes. He knows he must act fast. I need to end this fight while the flame is still there. The one thing that can turn the tables on a close fight is. He grips his sword tightly, ready to unleash his final move. An unexpected variable. He launches forward, a surge of energy emanating from his blade. The blade sings as it cuts through the air, a visible shockwave rippling outwards. The force of the blow distorts the air itself. The strike lands with devastating force. The attacker's fist glows with power. You made a foolish choice because you're cornered, he shouts. His face contorted in a sneer, he roars, you idiot. His fist connects, the force of the blow creating a shockwave. The force of the impact sends his opponent flying. He lies on the ground, staring up in disbelief. Iron-blooded sword, the words echo, leaving the audience to wonder what it means. Activating the authority Iron-blooded sword, a surge of fiery power erupts around him. The force of the blow sends him hurtling backward. Eyes narrowed in fury, he unleashes a concentrated blast of energy. A guttural cry erupts from him, his eyes burning with intense resolve. Blood splatters from his mouth. The title card flashes, Boundless Necromancer. The title card flashes, Boundless Necromancer. The title card flashes, Boundless Necromancer. Ku-hyuk. He gasps, clutching his side. A crimson glow emanates from his wound. Damn it, it must have touched my dantian, he grits out, sweat beading on his brow. He realizes he needs to act fast, if he wants to fully recover later. The system announces that fire suppression has ended. The system announces that the forceful battle unique trait has ended. A system message announces that the 30-meter radius fighting domain will be undone, allowing for external interference. The barrier's going away, someone shouts. I was too focused on playing, he admits, gripping his sword. A red aura emanates from the blade. I will end this fight next time, he vows, the air crackling with energy. He reaches out, his hand outstretched towards a floating stone pulsating with red energy. A surge of blue energy erupts around him. A gate, one of them exclaims, as another realizes, he's trying to go back to the Murim dimension. At that moment, a chilling realization dawned on everyone, if they didn't kill Nam Gung-hyuk here, it would be too late. He stands before the gate, its blue light bathing the cracked earth. Before them, a stark warning hangs in the air, it would mean great disaster for Earth someday. We can't let him run away, a voice shouts, followed by another urgent command, stop him. A massive hammer swings down with tremendous force. The pursuit intensifies as they converge on the portal. One warrior ignites with fiery energy, while another brandishes a glowing red blade.
The warrior pauses, a strange energy crackling around him as he stares into the portal. He stops abruptly before the portal, a puzzled expression on his face. What? His eyes widen, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Run away, he questions, the words hanging in the air. Suddenly, sword flame erupts, bathing the area in a blinding light. The sword flame intensifies, a column of pure light and energy. The hero grips his sword tightly, preparing to unleash its full power. The sword flame erupts with a deafening roar. The blade cuts through the air with an explosive force. The force of the blow sends his opponents flying. A collective gasp of shock rises as they are hurled away. Her eyes widen in disbelief, the force of the attack clearly unexpected. Dust swirls around her as she braces for what's next. The city around her crumbles, the force of the unseen attack immense. The world tilts, the force of the blow sending her sprawling as the city blurs around her. The impact sends her hurtling away, a deafening quang echoing in the aftermath. She crashes through a building, the force of the impact shattering the structure around her. The force sends her skidding across the ground, a trail of dust and debris marking her path. Her enemies remain unscathed, standing ready for the next attack. Cook, he grunts, struggling to maintain his stance. A system message declares his counter shield destroyed, meaning the absorbed damage can no longer be released. Her eyes widen in horror as she cries out, "Sunjun SSI." Someone shouts, "Your arm!" Don't mind this. Despite the injury, Sun Yun grits his teeth, declaring, "The enemy's still there." Suddenly, the screen displays the name Han Sun Yun. Tears stream down Sun Jiun's face, but his expression is one of fierce determination. A voice booms out, taunting, "I could have killed you from the start in one attack. Do you really want to see this to the end?" The taunting voice belongs to a figure with piercing purple eyes, his expression cold and confident. The figure's piercing gaze intensifies as he admits, "It's frustrating, but I can't say anything to that." SFX, crash. The figure declares, "I'll come back soon." With a slight smirk, he promises, "I'll come back soon." A portal of swirling blue energy materializes behind him. He lies prone on the cracked earth as someone shouts, "Sunjun SSI." Above him, a figure approaches. Someone calls out, "Sunjun SSI." The surroundings shift, the text proclaiming, "Nurim Dimension." He hears, "You're back, young." "Back, young master," a figure states. Blood splatters the ground as someone cries out, "Why, young master? Are you all right? Hurry and call for a physician," someone urgently shouts. Han Sun Yun. No matter what, the words echo with a dark resolve. His eyes glow with a fierce red intensity, blood dripping from his mouth as he clenches his fist. "I'll drive you to despair," he declares, his voice echoing with chilling intent. The world blurs with speed. A hospital within Tokyo comes into view. He mutters, his eyes gleaming with an unnatural light. A voice calls out, "Han Sunjun SSI, are you awake?" Her eyes widen in alarm. "Where?" Han Sun-yun asks, struggling to sit up on the hospital bed. A woman's voice cautions him, "It's the hospital. You can't move yet." The words hang in the air, "You're badly hurt," the woman finishes, stating the obvious. His torso wrapped in bandages, he stares forward, one eye covered. She looks at him, concern etched on her face. "I don't even know what to say." A voice booms, declaring, "In response to your huge sacrifice." She gasps, as a system message declares, activating skill Ashen Blood. Green energy crackles around him as he insists, "I'm fine." His voice echoes, demanding, "Where are the others?" The sound of a door opening echoes as the camera focuses on a sign reading Catherine. He throws open the curtains, calling out, "Catherine, are you okay?" He finishes, his eyes widening as he sees Catherine and another woman sitting on a couch. A scream pierces the air, followed by a sharp slap. "Ugh, damn my life," he mutters, hobbling forward on crutches, his leg encased in a brace. "Ah, Han Sunjun SSI," a voice calls out, a cheerful greeting cutting through the tension. The cheerful greeting is immediately followed by a pointed question, "What's with your face?" Sung Yoon begins to answer, I went to Catherine's room and. He then assures the person asking that, seeing as she's full of energy, she seems to be alright. However, the conversation takes a turn as Sung Yoon is asked, but Kim Sung-hoon SSI wasn't in his place.
Do you know where he is? Sung Yoon responds, I only saw him in the morning for a little bit.
Sung Yoon then adds, he's probably in a bad state right now. Sung Yoon begins to say, but the sentence is cut short. The sentence is cut short by a stark announcement, he has lost his right arm. He stands, his left arm hanging limply at his side, the empty sleeve a stark testament to his loss. He hears a voice declare, you were here. In the distance, a figure announces his arrival, here he comes, the sword phantom is here. The protagonist wonders, sword phantom. Your left arm. Did you heal it using a skill? A voice questions. To the question of whether he healed his arm using a skill, the sword phantom simply replies, yes. The other voice remarks on the unbelievable skill, adding, you have a knack for surprising people. The sword phantom then reveals, well, I'm sure you heard, but my right arm couldn't be saved. The sword phantom holds up his right arm, now heavily bandaged.
A faint glow emanates from beneath the wrappings.
The sword phantom, his face obscured, simply states, I'm sorry. The sword phantom's voice cracks as he admits, if I were stronger.
The sword phantom grits his teeth, lamenting, this wouldn't have happened.
Don't worry yourself, he assures. A crystalline gauntlet materializes around his hand as he declares, I have a skill to make up for it. He continues, confessing, I've been climbing the tower like an insane man just for the sake of getting stronger. He leans against the rooftop ledge, cigarette in hand, confessing, like I was possessed by something, it was like I had tunnel vision.
A voice responds, that's not a bad thing. I'm sure that's what made you strong. But the conversation is far from over. But then, a new principle is declared, the strong should help the weak. At least, that's the ideal I live by, he declares, revealing his personal code. He reflects, I learned a lot from this battle. Then, a realization dawns, I remembered something important. His eyes sharpen with renewed purpose. I remembered something important that I had forgotten about. He murmurs. Well, I'm relieved, he admits, the weight of the forgotten memory seemingly lifted. He holds a glowing, crystalline structure in his hand, as he hears, that someone strong like you isn't an ill-intentioned psycho. The voice continues, admitting, I couldn't tell what you were thinking when I first met you in the tower. The offer hangs in the air, do you want one too? The protagonist refuses the offer.
No, I stay away from smoking and drinking. A surprised escapes him. A figure with striking blue eyes and a red suit raises his hand, a strange energy emanating from it.
Seeing as you use violence, he begins.
His piercing blue eyes narrow as he declares, this must also be a verification of the body.
A figure descends rapidly, a pink energy blade crackling as she strikes.
The pink energy blade descends, aimed directly at him. As the pink energy blade hurtles down, two system messages appear, activating authority, Sword Chi Master, followed by activating skill, Lightning Sword Chi. Just as the energy blade threatens to strike, he activates the authority, Sword Chi Master, and instantly follows up with the skill, Lightning Sword Chi. The pink energy blade strikes, eliciting a pained you. The woman, eyes narrowed, wonders aloud, aura, as she stands, sword at the ready. The source of the pink energy is revealed, that's how we priests get our powers. I was just surprised that someone without any divine power was using such incredible sword chi, a voice admits. The revelation hangs in the air, followed by a questioning thought, divine power. Eyes wide, she grips the sword, pink energy swirling around it.
The sword glows intensely, now surrounded by a vibrant green aura.
She descends, the charged sword aimed directly at her opponent.
Divine power, what an annoying power, a voice declares, clearly frustrated by the incoming attack.
The sword glows with power as it descends, accompanied by a resounding swoosh.
Just before the blade makes contact, a voice cuts through the air, laced with defiance, do you think you've already won?
The hooded figure retorts, you can ask questions like that after you've won. The hooded figure answers with a sneer, you can ask questions like that after you've won.
A blade glows with ominous energy, poised to strike. A brutal blow lands, the force of the impact echoing through the air. Seized by the arms, she cries out, what? Why like this? Her captor demands, now, tell me the process of this verification. Eyes narrowed, a voice demands, are you going to attempt something? He chuckles, a cold satisfaction in his voice. Ahaha, that's good.
A system message appears, the administrator, Iron-Blooded Monarch, agrees with Jane. The system displays messages from other administrators. White Crane Swordmaster says she knew he was a good guy, while Seeker of Divinity is watching him with curiosity. He scoffs, questioning, why would you ask that? Who comes all the way here just to do something like that? He turns, his bright blue eyes questioning the statement. Do you really think people wouldn't, he asks, adding, you're really naive for an explorer? Just give me the explanation for the trials. His demand hangs in the air. The explanation comes, there are now 2 bodily trials left. It's revealed that the proof of faith begins at the 5th trial and ends at the 6th. The trials are now broken down into 4 tests of the body and 2 of faith, with mentality remaining. The question is posed, then there is only 1 proof of mentality at the end? The answer comes back simply, yes. But before you challenge that one, a voice warns, you better consider giving up. A chilling revelation echoes, no one has ever passed the 7th trial. The warning continues, painting a grim picture of the 7th trial. Everyone who entered that trial either went crazy or died bleeding from everywhere. The system announces, the skill Flame Dragon Eye has detected no lies. Despite the grim warnings and the system's lie detection, he declares, that's it. My last words. Well, let's just say I haven't had a good fight like this in a while. A sinister smile creeps across his face, a chilling contrast to his seemingly final words. His sinister smile fades as he demands, if there's a way to pass this place without killing you, then tell me. The camera focuses on his face, his expression unreadable. You can't do that, a voice declares. The voice continues, a question hanging in the air, aren't you afraid to die? The response comes, unwavering, not at all. Her pink eyes glow with an intense light, reflecting the unwavering resolve in her heart. A wide, unsettling grin stretches across her face as she declares, I'd just be going back to 600. Raising the glowing blade high, she declares, I guess nothing good will come out of stalling this any longer. The screen flashes, indicating, you've absorbed the spirit of Priestess Jane. It continues, proficiency has risen 8.8%. Somehow. Following the absorption, he grimaces. I feel really disgusting. The red energy swirls ominously around him. Boundless Necromancer. Boundless Necromancer. A surge of power emanates, shaking the very foundations. A blinding light erupts, and the sound of something shattering echoes. The imposing figure in red stands tall, dwarfing the warrior waiting patiently in the distance. Gripping the hilt, he draws his long, cracked blade. The warrior raises his long sword, its cracked surface glinting in the dim light. The warrior declares, I'm Lucilian, the future sword of the god of verification. Lucilian faces his opponent, his sword leveled. The man in the red coat stands ready, a thin blade held loosely in his hand. The man in the red coat declares, I will test your martial arts from now on. Prove that you're worthy of moving on to the next trial. A blinding flash of light erupts as their swords meet. The old man stands victorious, his sword raised high as golden energy crackles around him. Aura blade, a voice declares. A surge of golden energy erupts around the speaker. It's unstable, but that's. He thinks, his blue eyes reflecting a fierce determination. Definitely sword flame, he realizes, the golden energy intensifying. The sword flame erupts, bathing the area in a blinding golden light. Sword flame on the 3rd trial. The text declares, as he grips the glowing blade. He lunges forward, the sword flame crackling as he closes the distance. But something strange. He thinks, as he notices a change. His bodily capabilities. The sword flame hurtles towards its target, but something is clearly off. A strange energy emanates from the figure he's attacking. Is my sword chi being destroyed instead? He wonders, the question hanging heavy as his attack continues.
After seeing Nam Gong Hyuk use sword flame, a voice narrates, perhaps reflecting on a past encounter.
The attacks collide in a burst of light. As the light fades, a voice declares, I knew it. His blue eyes reflect a growing frustration. No matter how many times I try, my sword chi keeps losing. Golden trails of sword chi streak across the training room, a testament to his relentless practice. His sword chi strikes the training dummies, shattering them into pieces.
Flames engulf him as he grips his sword, his gaze intense. The flames intensify, swirling around him as he prepares to strike. He thinks, he's weaker than me but uses sword flame. He thinks, this is like.
He internally fumes, thinking, seeing someone who's dumber than me always do better on tests.
It's annoying.
A sinister grin spreads across his face. He scoffs, that which cannot be seen, my ass. His eyes fixate on the sword. That sword. His gaze intensifies, a fierce determination burning in his eyes as he vows, I'll destroy it no matter what. He lunges forward, fist clenched, ready to strike. The force of his blow shatters the air, a shockwave rippling outwards. The clash of power sends sparks flying in all directions. A surge of power erupts as a voice declares, I'll destroy it. The warrior faces an opponent wielding immense power. A voice booms, declaring that only those who can handle the unseen can forge a sword that cuts through all things. I'll destroy it, he declares, facing his opponent head-on. The other warrior responds, that is how the blade, possessing aura and absolute power, is born, the warrior declares as a brilliant, aura-filled blade materializes in his hand. The warrior's rage intensifies as he screams, I'll destroy it. The blade plunges into flesh, a spray of blood erupting as the warrior cries out, Kuhuk? As the warrior falls, a realization dawns. I see, the difference between sword flame and sword chi. The source of sword flame's power was. The source of sword flame's power, he realizes, is a will that's strong enough to be realized. Bloody and battered, he lets out a chilling laugh. Ha, ha, ha. Despite his injuries, he reveals, your sword flame is a genuine one, not like mine that is unstable, because it was borrowed from the god of verification. He continues to laugh, remarking, you've really done it. But a question lingers, is he happy? An unsettling thought surfaces, he's more concerned about my accomplishments than his own death. He seems to be driven by some purpose, a voice observes, but whether that is insanity or faith. To learn so quickly. I can almost feel it myself, he mutters, a strange energy crackling around his outstretched hand. Suddenly, a voice booms, you have proven your martial arts. Raising his blade, he declares, I'll ease your pain. Suddenly, a system message appears, you have absorbed the spirit of priest Lucilian. Proficiency has risen 14%. A surge of power erupts around him, accompanied by a guttural roar. Crimson energy crackles around him, tendrils of dark power swirling ominously. The screen flickers to life. The screen displays a critical update, necromancy proficiency has reached 100%. The rank of necromancy is leveling up. A blinding flash fills the screen as necromancy reaches B rank. It's already B rank, a voice exclaims. The screen is filled with a burst of energy as the necromancy skill surges to B rank. His eyes widen, a new intensity burning within them. A flash of light erupts as the battle begins. This must be his guaranteed win method, he realizes, bracing himself for the attack. He attacks with beams of light from a distance. Even if the opponent dodges, the mirrors around them reflect the rays from unseen angles. He then uses his wings to create a powerful gust of wind, attempting to break his opponent's balance. Following this, he will counterattack with sword flame. SFX, whoosh. With intense focus, he commands, release. The system announces, skill counter shield is releasing all absorbed damage at once. The hero unleashes the accumulated power. The system confirms, skill counter shield is releasing all absorbed damage at once. A blinding light erupts as the accumulated damage is unleashed. A figure watches, stunned, as the power surges.
As the light subsides, a voice booms, "I announce that you have completed all trials for the verification of the body. You are qualified." The pronouncement echoes as the winged figure plummets downwards. A system message appears: "You have absorbed Priest Heron's spirit." Another notification follows, indicating proficiency has increased 13%. However, a new system message warns that because the spirit is stronger than the user, an assessment for the absorption of an authority will begin. Moments later, the assessment completes. The system announces that the authority, Divine Power, C+, will be engraved onto Han Sungyun's soul. Golden light erupts around Han Sungyun as the authority is engraved onto his soul. Divine Power. A voice muses, clarifying, "is the power the priests here have been using like mana?" Sungyun's gaze sharpens as the divine power settles within him. Though he feels the divine power, Sungyun realizes, "I do feel a kind of energy in my heart, but I can't move it." The divine power swirls around Sungyun's hand as he realizes, it's different from mana. The divine power continues to emanate from him. Suddenly, a system message appears: "Administrator White Crane Swordmaster questions why the divine power is in Sungyun's central dantian." Then, another system message appears, this time from Administrator Iron-Blooded Monarch, who is taken aback that there are no traces of God in Sungyun's divine power. Sungyun wonders, is divine power that big of a deal? A new system message appears: "You have absorbed the spirit of Priest Hyran. Your stats will be permanently increased." The system then announces, "Your strength has increased 4. Agility also sees a boost, increasing by 3. The system continues to update his stats: stamina increases by 3, and mana by 4. The system continues to update his stats: strength increases by 3, and intelligence by 4. The system continues to update his stats. The system registers another update: luck increases by 2. A bright light shines from a wooden door as a voice welcomes him. "Welcome." Before him stands an old woman, and a voice echoes, "One wrapped in insanity over martial arts." Wrapped in insanity. The words echo, leaving the listener in suspense. The question hangs heavy in the air: what does that mean? The voice continues, posing a pointed question: "Isn't your goal to win, win, win?" The man's voice continues, now revealing his ultimate ambition: to infinitely grow stronger and one day become the most powerful? He admits, "I do want to get stronger." He pauses, considering her words. But becoming the most powerful? Isn't she exaggerating, he wonders. "I'm not exaggerating," she replies, her voice firm. "It's just the end result of your efforts." His eyes widen, a visible jolt of realization hitting him. He unleashes a powerful strike, a swirling blade of energy cutting through the air. "Don't get too riled up," a voice warns from above. The hero looks up, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. A blade descends, met with a confused. The voice continues, "This trial isn't to see what you're physically capable of." The voice continues, declaring, "It's to prove your faith." He curses, realizing the true nature of the trial. Straining, he grits his teeth. This kind of movement shouldn't be possible. A sudden realization dawns on him. Is it? He finds himself surrounded by a crowd of hooded figures, their faces grim and expectant. A sudden realization dawns as the man draws his sword, its blade gleaming ominously in the dim light. Suddenly, the word pass appears. "If you intend to kill me, then hurry on with it," he says, a hint of impatience in his voice. "I'd be glad to rest in the arms of God before I get too old," he thinks, adding a quiet ho-oh to his morbid sentiment. The old man places his hand on his opponent's shoulder, uttering a chilling farewell, then goodbye. The old man's sword drips with blood, held low as he stands over his fallen opponent. Black seeped into the mirror's surface, and soon, he found himself in a void where he couldn't. A sudden thought bubbles to the surface: is she talking about the old priestess just now? A glowing correct confirms the suspicion. The voice continues, now stating, "But you don't need to worry too much." "But you don't need to worry too much," she assures him. The man remains trapped by the strange tendrils, seemingly helpless. His eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his face as he remains silent. Remaining trapped, he asks, may I ask how I'm supposed to prove my faith?
Her sinister smile widens as she replies, aha, look at you.
All polite. Very cute. The ominous orb glows brighter as a voice declares, alright, I'll explain. The voice continues, revealing the current location, you're in the realm of the mind. You just need to look into your own mind realm.
Then the sixth trial will end. The voice's words hang in the air, promising a resolution to the current challenge.
The hero questions the cryptic instruction, what do you mean, my own mind realm? As he ponders the meaning of this cryptic instruction, a disembodied voice offers a clue, a person's mind is largely influenced by a person's faith.
The voice continues, warning that no one can look into that.
It elaborates, stating, it's like if you were to close your eyes and look into the void.
So, the voice trails off, leaving the hero to ponder the implications of the void. The hero wonders aloud if he'll pass if he can see the essence of the mind realm where he can't see anything. Standing on what appears to be solid ground amidst the swirling void, the hero surveys his surroundings. A disembodied voice declares, correct, as a sinister smile spreads across the face of a hooded figure. Well, then, she continues, her words laced with a subtle threat. The hooded figure begins her incantation, in the name of Aileen and his priestess of the god of verification. The priestess declares, I'll begin the sixth trial. A surge of power erupts as the sixth trial begins.
He plummets into the depths. He continues his descent into the abyss. As he falls deeper, a shout rings out, UEB?
The sound of something breaking echoes as he continues to fall.
As he plummets, a voice taunts him, are you surprised?
I'm sure the pain feels real. The voice continues, demanding, and you'll have to hurry and find a solution.
Otherwise.
A sinister smile spreads across her face as she declares, you'll experience drowning without water. Suddenly, a system notification appears, activating Authority Serene Mind. With the authority activated, he thinks, alright, that's much better. I can hold my breath as long as I don't panic. He realizes, I thought I felt something at my fingertips. He focuses, realizing, I thought I felt something at my fingertips. Whoa, you're really determined, a voice booms, acknowledging his resolve. A determined glint shines in his eyes. I didn't expect you to react by moving your body while in the territory of the mind, a voice declares, surprised by his actions.
Being able to defend himself even.
The voice trails off, a single tear escaping from the corner of his eye. He's really skilled.
The voice admits, acknowledging the protagonist's surprising resilience.
With a surge of power, the protagonist grips his sword, ready to unleash its force. A sinister chuckle escapes her lips as she thinks, I'll keep it a secret that I almost killed him because of that.
Alright.
He thinks, his senses slowly returning. A voice echoes in his mind, questioning how he could be aware of his body in just 2 hours, even calling him a monster.
Did you say 2 hours? He wonders, confusion clouding his thoughts. It must have been only a minute.
He thinks, his bright blue eyes reflecting his confusion. The voice continues, revealing that time in the real world passes much faster than in this space. What? He exclaims, shock evident on his face.
This is dangerous. He realizes, understanding the stakes.
He fears that if he uses most of the time he has left of the 7 days in this space, he might die from the trial failure penalty. Floating in the strange space, he realizes, I need to somehow look into the mind realm as fast as I can. If I could regain my bodily awareness through serene mind. He thinks, focusing intently. He stands poised in the strange dimension, a surge of power emanating from him. Suddenly, his eyes widen. I can see it, he exclaims, a sense of realization washing over him.
But what is it?
This is... A flurry of red energy surrounds him as he gazes intently. Red energy intensifies around him as he stares ahead, fixated on something only he can perceive. He takes a step forward, the ground beneath his feet appearing cracked and unstable. An ocean of blood, he wonders, the vision filling his mind.
No way, he exclaims, staring in disbelief. What is this?
Her eyes widen in horror, hands flying to her head. Why is the mind realm all visible suddenly? She cries out. The mind realm explodes with energy as he draws his sword, a surge of power emanating outwards. The mind realm is in chaos. An ominous warning flashes. A sinister smile spreads across her face. Her questions cut through the tension. I have something to ask you. Are you human? Why are there wings of steel on your back? A blue screen flashes, activating authority, wings of steel. Suddenly, a blue screen flashes, declaring, activating authority, wings of steel. Activating the authority, the character moves at blinding speed. He reflects on his mind realm, the one he could see through the flame dragon eye. I couldn't really put a hand on what it meant, he admits, the alien landscape of his mind realm stretching out before him. But it looked very twisted and ominous, he concludes, the red landscape of his mind realm swirling with dark energy. The twisted landscape intensifies, now filled with ominous, glowing swords. He remains silent, the ominous swords of his mind realm glowing with an even more intense, threatening light. The swords converge, closing in with terrifying speed. The swords strike, a blinding flash consuming everything. He stands amidst the radiating light, his sword glowing intensely. The light intensifies, the sound of impact echoing. The sword unleashes a blinding strike. The ground shatters as the attack lands. His piercing gaze remains fixed, even as debris rains down around him. Staring at the destruction around him, he wonders aloud, did I do this? A voice booms, cutting through his uncertainty, demanding, if not you. SFX, ding. The system announces, Administrator White Crane Swordmaster is happy that you're awake. Ding. Another system message appears, this time stating, Administrator Iron-Blooded Monarch lets out a sigh of relief now that you're awake. Ding. The system chimes again, this time with a message, Administrator Fallen World Soldier is shocked that you're awake earlier than expected. Despite the administrator's comments, he voices his confusion. But does that really prove faith? I don't get how it's related. He stands, hands outstretched, as if sensing something unseen. A disembodied voice echoes, declaring, proof of faith is the path of acknowledging the self. He repeats the phrase, questioning, acknowledging the self. Echoing words fill the space around him, people don't know much about their beliefs. They don't even know what they believe in or think about very well. The voice continues, revealing the trial's purpose. The goal of this trial was to face the mind realm that was. He stands before a twisted mirror, his reflection staring back with a cold intensity. The figure in the mirror wears the same red coat, but something about its gaze feels different, unsettling. The trial's purpose is revealed, created through the process of believing, thinking, and acting. The trial's requirement echoes, to overcome a dark past and become stronger. The voice continues, echoing the trial's core tenet, without losing your humanity. It then reveals, that's what I read from your mind. A final question is posed, what do you think? Pretty straightforward, huh? But, a new condition is about to be revealed. But a new directive appears, a crimson sphere declaring, being true to your own desires is sometimes the right path to take. He reaches out, as if to grab something or someone. What does he desire? Suddenly, a disembodied voice booms, goodbye, explorer. He stands before a blinding light, his arms outstretched. Korean characters float in the air, as if a warning. The light fades, revealing a message, you have reached the 7th trial. He walks along a dilapidated bridge, the path ahead shrouded in a dark, ominous purple haze. A blinding light erupts, accompanied by a surge of energy. The energy explodes outward with a shattering force. A deafening roar accompanies the outward blast. The blast emanates from his eye, a swirling vortex of power. The blast rips through the air, leaving a trail of distorted energy. A screen flickers into view, the god of verification. The god of verification watches. The god of verification surveys the scene. Debris rains down as the battle continues to rage. No one has. A voice booms out, the statement hanging ominously in the air. Past the 7th trial, the voice concludes, the statement hanging heavy in the air. The figures stand silently, the weight of the pronouncement settling around them. A surge of power erupts. He slams his hand down, the ground cracking under the force.
The rain begins to fall. The god of verification is now aware of challenger Han Sung-yoon. A cough echoes through the purple haze. Sweat beads on his brow as he grits his teeth, energy crackling around him. I'm getting sleepier.
He thinks, but then immediately corrects himself.
No. It's different. This is.
He begins to say, as a massive cobra with glowing eyes appears before him. The massive cobra looms over him, so immense that he feels powerless.
As if I came across an absolute being that I cannot resist.
He falls to the ground, scrambling backwards in a desperate attempt to escape the cobra's looming presence. His body gives up on survival by itself. Tears stream down his face as he gasps, all I did was receive its gaze. His vision fades as he realizes, so this is what a god is. His teeth grit, a fierce determination hardening his features.
I won't do it anymore.
Clutching his head, he sits on the floor, a broken picture of his family lying before him. Lightning flashes outside the shattered window. Tears stream down his face, a pained grimace contorting his features. Suddenly, he rises, a sword crackling with energy held high. A primal scream tears from his throat. His hand clenches, a surge of power emanating from him as he declares, anymore. With a fierce argh, he grips the sword even tighter, power radiating from his clenched fist.
The skill Ashen Blood has been activated. All categories of pain inflicted on its use are reduced by 17%.
I won't do stupid things like getting stepped on helplessly, he declares, his resolve hardening.
The skill Ashen Blood activates, reducing the pain he'll endure by 17%.
A fierce roar tears from his throat, the raw sound echoing his burning resolve. Any ordeal has a way to break through, a voice declares.
A blade descends, piercing his hand.
Sweat beads on his brow as he grits his teeth, a surge of power emanating from his outstretched hand.
The Tower of Trials was probably constructed like that, a voice explains.
A chilling thought surfaces, I don't know if I'm able to cut those eyes in the first place. Sweat drips from his brow, the challenge ahead weighs heavily on him. But if there's even a slight chance, he thinks, resolve hardening his gaze. He charges forward, his sword crackling with blue energy. He pushes onward, determined, even if it's just 1 centimeter closer. He vows, I'll cut it. His teeth gritted, his eye glows with intense focus. Blue energy crackles around him. The blue energy intensifies as he declares, a mere god. The energy coalesces into a blade of pure light. He slashes downwards with the blade of light. The blade of light descends toward its target. The blade hurtles towards its target, accompanied by a resounding of sound effect. The blades strike, the sound echoing through the air. Ah, this sucks. He groans, struggling to maintain my consciousness. SFX, tiring. A system message chimes as the god of verification declares, the god of verification is impressed by your grit. Another chime rings out as the god of verification states, the god of verification is happy to see a challenger with tough mental strength for the first time in a while. The message continues, the god of verification sees your endless confident gaze and asks for you to verify yourself. Standing on a precipice, he draws his sword, its crimson blade reflecting the strange light. Another message appears, the god of verification will remember challenger Han Sung-yoon's existence. The challenger, sweat beading on his brow, can only respond with a confused, huh. Another system message appears, this one declaring, the god of verification informs you of the start of the 7th gate. A blinding light erupts as the 7th gate opens. The title, Boundless Necromancer, blazes forth in fiery hues. Chapter 47 begins. The chapter opens on a desolate landscape. Perched atop a crumbling bridge, the necromancer stares out at the strange, floating debris. It disappeared. Suddenly, a booming voice echoes, the god of verification. His eyes widen, sweat beading on his brow as he stares up in disbelief. The booming voice leaves him stunned. Things like gods really exist, he wonders, disbelief coloring his tone. Before him, a strange, glowing mirror shimmers, its surface reflecting nothing. The mirror's surface ripples, as if something is about to break through. He stares at the strange mirror, a question forming on his lips. This is. Suddenly, a holographic screen appears, displaying a message, link with the future you and begin synchronization. Before him, a figure emerges from the mirror's depths, an older version of himself. Their fingers inch closer, the moment of contact drawing near. The air crackles as he reaches out, a surge of energy emanating from his hand. A system message appears, verification of the mind is beginning. Another message follows, stating, the assimilation rate of you in the mirror slowly increases. He's being pulled into a massive, monstrous mouth, a silent scream trapped in his throat. The monstrous mouth closes around him, the assimilation process intensifying. As the mouth closes, a system notification appears, a verification trial best suited for challenger Han Sung-yoon has been given. The system presents a new directive, verify that your beliefs won't change. The system's directive is clear, verify that your beliefs won't change, even in the future. Sung-yoon's eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. A sudden, violent tremor shakes the area. The tremor intensifies, debris raining down from above. Caught off guard, he cries out, "Whoa," as he plummets downwards. As he falls, he desperately wonders, where is it? He continues to fall, his expression shifting to confusion as he wonders. His fall continues, but now a different question arises, Johan from Gate 1. He wonders where his mirror is. He plummets downwards, the stained glass window rushing up to meet him. A gasp escapes him as he stares ahead. Bracing himself, he raises his arm, preparing for the inevitable impact. This place is. He begins to mutter, a realization dawning in his eyes. Christmas? It seems to be Korea. The realization dawns as the protagonist surveys his surroundings. The future me from earlier, he exclaims, seemingly spotting someone familiar in the Korean cityscape. How do I get back, he wonders, finding himself in the middle of a bustling Korean street. A crimson blade flashes, the air itself seeming to crackle with energy. He floats in the air, suspended before an enormous figure. He exclaims, utterly bewildered by the sudden appearance. Wait. He thinks, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. What exactly is his opponent planning? A scream tears through the air as a crimson energy rips toward him. Ah! Crimson energy explodes outwards, striking the students. Coughs and screams fill the air as they collapse. The crimson energy continues to spread, an ominous silence following the blast. Why you crazy, he shouts, his face contorted in disbelief and fear. A system message appears, the assimilation rate between the you and the mirror and you forcefully increases by 10%. A pained grunt escapes him, laced with confusion. He stumbles forward, his face a mask of pain as the forced assimilation intensifies. Agony contorts his face as he gasps, my chest. It feels like it's being torn into pieces. These disgusting mixed emotions. Guilt and madness swirl within him. And rage. The words blaze with a violent energy. It's you, right? He demands, his eyes narrowed with suspicion. The words echo with menace, the one who took my mirror. A surge of purple energy erupts around him, the force of the blast throwing him back. He screams as the purple energy intensifies, engulfing him completely. The purple energy intensifies, the sound of its power echoing all around. He cries out in pain as the energy constricts him further. Arg! Suddenly, a system message appears, all skills that interfere with challenger Han Sung-yoon's mind have been sealed. The energy explodes outward, accompanied by a sound of shattering power. He stands, seemingly freed from the mental assault. But then, a voice whispers, mirror. An ominous darkness spreads. He cries out, ah, damn it, as a strange sound echoes around him. His hand reaches up to touch the strange mask-like covering on his face. The ominous warning rings in his ears, in the verification of the mind, mental protection is especially important. But panic sets in as he realizes, what am I supposed to do if serene mind is blocked? An ominous exclamation point flashes before his eyes. A barrage of crimson energy spears hurtles toward him. He grits his teeth, bracing against the onslaught of crimson energy. If I knew it was like this, I would have crossed the line a while ago, he thinks, as a system notification appears. The system announces a forced increase. The assimilation rate between the you and the mirror and you forcefully increases to 20%. Another system notification appears, this one grim. Due to unbearable mental shock, you have gotten the status abnormality chi deviation. Clutching his throat, he struggles to breathe. A dark substance splatters from his mouth. Fighting through the pain, he wonders, how? Why? A wave of dark energy emanates from him as he wonders, why am I doing something so cruel? I did obsess over strength, but there's no way I would just do that. He thinks, grappling with his own actions. A system message appears, you currently have the status abnormality chi deviation. Another system message warns that if he doesn't resolve the chi deviation abnormality, his mana circuit skill proficiency could drop by as much as 10%. The message continues, stating that the skill proficiency has already dropped by 0.3%. The system continues to display messages as his mana circuit skill proficiency drops another 0.7% and then 0.4%. An agonized arg escapes him. His face contorted in pain, he realizes, my mana circuit is overheating too much. A wave of shock washes over him. His opponent stands ready, bathed in a crimson glow. The opponent stands poised, ready to strike, a powerful aura emanating from him. The scene shifts to a towering structure, a question hanging in the air, Murim World. With a commanding presence, he demands, call the Murim Alliance leader out here now. His expression unwavering, he declares, then, at the very least, I'll spare everyone here. He continues, revealing that recently there's been a madman called the Sword Ghost in Murim. Seeing the person before him, he adds, I feel like you really do deserve to be called the Sword Ghost. The Sword Ghost remains still, his stance unwavering as one of the men charges forward, sword raised. Facing the Sword Ghost, a man introduces himself. Nice to meet you. I'm the Murim Alliance's leader, Li Jinuan. The Sword Ghost responds with a question of his own. What is your name? A deafening crack echoes as the Sword Ghost unleashes a devastating attack. His eyes blaze with an eerie light as the attack hurtles forward. The Sword Ghost's intense gaze pierces through the impending attack. The Sword Ghost clashes with the oncoming attack, a shockwave erupting around them. The aftermath of the clash reveals the Sword Ghost standing victorious amidst fallen opponents. The Sword Ghost's victory is absolute, the room now littered with the bodies of his defeated foes. Surveying the scene, the Sword Ghost admits, I'm dumbfounded. A voice pierces the Sword Ghost's contemplation, accusing him, you killed all the Alliance members you said you'd spare. Are you not ashamed? To the accusation, he simply replies, not really. He elaborates on his callous disregard, stating that sloppy guys are just my combat resources. Resources, he continues, that don't let me get tired or hurt. His eyes narrowed, he concludes coldly, they don't have any more or any less value than that. He takes a stance, sword extended, ready to strike. His opponent cowers, seemingly defeated. Suddenly, a system message appears, the assimilation rate between the you and the mirror and you forcefully increases to 30%. He coughs violently, blood spilling from his mouth. During the dozens of times that the location in the mirror changed after the me killed, thousands became endlessly stronger, but a dark fate awaits. You will be cursed. Standing amidst the fallen, the figure faces the Pope of Ares, who declares, I, the Pope of all the gods of Ares, will beg for your death. He found himself in a state akin to a monster, consumed by madness and driven by a singular focus. Driven only to become stronger, he raises his weapon. Stop now. A voice pleads, haven't you already killed? Please, at least spare the king. The desperate plea hangs in the air. He is now seen as a crazy monster that never loses. Defeated and on the ground, he cries out in disbelief. No way. Someone who conquered the Murim dimension coming to a smaller dimension like this. The assimilation rate between him and the mirror image forcefully increases to 40%. The mirror image assimilation surges, rocketing to 40%. He screams, contorting in agony as the power overwhelms him. The assimilation rate between him and the mirror image continues to climb. The system announces, mirroring you forcefully increases to 50%. He clutches his head, the merging intensifying. The assimilation rate continues to climb, and a dire thought surfaces: if the assimilation rate keeps increasing, at the end of it. A disturbing realization dawns as the merging intensifies. Fuck, was it this kind of feeling? The pleasure from it is no joke. A barrage of crimson, spear-like projectiles fills the space, and a disembodied voice echoes, "What a terrible relationship between the two, no?" He extends his hand, conjuring more of the crimson projectiles. The air vibrates with power as the projectiles multiply, filling the space with deadly force. She pauses, sword held ready, a look of confusion washing over her face. "That doesn't make sense," she mutters, then hesitates. "So?" The sword glows brighter, the blue energy coalescing around the blade. The blade now blazes with intense blue light as she prepares to strike. She lunges forward, the glowing blade aimed directly at her target. The blade flashes, a red glow intensifying as it cuts through the air. Ha! The blade slices through the air, a flurry of swords surrounding her. "But I'm worried that the next time you visit, my house will evaporate," he says, a hint of concern underlying his words. Ha! The teacup rattles softly. "I think." His next words hang in the air, unfinished. "The you that I witnessed when you were proving you had it together," he begins to explain. He continues, explaining that the remnants of the abyss still lingered. It became permanently fixed in his personality. Even if you've become twisted, that's another you of the future. So, he continues, his intense gaze unwavering. "Your suspicion of the administrators was probably not completely fake either." He declares, "I'll make this clear, nobody can read the intentions of the tower. That goes for the administrators as well." His words hang in the air as he prepares to strike. The tower looms before them, as he begins to speak again. "From what I know," he continues, noticing their hesitation. "But seeing you in doubt, must mean you heard something from someone, right?" A voice confirms, "Yes." He recalls the god of verification's words, "The tower was expecting something from me." His eyes widen in sudden realization. "The god of verification," he exclaims, finally understanding. So that's why he had such doubts. He holds up a golden cup, examining it closely. "Oh yeah, and the god of verification said this too." He recalls that administrators are beings who earn divinity copies through a contract with the tower. He pauses, the words "divinity copies" hanging in the air. "I can't tell you about that right now," he admits. The voice continues, a note of inevitability in its tone, "But if it's you, even if you don't want to know, you'll find out. Quite soon hereafter, that is." The voice declares, "Then I have one last thing to ask you." A question hangs in the air, "What is it?" The woman leans forward, her expression unreadable as she reminds him, "You said you had an earnest wish you wanted to fulfill before." A simple yes answers the woman's question. After a pause, a new revelation emerges. White Crane Swordmaster said that the earnest wish is a right that the tower grants to the administrators. She continues, revealing that you can fulfill what you want to fulfill through the challengers who signed disciple contracts. A hint of suspicion enters her voice as she adds, "Is that so? It seems that Rascal told you everything about earnest wishes." His piercing blue eyes narrow as he wonders aloud, "So why?" The man presses, "Didn't you tell me all about your earnest wish back then?" "That..." the man starts to say, the implication hanging heavy in the air. The man's lips tighten, the corner of his mouth turning down ever so slightly. The woman's surprising confession hangs in the air. "Is because I felt fear. I don't know just what you think talent is." She begins, her fiery gaze intense. "But soon, you'll learn just how much you're underestimating yourself." The woman continues, her gaze unwavering. "That's because, the 12th floor trial." The word talent flashes, followed by a stark definition, an unchangeable gift, divided into 3 aptitudes for hunters. One of these aptitudes is skill acquisition. System messages appear, stat increase and trait enlightenment. These are called the Hunter's Three Gifts, a voiceover declares, as the protagonist grips his sword.
And I wasn't born with any of those.
A stark contrast to the system messages, he continues, I couldn't gain a skill, my abilities didn't increase, and I couldn't even enlighten a unique trait. The truth is, a bastard without talent couldn't grow due to his traits.
But the iron-blooded monarch is mistaken about something.
The wooden training sword hangs in the air, accompanied by the words, me having talent.
Catherine gave me hers, so I got a total of 3.
3 potions shimmer before him, one bearing a cheer-up note. Having consumed the skill proficiency potion, a system message appears, please pick the skill you'd like to increase in proficiency.
And there's the reward I got from the 11th floor trial. He recalls, a chime ringing in the air.
The reward is the old mirror of verification, an item only challengers who have properly carried out the trial given by the god of verification can receive. When magic power is put into it, the exclusive effect remaining thoughts will activate, but only the first time. But there's a catch. The god of verification has especially changed a part of the effect for one challenger. The old mirror of verification's effect activates, by remaining thoughts.
The old mirror of verification activates its exclusive effect for CSJ, remaining thoughts. The mirror's effect triggers, revealing a thought, as I thought. Another thought surfaces with a ringing sound.
The old mirror of verification activates, granting a randomly acquired skill ingrained in remaining thoughts. The skill fighting concentration, A+, is inherited.
Remaining thoughts combat experience is now being ingrained into the skill fighting concentration, A+.
The fighting experience of remaining thought has increased the fighting concentration, A+, skills proficiency by 11%.
The skill is described as a transcendental concentration that helps him focus to his limits in battle. The system then warns that if remaining thought's attack is too much, the proportionate rebound will accompany it.
Remaining thought smirks, observing the screen before him. Not bad, he comments, seemingly pleased with the results. The screen displays the current trial's topic, surpassing limits.
The 12th floor trial is starting, with 48 hours remaining.
The trial's conditions appear, to succeed, he must defeat a duplicate of himself within the time limit. Failure means death or running out of time.
The reward? The Ancient Emperor's? Ancient Emperor's Ash Crown, A-. But failure carries a heavy price, death. He enters a vast chamber, dominated by colossal, winged statues. A new message appears, the intruder must now think about how much they know about themselves.
Another message flashes, item Vampire Council Tailcoat, CAJ, has been copied. Another message appears, this one more direct, please kill the other version of yourself that the God of Darkness has created. Suddenly, a stark warning appears, you'll get screwed over if you underestimate your own talent.
The hero responds with determination, yes, let's confirm.
With a determined response, he unleashes a flurry of attacks. The God of Darkness blessing has detected an intruder within the ancient palace and is now creating a guardian fighter. The message continues, suggesting the intruder should reflect on how much they truly know about themselves. The system announces that the Vampire Council Tailcoat, AJ, has been copied. A system message appears, demanding that he kill the other version of himself created by the God of Darkness.
God of Darkness, he wonders, his blue eyes gleaming with a newfound intensity.
A bead of sweat trickles down his face as he wonders, why do I keep getting involved with these gods?
The voice booms, echoing with dark power, my clone, or should I say, my replica?
The replica's gaze hardens, a sinister edge creeping into his expression.
A chilling realization dawns on the replica. But it really is eerily similar.
He recalls, from the advice the iron-blooded monarch gave me.
He remembers the iron-blooded monarch's advice.
And what I heard from using my question voucher, he continues to recall. Apparently the replica can only copy one item, he realizes, the new information potentially changing everything. The replica chose the Vampire Council Tailcoat, prioritizing a defense item.
If it really copied me properly, he thinks, readying his blade.
He sees this fight as a chance to truly gauge his own abilities. Instant acceleration and Wind's Grace activate. System messages appear, confirming his power-up, all speeds will be increased by 70%.
With all stacks in use, he thinks, yes, let's confirm it.
With a burst of speed, he lunges forward, his cape billowing behind him as he aims his weapon. The words "my talent" appear in a stylized speech bubble.
The skill Fighting Concentration has been activated. The system announces, user's concentration increased by 2x.
His eyes widen, a sudden realization dawning. It feels like time around me is going by slowly, he realizes, sword in hand as he falls. It feels like time around me is going by slowly, he realizes, sword in hand as he falls through the air. So this is Fighting Concentration, he thinks as he continues to fall, the blade glowing brightly. A sinister grin spreads across his face as the system announces, power Burning Sword Intent activated. The Burning Sword Intent engulfs him, a blinding light erupting as he plummets. The Burning Sword Intent intensifies, the air crackling with energy as he descends. The Burning Sword Intent continues its descent, an explosion of light filling the space. The Burning Sword Intent continues its descent, now a concentrated beam of light. The Burning Sword Intent strikes. The Burning Sword Intent tears through everything in its path. The sword glows with power, as the words "iron-blooded sword" appear.
The man grips the iron-blooded sword tightly, its crimson glow intensifying. Well, that was obvious, he mutters, his gaze unwavering. And next will obviously be.
A counter shield materializes before him, glowing with crimson energy. Before him, a counter shield blazes into existence, radiating crimson light.
He states that the combination of the iron-blooded sword and counter shield is basically the replica's only choice. The shield pulses with energy, the air crackling around it.
His eyes narrow, a steely resolve hardening his gaze.
Huh, he utters, confusion evident in his tone. A blinding red light emanates from the sword. A surge of power emanates outwards. The man stands amidst the swirling power, his eyes glowing with an ominous purple light.
He stands ready, two crimson blades crossed before him, crackling with power.
He changed counter shield into a sword, a voice exclaims, disbelief ringing in their tone.
Silence hangs heavy in the air as he faces his opponent, now a distant figure in the vast hall. Dual sword arts that even I, the original, have never used.
He thinks, a hint of surprise flickering across his face. It's using them in an actual fight.
Because transforming counter shield takes a lot of mana and mental power, I don't use that method, he admits, revealing a crucial limitation. The shield transforms, morphing into a gleaming red sword. But then, a question arises, so why did he choose such an inefficient method? His expression hardens, a grim line forming on his lips.
Of course, I had been thinking of double sword arts, he muses, but then questions, but using it in an actual fight with your life on the line? His gaze remains fixed and intense.
I can't understand it, he thinks, his grip tightening on the twin blades.
A blinding flash erupts. Does he think this is practice? A voice booms, laced with disbelief.
His eyes glow with an intense light, a snarl twisting his lips.
Darkness consumes everything. Blades clash in a blinding flash of light. The fight intensifies, blades meeting again in a shower of sparks. It's slight.
He realizes, a bead of sweat trickling down his face as he seems to notice something amiss. Blades clash, but a chilling realization dawns on him.
But I think I'm losing when it comes to pure skill.
He lunges forward, his red blade a blur, but the realization that he's losing in pure skill weighs heavily on him.
The red blade flashes, a desperate attempt to overcome his rival.
His eyes widen as the red blade swings down, a desperate, futile strike.
How, he gasps, utterly bewildered by what has transpired.
His eyes, wide with disbelief, stare upwards. Perhaps.
He thinks, a glimmer of understanding beginning to dawn. Is it indomitable will, he wonders.
A system message confirms the acquisition of the skill, currently at 27% proficiency. The system displays the skill's description, the symbol of one who will not yield to despair and keep challenging themselves to the impossible. A surge of power erupts as he declares, I hold dominance when it comes to items right now. Indomitable will, absorbed from Lucilian, has activated for him. He clashes against the red energy, his sword meeting the attack head-on.
So if his physical abilities are higher than mine,
he thinks, considering the implications of the clash.
And then, a skill activates, fighting concentration, A+. Its proficiency is at 11%, described as a transcendental concentration that helps him focus to his limits in battle.
The system warns that the skill can randomly increase concentration, up to 20 times at most.
However, overuse will result in a proportionate rebound. He realizes, if he's raised fighting concentration to the max and is currently demonstrating transcendental concentration, then it totally makes sense, he realizes, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple.
Cook. But a bigger problem looms, he realizes. A sinister grin spreads across his face, revealing clenched teeth. Is the swordsmanship that the replica is using right now? The words hang in the air, heavy with implication. He lunges forward, dual swords blazing with crimson light. It's being performed through the double swords. The voice echoes, as the replica prepares to strike. The replica's swords cut through the air, leaving trails of crimson light in their wake. But it's definitely his swordsmanship, the voice exclaims, recognizing the technique. The swords continue their relentless assault, a flurry of purple energy filling the space. He's sent hurtling backwards, crashing through stone. The swords continue their relentless assault. There's no doubt about it, he thinks, still reeling from the impact. The swordsman prepares his next attack, muttering, "Blue Heaven Sword Dragon." Suddenly, a voice booms, declaring, "It's Namgun Hyuk's swordsmanship." The swordsman stands ready, his bare feet planted on the ground, twin blades glowing with a crimson light. I've only met him once, but I can still clearly remember it. The swordsman's words hang heavy in the air. A deafening impact reverberates through the city. The terrifying godliness that helped me understand his arrogance and looking down on skills, he thinks, a manic grin spreading across his face. It wasn't skill or power, but pure technique, he realizes, a new understanding dawning. Those. He begins to say, a blinding light emanating from the technique. The light fades, revealing the words of Namgun Hyuk, they could surpass skills as a whole. Because Namgun Hyuk's swordsmanship wasn't utilizing skills, he realized he wouldn't be able to learn it on his own. A close-up reveals a character's intense gaze as they declare, "But soon, you'll learn just how much you're underestimating yourself." The character realizes, so the true talent that the iron-blooded monarch was talking about was this. He stands, back to the viewer, contemplating the revelation. A system message appears, "You've met a strong opponent that you will have a hard time dealing with." Then, another notification, "Skill Indomitable will activated." He launches forward, weapon drawn, as a system message declares, "The system has now judged that I'm at a disadvantage, even though I still have superiority in our items." His face tight with suppressed fury, he hears a voice taunt from below, "Is that it?" The figure descends, landing directly in front of him. A thought bubble expresses the hero's surprise, that he's grown? A horrifying grin stretches across his opponent's face, teeth bared in a predatory display. The skill fighting concentration activates greatly, increasing the user's concentration tenfold. Eyes blazing with newfound intensity, he prepares to strike. The sound of his strike echoes. Their blades meet in a shower of sparks. A sudden, sharp exclamation breaks the intensity as a blue energy blade cuts through the air. The impact sends shockwaves through the air. The attack connects, a dark silhouette forming amidst the chaos. He grunts, stumbling back from the force of the blow. Stunned, he struggles to comprehend the power he just faced. How is this the same level as me? The hero struggles to stay upright, a wave of realization washing over him. He's a total monster. A system message flashes, user's concentration increased by 15x. With gritted teeth, he struggles to maintain his stance. He lunges forward, a blue energy crackling around his outstretched hand. He closes in, his glowing eyes fixed on his target. The red-clad figure above him is caught mid-air by the sudden attack. The blue energy surges forward, impacting the red-clad figure with tremendous force. The force of the blue energy explodes outwards. Power wings of steel activated. He's flying at maximum speed. The wings propel him forward, a blur of motion. He soars through the air, energy crackling around him. Suddenly, a system notification appears. The user's concentration has increased by 17 times. His face contorted in a fierce grin, he declares, "Got you." He lunges forward, twin swords raised, ready to strike. An exclamation mark flashes as he closes in. He hurtles toward his opponent, swords raised, but the enemy is ready. A flurry of blades erupts as the two clash. The clash sends a spray of blood into the air. Grunting with the effort, he grits his teeth. "My vision," he cries, something clearly going wrong. His strike shatters the ground, a wave of energy erupting outward. Did he blow up his own arm and escape? Someone wonders aloud. Sword in hand, he prepares to face whatever comes next. A bright flash erupts before him, the sound of impact echoing through the area. The force of the impact sends him reeling. The world blurs around him. He retaliates with a blinding strike. The strike lands with devastating force. The foe is impaled, a beam of light erupting from the point of impact. He plummets backwards, a beam of light piercing him. Ha! His eyes widen in terror as he realizes, "I'm going to die." The light intensifies, consuming everything. The world dissolves into pure, blinding light. The blinding light erupts, centered on the figure. The light fades, leaving only darkness. The system announces the user's concentration has increased 20-fold. He has also entered a concentration state that surpasses limits. With newfound focus, he leaps toward his ethereal opponent, sword raised. He lunges, his sword aimed directly at the ethereal figure above. His momentum halts abruptly, and a voice echoes, laced with pain, "I feel like shit." A pained grimace contorts his face as he admits, "I feel like shit." His face tightens, and a question mark floats above his head, suggesting confusion despite his pain. A weak "ha" escapes his lips. He states, "I really almost died." The close call is evident in his posture. The voice booms, declaring, "Fuck you, a mere duplicate." His eyes glow crimson as a sinister grin spreads across his face. The sinister grin widens as he warns, "Dares to keep fucking around." Suddenly, a system notification appears, "You have entered a concentration state that surpasses limits." A surge of power erupts, the air crackling with energy. The protagonist's eyes glow with an intense, purple light. The purple energy intensifies, filling the room with its ominous glow. Now, a brilliant blue energy crackles around his sword. The energies collide, a blinding flash erupting between them. The force of the impact sends him crashing downwards. The ground explodes around him as he hits. He clenches his hand, dark energy swirling around it. He rises from the shattered earth, his red suit stained with dust. He lunges forward, a blue blade gleaming in his hand. The air explodes with force. The blade shatters against an unseen force. He's sent hurtling backwards, his cape billowing behind him. His eye glows with an eerie light as he's blasted back, a crimson aura surrounding his opponent. An exclamation hangs in the air as he's sent flying. The force of the blast sends debris flying in all directions. A sinister grin spreads across his face, his glowing eyes gleaming with malice. "How does it taste?" he taunts. Wreathed in dark energy, he lunges forward, a crimson aura blazing around him. He extends a bloodied hand, a glowing blade held firmly in the other. Below, a powerful strike lands, the impact radiating outwards. A blinding flash erupts, the force of the blow shaking the very air. The force of the impact sends both figures flying in opposite directions. Staggering, he manages to remain standing, though his arm glows with an ominous green energy. He spits out, "Bastard, you're stupidly strong, really." Despite the injury, a sinister grin spreads across his face, his eyes glowing with an eerie pink light. A swirling vortex of water materializes. The swirling water hovers before the seated figure. So this has happened again. A voice sighs, as the swirling water continues to hover. The cup clatters against the table, spilling its contents. How awkward. A sigh escapes her lips as she raises a hand to her forehead. Torn, she thinks, "I can't openly help, but I can't just watch this either." Her brow furrows with concern.
I'm a bit worried about how the tower will react,
she admits, her gaze troubled. A sinister smile stretches across her face, a bead of sweat trickling down her cheek. The screen flickers to life, communicating with
Challenger Han Sun-yoon.
Suddenly, she's caught in a violent explosion of water, crying out in pain.
The system blares an alert.
The system announces, the admin's message has been temporarily deactivated to prevent an advice-type message.
A sinister smile spreads across his face.
A message appears, please excuse me for wanting to serve at least a cup of tea to my contractor. With a flick of his wrist, dark energy gathers around his hand. Amjul, he mutters, as sharp projectiles materialize. He unleashes a devastating punch, his eyes glowing with power.
The force of the blow sends shockwaves through the air. The opponent remains standing, a question mark floating above his head as if he's unfazed by the attack. Ah, fuck. He thinks, realizing the danger he's in.
A sinister grin spreads across his face, the red glint in his eyes promising pain. He roars, his fangs bared in fury.
Stop interfering with this body. The command echoes, and stay down.
The figure is slammed against a dark, viscous barrier.
Ack!
Again, he cries out, seemingly in disbelief at the repeated attack. His frustration boils over. I thought I was done with that annoying future me after the previous trial. He's clearly not happy to be facing this challenge again.
I'm so annoyed.
He roars in frustration, his face contorted in rage. The hero's rage manifests as a dark, swirling energy. His fury boils over as he declares, I fought for you because you were about to die, but you're not even thankful. His eyes narrow, a sinister smile creeping across his face.
The figure in red retorts, you bastard. He continues, demanding, why don't you leave my body right now?
You piece of shit. His face contorted in rage, the figure in red shouts, why don't you leave my body right now? You piece of shit. Idiot, you still don't know, the figure taunts, a chilling grin spreading across his face. He adds ominously, watch this situation carefully. The voice continues, now disembodied and echoing, you, trained for so long, and even up to this point of climbing to the 12th floor of this tower. The figure's sinister grin widens, his red eyes gleaming with malice. The disembodied voice continues its taunt, you can't even look at yourself properly. Then, the unseen speaker delivers a final, cutting insult, you pathetic bastard. The insult seems to sting, as the figure's grin tightens, a visible tick appearing near his eye. His eyes blazing with fury, he shouts back, so what? With a furious yell, he unleashes a devastating punch. 2 fingers rise to meet the furious blow. The punch, meant to devastate, is met with only 2 fingers. The sound of the impact echoes. A sinister grin spreads across his face as he taunts, where are you going? Come here, you bastard. He unleashes another flurry of blows, the air crackling with energy. Frustrating bastard. His blue eyes glinting with intensity, he proposes, should I teach you something? His offer hangs in the air as he lays down the condition for true mastery. If you don't let go of the habit of fully relying on your skills, you can't use the real techniques. Got that, you idiot? Turning away, he delivers a final, dismissive decree, you should just stay down for the rest of your life and watch. A chilling declaration echoes, I'll control this body from now on. Then, a single, dismissive word hangs in the air, pathetic. Trapped, he screams in frustration, his hands sparking with energy as he tries to break free. A blinding light erupts as he unleashes a surge of power. Emerging from the light, a sinister grin spreads across his face. Okay, I think I've got the hang of it now. His grip tightens on the ornate sword hilt. I know how it feels. SFX, tiring. Tiring. A system notification appears, Administrator Iron-Blooded Monarch has sent an item. His gaze intensifies as the notification hangs before him. He mutters, a question hanging in the air as he reads the system notification. The item is identified as product of Black Dragon, B, a potion manufactured after specially processing a black dragon's fluids. The notification continues, stating, upon consumption, your mental power and immunity increases, and your mind clears up. His eyes widen slightly, a flicker of understanding crossing his face. He roars, a surge of power erupting around him. The air crackles as red energy surges forth. The surge of power seems to have surprised him. Huh, he mutters, a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes. He slams his fist into a glowing barrier. This bastard, again, he exclaims, frustration etched on his face. He throws back his head and drinks from a vial topped with a demonic head, the liquid within glowing an ominous red. He hurls the now empty vial away, the demonic head glinting ominously. He lunges, a crimson blade arcing towards his opponent. The blade finds its mark, drawing crimson. The force of the blow sends blood spraying. The force of the blow sends him crashing down. He roars in pain, the force of the impact clearly immense. His scream echoes with the raw agony of defeat. Shattered, the remnants of his power scatter. The remnants of his power dissipate into nothing. With nothing left, he collapses. He lunges forward, a desperate, final strike. The final strike connects with a resounding impact. But then, a stunned silence. The air crackles with energy. He's struck, blood spraying as he's sent reeling. A chilling ha-ha echoes through the hall. With a sinister grin, he brandishes a glowing blade. The hall fills with his voice as he proclaims, I'm back. While the other me was fighting, he thinks, his piercing gaze fixed on something ahead. He winces, a wave of pain washing over him. I definitely felt it. He realizes he's experiencing the feeling of letting go of my tendency to rely on my skills. He stands, sword in hand, ready to face whatever comes next. If the replica can do it. He thinks, a new resolve forming. Grasping the sword tightly, he declares, so can I. Power surges through him as a system message flashes, user's concentration increased by 20x. A blinding light erupts from below. The light intensifies, engulfing everything in white. The acceleration of my thinking, and my lunacy's ego rising up again, a voice declares, as the light subsides. A sinister grin spreads across his face, his eyes glowing with an eerie light. I, who had entered the acceleration of my intact thinking, could finally feel it, he declares, a sense of triumph evident in his voice. A soft who escapes his lips as he exhales, his face still marked with the remnants of battle. An enlightenment in a moment that seemed to last forever. He swings the crimson blade, a purple blur preceding the strike. The blade descends, a final, decisive strike. As the blade connects, he realizes, I need to throw away all of my reliance on the skills I have collected until now. The blade finds its mark, and he understands, I need to throw away all of my reliance on the skills I have collected until now. The realization crystallizes, I need to empty everything and adapt. The words get rid of common sense flash as he faces his opponent, a new path opening before him. The phrase get rid of common sense hangs in the air as a system message appears, due to independent enlightenment, proficiency of magic management, has risen 10%. The words get rid of stubbornness appear as system messages confirm he has acquired the achievement of enlightenment, and his stamina increases by 1. And finally, empty myself of all imagery altogether. His eyes glow with an intense, inner light. The system announces that he has acquired the achievement of trance. The system then announces his mana increases by 4. Furthermore, it indicates he is facing an enemy he can competently defeat. However, the system also announces that the skill Indomitable Will is deactivated. The hero swings his sword, a blue energy emanating from the blade. A smirk plays on his lips as he prepares for the next attack. A figure in a red coat brandishes a sword wreathed in blue energy. He lands, a shockwave rippling outwards from the impact. The blue energy blade cleaves through solid rock. The figure in red dodges the energy blade, narrowly avoiding its destructive path. He thinks to himself, being able to have those overwhelming sword skills of Namgung Hyuk at my fingertips. A smirk plays on his lips as he admits to himself, sure feels strange. He launches himself forward, a trail of blue energy following his descent. His eyes glow with an intense blue light as he declares, the fastest speed using wind's grace and instant acceleration. His foot slams into the ground, cracks spider webbing outwards from the point of impact. With a burst of speed, he launches forward, a pink blade aimed directly at his opponent. The pink blade hurtles forward, a blinding light filling the space. Facing the oncoming blade, he braces himself, a dark determination etched on his face. The pink blade connects. The pink energy explodes outward as the hero is struck. The hero is completely engulfed in the blinding pink light. The force of the blast sends debris flying in all directions. Amidst the chaos, the hero stands his ground, a determined look etched on his face as he prepares to strike. The hero's hair spikes wildly as the energy around him intensifies. His eyes glow with an intense, otherworldly light. With incredible speed, he launches himself toward his opponent, twin blades glowing a menacing red. His attack continues, the speaker observing. It's gradually becoming clearer now as the fight with this replica goes on. Now that I'm looking at him, not considering his skills, but his technique. The protagonist continues his assault, now declaring, I'm starting to understand the principle of the technique itself. The protagonist's eyes gleam with newfound understanding. Not to mention, at unimaginable speed, he observes, his grin widening. The clash of their powers creates a blinding flash. The protagonist's eyes narrow, a fierce determination etched on his face. Cook! He grunts, bracing for what's to come. The protagonist cries out as he's struck by a powerful blow. The force of the blow sends him hurtling through the air, and the attack continues. Even as he's sent flying, the protagonist realizes, as I'm completing my understanding of the principle. I can even sense the unnecessary movements in the replica's dual sword skills. It turns out, this guy isn't exactly summoning Nam Gung-hyuk's sword skills into his body. The protagonist realizes the truth, rather he's focusing a lot more on imitating Nam Gung-hyuk. The system announces, Authority Iron-Blooded Sword has been activated. A crimson aura explodes around the blade. The blade pulses with crimson energy, but a warning echoes. When that happens, thoughts of distrust can weaken the sword chi's sword flame characteristic which cuts through everything. The warrior grips the iron-blooded sword, its crimson glow intense. In that case, He begins, determination etched on his face. Even while practicing Nam Gung-hyuk's swordsmanship. Need to focus even more on sword flame strengthening, he realizes, the blue flames around him intensifying. He moves in a blur, the sword flame strengthening technique visibly taking form. The sword flame strengthening technique explodes outward, shattering the surrounding stone. The sword flame strengthening technique continues to erupt, the force of it sending debris flying. The force of the sword flame strengthening sends both warriors flying backwards. The clash of their blades sends sparks flying. He lunges forward, a fierce determination etched on his face as he grips the crimson blade. The skill, Truth Seeker of Blood, has been activated. A blinding light emanates from his outstretched hand, the Truth Seeker of Blood skill now fully activated. The air fills with crimson, as countless blood-red daggers materialize. He lunges forward, wielding a blood-red sword as the crimson daggers swirl around him. SFX, whoosh! The crimson daggers fly. He stands firm, crimson daggers raining down around him. His eyes widen as the crimson daggers explode around him. The daggers erupt, a crimson torrent engulfing everything. He unleashes the crimson torrent, the daggers blurring as they fly. The crimson daggers continue their deadly dance. The crimson daggers explode in a burst of light. The daggers vanish, leaving only a residual schwack sound. His eyes widen, pupils glowing with an eerie light. An exclamation hangs in the air. A blinding light erupts. He raises his sword, a glowing shield materializing before him. A guttural roar erupts from deep within him. His face contorts in rage, a malevolent glow emanating from his eyes. Energy crackles around him as he prepares to unleash his power. With a surge of power, a glowing green energy manifests on his left side. A question hangs in the air: did he parry the attack by instantly spinning the shield into a circle? A red glowing sword hurtles towards him, the impact imminent. The red blade screams closer, the air itself vibrating with its power. The sword plunges towards him, and a thought bubble bursts forth.
The blade hurtles towards him, and he can only think? The blade flashes, and he can only think, oh. The blade strikes, and he wonders, what the hell is this? His rough and aggressive swordsmanship that was offensive until now.
Suddenly, his swordsmanship shifts, becoming a mellow sword where everything is flowing.
Mellow sword is another skill he's copying from Namgung Hyuk. Just how much can he imitate?
Seriously, I get that it's my talent, but it's annoying as hell, he thinks, clearly frustrated by his own ability. I guess you can't win without enduring the dangers after all, he realizes, facing his opponent. A red sword lies on the ground, surrounded by a burst of energy.
The skill counter shield has been activated.
The red sword remains wreathed in a powerful, crimson aura. The crimson aura intensifies, engulfing the red sword even further. His eyes widen, a sudden realization dawning on his face.
The man in red, wielding the glowing sword, questions, "Why are you so surprised?"
A sinister grin spreads across his face as he declares, "Whatever you can do, I can too."
The air cracks as a blinding light erupts. Blades of light streak across the arena.
The fighters are caught in a whirlwind of energy, dodging the razor-sharp light blades.
He grits his teeth, bracing for the onslaught of light. The light blades strike, the impact echoing through the arena. The light blades descend, obliterating everything in their path.
The light intensifies as the two fighters clash, their blades meeting in a blinding flash.
He realizes the replica's sword recharged before his own. In that case,
how, he begins to ask, clearly shocked by the sudden turn of events.
How about a little adventure, the replica asks, energy swirling around him.
His fist connects with incredible force.
The replica's blade glows with intense power as he strikes. He follows up with a powerful kick. A blinding red energy erupts.
His eyes glow with menacing power as the landscape below is obliterated by the force of the blast. The hero is sent hurtling backwards by the force of the blast. The hero is sent flying, a blur against the dark sky. He received the attack with the counter sword, which transformed the counter shield. That means my counter sword will recharge at once, he realizes, a surge of power emanating from him. The counter sword blazes with renewed energy, a blinding light erupting from its blade.
The counter sword hums with power, ready to strike.
The counter sword hums with power, ready to strike, or so he thought. Of course, it'd get snapped if it received that attack head-on. The counter sword is sent flying.
And replica, if you are me, he declares.
The replica counter sword's energy release dissipates, revealing that their most lethal attack is failing.
The replica's counter sword spins away, its energy trail fading into the darkness. You will think of it as an opportunity.
The words hang in the air, heavy with unspoken threat. A sinister grin spreads across his face, his glowing eye promising pain.
SFX, duh. A blinding pink energy erupts, obliterating the ground beneath their feet.
The pink energy intensifies, his grin widening with anticipation. The energy surges as a voice booms out, declaring, "The me at his full power is stupidly strong, huh?" The pink energy explodes outward, the force of it sending the smaller figure flying back with a pained grunt. The force of the blast sends him hurtling backwards. Impact throws him violently through the air. Staggering, he manages to brace himself against the force of the blow. Debris rains down as the structure behind him crumbles.
Eyes glowing with power, he launches himself forward, a blinding light emanating from his attack.
The hero's back is to us as he moves forward, a red aura intensifying around him. Eyes blazing, a sinister grin spreads across his face as the hero unleashes a devastating blow.
Shwoom! The hero's attack connects, a blinding light erupting as he declares, "Gotcha!" The hero's sword plunges downward, impacting his foe amidst a burst of energy.
The foe cries out, shock etched on his face as the blade finds its mark. A surge of crimson energy erupts as the sword pierces through. The iron-blooded sword he thought he'd gotten rid of now lies before him. And this guy's impatience, a voice declares, as tears stream down the speaker's face. A sinister smile spreads across his face, a voice declaring, using those two things really worked.
The figure declares, now on to the finale. The figure dashes towards his opponent, a red aura surrounding his blade.
His blade connects. A guttural roar erupts as the strike lands. The ground shatters from the force of the impact as the figure roars in pain. Staggering, he looks up, a pained expression etched on his face.
He groans. Whack! The sound echoes through the scene. The monstrous figure lunges, its gaping maw filled with rows of razor-sharp teeth.
A clawed hand descends with terrifying speed. The man roars, his fangs bared as the building around him shatters.
The man with the sword parries the attack, sparks flying as the blade meets the incoming blow.
The man's eyes glow as he grits his teeth, his fangs now fully bared. The man lunges forward, his glowing eyes fixed on his target as he attacks with incredible speed. He continues his relentless assault, the force of his attack shattering the ground around him. The force of the impact sends debris flying in all directions. Straining, he grits his teeth, muttering, "What the hell is with that monster again?"
Even his attack.
A voice echoes, filled with disbelief, "Patterns have changed."
This is baffling.
With a shout, he brings his sword down, shattering the ground around him. The force of his blow sends debris flying. The earth explodes in a burst of light.
Amidst the chaos, a sudden exclamation breaks the silence. Debris flies in all directions amidst a blinding light.
The force of the blast sends debris hurtling outwards.
Amidst the wreckage, a figure emerges, glowing eyes fixed ahead.
A guttural growl escapes him, "Grr." He stands amidst the destruction, a glowing barrier shimmering before him. The barrier shimmers as he raises his sword, a blue energy crackling around its blade.
The blade glows crimson, energy surging around it.
With a sigh of relief, he realizes, "Thank God Counter Shield's cooldown time is over."
Above, he thinks, "Thank God Counter Shield's cooldown time is over." Ready to fight, he taunts, "Whatcha doin'? Come at me."
A fierce blow lands, the impact echoing with a resounding "okay." The blow connects, the force of the impact shaking the very ground.
Boundless Necromancer. Boundless Necromancer. This fucking monster.
He's completely lost it, a voice declares, as the scene descends into chaos.
The monster descends, a blinding red light erupting as he strikes.
The hero counters with a blade of light, clashing against the monster's devastating attack.
The monster's attack explodes with a blinding light. Body explosion, a voice murmurs, observing the unfolding chaos.
The voice continues, revealing the monster's strategy. It just might be a great surprise attack in a close-range battle. His gaze sharpens, focusing intently as the monster's surprise attack unfolds. The monster continues, "However, if you're going to go on a rampage like that, I'll have to stop you," the monster finishes, launching a devastating attack. The monster warns, "You'll lose a lot of stamina because of ashen blood." The hero stumbles, his bare feet kicking up dust.
"And once you're all out of stamina," the monster continues, "the attacks will stop too."
The monster groans, clearly feeling the effects of the battle. The monster's attack slams into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust and debris. The monster looks up, a speech bubble with 2 exclamation points indicating his shock.
"Now that there's nothing left to drag this on," the monster declares, his words hinting at a new, more dangerous phase of the fight.
A smirk plays on his lips, his eyes gleaming with an unsettling intensity.
"Let's finish this," he snarls, a primal rage contorting his face. A guttural growl rumbles from his throat.
A surge of power erupts, the air shimmering with the force of his attack. The force of his attack shatters the ground, sending debris flying.
Amidst the chaos, a voice cries out, "Where the hell?"
His piercing blue eyes narrow, focusing intently on something unseen. The air crackles with energy.
He lunges forward, a blade crackling with blue energy extended. A sudden exclamation hangs in the air.
His face, marred with cuts and dirt, shows a flicker of surprise in his bright blue eyes.
He's met with a counterattack.
Red energy slashes toward him.
The hero is caught in the blast of red energy.
The red energy continues to surge, overwhelming everything in its path. The energy intensifies, the attacker's grin widening with malicious intent. The red energy spirals violently, a vortex of destruction.
The vortex intensifies, a blinding red light erupting from its center. The vortex explodes outward, a shockwave of red energy obliterating everything in its path. He stands amidst the devastation, a red energy barrier still radiating from his sword. The ground lies in ruins, the aftermath of his devastating power laid bare. Fucking monster. All this raw power even now, he grits out, sweat beading on his brow. Regardless, thanks to you. Recharge complete. The system announces that the counter shield skill is prepared to reflect the absorbed damage. I'll pay you back in full. A red glow emanates from his outstretched hand as the counter shield skill activates. The system confirms, counter shield's accumulated energy is fully powered up. His eyes blazing with determination, he utters a single, chilling word, die. A monstrous roar erupts from him, teeth bared in a savage snarl. An explosion of energy erupts, filling the space with blinding light and chaotic debris. With a final surge of power, he unleashes a concentrated blast of energy. The concentrated blast rips through the air, a blinding white light cutting through the darkness. The blinding light intensifies, consuming everything in its path. He stands firm, a red energy blade extending from his weapon as the blinding light emanates from its tip. The red energy blade cuts through the blinding light. The red energy blade strikes with a resounding impact. The force of the blow sends shockwaves through the area. The impact explodes in a blinding flash of light. The aftermath of the explosion leaves a stunned silence. From within the dust cloud, a single word echoes, release. His blue eyes blazing, he stares intently ahead, a sinister smile forming on his lips. The system announces, skill counter shield is releasing all absorbed damage at once. The counter shield unleashes its stored power. A blinding explosion rips through the surroundings. The blast obliterates everything in its path. The force of the blast sends him hurtling backwards. A strangled cry escapes his lips as he crashes to the ground. Despite the brutal attack, a congratulatory message appears, he's cleared the 12th floor of the Tower of Trials. The notification continues, stating the ancient emperor's ash crown, A, has been moved. He also receives 80,000 points and 3,500 SP as rewards for his achievement, in addition to the crown. Furthermore, a new skill, Last Stand, Very Happy Face, is granted as a bonus achievement reward. The system then instructs him to move to the waiting room. The system announces that the proficiency of the counter shield, B, skill has reached 100%. The system then announces that the rank of the counter shield skill is leveling up. He exhales, a visible few dash escaping his lips. The system announces that the skill Fighting Concentration has been deactivated. A warning then appears, rebound from concentration exceeding the user's limits will soon begin. He gasps, UHP. His face is bruised and battered, a clear sign of the toll the fight has taken. His vision blurs, the world around him streaking with speed. He coughs violently, a torrent of blood erupting from his mouth. The crimson spray explodes across the stone floor. Suddenly, a system notification appears, skill Ashen Blood has been activated. Ashen Blood huh, he mutters, the skill's name echoing in his mind. Ashen Blood huh, he mutters, sweat dripping down his face. He realizes, I thought it'd treat the rebound that's a side effect of Fighting Concentration. Blood trickles from his mouth as he thinks, if I didn't have a cheat heal technique like Ashen Blood, I wouldn't even have been able to get here, he thinks, acknowledging the power of his technique. Doubts creep in. When will I be able to climb the tower in peace? Or rather, is that even possible in the first place? He exhales, the question hanging heavy in the air. A red glow intensifies, hinting at the approaching threat. The air crackles with energy as the red tendrils intensify. The tendrils lash out, enveloping the fallen figure. Looking up, he mutters, the spirit of another me huh? The tendrils tighten around him, but he simply remarks, interesting. Suddenly, a system message appears, admin messages, previously restricted to prevent messages with advice, are now enabled. A sharp tiring sound pierces the air. The message reads, Admin Iron-Blooded Monarch grumbles about receiving sanctions after only treating the contractor to a cup of tea.
Another message pops up, admin Iron-Blooded Monarch tells you to be good to her in the future. Looking at the message, he responds with a simple, "Ah. Sure." He offers a simple thank you for earlier, his expression unreadable despite the dirt smudged on his face.
A new message appears, I also unintentionally learned something new. A system message appears, admin Iron-Blooded Monarch sent an item.
A bottle with a dragon-shaped stopper materializes.
The system displays the item's details, product of Black Dragon, B. A potion manufactured after specially processing a black dragon's fluids.
Upon consuming, your mental power and immunity increases, and your mind clears up.
A warning flashes, if the admin gets excessively involved with the contractor, they get sanctioned as well.
The screen declares, all the restricted messages from the admins till now will be displayed at once. Suddenly, a loud ping echoes as the restricted messages are about to be displayed. The messages flood the screen. The first, from admin Wandering Knight who has lost his master, marvels at the protagonist's talent. Next, admin Vampire Monarch's right hand expresses intrigue, wondering where such a monster came from. Finally, admin Dragon Slayer born after 1,000 years is in awe of the difficulty level of the 12th floor trial and the protagonist's ability to break through it. The screen displays the protagonist's achievement, ability to break through 2 with flying colors. A new screen appears, displaying an unknown signature. The protagonist is shocked. All these admins were watching me, he wonders. The revelation hits hard. His eyes widen in disbelief, sweat beading on his dirt-streaked face. The admin's messages appear, the Wandering Knight marvels at his talent, while the Vampire Monarch's right hand is intrigued by where such a monster came from. Even the Dragon Slayer born after 1,000 years is in awe of his ability to break through the 12th floor trial. The admins are in awe, some calling him a monster for his talent and ability to break through the 12th floor trial. The hero who died 7 times looks at him with an exhausted expression, questioning how such a monster could even be born on the 12th floor.
The admin assassin who killed the emperor questions whether he's truly the challenger who was on the 12th floor.
The admin Fallen World Soldier says his growth is as monstrous as ever, lamenting that it's hard to even be surprised anymore. Despite the doubts of others, and their apparent weariness, he was indeed the challenger from the 12th floor. Standing amidst a flurry of system windows, he simply utters, "Oh." Suddenly, a new system message appears, admin servant of the only divine knight has his eyes on you. Yet another system message pops up, admin fallen heir of the blood demon divine cult blankly stares at you. Another message appears, this one stating admin seeker of divinity looks at you with high expectations. More system messages appear, filling the screen.
Admins who just say what they wanted and would disappear when they lost interest. He thinks, a grim understanding dawning on his face. His thoughts continue, a growing suspicion taking root.
Are they sending me all these messages for no reason?
Standing amidst the strange, glowing structure, he demands, "Why are you all acting like this?" A chilling realization dawns on him, how come? His thoughts race, the questions tumbling out, of all people, why me? Someone who's already in a contract? Why are they trying to make an impression on me?
A bead of sweat trickles down his cheek as he continues to ponder the implications of their actions. Perhaps, he mutters, a spark of understanding igniting in his bright blue eyes.
The system announces, the admins now have the system expansion and can make requests to me? His guess solidifies into certainty, their clingy reactions are slowly turning my guess into a certainty.
This might just, he begins, a sinister grin spreading across his face. His sinister grin widens as he continues, come to think of it, as the system expands later. It could benefit the non-contracted admins too, he concludes, his words hanging heavy with unspoken implications. His voice rising, he questions, don't you think that all of you just throwing messages like this at me isn't right, he finishes, his tone laced with challenge. The message is clear, please sponsor the authority I desire. He declares, I shall remember those who do so when the system expands later on. The system responds.
Admin Dragon Slayer born after 1,000 years is offended by the arrogance of a mere challenger.
Another message appears, admin fallen heir of the blood demon divine cult scoffs, declaring, not a chance.
Another system message appears.
Admin Fallen World Soldier warns him he's being overconfident and tells him to know his limits. A sinister smile creeps across his face, his eyes gleaming with an unsettling light.
Just so you know, it's first come first serve. I'm only taking 3 people.
Multiple system windows pop up around him, each displaying an ominous. More system messages flood his vision. The fallen heir of the Blood Demon Divine Cult wants to add an authority to the contractor's exclusive store, as does the Fallen World Soldier.
Another system notification appears, this time, Admin Dragon Slayer born after 1,000 years wants to add an authority to the contractor's exclusive store.
His face is bruised and bloodied, but he continues to receive system notifications.
Bruised and battered, he hears a voice booming, and now, onto the...
The booming voice continues, declaring, and now, onto the really important thing. The booming voice continues, as an ominous presence descends. The ominous presence manifests as tendrils of dark energy descend upon the fallen figure. The tendrils tighten, revealing the enemy, one with not only the same stats but also identical skills and authorities.
The enemy pauses, a question echoing in his mind. What will I gain by absorbing the spirit of someone like that?
He has absorbed the spirit of the challenger, Han Sun-yoon, fake.
Proficiency has increased by 28%. Raising his hand, he absorbs the spirit. A system message appears, Han Sun-yoon, fake. Proficiency increased by 28%.
Another system message appears, stating, the spirit of the challenger Han Sun-yoon, fake, perfectly matches the soul composition of the challenger Han Sun-yoon. Authority Divine Power has met its conditions and is now activated, a system message declares. Another message then appears, stating, attempting to extract divinity, the system message continues. Then, a bright OK flashes. A question hangs in the air, the implications of the system's success yet unknown. A system message appears, the spirit of the challenger, Han Sun-yoon, has been absorbed.
Proficiency increased by 28%.
Raising his hand, he gathers the crimson energy, the air crackling with power. A pained gasp escapes him as the power surges.
The system announces, by absorbing the spirit of the challenger Han Sun-yoon, fake, your stats have been permanently boosted, the system continues. Strength and agility both rise by 10. Stamina, magic power, and durability also receive a permanent boost of 10 points each.
The system message concludes, luck receives a permanent boost of 10 points. Crimson energy swirls above the fallen figure, the final stat boost seemingly complete. The system announces the absorption of a skill from the challenger, Han Sun-yoon, fake. He has acquired the skill, Lightning Sword Chi, B. The system indicates that the proficiency of Lightning Sword Chi, B, has reached 100%, merging the skills.
He can now possess this skill.
The system announces that the Lightning Sword Chi skill has leveled up by 1 stage. A faint, knowing smirk plays on his lips, despite the dirt and blood marring his face.
A powerful strike lands.
His eyes widen in disbelief.
Oh. What is it now? He questions, clearly taken aback.
A system message appears, the spirit of the challenger Han Sun-yoon, fake, perfectly matches the soul composition of the challenger Han Sun-yoon. Suddenly, a system message flashes, authority divine power has met its conditions and is now activated. The system initiates the process, attempting to extract divinity. A thought bubble appears, the hero's confusion evident. The hero's eyes widen as he reads the system's next message, extract divinity. The system confirms, divinity extraction successful. Moreover, his divine power has increased by 1 level. The system then announces that the authority divine power, B-, has made divinity transformation and myth accumulation possible.
What the?
He mutters, staring at the floating screens.
Divinity transformation and myth accumulation.
Whatever they are, none of this makes sense. But then, a quiet thought, maybe. The system then announces that the authority divine power, C+, has been imprinted onto Han Sun-yoon's soul. I neglected it because I didn't know how to use it, he realizes, a spark of understanding igniting within him. Divine power, will I finally be able to use it, he wonders, as a golden aura begins to emanate from him.
The golden aura intensifies, now forming the shape of wings.
Suddenly, a system message appears: you have entered the 13th floor waiting room. Another notification follows: beginning system expansion. The system expansion brings significant changes. Communities, once separated by nationality, are now merged globally. Furthermore, they can now utilize communities of other difficulty levels. Finally, team members in merged trials will no longer be country-specific. The system announces that evaluation rankings, previously separated by nation, will now be completely merged on a global level. The system then announces that one can now view the leaderboards of other difficulty levels as well. The implications of the global merge sink in. So now I'll be meeting foreigners in the merged trials as well, he realizes. Well, it's just a system expansion without much meaning to it. He extends his hand, a faint blue glow emanating from his palm. His expression hardens as he mutters, but at this rate, in the end. Below, a distant planet hangs in the void. A vast expanse of space unfolds, revealing multiple planets suspended in the cosmic void. The cosmic scene shifts as a stark warning emerges: the community will get merged with other dimensions too. A blank, blue screen flickers to life, its purpose yet unknown. A close-up reveals his widened eye, reflecting a bright blue light, as he utters a questioning, "Oh." The screen displays the 12th floor trial leaderboard, revealing the top contenders. First Hunter, SSSS, dominates the rankings. Before him stretches a grand staircase leading to a towering structure, the words "being the strongest" emblazoned in light. He continues to ascend the steps, a grand staircase leading upwards. Perhaps that was the reason that I climbed the tower, and was the goal I seeked as well. He continues his climb, now one step closer. And, right now, I have gotten one step closer to that goal. Continuing his ascent, he thinks to himself, at the very least, I'm the strongest of all challengers in the Earth dimension. However, a thought bubble interrupts his train of thought. The hero's thoughts are interrupted by a sudden revelation: dimensions like Ares, Callion, and Murim have existed within the Tower of Trials since long ago. Before him stand three figures: a hulking beast, a stern-faced fox spirit, and a knight in shining armor. Compared to such dimensions, the voice trails off, leaving the scale of the Tower of Trials to the imagination. Earth, it's revealed, was only recently registered as an official climbing dimension. And it's the weakest of all. The camera pulls back, revealing the full scope of the Earth. The weakest climbing dimension of all. Unless Earth's overall standard is raised. A voice booms, the speaker's red eyes glowing ominously. The city burns below. We're bound to be targeted by other dimensions again, just like back then. Back then and even now, what I need is. The man thinks, his gaze hardened with resolve. His fist clenches, determination hardening his features. A strength so formidable that no one can break it. Inventory, a system message appears. Reaching out, he touches the screen, presumably to access his inventory. The inventory screen displays the ancient emperor's ash crown, boasting a 30% boost to charisma. The description notes that whoever wears it will reign as the Spirit King, but also warns that once used, the item's durability is exhausted and it is destroyed. Spirit King, huh? He muses. The crown's power is undeniable, the text declares. It indeed seems powerful for its high grade. The man considers the crown's description, finding it less than helpful. But the explanation is a bit vague, he thinks. The system announces, the next is the bonus reward for clearing. The system reveals the next reward, the Shill Last Stand skill. It can nullify critical wounds, but activating it consumes 88% of the user's stamina and has a 1-week cooldown. Furthermore, it amplifies the user's senses and perfects the effects of all other skills. Oh, he utters, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. The system's message echoes in his mind, a skill that can save you from dying once? The system message continues, revealing a significant drawback: it does have a week-long cooldown but... The system's message concludes, stating, considering the skill's performance, this isn't even a penalty. The man continues, revealing another benefit to this trial: there's also the authorities that I ripped off from the admins. A screen appears, prompting him to choose from the list of authorities below.
The screen presents three options: Iron-Blooded Monarch, White Crane Swordmaster, and Sponsor Authority. The choice is now his. The screen confirms, you have selected Sponsor Authority. The screen displays the selected authority, Heavenly Blood Cultivation Art, C+. The screen details the Heavenly Blood Cultivation Art, a C+ ranked technique costing 3000 SP. It states that only descendants of the blood demon cult can learn it, replacing magic with internal energy and enhancing combat senses using the body's energy and blood. Now, the screen displays Authority, Hero's Blessing, C+, costing 3000 SP. It describes the power as bestowed upon those chosen by the gods, who have served as saviors. Without a contract with a god, the only effects will be divinity control and increased luck. Another option appears, Authority, Rapid Magic Recharge, C+, also costing 3000 SP. The description states that when mana drops below half, it will recharge. The screen warns that while mana can be recharged by absorbing it from nature, overuse could damage magic circuits or major chi points, such as one of the 8 meridians. He muses, considering the options. It's pretty cost-effective considering all three of them are C+ grade authorities. He pauses, then declares, I gotta buy all three. A determined glint shines in his eyes as he makes his decision. The system confirms, you have purchased the authority, Heavenly Blood Cultivation Art, C+. 3000 SP is deducted. The system confirms another purchase, you have purchased the authority, Hero's Blessing, C+. 3000 SP is deducted from his total. The system then confirms, you have purchased the authority, Rapid Magic Recharge, C+. The system confirms one last purchase, you have purchased the authority, Godspeed. 2 system messages pop up, each a reminder. Admin Fallen Heir of the Blood Demon Cult reminds you not to forget his support, and Admin Fallen World Soldier reminds you not to forget his support. Another system message appears, Admin Dragon Slayer born after 1,000 years reminds you not to forget his support. He waves dismissively, replying, yeah. He replies, I'll keep it in mind. Before returning to the waiting room, he recalls absorbing his own spirit. System messages confirm, divinity extraction successful. His divine power authority rank has also increased by 1 level. Another system message appears, the authority divine power, B- has made divinity transformation and myth accumulation possible. But then, a more alarming message, divinity extraction triggered out of nowhere. He lies prone on the ground, a red orb hovering above him, connected by dark tendrils. He can definitely feel an energy settling in his heart, one he's never felt before, not since divinity extraction activated. This must be the divine power, he thinks, sensing something more is coming. Readying himself, he clenches his fist, preparing to unleash the newfound power. With a surge of power, he unleashes the divine power, a golden aura erupting from his fist. The golden aura intensifies, radiating outward with immense power. Silence descends as the golden light pulses, a visible force emanating from him. The golden light subsides, and he realizes, as expected. It's the same as when I practiced before coming to the waiting room. He states with a hint of disappointment, my body's just glowing. I can't wield any special powers. The narrator explains, the recovering and strengthening skills that the priests on the 11th floor used were the ones that helped him recover and grow stronger. The warrior grips his sword tightly, ready for battle. Sword in hand, he realizes, I can't replicate any of them. How irritating, he mutters, a flicker of frustration crossing his face. I was looking forward to it. His frustration growing, he wonders aloud, do they even want me to use it? Calm down. He repeats internally, trying to regain control. He exhales sharply, attempting to compose himself. Despite his efforts to calm himself, a familiar voice echoes in his mind, that shitty personality is working its way back to the surface again. Despite his attempts to calm down, a system message appears, Admin White Crane Swordmaster says she'll teach him the divine powers, with a glint in her eye. The system displays more messages, Admin White Crane Swordmaster claims to be a better teacher than the Iron-Blooded Monarch, and invites him to the admin realm. He flatly refuses the offer. A system message then appears, stating Admin White Crane Swordmaster cries at his rejection to her invitation as a contractor.
The system relays another message from the admin White Crane Swordmaster, questioning how he could refuse her and offering to teach him if he comes to her.
He retorts, "I'll learn it later when I need to."
The admin White Crane Swordmaster persists, asking how he could refuse her offer.
He answers dismissively, "I'll learn it later when I need to."
He smirks, retorting that he'd prefer to do it himself without depending on someone else. The admin White Crane Swordmaster slumps in disappointment, conceding with, "If that's what you want, so be it." His smirk widens as he thinks aloud, "Rather than divine power, right now." The screen fades to black, the words "I'll come back soon" echoing ominously. The screen focuses on his face as he resolves, "I need to focus on becoming stronger right now."
His gaze hardens, a chilling declaration echoing his resolve.
"At least until I kill Nam Gung Hyuk."
His eyes glow with an eerie light as a chilling premonition fills the air. Nam Gung Hyuk will come find me again no matter what.
His sword remains sheathed, a silent promise hanging in the air.
So now,
he muses, a new target in mind.
How about checking out the authorities that I ripped off of the admins?
The system displays that Heavenly Blood Cultivation Art, C+, available for 3000 SP. The description reveals that only descendants of the Blood Demon cult can learn it, replacing magic with internal energy and enhancing combat senses. His interest piqued, he focuses on the one I'm curious about, Heavenly Blood Cultivation Art. The system confirms, Authority Heavenly Blood Cultivation Art has been activated. Crimson energy begins to emanate from him. Crimson energy engulfs him as he grits his teeth, a silent scream escaping his lips.
This feels as if. The words echo, the sentence unfinished, leaving the audience in suspense.
The transformation completes. "I've been reborn as a human made for combat," he declares, his eyes glowing with power. Red energy crackles around him as he declares, "My blood's boiling."
That's right. This is what I need.
But then, a flicker of doubt crosses his face.
"Ed," he questions, a hint of his former self emerging amidst the red energy. But the moment of doubt is fleeting.
"Tada," he announces, a sinister laugh escaping him as the red energy intensifies. A manic grin stretches across his face, the red energy swirling violently around his outstretched hand. "Aye, you rascal," he snarls, his eyes burning with manic glee as the red energy intensifies around him.
The red energy crackles as he taunts, "You were having such fun all alone?"
His eyes widen, a flicker of disbelief crossing his face.
What the hell is this?" he stammers, realizing that shitty personality is being manifested in the same body as me at the same time. The protagonist is clearly disturbed by the revelation.
He thinks to himself, if nothing else, at least this has never happened before. Grasping the hilt, he summons a blade that glows with an ominous red light. A chilling grin spreads across his face as he declares, "Die, you fucking pushover."
The blade flashes, red energy erupting as he strikes. The strike lands.
A pained ugh escapes his victim. He grits his teeth, pushing forward with the attack.
The sword glows with red energy as he snarls, "If I die, you'll die too, you lunatic." A voice echoes, laced with contempt, "You dump \CK.
A sinister grin spreads across his face as he declares, "I'm getting rid of you because I can't have you."
"Damn it," he exclaims, clearly caught off guard. "I didn't expect this at all." His teeth grit in frustration, sweat beading on his brow. What do I do?
He wonders aloud, clearly struggling with the situation. A surge of red energy crackles outwards, filling the space.
An exclamation hangs in the air as a blinding red light erupts. He lunges forward, a red exclamation punctuating the air.
The sword is absorbing the blood chi, seemingly creating a heavenly blood cultivation art. The sword glows with intense red energy, the blood chi swirling around it.
The system announces the sword's new name, Heavenly Blood Demonic Sword.
His eyes glow crimson, reflecting the demonic energy now coursing through him. The system reveals that reaching the realm of sword flame and maximizing blood chi will unlock the ultimate skill.
Right, he exclaims, seemingly understanding the system's instructions.
He grips the sword tightly, a crimson aura now blazing around the blade. The swords clash in a blinding flash of crimson light as he unleashes a furious roar. The crimson blade pierces through his opponent's defense. With a savage grin, he prepares to strike again with the crimson blade. A pained grunt escapes his lips. "I'll load this damn bastard up with blood chi and send him away," he vows, channeling power into his weapon. The blade glows intensely, crackling with blood chi. With a furious roar, he unleashes the blood chi. "Fuuucckk," he shouts. The blood chi surges violently around the blade. The system announces, conditions have been fulfilled and the true powers of the heavenly blood demonic sword have been unlocked. A blinding light erupts from the heavenly blood demonic sword. The system then announces the item's new name, True Heavenly Blood Demonic Sword. The system announces a new feature, blood consumption exclusive slot has been created. Blood consumption exclusive slot, the system message reads, leaving the implications hanging in the air. He was also a clever person. An image of a brain appears, glowing with power. Even at the Tower of Trials, his outstanding strategy ensured good results. He completed the floor trials and became a high-ranked challenger. However, a new challenge awaited him. "STFUAC," he mutters, his expression unreadable. "STFUAC," he mutters under his breath, his expression giving nothing away. What kind of nonsense, he wonders aloud, his glowing eyes narrowing. The wall shatters as he punches through, a confident grin spreading across his face. "We can clear this trial if we just shut the fuck up and charge," he declares, his fist still raised. "Let's wipe them already." Boundless Necromancer. The story continues, Chapter 56. Chapter 56 begins as he unleashes a flurry of attacks, the blue energy crackling around him. The display of power leaves his opponents stunned. "Is he human?" one of them questions, disbelief etched on his face. The overwhelming display of power prompts a change of strategy. "At this point, let's forget the plan," one of them suggests. "It'll be best to just support Han Sun-yoon, right?" Another voice agrees, solidifying their new course of action. Suddenly, a hand rises, halting the impending action. "Wait!" The command cuts through the air. The warning is dire, the vampires are the size of a city. The warning rings true, one single human cannot handle this. A swarm of vampires, their eyes glowing red, descends upon the city. Blades of light descend, piercing through the vampire swarm. Though struck by several blades, the warrior stands firm. To be able to face the many variables. Despite the vampire swarm and the light blades, the warrior questions, "Is impossible alone, right?" The warrior's question hangs in the air as the other man looks on. Light blades descend. The blades clash. A red blade meets a silver one, the impact reverberating. "A mere human," a voice sneers. The figure wielding the red blade lunges forward, screaming, "Die!" He stands firm, arms outstretched, as allies and enemies alike clash around him. His face contorted in rage, he roars, "Hub!" A devastating blow lands, the sound echoing, "Cack!" The force of the impact sends him flying backwards. The force sends multiple figures hurtling through the air, the sounds of impact echoing. The force sends bodies sprawling. Blood sprays as the figures are scattered. Gasping for air, he wonders, how can a mere human? The vampires stand, bloodied and missing limbs. A chilling message booms, interfere with the authority that the god of battle has bestowed. Upon us, the message concludes. Disciple. The message concludes, the word hanging ominously in the air. What? Disciple. The crowd murmurs in confusion as the masked man clutches his head, seemingly overwhelmed. The masked man's eyes widen, sweat beading on his brow as he hears the words echo in his mind, "A disciple of a god?" A voice then challenges him, "Is it your species' specialty to have delusions as you wish?" A crushing blow lands, accompanied by the words "weak bastard." The masked man cries out in pain, the force of the blow sending him flying. The towering figure, eyes glowing red, commands, "Look carefully." The world blurs as the masked man plummets towards the ground. A chorus of chilling laughter erupts as the masked man plummets into a crowd of red-eyed, fanged figures. A sickening crunch echoes as he lands squarely in the throng. It's now, a voice booms, followed by a unified, chilling command, attack. Surrounded, he finds himself the target of a coordinated assault. The coordinated attack manifests as a concentrated blast of crimson energy. With a sinister smile, he prepares to unleash the crimson orbs clutched in his hand. He cries out as the attack hits. The crimson orbs strike, impacting his face with brutal force. The force of the impact sends him flying backwards. He's sent hurtling through the air, crashing into the crowd. A collective gasp rises from the onlookers. Even as he flies through the air, system messages appear. Using the spirits of vampires, he has recovered both his stamina and mana. The system announces, recovery complete. The system confirms, recovery complete. A predatory grin spreads across his face, his eyes glowing with renewed power. With his recovery complete, a brutal assault erupts. Bodies are sent flying amidst the chaos. The sounds of impact echo as the assault continues. Amidst the ongoing chaos, a surprised voice exclaims, "Wow! He's not ranked 1 in the world for nothing." Another voice chimes in, observing, "It almost makes it seem like melee is his specialty." "I agree," a voice confirms. "He's not tired, and if anything, he seems to be getting even stronger." Despite believing in safety first, he declares, "I'll go and help." His strength has increased by 3, and his agility by 2. He's getting stronger by the second. His stamina has increased by 4, and his magic power by 5. He's becoming an unstoppable force. He realizes the scope of his growth is even better than when he absorbed the replica's spirit. The administrators react to his growing power. The leader of the traitors is having fun and cackling, while the dark demon is frightened, saying he's more like a demon than they are. The dragon slayer is smiling at his excellence, noting his heroic qualities. The administrator fallen heir of the blood demon cult sends a shock-filled compliment about his magic power use. The administrator fallen world soldier notes that he has quite the investment value, and sports a satisfied smile. "Nice," he thinks to himself. "Nice," one of the administrators thinks, unaware that the admins are still getting baited. A disembodied voice declares, "There's nothing to lose from gaining a good impression of an admin." SFX, whoosh. The crowd relents, voices rising in unison. "We apologize." They continue, now offering complete obedience. "From now on, we'll follow your opinion, so give us the orders." One of the men raises his fist, declaring, "I agree." Another admits his initial doubts. "Honestly, I was suspicious of your judgment, but that was foolish of me." He addresses the crowd, confident in their newfound obedience. "So all of you understand the effectiveness of STFUAC." A system message appears, skill sixth sense activated. A surge of awareness washes over him as the system announces, skill sixth sense activated. The world around him shifts, a crimson tide rising as the newly awakened sixth sense takes hold. The town warps, the crimson sky now punctuated by glowing glyphs. The town continues to distort, the buildings now appearing warped and twisted. The transformation intensifies, and a name echoes, the Vampire Count. The Vampire Count grins, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. Lightning crackles behind him, mirroring the intensity in his blue eyes. A stunned voice echoes, questioning, "Great magic?" The realization dawns, the Vampire Count can even use great magic? Dismissing it as a species trait, one voice attempts to downplay the Count's abilities. However, another counters, pointing out, the problem is that he's strong enough to do something reminiscent of great magic. Panic sets in as someone asks, "So what should we do?" The grim reality sinks in, at this rate, it's only a matter of time before we all die. A shift in perspective occurs as he realizes, hunters that I once admired now seem to be those who I must protect. A bead of sweat trickles down his face as he reflects, to think I have grown to this point already. He urgently commands, "Everyone, please get away from this place. And find the clerics and bring them here." The group around him looks on, their expressions a mix of concern and urgency as they take in his command. A young man looks up, confused. "Pardon? The clerics?" He thought they had been wiped out. He realizes he must hunt the Vampire Count alone to absorb his spirit.
He realizes that absorbing the vampire count's spirit will be impossible if others contribute to the fight. "We'll follow your order," they agree. The protagonist notes his discomfort, adding, "Even though I feel uncomfortable since it's been a while since I was just luggage." The old man, holding a staff topped with a glowing blue gem, declares, "We'll bring the clerics, so wait." The ground trembles as they prepare to depart. Then, the story continues. The air crackles with energy as a voice booms, "Shall we get started?" The man stands firm, facing a blinding red light that emanates from the horizon. As he prepares to fight, the system announces, "Skill fighting concentration activated." His concentration increases fivefold, and the authority Heavenly Blood Cultivation Art is also activated. Red energy erupts around him, swirling into menacing shapes as he prepares to unleash his power. The system warns that the activated skill will interfere with all blood domination abilities within its area. The red energy intensifies, accompanied by a deafening roar. The red energy surges, engulfing the cathedral in its ominous glow. The figure's face contorts in a monstrous snarl, red eyes burning with rage. A blinding flash erupts as the transformed figure unleashes a devastating blow. Amidst the radiating energy, the figure declares, "I try to maintain the base of this city in order to use it." The city lies in ruins, bathed in an ominous red glow. But he vows, "I'll turn it all into hell." The air crackles with ominous energy. The air vibrates with raw power. The sound OK echoes through the air, amidst the swirling red energy. Silence descends, punctuated by a sense of growing dread. A gasp escapes, as the red energy intensifies. A pale, clawed hand reaches down, selecting a single grape from the platter. The grape is tossed into a cavernous mouth. The cavernous mouth closes, and the scene shifts to a full view of the pale man, seated regally in an ornate chair. More grapes are offered to sell near, the vampire count. A stark white background fills the scene as a voice echoes, "I don't know when it began. I just fought and fought." The warrior clashes blades with a fearsome opponent, the force of the blow sending sparks flying. Higher and higher. Fighting itself had become my life, he reflects, a life that he notes was common for those who would thirst. When I finally came to my senses, he reflects, finding himself standing atop countless corpses. And eventually, my thirst reached the sky, he admits. A message then appears, the god of battle has chosen Cell Near as a prospective disciple. His red eyes glow with an unnatural light, blood smeared across his face. The god of battle's choice is now clear. From high above, the view reveals the city below. The greatest wish of our species, the text declares. The view from above showcases the human nations. Their greatest wish, it is revealed, was to destroy the humans' impregnable four great allied nations. "We killed countless humans and destroyed 3 of the nations," the text proclaims, revealing the devastating consequences of their wish. The fountain of life, the heart of the 4 great allied nations, ran red with blood. The text continues, "And if we completely conquer this final nation, I can be acknowledged by the god of battle as a true disciple," the text declares, revealing the character's ultimate goal. "And reach the peak." The words hang in the air, a promise and a challenge. By resolving karma, the path forward is now clear. The path to resolving karma lies in one thing, by becoming king of the vampires. A monstrous visage fills the frame, its fangs bared in a chilling display. "Count! There's trouble." The urgent warning cuts through the stillness. The count remains seated, unmoving. An attendant rushes forward, sweat beading on his brow, clearly panicked. The count's piercing red eyes narrow as the messenger's words echo, "Your forces are being murdered." "No, massacred, by a human." The count's expression hardens, a visible shift in his demeanor. A single thought bubble conveys his disbelief? The count's red eyes glow intensely, his disbelief palpable. How could a mere human accomplish such a feat? The mirror is lifted, revealing the person hidden behind it. "What are you?" he exclaims, facing a bizarre, winged creature with a single, massive eye. A brutal clash erupts. The winged creature's attack sends bodies flying. From his throne, the figure declares, "I'm sure I took care of anyone who asserted that they were a warrior." The figure on the throne, observing the carnage, demands to know which nation sent these bastards? Surveying the scene of destruction, the figure on the throne demands, which nation sent these bastards?
They just suddenly appeared, comes the shaky reply.
The Count, visibly shaken, stammers, "Those are not grapes."
The Count stands, his red eyes gleaming with an unnatural light, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Suddenly, he repeats, the word dripping with venom.
The Count's fangs lengthen as he snarls, "My precious forces were suddenly massacred?"
The Count's rage intensifies. How does that make sense, he roars, questioning how his forces could be so easily defeated.
Those useless bastards. How does it make sense that they suddenly plopped into the middle of the city, avoiding all of those eyes?
The Count's eyes glow with fury as he bares his fangs, a guttural snarl ripping from his throat.
"Count!
Please calm down," a voice pleads, but his rage seems to consume him. His rage building, the Count declares, "I just need to perfectly conquer this city to be acknowledged as a." His eyes burning with fury, the Count roars, he messed everything up.
His fury escalating, the Count seethes, how dare he? A mere pathetic human.
His rage barely contained, the Count reveals his intent, "I tried to maintain the base of this city in order to use it."
A wave of destruction emanates from the Count, engulfing the city in a crimson light. The city vanishes in a blinding flash of light.
"But I'll turn it all into hell," he roars, the threat echoing amidst the crimson light. His eyes glow with menacing intent, a crimson aura blazing from his outstretched hand. Crimson energy crackles, filling the air with raw power. The crimson energy intensifies, accompanied by a deafening roar. The roar manifests visually as distorted, glowing letters. The letters reverberate, causing a visible shockwave.
The sound of pain escapes him, "Ah!" He gasps, realizing the true scope of what he's facing. The scale is way bigger than I expected. I don't think I'll be able to block this. He admits, a nervous laugh escaping him. Sweat beads on his brow, a forced smile plastered on his face despite his fear. His forced smile fades as a stark realization dawns. I'm fucked. Boundless Necromancer. Boundless Necromancer.
The title card appears, marking the start of chapter 57. A sharp thwack echoes.
He lunges forward, a red aura surrounding him as he strikes.
He hardens his resolve.
I should forget the city and save my party members.
Over there, a voice shouts.
A blue barrier protects his party members from the incoming attack. The attack hurtles towards them. The red energy explodes outwards.
The figure is sent flying backwards from the force of the blast.
The red energy surges forward, engulfing everything in its path.
He stands, poised, as the red energy crackles violently around him. He is now at the center of a complex, glowing red formation. A dome of blue energy surrounds him and his companions, as a red formation looms above.
The red formation erupts with blinding light.
The attack rips through the air, a crimson wave of destruction. His eyes widen in disbelief as the crimson wave approaches.
Sweat beads on his brow, teeth bared in a grimace. Ugh! Just a bit more, he grits out.
Suddenly, a massive exclamation mark appears before him.
Suddenly, he's blasted downward by an unseen force.
He plummets through the air, a cry escaping his lips as red energy surrounds him. The sounds of his scream echo as he continues to fall. He crashes through a building, the red energy exploding outwards.
He lands hard, the impact cratering the landscape. A fortress looms in the background, a silent testament to the devastation. Dust and debris fill the air, obscuring the view.
He lies motionless amidst the rubble, his red cloak spread around him. The fortress looms in the distance, a silent witness to his defeat.
From somewhere above, a voice calls out, "Han Sunjiun SSI, are you okay?"
A soft groan escapes him.
He looks up to see his allies rushing toward him. He asks, "How are you all?" A voice responds, thanking him for taking the brunt of the attack. "I thought we were going to die for a second." A voice admits. The group is still reeling from the attack, the air thick with the lingering energy.
The air crackles with energy as the group braces themselves for another attack. Another figure descends, the red sky casting long shadows over the battlefield.
A powerful strike lands, the force of impact sending shockwaves outward.
Surprising, to think they survived that attack, he muses, his red eyes gleaming with a hint of disbelief.
Standing amidst the shattered remains of the landscape, he realizes, so it was no coincidence that they were able to massacre my kin?
His eyes narrow, a sinister glint in their crimson depths. His fangs are bared, revealing a predatory intensity.
One naive, weak-bodied person and...
The thought hangs in the air as he surveys the approaching group. Those three standing perfectly fine must be the main members, he concludes, sizing up the group. Crimson energy crackles around him, coalescing into sharp, claw-like appendages.
The crimson energy intensifies, swirling around him as he prepares to strike. The crimson energy blade intensifies, poised to strike.
Insect-like human bastards, he snarls, his red eyes burning with rage. I'll rip you to shreds, the enraged beast vows, his fangs bared in a savage snarl. Sweat beads on his brow as he stares ahead, a grim determination etched on his face despite the visible tension. Everyone step back, he commands, his voice firm despite the tattered state of his coat. He steps forward, declaring, I'll face him myself. His companions agree to step back, one stating, then, we'll step back for a bit, so, if you need us, call us.
Suddenly, a voice booms, cutting through the air, with whose permission? The booming voice demands, with whose permission?
The monstrous maw from which it emanates is revealed, teeth bared in a clear challenge.
The monstrous maw snarls, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. I will not let you go, he declares, a promise of inescapable doom. The attack descends, a flurry of crimson blades aimed with deadly precision.
The crimson blades tear through the air, shattering the ground. The force of the blow sends them flying.
The impact sends a shockwave through the air.
The vampire bares his fangs, a guttural snarl escaping his throat.
The protagonist is sent flying backwards, dwarfed by the vampire's immense size. As he plummets downwards, a thought bubbles to the surface, I think something just went B.
Suddenly, a thought pierces the vampire's mind, that human who had been stuck. When, he wonders, looking up as something massive looms over him.
The vampire looks up, and a voice booms, have you heard of the term be careful what you wish for? Towering above, the figure's words hang heavy in the air.
The figure declares, I'll return all the words you said as you said them. A chilling grin spreads across his face, his eyes gleaming with unsettling intensity.
Crazy human bastard.
He snarls, the air around him crackling with red energy. First, he begins, his voice dripping with malice. How dare you act like some cool warrior, he roars, as his opponent is ensnared in a web of blue energy. The Demon King raises his sword, blue energy crackling around the blade. His eyes burning with rage, the Demon King vows, I'll rip you to shreds.
Ugh, he groans, reeling from a devastating blow. SFX, ugh.
His eyes widen in disbelief as he witnesses something shocking. The man in the red cloak stands over a fallen opponent, his sword still dripping. Everyone, please hurry and find the clerics, a voice urgently calls out. A look of shock crosses his face. You killed the vampire count, so is there a need for that? He asks, his voice laced with disbelief.
He pauses, a beat of silence hanging in the air as he considers the implications. A new thought strikes him.
Doesn't something seem strange? He wonders aloud, his brow furrowed in contemplation. The 13th floor trial's conclusion message should have popped up, he realizes, the absence of the notification now a glaring issue.
The fact that it hasn't.
He trails off, as a system message suddenly appears, skill Flame Dragon Eye activated. Amidst the red haze, a system message appears, Vampire Count Cell nears body fragments, with the authority of regeneration, are currently recovering his body. The system message confirms their worst fears. No, so he can regenerate in that state as well, one of them exclaims, aghast.
Another voice cries out, that's so absurd. The city's in ruins, so the clerics must be dead. One of them observes grimly. Then, a question hangs in the air, how about we just join the battle as well?
He declares, no, I'll block the vampire count. Then, he urges the others, so whether it's the clerics or some holy relics, please, go find something and bring it. He clutches a pink, ornate rod, declaring, "I'm sorry, but I need to kill the boss myself." The old man warns, "If you go so far as to say that."
He then hears the protagonist's response, "You understood."
He confidently states, "Exploring is my expertise, so I'll do my best."
A brutal impact sends him flying backwards. A monstrous figure looms, its red eyes burning with rage.
The monstrous figure stands over him, radiating raw power.
"Human bastard!
How dare you!" the monstrous figure roars, its rage reaching a fever pitch.
His eyes burn with fury, the monstrous figure's rage reaching a boiling point. "How dare you do that to me?" he roars, his fangs bared in a display of pure, unadulterated fury.
His regeneration truly is unbelievable, a voice observes, hinting at the monstrous figure's resilience.
The monstrous figure lunges, a red blade extended.
His opponent stands ready, drawing a second sword. The recovery skill and blood domination skills he has are definitely higher in efficiency than the ones I have, he admits, a stark realization dawning amidst the clash. The monstrous figure's attack continues, a crimson aura blazing around him.
The monstrous figure descends, the impact of his attack creating a shockwave.
The monstrous figure declares, "But when it comes to combatability, I'm much more superior."
"Rat-like bastard," he spits, lunging forward with incredible speed.
The attack connects, sending debris flying in all directions. The force of the blow erupts in a swirl of red energy. A pained cry echoes as the force of the blow lands.
The impact reverberates with a deafening ho. The white-haired figure unleashes a barrage of red energy projectiles.
He prepares to meet them head-on, sword raised. The projectiles hurtle towards him, each carrying immense power. He prepares to intercept them with his blade. The red energy surges towards him, threatening to overwhelm his defenses. He braces for the impact, a visible exclamation of shock escaping his lips. He raises both swords, preparing to meet the overwhelming force head-on. The force of the impact explodes outward.
The clash erupts in a blinding, red-hot explosion.
The explosion intensifies, a searing white light momentarily blinding everything. Through the dissipating light, the vampire's sinister laughter echoes. "How is it, human?" he taunts. The vampire's dark power surges.
"I'm one step higher than you in blood manipulation," he declares. Sinister laughter echoes as the group stands united. The vampire's red eye glows menacingly as he prepares to strike. A sinister smirk plays on the vampire's lips.
"Yup, I acknowledge that," he says, his eyes gleaming with dark intent.
"Thanks to you, I learned an application skill," he declares. The vampire's words are followed by a resounding exclamation.
The vampire unleashes a powerful attack, the force of it ripping through the air. His face contorts with rage as a web of red energy crackles around him, ready to be unleashed. The vampire bares his fangs, a terrifying display of power. A devastating impact sends shockwaves through the area. "I cut him more thinly than last time, but he's still regenerating," he realizes, a chill running down his spine.
"This is actually giving me goosebumps." He stands, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. The glowing, bloodied blade is raised once more, ready for another strike. "No way," he utters, disbelief coloring his tone. The thought strikes him, what if in this trial, it's actually impossible? The realization dawns on him, to kill him without a cleric. His thoughts continue, painting a grim picture of the ravaged city. If the city is in this state, it would be even weirder for a cleric to have survived.
A red haze fills the air as the sound of impact reverberates. "Ah!" The impact throws him back, a pain escaping his lips as the red haze intensifies.
His eyes glow red, a snarl contorting his face as the haze intensifies.
Drawing his sword, he faces the towering figure, the red haze swirling around them both. A red glow emanates as something descends. The descent intensifies, accompanied by the sound of something shattering.
"Okay," echoes as the force makes impact.
The monstrous figure looms, its red eyes burning with malice as it descends upon its prey.
Sword raised, the figure stands poised to strike. "This is so annoying,"
the figure thinks to itself. The figure's voice booms, filled with confidence.
"Did you think you could kill me? Not a chance.
His red eyes gleam with malice as a predatory grin spreads across his face.
A new expression crosses his face. Curious. He muses.
Before him stands a figure, towering and indistinct.
He wonders, a question forming in his mind. His face contorts into a sinister grin, eyes glowing with an eerie light.
I'm curious, he states, a palpable sense of menace in his tone. His weapon crackles with ominous energy as he poses a chilling question: how many times do I need to slaughter you before you really die? Red energy crackles around him as he prepares to strike. The red energy intensifies as he declares, I, Selnir, am getting scared, he wonders, a flicker of doubt crossing his face. The red energy flares brighter as Selnir shouts, don't look down on me. He continues, declaring, I am the man who will become the Vampire King. Red energy crackles around Selnir, his eyes glowing with menacing intent. Third, he announces, a crimson arc of energy crackling around him. Selnir's eyes lock onto his target, the red energy intensifying around him.
The energy explodes outward as he unleashes his attack, a guttural k-cook echoing from him.
Despite the pain etched on his face, he spits out, don't think you're winning just because you're inflicting pain on me. His eyes burning with intensity, he declares, fourth. Mocking laughter fills the air as the unseen opponent taunts, it's useless, kahaha.
You're not a real warrior. You have no way to kill me. His fanged grin widens as he declares, fifth.
The unseen foe continues his taunts, human, you will not be able to escape the physical laws. You will soon tire and collapse. Undeterred, the protagonist declares, sixth.
The protagonist grits his teeth and declares, seventh.
Seventh, he grits out, as his foe questions, were you really that legendary warrior? The foe towers over him, but the protagonist, cape billowing, leaps forward, sword drawn. How is it that you're using mana like this and not tiring? The foe exclaims, clearly shaken. Eighth, the protagonist replies, unfazed. The foe's eyes widen in disbelief, sweat pouring down his face. His teeth are bared in a desperate snarl. Suddenly, a system notification appears, you have received the achievement Artist of the Battlefield. Suddenly, the system announces, activating skill torture technique, D-. With the torture technique skill activated, he casually rests the blade on his shoulder. Shall I do sliced meat or ground meat, he muses, a chilling question hanging in the air.
SFX, Shing. The blade flashes as he unleashes a devastating strike.
A massive exclamation mark hangs in the air, the victim's shock palpable.
He's a monster, a voice stutters, the realization dawning as the figure's true form is revealed. The command rings out, let's escape for now. The monster leaps into the air, a red aura emanating from his body as he prepares to pursue.
The monster's voice booms across the battlefield, I told you.
The monster lands, poised above his opponent.
I'll return all the words that you said, he declares, his intent hanging heavy in the air.
The sword gleams, its red pattern swirling as the question echoes, with whose permission?
His eyes gleaming with a sinister light, he raises his hand, a dark smile playing on his lips.
The sinister figure declares, I will not let you go. You crazy.
The man hisses, his red eye gleaming with malice.
Devilish bastard. Then, a disembodied voice echoes, ninth. Desperate, the man cries out, stop. I'll negotiate.
Desperation etched on his face, he screams, I'll do anything you want.
10th, the disembodied voice declares.
In desperation, the man cries out, I told you I'll give you anything. 11th, the voice continues, as the man chokes out a desperate, Kekiyu.
Just kill me, he begs. I can't live like this. But the disembodied voice continues its relentless count. 12th.
Why you're not a warrior, he cries, his voice cracking. You're just a rotten devilish murderer. A monstrous maw of teeth and swirling crimson energy opens wide. A system notification flashes, you have obtained the achievement Beginning of Lunacy.
Skill Amplified Pain, CDJ, activated.
Crimson energy crackles around him as he prepares to unleash his new power.
His opponent, overwhelmed, begs, stop. I give up. Tears stream down his face as he desperately offers, "I will pledge everything to Y." But his plea is cut short. A disembodied voice echoes, taunting, "How many times are you gonna regenerate?" His eyes widen with shock as he hears the voice. A sinister grin spreads across his face. "Aha!" he exclaims. Boundless Necromancer. The title card appears, Chapter 58. "Kid," a voice booms out. The voice continues, commanding, "Come this way." He responds, fear etched on his face, "Why yes sir." The monstrous figure advances, its form radiating a menacing aura. A voice booms, offering a grim proposition, "There is one way for you to escape this pain. If you cooperate, I'll grant you the blessing of death." The monstrous figure towers over the scene as a voice echoes, posing a chilling question, "What do you think?" A sudden, ominous warning sign flashes before them. Panic rising, he cries out, What must I do?" Suddenly, a system message appears, "Skill counter shield activated." The counter shield transforms, revealing its true form, the counter scarecrow. The counter scarecrow manifests as a massive, ominous red cross. "This," a voice declares, the ominous tone hanging heavy in the air. The scarecrow's power forces the muscular man to his knees, head bowed in submission. The scarecrow commands, "Until I tell you to stop, hit it." A close-up reveals the man's crimson eye, a silent, expressing his confusion at the command. "Why aren't you hitting it yet?" the scarecrow demands, his patience wearing thin. The man in red is asked a chilling question, "Do you want to live?" The command echoes, "Hit it." The man in red bares his fangs as a massive, cross-shaped blade hurtles towards him. His fangs bared, the man's eyes widen as a voice booms overhead, recounting the series of events that happened today, from the beginning to the end, all of it. The man struggles to comprehend the situation, muttering, "I can't understand them." The voice continues, revealing the unbelievable truth, there were no signs for this crazy human to suddenly appear and annihilate the strongest force in history, the vampires. The long-haired figure lunges forward, energy crackling around his outstretched hand as he aims at the pole. "No matter how I think of it, something's strange." A voice muses, suspicion growing. His hand strikes the pole, a surge of energy erupting upon impact. "Perhaps," he exclaims, a realization dawning. The air crackles with energy as a booming voice echoes, "A trial of the gods?" He moves forward, the red light intensifying around him. The red energy crackles as he moves, a visible force propelling him forward. "Yeah," he thinks, the red energy swirling around him. The thought continues, in the first place, a human having a blood domination ability was strange. The red energy intensifies as he recalls the reason for the vampire's actions, because we vampires became lax, they wanted to tighten discipline. The red energy pulses as he realizes, this must be the savior of the vampires who wanted to train us to be more on guard. A massive beam of red energy descends, as a system message appears, the skill counter shield can now counter the accumulated damage. The red energy descends in a powerful beam. A system message then appears, the counter shield skill can now counter the accumulated damage. The hero declares, "Okay, enough." Having declared enough is enough, he stands ready, awaiting the next attack. Then, the story continues. His eyes glow red, and fangs extend from his upper jaw. "The transformation complete," he declares, "it's now time to die." He sneers down at his opponent, dismissing any notion of salvation. "Savior?" As if. A surge of crimson energy erupts around him, the air crackling with power. A sudden, urgent warning flashes before him. The crimson energy intensifies as he declares, "If you live no matter how many times I kill you, I'll just kill you until you die." He descends, a crimson aura blazing around him. He strikes with devastating force, a shockwave erupting from the point of impact. The blade descends, wreathed in crackling energy. The energy intensifies as the blade hurtles downward. The impact explodes in a blinding flash. The world is consumed by an intense white light. The system announces, skill counter shield has released all absorbed damage at once. The absorbed damage erupts in a blinding flash of light.
I can just vaporize you so not a piece of meat remains, he snarls, his red eyes blazing with fury. Ki-ok. He coughs, before whispering, I can finally die.
A blinding red light engulfs everything.
The red light fades, revealing his determined expression. He seems to be contemplating something as he stares into the distance. The system congratulates him on completing the 13th floor of the Tower of Trials. He receives a random skill book, a plus, and 90,000 points as a reward. The system grants him the pass reward of 4,000 SP, followed by an additional 5,000 SP. The message then instructs him to move to the waiting room. A bright light engulfs him as he is transported to the waiting room. The hero exclaims, I succeeded in killing him. But a sinister ha echoes, accompanied by a close-up of the hero's face, twisted into a disturbing, triumphant grin. Then, I can now absorb the blood that Selnir has spilled, he thinks. The text explains that with blood consumption, he can absorb the target's blood with the blade and increase the abilities of the overall item as well as engrave a random skill. The True Heavenly Blood Demonic Sword's exclusive skill, Blood Consumption, activates. The skill activates, a blinding red light emanating from the blade as it begins the blood consumption. The True Heavenly Blood Demonic Sword's rank increases to a 300/1/400 after absorbing the blood of Vampire Count Selnir. Furthermore, the engraved skill Strengthen Blood C+, has been engraved in Blood Consumption's exclusive slot. The Blood Consumption skill gains a new engraving, Strengthen Blood C+. Absorbing the blood of Vampire Count Selnir now allows him to strengthen the blood within the Blood Domination domain. Furthermore, using mana to strengthen the blood within the domain will enhance durability and control. A surge of power emanates from the Blood Consumption skill. The Blood Consumption skill pulses with newfound energy. The system announces, True Heavenly Blood Demonic Sword's engraved skill, Strengthen Blood C+, activated. Red energy swirls around his hand. His eyes widen as he realizes, Vampire Count, a blood domination skill that's greater than his. A storm of crimson energy engulfs the area, forming countless blood-red blades. This is... A voice trails off, as the full extent of the Vampire Count's power begins to manifest. The Vampire Count's power surges, as he proclaims, as if I'd become the Vampire King. The Vampire King stands amidst a swirling vortex of crimson energy, dozens of ethereal swords materializing around him. The Vampire King charges forward, a red trail blurring behind him.
Not bad, the Vampire King comments, a hint of amusement in his voice amidst the clash. The Vampire King smirks, adding, although the downside is that I might receive some misunderstandings. The Vampire King has absorbed the Vampire Count Selnir's spirit, permanently increasing his abilities. His strength increases by 5, agility by 4, and stamina by 6. His mana control increased by 7, and his durability increased by 5. The Vampire King's power continues to surge. Having captured Selnir's spirit, the Vampire King now meets the conditions to activate his divine power. The system announces that divinity extraction is now underway. Divinity extraction, the system announces. He recalls seeing this message once before, when absorbing the replica's spirit. The system confirms, divinity extraction has succeeded. The system announces that divine power, very happy face, has risen in rank. It further explains that accumulating myths through this authority will rapidly increase the class. Standing amidst the ruins, he reflects, I didn't know back then. But the condition of divinity extraction. The protagonist's inner monologue trails off, hinting at a complication. Was whether or not the spirit possessed divine power. He recalls, as golden energy swirls before him. The golden energy continues to swirl, solidifying the protagonist's recollection. Judging from the fact that you can't extract divinity from normal vampires, the vampire states, dark energy swirling around his hands. The winged figure looms, the source of immense power. Perhaps it only applies to those with divine power on the same level as mine. There are too many things that are ambiguous. The vampire thinks, a hint of frustration in his tone. Ugh. He groans, sweat beading on his brow. Every time something related to divine power pops up, it's a damn headache.
System notifications chime as he absorbs a skill from Vampire Count cell near Charisma C. A thought bubble appears. Charisma? A system message flashes. Since you're absorbing a spirit stronger than the user, the authority extractions adjudication will begin. Another system message appears, declaring that since you're absorbing a spirit stronger than the user, the authority extractions adjudication will begin. He seems surprised, muttering, "Ha!" A blinding flash erupts. The adjudication begins, and he's left questioning the system's standards. An enemy you can't handle, a strong enemy. Just what's with these judgment standards? Are these judgments biased? Despite his earlier confusion, he realizes, but it's not as if I don't have any idea. Spirits related to gods or disciples are judged as high class. The adjudication is a success. It's confirmed that the spirit of Vampire Count cell near possesses authority. The system begins extracting the spirit's authority. The system announces that the authority Harvest of Faith C+ is now engraved into Han Sungyun's soul. The system's announcement hangs in the air as Sungyun stares ahead, a question forming in his mind: Harvest of Faith? A blinding white light engulfs everything. The light fades, revealing Sungyun as a voice calls out his name, Han Sungyun. More people are alive than we expected, he states, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Using a protection authority to protect the people. Don't worry, for the vampire count has been eradicated, a man states calmly. To think he defeated the vampire count alone, one person exclaims, awestruck. Another voice chimes in, so you were the hero. The crowd marvels, to think the hero would come himself. The gods have not forsaken us. The crowd expresses their gratitude, representative of the great God, thank you for extending your saving hand to us. The system registers the surge of faith, authority Harvest of Faith has sensed a strong faith towards the user. It is the people. The faith surges, and a blinding light erupts. Bathed in the radiant light, he stares intently as a glowing symbol materializes. Are sending faith to me, he wonders, the question hanging in the air. He realizes, so even faith that's sent through delusion is considered faith. The man stands, a thoughtful expression on his face as he considers the implications of his discovery. A sly smile spreads across his face. I need to use this opportunity I've been given well. Suddenly, a system notification appears, skill, Charisma, C- activated. With a surge of power, he prepares to draw his sword, a golden aura emanating from the blade. Another system notification appears, your presence has gotten greater, and the others are receiving a greater influence. The villagers cheer, bathed in the golden light of his power. But I didn't lie, a voice declares, reinforcing the truth of his words. Another system notification appears, this time declaring, you have received the achievement I didn't lie. Following the achievement, his magic power increased by 1. The screen fades to black, leaving only the system interface visible. The system announces that Harvest of Faith has activated greatly, pulling in faith from nearby. Then, another message appears, Divine Power has also activated greatly. The system begins calculating the myth based on the actual results compared to the believer's faith. A myth. The question hangs in the air as the believers cheer, their faith seemingly answered by the divine power manifesting before them. The system confirms, myth, eradicator of vampires, complete. His eyes narrow, a steely resolve hardening his gaze. The newly acquired title seems to settle upon him. A surge of power erupts. The crowd erupts in cheers, their faces alight with joy. As the divine power surges, a system message appears, calculating the myth based on the actual results compared to the believer's faith. The system message fades as a new thought bubble appears, myth. The system message solidifies, myth eradicator of vampires complete. His eyes narrow, a newfound determination hardening his gaze. A beat of silence hangs heavy in the air. Myth eradicator of vampires activates, and the system announces that divine attacks will now prevent recovery. The system then announces, the effect, exorcism, will now adhere to divine attacks. A shocked echoes as the divine power takes effect. The system announces that because he ended the vampire count cycle of infinite recovery, he earned the effect. The system then announces that because he massacred the vampires of the city, he gained the effect. The system confirms he gained the effect. Interesting, he muses, a slight smile playing on his lips. Now I finally know what myth accumulation is actually like. The system reveals the harvest of faith earned in tandem with the authority divine power, taking the form of myths. The system displays the process, divine power draws from the harvest of faith, resulting in myths. The system reveals that new authorities are created within authorities. He realizes, seeing how the divine power, which I didn't use until now, is steadily being output. The hero realizes, it seems that when I activate myths, the divine power which has taken place in my heart is consumed. However, a system message appears, declaring, there are not enough fables and faith for the base. Another message clarifies, the accumulated faith will be reserved for the next myth. I think it's finished harvesting the people's faith for now, he muses, as a system message confirms that the authority harvest of faith has been deactivated. The screen fades to white. The people remain bowed in supplication as a voice declares, so this floor has ended safely too. Beaming, he raises his hand, a teammate mirroring the gesture as a blue light envelopes them. A blinding blue light engulfs them, signaling their departure. As they vanish in a flash of light, a voice admits, I thought you were an immature fool, but I overlooked your abilities. The light fades, and a question hangs in the air, will you accept my apology? With his hand outstretched, he awaits their answer. Will they accept his sudden change of heart? A beat of silence, then a firm reply echoes, of course. A sinister smile spreads across his face as he sits triumphantly atop his defeated foe. A hand reaches out, a deal sealed with a handshake. A system message appears, the god of battle has realized that his prospective disciple has died. The handshake complete, the protagonist looks on, a confused "huh" escaping his lips. A flash of light erupts. The light intensifies, obscuring everything. Through the blinding light, a message appears, the god of battle has sensed your existence. Then, another ominous notification follows, the god of battle has sensed your divine power and is bearing animosity. A low, pained cook escapes. He collapses to one knee, looking up in confusion. Ha! What's wrong? He asks, struggling. Sweat pours down his face as he grits his teeth in pain. The god of battle, he questions, the realization dawning on him. Boundless Necromancer. Chapter 59. A collective gasp rises from the crowd as something unseen descends upon them. A rain of energy spikes descends, threatening to impale everything below. "Okay," he gasps, bracing for the inevitable impact. The energy spikes pierce through, an unavoidable onslaught. The system announces, you have entered the divine domain. But amidst the fiery assault, one of the group cries out, what is this situation? Amidst the chaos, a system message declares, the trials are definitely over. But the group is sent flying by the blast, their screams echoing through the domain. His eyes blazing crimson, the man grits his teeth, a red aura intensifying around him. The group groans in pain, the force of the blast clearly taking its toll. A vortex of fire erupts, scorching everything in its path, while a blue portal flickers ominously in the distance. The man cries out, my portal, as the vortex of fire rages around him. British wizard Ajusi, he declares, his red eyes gleaming amidst the inferno. The British wizard, eyes wide, retorts, let's shake hands once more. A blinding strike erupts, sending the British wizard flying backward. The British wizard is sent hurtling backwards through a wall of flames. From his prone position, the British wizard gasps, he's quite unsophisticated. Despite his earlier assessment, the British wizard concedes, but his solutions definitely work. The group stands on the precipice, fiery pillars rising behind them. Stand aside, he commands, the fiery landscape reflecting in his eyes. He crouches low, a crimson aura flaring around him as he prepares to strike. A burst of power erupts as the skill counter shield activates. The counter shield skill unleashes a torrent of fiery energy. The fiery energy engulfs the area, obliterating the enemies in its path. Whether he's a soldier or not, I don't know, a voice echoes, the speaker unseen. But in this heartless world, if a hero still exists. The words hang in the air, a question posed to the desolate landscape.
The disembodied voice continues, posing a question: wouldn't he look like that? A figure stands amidst the chaos, red eyes blazing, a tattered coat billowing around him.
Panic grips the faces of those fleeing behind him.
He speeds forward, a trail of blue energy following him.
I hope you return safely as well.
The blue energy intensifies, obscuring everything. Suddenly, a booming voice declares, Earth's hero.
A fiery landscape stretches out before him, filled with people. Straining, he shouts, I can't maintain this for long. Please cross the bridge quickly. His red eyes glow with frustration. I had been hoping, but they aren't releasing any more faith, he thinks, regret washing over him.
I wasted time.
He grits his teeth, thinking, I need to enter the portal too.
Well, he begins to say.
Above him, a message appears, is feeling disgust at the fact that a mere mortal possesses divinity.
He cries out, clutching his head. My head. The pain intensifies. I feel like my head's about to explode.
A splitting headache assaults him. The headache intensifies, and he grits his teeth against the pain. The throbbing in his head makes him pause.
All around, the battlefield is engulfed in flames.
The flames roar around him, consuming everything in their path. Amidst the inferno, a system message appears. The god of battle is saying that a dog that the tower raised has crossed the line. Standing amidst the raging fire, he remains unfazed. Wounded but smirking, he wonders aloud, crossed the line. A voice booms out, countering his question. You're the one who crossed the line just now.
Wounded and defiant, he warns, as long as I have the tower's protection, if you interfere with me any further, you'll be in trouble, won't you?
With a final declaration, he states, if you have nothing else to say, I'm leaving. As he turns to leave, a system message appears. The god of battle sends you a ferocious smile.
Flames erupt around him as he begins to walk away.
His resolve hardens.
I need to get even better.
The screen displays a message. The god of battle is saying that he can't wait for the soon coming mortal's end. His red eyes burn with renewed determination. He vows to become strong enough so that even the gods won't be able to treat me recklessly. The screen announces, you have entered the 14th floor's waiting room. The contractor's exclusive store expands, now offering items specific to floor invading, a halo strengthening item, and several wonder drug items.
A surge of blue energy erupts. A blinding blue light explodes outward.
As the light fades, the hero stands, his expression grim.
He stands, his arm tensed, ready for what comes next. Wounded and weary, he states, it's a space the tower created anyway.
He reasons, it's useless to get emotionally charged from something that I don't know is even real. The ground crumbles beneath him. His blue eyes glint, reflecting the gravity of the situation. To think I have a bad relationship with the god of all people, he muses.
The god of battle, right?
2 system messages appear, do not trust the other gods.
And they will now consider you their enemy. A figure stands silhouetted against a bright light as a realization dawns on him. So this was what would happen in the end, huh?
He stands, back to the viewer, in a tattered red jacket. Let's stop thinking about stuff that I have no control over, he resolves. A newfound resolve hardens his gaze.
And just do what I can.
He examines a glowing object in his hand, a soft blue light emanating from it. The blue light intensifies, swirling around him.
The blue light now engulfs his entire body.
The light fades, revealing a screen displaying contractor's exclusive store. He has 11,500 SP to spend on skills, authority, or goods, offered exclusively to the Iron-Blooded Monarch and White Cranesword Master. The screen confirms, he has purchased authority, Path of the Blade Master, S. The screen displays, deducting 10,000 SP. With the purchase complete, a description of authority, Path of the Blade Master, S, appears. It promises the development of an independent skill related to swords, making independent enlightenment easier to manifest.
Darkness descends.
A system message then appears, you have entered forest.
He walks deeper into the bamboo forest, his red coat a stark contrast to the green.
A voice echoes, breaking the silence of the forest. It's been a while, Sun-yoon. A woman with white hair and a flower tucked behind her ear smiles, holding a sword. The woman's voice continues, revealing a startling accusation. I heard from that woman that you have the Namgung clan's child as your enemy.
He confirms the accusation, though with a hint of uncertainty. Yes, somehow, that's what happened.
She regards him with a searching gaze, her expression unreadable. The accusation rings out. It must be because of Namgung Hyuk that you used your special points to buy my authority. Her lips curve into a slight, knowing smile as she confirms, correct. The confirmation hangs in the air, followed by her confident assertion, then you definitely made a good decision. A soft chuckle escapes her lips as someone nearby hesitates, responding with a questioning tone.
Because, if we use a commonly used expression, you're a genius, Sun-yoon.
The voice continues, explaining that Sun-yoon instinctively learned swordsmanship without knowing the proper enlightenment passages, already exceeding the domain of imitation. Further, the voice emphasizes a crucial point. The voice reveals, on the 12th floor's trial, you already identified the sword intent and even improved your swordsmanship itself to dual-blade swordsmanship. He prepares to strike, blades of energy forming in each hand.
I'm just a little good at copying, he admits.
His opponent states, you already have Grandmaster material from the fact that you could improve by partially learning the Namgung clan's basic moves.
The protagonist wonders, Grandmaster.
I'm saying it wouldn't be strange if you were the first of the sects to establish a sword sect.
The ornate doors loom, hinting at the sect's grandeur. He stammers, to that degree.
The weight of the other's words clearly sinks in. You made a good decision with the authority you chose this time, a voice booms.
Because of this, everything he learns will be certified by the tower.
A confident smile spreads across her face as she declares, I'll teach you everything.
But, a new challenge looms.
But her offer comes with a caveat.
I have a condition.
Her gaze is intense, leaving no room for doubt about the seriousness of her demand. The condition is revealed, you need to have a master-student relationship with me. All right, he responds, the close-up of his face revealing his acceptance of her terms. He agrees, accepting her condition, I'll become your student, master. Sun-yoon, I'm not trying to coerce you into anything, he states.
Her wide-eyed expression betrays her disbelief.
Extending his hand, he tells her, you can think about it, he begins, but she cuts him off. No, I will become your student.
He responds, if that's what you want, I won't refuse.
He agrees, seeing no reason to refuse her request. After all, the White Crane Swordmaster is a challenger who has climbed higher than the 40th floor.
There's no reason to refuse the teachings of someone that's strong. She retorts, but don't regret it later on.
Then, with a hint of playful threat, she asks if he's planning on treating her so roughly she'll regret it later, like with a whip. Flustered, he stammers, and no.
A thought then crosses his mind, a master is usually something you only have once.
Standing atop a rocky peak, she declares, when it comes to Murim, so I'm telling you not to regret it. If you're worried about that, then I definitely won't regret it, she declares, her voice echoing with conviction. But then, a question arises, who in Murim would I even follow as a master? Before she can consider it further, a voice interrupts her thoughts, declaring, then according to procedure, I will officially introduce myself before you do your bows. Interrupting her thoughts, the voice booms, I am the 17th Lord of the Beck Swordsmanship clan, the previous generation's strongest Murim fighter.
As the booming voice introduces himself, she glances away, her expression unreadable.
A hand grips the hilt of a sword, its sheath intricately decorated with a serpent design. The booming voice continues, declaring, that is the description of the martial artist who will become your master, Beck Sealwa. His eyes widen slightly, a flicker of disbelief crossing his face. Strongest Murim fighter, he questions. The woman stands before him, her white robes flowing, a sword held loosely in her grip.
He remains kneeling, head bowed in defeat.
To briefly summarize the theory, martial arts is broadly divided into mental and bodily arts.
The explanation continues, mental arts refine outward magic power to the inner body, a process that results in internal energy.
Bodily arts utilize the body, including weightless techniques and sword arts. All of this encompasses martial arts, some of which can be performed using only mental arts energy.
But, while listening to these explanations, a question formed. A question then arises in his mind: is heavenly blood cultivation art also a mental art?
The protagonist wonders, is heavenly blood cultivation art also a mental art?
He continues to ponder, wondering aloud, is there no problem even if I have a different mental art I already learned?
Her eyes widen slightly as she seems to realize something. She exclaims, a question forming on her lips.
Suddenly, a voice booms, demanding, what did you just say?
Her gaze intensifies as she states, you have a mental art, you know?
She demands, explain in more detail. Quickly.
So? He begins, revealing, after listening to your explanation, I think I know something that's similar to a mental art. Her eyes widen, a flicker of surprise crossing her face.
Similar, she questions, a hint of uncertainty in her voice.
Perhaps. He suddenly asks, did you learn aura training from that woman, iron-blooded monarch?
Aura training?
He wonders if it's just another world's concept of mental arts.
No, not that. She replies. She's not someone who would break a promise like this.
He thinks, a flicker of doubt crossing his face. Despite his doubts, he hardens his resolve.
I can't trust her. Let me properly check. He pauses, a puzzled escaping his lips. His hand rests on her chest, and a thought bubble bursts forth, when?
But then, a voice cuts through the moment, no, before that. That's an authority, not a mental art, a voice declares. It continues, elaborating that while the two may have mixed, it still cannot be considered a mental art.
Gosh, she murmurs, seemingly flustered. A simple, I see, is the reply.
A voice interjects, but, master. An objection is raised, but, master.
Stammering, the speaker apologizes, explaining, I apologize. I was so surprised that I checked it crudely. He dismisses the apology, stating simply, it's fine. Now, thinking it over, he realizes, I think I need to adjust my assessment of White Crane Swordmaster.
The White Crane Swordmaster then tells him, it might be better that you didn't learn a mental art. The White Crane Swordmaster responds, it's fine because my martial arts don't rely too heavily on mental arts. The White Crane Swordmaster continues, explaining, however, what happened just now is because mental arts are important when it comes to the master-student relationship.
Ahem, someone interrupts.
Cutting him off, a voice stammers, first, I'll teach you swordsmanship, so try to copy me.
The system announces, skill fighting concentration activated. Suddenly, a system notification appears, user's concentration has risen by 10x. The protagonist is now enveloped in a blue aura as the instructor prepares to demonstrate the swordsmanship. The instructor's sword gleams with a pinkish-red aura, ready to demonstrate the swordsmanship.
With a flourish, the instructor begins his demonstration, his sword radiating a potent pink aura. The instructor's blade flashes, a blur of motion as she begins the swordsmanship demonstration.
The instructor's sword continues its swift demonstration.
I've only seen her being gentle, so I didn't know, he thinks, observing the instructor's demonstration. He realizes, observing her skill, but she really is a martial artist. She was super combative earlier too. The instructor announces, I will now show you the first basic move of my sword arts, White Sword 7 Techniques, White Sword Flashing C. The instructor's hand grips the hilt of his sword, ready to demonstrate the first move. A blinding flash erupts as the instructor unleashes the White Sword Flashing C technique. The instructor's blade cuts through the air, leaving a trail of blinding light. The instructor stands ready, his sword gleaming with a soft, pink light. His opponent watches him intently. It's okay, he says, his words a reassurance to the figure beside him.
Confidence rising, he declares, I think I'll be able to copy it.
The disembodied voice explains the technique. It feels like you can't avoid the space itself, so you pull it towards you and then cut it. He extends his arm, the sword glowing with a faint blue energy as he begins to mimic the technique. The air shimmers as he cuts through space.
Bach!
The blue energy intensifies as the blade cuts through the air.
The blade continues to slice through the bamboo forest. The blade continues its path, the blue energy crackling around it as it cleaves through the bamboo. His eyes glow with power as he asks, something like this? The hero's brow furrows, confusion evident as he thinks, this makes no sense. The title card flashes, Boundless Necromancer. The title card for Chapter 60 appears. The title card for Chapter 60 appears. There have been geniuses in every generation, the narration begins, describing those with the innate ability to absorb information and achieve greater accomplishments. Geniuses, it said, reach the peak of ability by understanding, judging, and absorbing others. However, a genius can only demonstrate their true ability after some practice. But... He pauses, a question forming on his lips. Is this correct? He asks, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. Her eyes widen in disbelief, hands flying to her head. What in the... She exclaims, clearly stunned by something unseen. An inner voice echoes, revealing his ambition, to see White Sword flashing see just once and copy it. A confused silence hangs in the air as she utters, Sung-yoon. Then, a voice breaks through, declaring, it seems you don't understand how incredible this is. The voice explains that the White Sword 7 techniques are a martial art using harder principles than the Blue Heaven sword forms, which Namgong-hyuk uses. A golden glow emanates from the sword as he prepares to strike. The words Blue Heaven sword forms appear. Blue Heaven sword forms? The name hangs in the air, a question and a challenge. The revelation continues, the two basic moves you copied from the Namgong clan, Blue Heaven Shining Sword and Blue Heaven Rain Sword, are a part of the Blue Heaven sword forms. A bundle of skills Namgong-hyuk used, he muses. The voice continues, explaining that this art not only surpasses the basic principles of speed, but is a bodily art that uses difficult principles considering space itself. The voice continues, revealing, but you immediately copied White Sword flashing see like it was nothing. The voice continues, adding that he copied the White Sword flashing see after only seeing it once, and at a standard quite similar to the original. The unheard speaker declares, principles of fast and slow don't mean much to me. The voice praises him, declaring, you are a genius of intuition. He continues, stating that he's never even heard of grasping skills based on seeing the essence itself, rather than through experience or judgment. The protagonist's expression remains stoic, his gaze unwavering. Even if you say that, I don't really understand what. He begins, his expression unchanging. He's cut off mid-sentence. One day, a voice declares, the words hanging in the air. The woman's words are punctuated by her pointing finger. It means that you can learn the majority of martial arts in one day. Normally, martial arts are understood and recreated by having a book as the basis for each one. However, it turns out you don't need the book's analysis. You just need to watch and copy. However, I will let you know how to use magic power, a voice declares, as the seated figures remain in place. However, I will let you know how to use magic power, the voice continues, as images of martial arts techniques flash before them, bodily arts, fist techniques, and weightless body techniques. And even grappling techniques? The voice continues, as the image focuses on two figures locked in close combat. I learned all I could. And the most useful thing out of all of that, the scene shifts to a sword, glowing with a blue light. Was the sword. The voice declares that the most useful thing learned was the arts, White Sword 7 techniques. The voice describes the sword technique, White Sword flashing see, where you hold space itself and cut, making it basically impossible to dodge. He also learned White Sword folded emptiness, a defensive skill that warps the space around him. It's a technique designed to penetrate shields. Wielding both swords, he prepares to unleash the new techniques. A swirling vortex of energy surrounds him. A surge of power erupts, and she cries out, seemingly overwhelmed by the energy. Her cry fades as he looks up, a wide grin spreading across his face. Blood drips from the blade he holds, his arm raised high. Facing his master, he says, I've learned a lot thanks to you, master. Master. A voice stutters, followed by, ahem, what a relief that you think so. A wide smile spreads across her face, her fists clenched in what appears to be pure joy. Then, I'll take my leave, she announces. Bowing slightly, he seems surprised by her departure. Ah.
Already, he asks, though his words are cut off by her final statement, you can stay. A bit longer, she finishes. A slight smirk plays on his lips as he replies, I'll come back again later. Stay safe until then, he says. Master, she calls out, a bright smile lighting up her face. A deliberate ahem breaks the silence, hinting at someone's presence nearby. Sungyun chuckles softly, hiding his amusement behind a hand. Oh okay, you have strength too, Sungyun. He continues, if you devote yourself as much as you're talented. A system message then appears, you have entered the 14th floor waiting room. A swirling portal of blue energy opens before them, signaling their arrival. A system message confirms, you have entered the 14th floor waiting room. Standing in the 14th floor waiting room, he reflects, I've learned a lot. He stands in the waiting room, a tinge of regret in his voice. Although it's a shame that I couldn't learn all 7 skills of the White Sword 7 techniques at my current level. A soft chime rings out. A menacing, red skull appears, pierced by swords. Its glowing eyes pierce through the darkness. The screen displays Demon Slayer, B+. He reflects on his Demon Slayer skill, a swordsmanship technique he's honed and developed over time. He realizes his Demon Slayer skill is now insufficient, falling short of Namgon Hyuk's Blue Heaven Sword forms or his master's White Sword 7 techniques. He resolves to forge a new skill, one utilizing the authority, Path of the Blade Master. This authority, the description explains, allows those who occasionally use swords to develop independent skills and manifest independent enlightenment. The iron-blooded sword authority activates, followed by the fighting concentration skill. With the newly activated skills, he unleashes a flurry of sword strikes, his movements blurring as he attacks from multiple angles. He utilizes Blue Heaven Sword forms and White Sword 7 techniques as dual blade swords. His dual blade swordsmanship, utilizing Blue Heaven Sword forms and White Sword 7 techniques, has become more complete than ever before. Despite his progress, a voice declares, but it's still too lacking to be developed as a skill. His face, bearing a fresh cut, is cast in shadow. To develop a skill, she begins, a slight smile playing on her lips. It needs to be a system that will be acknowledged as a skill. Okay, he responds, the word framed by a burst of energy. He begins to explain his vision. Using White Sword 7 techniques as a base, he plans to weave in the Blue Heaven Sword forms whenever he wants. At the same time, he won't give up on the concept that attacks within dual blade swordsmanship are the best defense. Countless cuts enter the air. And countless thoughts pass and repeat in his head. And suddenly, a system message appears, Authority Path of the Blade Master has strongly activated. His eyes widen, a surge of power coursing through him. The system announces, Skill First Mixed Sword, CAJ, activated. The system then displays the details, Skill First Mixed Sword, CAJ, Proficiency 0%. The system elaborates, the skill is a sword art combining the White Sword 7 techniques and the Blue Heaven Sword forms. If dual wielding, attack speed and power will increase by 2x. Oh. A skill really manifested, he thinks with a sinister grin. But, while I like that there are several revisions, he muses. He says, considering the possibilities. It's a bit lackluster. He admits. Before him floats his inventory, revealing the reward for completing the 13th floor trial. The reward is a random skill book, a plus, that grants a B+ rank skill upon use, but it's soulbound. Let's try using it, he decides, figuring, there's nothing to lose. He activates the random skill book, but plus, a surge of energy emanating from its pages. The system announces he's acquired a random B+ ranked skill. Furthermore, his hero's blessing authority is strongly activating, and his luck will temporarily increase significantly. The system confirms the activation of the skill Blood Spirit Demon Sword, B+. It's a secret sword art, available only to the heir of the Blood Demon cult. When using a sword, the demon attribute will be granted to the blade, harming all living creatures. Furthermore, basic moves of the skill will activate 2 consecutive hits and be twice as effective. A bit more. The hero pushes himself further, seemingly on the verge of a breakthrough. The hero's progress bar inches closer to completion.
Skill synthesis activates, and the first mixed sword skill begins to synthesize as the center.
The hero's blessing is activated strongly, and his luck will temporarily increase. The skill synthesis completes, and a system message appears: you have manifested a new skill.
Blinding light fills the area as the new skill manifests. The light intensifies, obscuring everything.
The skill First Mixed Demon Sword S- has manifested.
He faces the swirling blue energy, its power palpable. The 14th floor trial begins, its difficulty set to hard.
The trial's topic is underwater warfare, and he has 7 days to hunt all the monsters inside the lake. Failure means death or running out of time.
Success in the trial earns him Boots of the Wind Spirit, rated A+.
Failure, however, carries the ultimate penalty, death. A system message warns that he's facing a formidable foe, one that will be difficult for him to handle.
But then, a skill activates, Indomitable Will.
His gaze hardens, a steely determination reflected in his bright blue eyes. How much longer are you planning on making this young lord wait? A voice booms out, impatient. He stands amidst the fallen monsters, a hint of annoyance in his voice. You didn't come looking for me even after I killed all these monsters, so I thought I came here by mistake. He stands in the murky water, surrounded by the corpses of the monsters he defeated. A sinister grin spreads across Nam Gong-hyuk's face. A low, guttural sound rumbles from his throat. His grin widens into a menacing sneer as the system announces, Skill Instant Acceleration activated.
The system continues to announce his power-ups, Skill Fighting Concentration activated. Skill Winds Grace activated. All speed increased by 70%. Current skill stack progress 7/7.
The exclusive effect of Fast Boots C+ is increasing your instantaneous speed, the system announces, further enhancing his already formidable abilities.
He moves with incredible speed, leaving a trail of water vapor in his wake. His enhanced speed blurs the air around him.
He accelerates, the sheer velocity distorting the space around him. A chilling grin spreads across his face, the word slaughter hanging ominously above. Instant acceleration, fighting concentration, and Wind's Grace all activate, increasing his speed by 70%. His Fast Boots C+ activate, further increasing his instantaneous speed. The current skill stack progress reaches its maximum at July 7th. A sinister grin spreads across his face as he moves with blinding speed.
His enhanced speed leaves only afterimages in his wake.
The world blurs as he continues to accelerate.
The two warriors collide, their power creating a blinding explosion. The impact sends shockwaves rippling outwards.
A blinding flash erupts at the point of impact, the force of the collision eliciting a silent exclamation.
Amidst the chaos, a question arises, Sword Flame.
How are you using Sword Flame? He demands, shock evident in his voice. Sword in hand, the light emanating from the blade intensifies. His eyes widen in disbelief. A confident smirk plays on his lips as he retorts, Why are you surprised already? I'm just getting started, he declares, the air shimmering with untold power.
Blades of light rain down. Light blades strike, tearing through the air with deadly precision. A guttural cry echoes as the light blades find their mark. The light blades cut through, a blinding flash erupting from the point of impact. The attack lands, and a stunned silence follows. With a swift kick, he sends a shockwave rippling outwards. The force of the impact sends him spiraling backwards.
The impact sends him crashing through stone. A fresh cut appears on his cheek, and he's clearly shocked.
A blinding flash erupts.
A surge of blue energy erupts directly in front of him.
The blue energy intensifies. The energy explodes outwards with immense force. Blinding light fills the area.
The force sends debris flying in all directions. The air crackles with intense energy. He focuses, drawing his sword.
An intense glare hardens his features as he prepares to strike. The strike connects, unleashing a blinding flash of energy. The swords meet, and he asks, What do you think? The landscape shatters as he boasts, How's my newly made S-rank swordsmanship skill?
3 enormous, glowing blades descend from the shattered cavern ceiling. Below, the swordsman stands amidst the carnage. The system displays the details of the new skill, First Mixed Demon Sword, S.
Its basic effect? Any living target will receive continuous damage until they die. Boundless Necromancer. The system announces dual consecutive hits. 2 glowing swords materialize. The system clarifies that he can unleash 2 more attacks simultaneously, mirroring the sword's original strike in both timing and power. A smirk plays on his lips as he thinks, this is already OP, but on top of that. His eyes gleam with amusement as he focuses on his opponent, taunting, that scar on your cheek. The taunting continues, the hero declaring, will bother you until you die.
The scar on his cheek bleeds, but his expression remains unchanged. Humph, he scoffs, as purple flames erupt around him. He points 2 fingers forward, a surge of purple energy gathering at their tips.
His attack lands, but a voice echoes in disbelief, this much bleeding?
His gaze hardens as the purple energy intensifies. The air crackles with energy as he unleashes another devastating attack. The devastating attack crashes down, sending shockwaves through the landscape. The attack connects, a blinding flash erupting as the 2 forces collide. The force of the impact sends both warriors flying in opposite directions.
Their blades lock, a shower of sparks flying as the warriors struggle for dominance.
What you're using right now, the swordsmanship, the Qinggong technique, it's definitely Murim, the warrior realizes, his eyes narrowing. The warrior presses his advantage, demanding, why did you hide your martial arts before? He denies hiding his skills, admitting, back then I was actually scared I might die. He lunges forward, a wave of energy erupting from his blade. So I learned, he states. All day yesterday, he recalls. His eyes widen, a grim determination hardening his gaze. His face contorted with fury, he spits out, you're still as rude as ever. A surge of energy crackles around him as he prepares to strike. He scoffs, dismissing the claim. Seeing as how you're saying such crazy nonsense like learning martial arts in one day. He unleashes a blinding strike, energy radiating from his blade. Believe me or not, he declares, a confident smirk playing on his lips as he prepares another strike. He continues, but someone told me. The blade descends, a blinding light erupting upon impact. The swords meet, unleashing a surge of blinding energy. The swords lock, and one of the combatants declares that I'm a genius. The clash sends shockwaves through the rain-swept battlefield. He continues, and I can do something like this too. The 2 warriors glare at each other, their faces mere inches apart, a silent promise of the battle to come hanging in the air. The warriors clash in a flurry of motion, their blades meeting with explosive force. The force of their collision sends shockwaves through the air. His eye widens in disbelief. This swordsmanship? His face contorts in a furious grimace, teeth bared. He spits out a furious curse. You bastard! The hooded figure's voice booms out, accusing, how dare you steal the Namgung clan's swordsmanship without knowing your place. The hooded figure's eyes glow with an eerie light, a sinister grin spreading across his face. The hooded figure retorts, then you should have made it harder to copy. He continues, a smug look on his face, is it my fault that I could copy it after seeing it? He finishes his thought, asking rhetorically, after seeing it once? He continues to taunt his opponent, placing blame squarely on them. It's your fault for making the swordsmanship sloppy. His eyes glow with an eerie light, his face contorted in a menacing scowl. A barrage of strikes rains down, each blow emphasized by a burst of energy. He roars, his foot crashing down with immense force. Ugh! Incredible, he groans, clearly overwhelmed by the power he faces. Despite the hero's best efforts, a voice narrates, his swordsmanship, Qinggong technique, and even his irregular movements are not enough. The masked figure unleashes a devastating attack, declaring, but you probably wouldn't even dream about it. The masked figure's attack connects, the force of the blow sending the hero reeling. About the fact that you're giving me a high-class lesson right now, he taunts. The masked figure descends, landing amidst a swirl of energy. A sinister grin spreads across his face. I'll remember it well and use it all later. A blinding flash erupts. His hand reaches out, seemingly grabbing at the light itself. The light solidifies, taking the shape of a massive hand. Now, the light coalesces into a series of spectral swords. He raises his hand as the light shifts once more, now taking the form of spectral weapons, ready for a forceful battle. His gaze sharpens, the spectral weapons now fully formed at his command. He floats amidst the spectral weapons, now poised to strike. Due to his unique trait, a forceful battle domain has been established, encompassing a 30-meter radius. All people besides Han, Sung-yoon and Nam Gong-hyuk are now prohibited from entering the fighting domain. The forceful battle domain materializes, a glowing, geometric barrier now separating Han from his allies. "I got you," a voice declares, the words hanging ominously in the air. His face contorted in a sadistic grin, he spits out, "You motherfucker." A hand descends, ready to strike. An exclamation hangs in the air as a powerful force descends. The force slams down. He raises his sword, a surge of red energy erupting around him. Red energy crackles around him as he asks, "Do you know what people on Earth call situations like this?" He continues, a sinister chuckle escaping him as he declares, "A disaster you called upon yourself, hee hee." With a swift motion, he unleashes a flurry of red energy blades toward his opponent. The energy blades surge forward, a crimson tide of destruction. His face contorted in rage, the hero grits his teeth as the crimson blades fly past. Using witchcraft even after learning martial arts, he exclaims, his voice filled with disbelief. The air crackles with magical energy as the witchcraft takes form. The magic intensifies, the air vibrating with raw power. The witchcraft surges, a crimson aura engulfing his outstretched hand. The crimson energy explodes outward, forming a concentrated blast. The force of the blast sends his opponent flying backward. Staggering, he cries out as the force of the blow hits him. "Cook!" He plummets downwards, his body battered and bruised. SFX, whoosh. His eyes blaze with renewed intensity. He's surrounded by a strange, glowing barrier. "Damn it," he shouts, his frustration evident. Below the barrier, a system message appears, unique stage, unbreakable battlefield. A system message clarifies the situation, unique trait forceful battle will be forcefully released based on the user's will. The battlefield shimmers with a potent, violet energy. An exclamation escapes him as the forceful battle trait is unleashed. The forceful battle trait erupts, unleashing a shockwave of power. The hero descends, wrapped in the forceful battle's energy, as the impact reverberates through the forest. The hero's energy explodes outward, a shockwave of pure force. The force of the impact rips through the surrounding terrain. The shockwave obliterates everything in its path. The energy surges outward. The landscape warps and distorts under the immense power. The landscape continues to buckle, the sheer force creating a chasm. The earth splits open, a colossal fissure cleaving the landscape as the force intensifies. He exhales, the force of the impact clearly felt. His sword raised, he prepares to strike the figure below. A gust of wind whips around him as he prepares to deliver the final blow. He's poised to strike, but a voice echoes, laced with disdain, "Even Muram's genius is in such a state." "Cook," he gasps, his face obscured by shadow. His face contorted in a grimace, he grits his teeth. SFX, crack. What the, he stammers, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. Did he suddenly go crazy? A chilling interesting echoes as the man grins, blood smeared across his face. Gripping his sword tightly, he admits, "I don't know how you did it, but you learned martial arts and got strong in such a short period of time." A chilling declaration echoes, "It's so much fun." The sky swirls, as if reacting to the chilling words. He holds out his hand, a glowing crystal hovering just above it. "Even if you used the tower's witchcraft, it's incredible." "I'll acknowledge that," a voice concedes. But then, a sudden, silent shock ripples through the scene. He swings the red staff down with a furious expression. "Did you think I'd just?" He finishes his thought with a furious shout, "Did you think I'd just let you?" Red energy crackles from his staff as he brings it down. The red staff slams down, a blinding flash of light erupting on impact. The world erupts in blinding light, his face contorted in a scream.
SFX, rumble. The ground trembles as a surge of purple energy erupts.
The purple energy intensifies, obliterating everything in its path. Within the chaos, a system message appears, detailing a floor-invading penalty relief stone, a dash. Consuming it would invalidate the lowered stats and skill limitations imposed by the penalty. The structure crumbles, succumbing to the overwhelming power.
He stands amidst the destruction, a purple aura emanating from him. The purple aura intensifies as he poses a question. Aren't you curious?
His gaze intensifies, the purple glow in his eyes mirroring his sinister intent.
The purple aura explodes outward, engulfing him in its malevolent energy.
The energy intensifies, crackling with raw power. The figure, now completely enveloped, raises his sword high. About why I'm called the Blue Heaven Sword Dragon, he asks, the question hanging in the air. A resounding crack echoes as something shatters against the sky. The hero stands amidst the shattered remains, a surge of power emanating from him.
A disembodied voice cuts through the aftermath, taunting, "Aren't you curious?" His gaze intensifies, a chilling focus hardening his features as he utters.
Power surges around him, crackling with violet energy as he prepares to unleash his attack.
Violet energy explodes outwards, a blinding torrent of power unleashed.
He raises his sword high, channeling the violet energy into a concentrated strike.
The question hangs in the air, about why I'm called the Blue Heaven Sword Dragon?
The ground trembles violently.
Fuck, he exclaims, a nervous laugh escaping him as the ground continues to shake.
With a firm grip, he readies his blade as the tremors intensify. A surge of power emanates from his blade, as a voice declares, "Strengthened sword she isn't something a bastard like you should get to see." His opponent stands ready, a blinding light emanating from their blade.
The blinding light intensifies as he declares, "Consider it an honor."
His eyes widen slightly, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his face as the light intensifies. A surge of energy erupts, accompanied by a sharp, echoing cry. He slashes forward, his blade meeting the concentrated energy head-on.
The title card flashes, Boundless Necromancer. Chapter 62 begins. Chapter 62 begins.
Chapter 62 begins, with the instructor explaining, "I'll talk about the use of chi, in other words, the concept of using magic power on your sword." The instructor's demonstration begins, a surge of blue energy enveloping his blade. The instructor elaborates on the nature of this energy, explaining, "Sword chi is a technique that adds properties that interfere with the laws of the sword itself. A stage where you can add another one of those properties," the instructor continues, the sword glowing with intense energy. The instructor's words echo, "Strengthened sword chi is the next stage." It's described as a type of ultimate essence that allows you to flexibly utilize the surrounding magic power as well. The surrounding area is filled with a bright, blue energy. The hero unleashes a powerful surge of energy, the ground cracking beneath its force. The hero's power intensifies, now radiating a vibrant purple hue. The purple energy coalesces into a sharp, focused point. "To think I'd be able to see strengthened sword chi this quickly," he muses, his sword now glowing with the same intense purple energy. The ground erupts as the strengthened sword chi is unleashed. "I didn't know it'd be this strong when I heard the explanation," he thinks, sweat beading on his brow. "This is a really crazy skill." The sword chi intensifies, its reach rapidly lengthening. The sword chi continues to surge, and he realizes it makes it even difficult to approach in the first place. Not only is the sword chi strengthened, but its movements are both strong and flexible. The sword chi crackles with energy, each strike now irregular and threatening. "As if." The words appear, framed by a burst of dark energy. The dark energy coalesces, and a voice declares, "The sword has really become a living dragon." The dragon roars, a sound that seems to crack the very air around it. Dark energy crackles. The dark energy intensifies, accompanied by a resounding okay. The dark energy explodes outward, obliterating everything in its path. The blade pierces flesh, a brutal impact. A surge of energy erupts, sending shockwaves through the battlefield. He unleashes a devastating blow, the force of the strike shattering the ground.
I thought he'd be just a bit stronger than the vampire count.
He thinks, his bright blue eyes reflecting a growing realization.
That was an idiotic assumption, he realizes, sweat beading on his brow.
Suddenly, a surge of energy erupts, filling the space with the words Sword Enlightenment. Bathed in light, he recalls, I felt it when listening to White Crane Swordmaster's teachings. He realizes, but I feel like Neuron's masters get to skip a few growth stages throughout their enlightenment. A bead of sweat rolls down his face as he mutters, OP bastards. Before him, a figure levels up from 50 to 100. The opponent's fist crashes down, sending debris flying. Where did your ease from earlier go? The opponent taunts, his gaze intense. A sword gleams, reflecting the light as the opponent grips its hilt. He draws his sword, preparing to strike. Grip tightening, he grits his teeth, regretting his earlier restraint. I should have finished this with full power as soon as I started. Damn it! Red energy flares around him as he prepares to attack. I was going easy wanting to get a lesson, and now things are going to be annoying. The red energy intensifies as a system message appears, Authority Heavenly Blood Cultivation Art activated. The red energy surges as he prepares to strike. His blade glows with the same crimson light. The ground shatters as the red energy explodes outward. Prepare yourself, he commands, his red eyes burning with intense power. The red energy intensifies as he declares, I'm going full force. With a confident smirk, he challenges, do your best. The air crackles as the two forces collide. Purple energy erupts as he unleashes his power. The purple energy intensifies, blinding light erupting from his attack. The attack slams into the rock face, shattering it. The light explodes, consuming everything in a blinding flash. The light intensifies, revealing the name of the technique, White Sword Fold Existence. The blinding light continues to intensify. The technique erupts, a vortex of light and energy consuming everything in its path. A stunned silence follows the eruption of light. Where else did you steal from? The question hangs in the air, unanswered. His gaze hardens as the question pierces the silence. Where else did you steal martial arts from? The opponent's open mouth declares, all of these struggles are useless in front of strengthened sword chi. The opponent's strengthened sword chi explodes in a blinding purple light. As the purple light intensifies, a system message appears, skill fighting concentration activated. User's concentration has risen by 20x. He launches forward, a surge of power emanating from him as he moves to strike. His enhanced concentration sharpens his gaze as he closes in on his target, sword at the ready. He continues his advance, the air around him crackling with energy. Nice, I got behind him. Now, he thinks, poised to strike. His eyes narrowed, the protagonist prepares to unleash a devastating strike. Purple energy explodes outward. The energy explodes with a deafening roar. The blinding light intensifies. The energy surges. With a guttural cry, he unleashes a powerful surge of energy. The attack backfires. He collapses, clutching his chest, blood trickling from his mouth. My intestines are a mess. His glowing eye pierces through the fading energy, a desperate attempt to regain control. Even as blood drips from his mouth, he unleashes a final, desperate surge of energy. He plunges downward, sword aimed at the glowing energy below. He continues his descent, the blade crackling with energy as he hurtles towards his target. He continues his rapid descent, the energy intensifying around him as he closes in. The blade glows intensely as he plunges downwards, his expression a mask of fierce determination. A sudden, sharp exclamation punctuates the air. The man's eyes widen as he realizes, did his strengthened sword chi adjust to White Sword Fold emptiness? Suddenly, a system notification flashes, skill Ashen Blood activated. The blades clash in a burst of energy, the impact echoing. The swords meet, and he grits his teeth, a silent scream escaping him. The force of the blow sends him skidding backward. The force of the unseen clash sends shockwaves rippling through the air. The force of the impact is unseen, but clearly devastating. The air crackles with raw power. The force explodes outward, accompanied by the echoing cry of "Ah!"
The force sends him hurtling backwards. The impact sends him spiraling further away. He crashes violently into the rock face. Gasping for air, he struggles to regain his composure. Ki-ok. Blood splatters across the rock face. The enemy attacks, a purple energy blade aimed directly at him. The energy blade strikes. The enemy's face fills his vision, the single word die echoing in his mind. The enemy's maniacal laughter echoes as the energy blade connects. The energy explodes outward with a deafening kwah. A blinding light erupts, consuming everything in its path. The blinding light intensifies, obliterating everything. The light explodes outward, the force of impact creating a shockwave. The landscape is torn apart by the force of the blast. Water sprays amidst the shattered rocks, revealing a crimson liquid beneath. She stands amidst the devastation, her gaze fixed on something beyond the shattered landscape. You. The single word hangs in the air, heavy with unspoken accusation. Someone stands over the scene of destruction, their gaze fixed on the figure struggling to rise amidst the wreckage. He struggles to his feet, bloodied and bruised. Withstood that? The question hangs in the air, a testament to his resilience. Gripping his sword, he prepares to face whatever comes next. The bloody water reflects the grim determination etched on his face. I'm a bit surprised, to be honest, the figure admits. I truly didn't think you'd be able to fight this evenly with me. But, a surge of energy emanates from the figure. Those struggles are over now too. He raises his sword, a sinister smile spreading across his face as purple energy crackles around him. It was fun, Han Sung-yoon, he declares. His purple eye glows with intense malice as the blade descends. His face contorts into a manic grin, teeth bared in anticipation. After how hard I worked to get up here. He snarls, his body bloodied but his expression defiant. He swings his bloodied blade down, a surge of purple energy erupting from the impact. You think I'll die that easily for you, he shouts, defiant even as the purple energy swirls around him. The purple energy intensifies, seemingly engulfing everything around him. Shill's counter shield releases all absorbed damage at once. The released energy surges outward, a massive shockwave erupting. The world is consumed in blinding light. The intense light intensifies. The light begins to fade, revealing a dark, ominous energy. He lunges forward, sword gleaming with power. A sinister grin spreads across his face. His sword descends, radiating crimson light as he strikes. The purple blade crashes down, a devastating blow. Ah! Yes, that's the expression, a voice exclaims, relishing the impact. His eyes widen in terror as the blade descends. He lets out a guttural snarl. As the attack lands, blood splatters across the dark void. His eyes widen in pain as blood sprays from the wound. His vision blurs, the world tilting as he struggles to stay conscious. Darkness closes in as a ringing sound fills the air. A skill activates, Last Stand. His critical, life-threatening wounds begin to nullify. The Last Stand skill not only heals his wounds, but it also amplifies all of his senses and perfects the effects of his other skills for a short duration. However, the skill has a cooldown period of 1 week. His wounds rapidly close as the Last Stand skill takes full effect. The Last Stand skill continues to mend his wounds. The skill, Last Stand, an additional reward from the 12th floor trial, continues its work. The situation where he received a fatal injury was reversed. I didn't think it would actually nullify it like this, he realizes, the skill's power exceeding his expectations. He roars with renewed strength, his red sword a blur as he attacks. The hero's view is from below, looking up at the enemy's feet and bloodied sword. What? He exclaims, seemingly caught off guard. A system message appears, the 12th floor had one more reward. Ancient Emperor's Ash Crown, A-, exclusive effect Ghost Magic, B+, activated, the system announces. However, a new system message warns that while the Ancient Emperor's Ash Crown is equipped, his mind will slowly be contaminated. Despite this, the system also announces that the Serene Mind Authority has been strongly activated. Let's use everything we can, he declares. He raises a hand to the ash crown, his body marked with dark streaks. His gaze is intense, focused on the battle ahead. The system displays the ancient emperor's ash crown stats, charisma plus 30%, but wearing it will destabilize the mind and reduce durability. However, he can freely activate ghost magic B+ built into the crown.
I command my servants, he declares, as shadowy figures emerge from the darkness. An exclamation hangs in the air as the servants he summoned materialize, their glowing eyes piercing the darkness. Crush him, the command echoes, a chilling order to the newly summoned servants. The summoned servants move with terrifying speed, their massive forms closing in. He's caught in the grasp of the summoned servants, their crushing grip tightening. His face contorted in rage, he spits out, "You bastard," from an evil sect to necromancy. His teeth bared, the captive declares, "You can never beat me." Witchcraft erupts around him, a swirling vortex of violet energy.
With witchcraft like this,
the captive is engulfed in a vortex of violet energy and monstrous forms. Eyes narrowed in fury, he unleashes a torrent of violet energy. He reaches out, the torrent of violet energy surging forward. A strangled cry escapes him as the violet energy surges. His teeth grit in fury, he declares, "Let's see if you can revive again." Violet energy crackles, the air thick with its power. He slams his fist down, violet energy surging around his opponent.
Violet energy explodes outward.
A blade of pure energy hurtles toward him.
His eyes widen as the energy blade closes in. "Ki!"
he groans, as the energy blade pierces him.
"My body!"
"Ki!" he groans, feeling the blade pierce him.
"My body!"
Struggling against the blade, he gasps, "What are you doing to me?" His attacker simply replies, "I told you." A sickening crack echoes as his leg snaps. The creature snarls, its glowing eyes fixed on some unseen target.
That scar.
The figure's face is revealed, marked by strange scars. A red, glowing symbol flares beside him.
The voice booms, promising, "Would bother you until you died." Whispers spread, questioning his abilities. "So he can't do any of the basic moves?" one voice asks. Another wonders aloud, how was an idiot like him born in the Namgung clan? As doubts swirl around the young man, a voice booms from the shadows, "Does he truly have my blood?"
The man's anger is palpable as he points a finger, while the woman beside him remains silent, her head bowed low. The young man sits alone, his expression unreadable as the accusations echo around him.
Amidst the echoing accusations, a voice finally breaks the silence, "I just..."
As his voice trails off, leaves fall, sliced cleanly in midair. Before he can finish, a chilling voice interrupts, "Enjoy conversing with my sword."
He leaps forward, a blade already flashing.
Before even following any fixed moves, you're developing a path of the sword.
The old man smiles, clearly impressed. A true genius.
It was then, he recalls, that he first met his grandfather. After that, he was raised by his grandfather, the contemporary Sword Supreme.
And as a result,
he began explosively developing in an unprecedented manner. "Father," he roars, his voice echoing with newfound power. He reveals, "I dealt with the blood-cult bastards who were traveling in disguise." The speaker gestures towards the bloodied body sprawled on the floor. Looking up, he announces, "Look, Father." The words ring out, "Your son has gotten this strong now." The man's piercing gaze hardens as he commands, "Get rid of these ugly things immediately." The voice continues, questioning, "Why are you so worked up over slaughter these days?" He then advises, "Devote yourself to cultivating your heart a bit more." He continues, adding a condition to his previous statement, "If you're not trying to become a monster, that is." A palpable pressure descends, the air thick with unseen force. Tears stream down his face, his expression a mask of intense, barely contained emotion. The unseen force slams into him, the impact throwing his head back.
The force continues to batter him, blood splattering as the unseen assault intensifies.
The ancient emperor's ash crown, A.'s durability has been completely consumed.
The crown itself has been destroyed. Shattered fragments explode outward, the ancient emperor's ash crown completely destroyed. The force of the crown's destruction sends out a shockwave.
The shockwave sends the water demons flying in all directions.
He struggles to breathe, gasping Kiak. Heek.
Standing amidst the rocks and water, he hears a voice remark, "You're still alive." Above him, a voice urges, "Hurry up and end it."
Han Sun-yoon. Han Sun-yoon sits on the rocks, exhausted. In the water below, a body floats lifelessly.
"Isn't it fascinating?" the voice muses.
"Normally, we never would have even met."
He continues, a strange fascination in his tone.
"But two people of different dimensions have fought like this."
The voice continues, "You and I fighting was
insanely difficult and painful."
He admits, as they stand face to face, swords drawn.
"But what's funny, is that I even thought."
He trails off, the rain continuing to fall around them.
"That this felt fun."
The words hang in the air, a stark contrast to the intensity etched on both their faces.
A single drop falls.
The injured man's face contorts as he utters, "If we had been friends." His voice wavers as he finishes his thought, "We would have exchanged accomplishments and had fun, is what I thought." The injured man lies motionless in a pool of blood. Above him, his opponent sits perched on a rock, watching. His eyes, wide with terror, stare blankly ahead.
Blood trickles down his face. The opponent's face looms into view, teeth bared. "Pushover bastard."
Despite his injuries, thoughts still race through his mind. To still have such thoughts while climbing the tower. The opponent, teeth bared, declares, "Let me tell you something funny."
The opponent's menacing grin widens as he prepares to reveal something. "Why I stopped climbing the tower and invaded this dimension."
The opponent's words echo, revealing his twisted ambition.
"It wasn't just to enjoy murdering you." The opponent continues, his true motives still veiled in darkness.
The opponent's voice continues, revealing, after gaining divinity.
"I became enemies with a certain god, and even felt threats to my own life." Eyes narrowed, the opponent prepares to strike.
A surge of purple energy emanates from his hand.
The ominous words echo, "The chosen ones inevitably have to deal with divinity."
And the moment they do, they have to face gods, in various forms. The words hang heavy as the protagonist stands before a towering, ominous figure. The ominous figure's words continue to haunt him, "You, too, will soon have to deal with divinity." The ominous figure's voice booms, "You will not be able to prevent the gods from destroying your earth."
A blinding light erupts as the ominous figure's warning hangs heavy in the air.
Amidst the fading light, a defiant no echoes.
The figure declares, "That won't happen."
His purple eye gleams with defiance, blood splattered across his face as he stares upwards. His hand crackles with red energy, the figure vowing vengeance, "Those who destroy the base of my life will all be killed by me," he declares, his fist glowing with ominous red energy.
His skill activates, the system message declaring, "Truth Seeker of Blood is online."
A choked gasp escapes him. The system congratulates him, "You have completed the 14th floor of the Tower of Trials." The system then announces his rewards, "Boots of the Wind Spirit, a plus, are being transferred into your inventory, along with 10,000 points. He also receives the pass reward of 4,000 SP. Because he defeated a stronger challenger than initially planned, his additional rewards are being reinforced. The system grants him an additional 4,000 SP, and the Burrowing Heaven Sword, a plus, is transferred to his inventory. The system then instructs him to move to the waiting room. A new system message appears, "The basis of the creation of a myth has been sufficiently arranged."
The system alerts him that divine power is being strongly activated.
The system begins calculating the myth, basing it on the actual results and the faith of the believers.
Another myth has been created. The system announces that the myth of the battle-tested warrior is complete.
The battle-tested warrior's myth grants Han Sung-yeon the effects of both indomitable and reverse, now bound to his divine management. A blinding light erupts, signifying the power now surging through him. Bathed in radiant light, Han Sung-yeon feels the full force of his newfound power coursing through him.
The light intensifies, obscuring everything.
He is absorbing the spirit of challenger Nam Gung-hyuk. His proficiency increases by 47%. The proficiency of the unique trait, necromancy, has reached 100%.
Necromancy is now at rank B.
The unique trait necromancy has risen 1 rank. It is now at rank A.
Suddenly, a surge of power erupts as necromancy reaches rank A.
A voice echoes, explaining, when challengers of the other world died, their corpses always disappeared.
The voice continues, now questioning, do they not disappear when the floor invading penalty has been removed then? A chime rings out, its significance hanging in the air.
The true heavenly blood demonic sword's exclusive effect, blood consumption, activates.
Challenger Namgong Hyuk's blood is absorbed, causing the item to grow to A rank. The item is now A rank. The sword pulses with crimson energy, its power visibly surging. Absorbing Challenger Namgong Hyuk's blood, the sword engraves an engraved skill, strengthening.
The sword now has the ability to inscribe strengthening into the blood consumption exclusive slot. A smirk plays on his lips.
That's another property that I can add onto the sword flame. I've gained a good one.
A thought bubble appears, and he realizes, as for my clothes,
I think they'll be completely impossible to restore.
Looking down at his tattered remains of clothing, he thinks, as for my clothes,
I think they'll be completely impossible to restore. He pauses, then realizes, I guess I have to go shopping on Earth.
Before he can dwell on his wardrobe woes, a system message appears. The administrator, Iron-Blooded Monarch, offers to sponsor him with some decent armor. Before the Iron-Blooded Monarch's offer can be accepted, another system message appears. This time, the administrator White Crane Swordmaster suggests that his fighting style is better suited for martial artist robes. Sweat drips down his face, a grim determination etched onto his features. The scene shifts to an exterior shot, light snow falling against a pale sky. He walks through a field of swords, the snow falling around him.
His gaze is fixed on something ahead.
He stops, gazing at something in the distance.
Wow! He breathes, seemingly awestruck.
He observes the scene before him, commenting, this really looks like the Iron-Blooded house now. He approaches the building, snow gently falling around him. The sound of something shattering echoes. He pushes open the door, revealing himself. A sinister smile spreads across his face as he hears, good work, Han Sung-yoon. Leaning back in her chair, she remarks, it's been a while. The disembodied voice continues, this is to celebrate crossing a big mountain, think of it as a present. A pendant, glowing with a crimson light, is presented to him. He stares at it, a question forming in his mind. He starts to question the gift, didn't you say you'd give me armor BF?
The woman responds, explaining, once you put a bit of magic power into the necklace, the armor will naturally be equipped.
However, she interrupts him, adding a critical detail, equip it for the first time outside of the tower.
Just in case. Thank you.
I'll use it well, he states, accepting the gift despite the cryptic warning.
Suddenly, the scene shifts to a tranquil bamboo forest. A traditional building is nestled amongst the towering bamboo stalks.
A voice calls out, I greet my master, followed by someone exclaiming, Sung-yoon. A figure stands before a woman seated in the traditional building, addressing her as master. The woman's eyes open slightly, and she states, I thought you'd come to me first. A huff of displeasure escapes her lips. But to think you'd go to that woman first.
I'm disappointed.
Please don't be angry, the woman pleads. Please don't be angry, master, she says, but a humph escapes her, arms crossed in a clear pout.
Her thoughts race, instead. This master, instead of that woman.
He looks down, those bright blue eyes questioning as he asks if he would like permission to do one thing for her.
The master's request is unexpected, I want to do your hair.
Her cheeks flush a deep pink at his unexpected request. He recoils, clearly unnerved by the master's offer.
What, have you never heard the expression, get medicine from a pharmacist, and your hair done at a hairdresser? He admits, I feel uneasy.
He continues to refuse the master's offer, adding, plus you don't even have the tools.
Suddenly, a voice declares, the White Sword 7 techniques will be enough.
Her eyes narrowed, she warned, you'll get hurt if you move, so stay still.
An intense barrage descends upon him. His eyes widen in alarm as he cries out, W8. The barrage intensifies. The onslaught continues, relentless. Despite the relentless assault, he remains calm, uttering a single word, wow. The attacks continue to rain down, but a voice cuts through the chaos, you're quite talented, huh, master? A smirk plays on his lips. I like it. A smirk spreads across his face. I like it. That's a relief, she stammers, a nervous laugh escaping her lips. Sung Yoon is told, this is the item that will make it easy to wear the martial artist robes that I mentioned earlier. Put them on outside of the tower. A question mark hangs in the air between them. Then good luck, she says, waving goodbye. Suspicion clouds his thoughts. What's up with her? This feels fishy. Then, a system message appears, you have entered the 15th floor waiting room. Then, another system message appears, the system has started to finalize. Finally, a third message, command quest has opened. More system messages appear. From now on, the challenger can receive several quests from the administrators. Furthermore, the system clarifies, the quests that will replace personal trials will be based on the administrators. The system further clarifies that upon clearing a quest, rewards will be given by the administrator who issued it. However, the system clarifies a limitation, you can only obtain one quest per floor. The word quests hangs in the air, a promise and a challenge. I was wondering why the administrators were trying so hard to be nice to me, he muses, the realization dawning on him. The reason for their kindness becomes clear, it was so they could commission me for their quests. However, a thought bubble appears, revealing his true feelings, I have a lot to do right now. He reaches out to touch the glowing screen, thinking, so let's think about it slowly. He decides to examine his newly acquired myth, as a system message flashes, myth battle-tested warrior has activated. The system reveals the details of the indomitable effect, it's bound to divine management. More importantly, when activated, his body can act at full power regardless of its current state. The system then clarifies that the reverse effect is also bound to divine management. Furthermore, when activated, the more disadvantaged he is during a battle, the greater the buffs he will receive. He realizes that, during exorcism, the ability he received from Eradicator of Vampires was limited. He concludes that the battle-tested warrior ability, usable in any fight, is ultimately more practical. And now, the newly added ability to necromancy has finally reached A rank. The detailed effects reveal that the death god's qualities are enlightened. But what does this mean, he wonders, as the system announces, authority divine power activated. Yet, he realizes, there's no change even if I activate my divine power. Divine power, he questions, as the scene fades to white. His expression hardens, a flicker of determination in his bright blue eyes. The words echo in his mind, the god of death. I have no idea, he admits, his words hanging in the air. But time will solve it. A blade gleams, surrounded by ominous purple energy. Ominous purple energy swirls around the gleaming blade. The system displays the sword stats, Burrowing Heaven Sword, A+. Its cutting ability, charisma, attack speed, and magic management all receive a 10% boost. When magic power is injected, the sword gains the property of absolute destruction. The system further explains that when unification with the sword's concentration is exhibited, the exclusive effect Sword Sense will activate. When activated, it designates an exclusive effect of an item within the sword category and learns the skill's form, but can only be used twice and cannot absorb. Burrowing Heaven, the system announces, which seems to be highly compatible with Sword Chi. The system clarifies that Sword Sense is no longer limited to an item, but now aids in the user's overall development. These items are crazy OP, a thought bubble declares. The system then announces that, due to fighting a stronger challenger than originally intended, the rewards are adjusted. The system announces that, due to the victory, additional rewards are being reinforced. It seems the protagonist believes this is because he defeated Nam Gong Hyuk, who was far stronger than the trial's intended difficulty. The system then announces, you have reached the state of unification with the sword.
Immediately, the system announces the activation of Burrowing Heaven Sword's exclusive effect, Sword Sense.
The system then reveals a new ability. He can now absorb a sword category item's exclusive effect as a skill.
The system confirms selection complete, and that the skill Sword Sense, a plus, has been fully absorbed. However, the system also indicates that only 1/2 remaining Sword Sense uses are left. A close-up of his eye reveals a flicker of surprise as he exclaims, "Wow!" The shock intensifies as he realizes, this really works. A sinister grin spreads across his face, confirming his success. "I use Sword Sense to absorb Sword Sense," he declares, as a glowing connection links one sword to another. A question mark now hovers over the second sword, hinting at what's to come. Now able to learn 3 skills instead of 2, he laughs, clearly pleased with his progress. The system announces that the Burrowing Heaven Sword's exclusive effect, Sword Sense, has activated. It also reveals that he can now absorb a sword category item's exclusive effect as a skill. The system confirms that the Burrowing Heaven, a plus, skill has been fully absorbed. However, the remaining Sword Sense uses are now at 0/2. The system announces that the Burrowing Heaven Sword's Sword Sense effect has completely dissipated, its uses exhausted. A sinister grin spreads across his face. He grips the Burrowing Heaven Sword tightly, a dangerous new understanding dawning. Now that I've mastered Burrowing Heaven Sword's Burrowing Heaven as a skill, he thinks, I can use Burrowing Heaven even without the Burrowing Heaven Sword. Absorbing Namgon Hyuk's ghost has permanently increased his abilities. Strength and agility have both risen by 4 points. His stamina has risen by 6 points. Furthermore, his magic power has increased by 7, and his durability by 4. The skill absorption didn't activate, a voice wonders aloud. A shame. A system alert chimes. He extends a hand, aiming towards a holographic screen. The screen flickers to life, displaying a video call. "Gosh. You should at least contact me when you return to the tower." He sighs, a hint of weariness in his voice. "Even if you're not an ordinary guild member, we're still partners." He reflects on their conversation, realizing, "You're the person who was the most worried about me before you went to Japan." A thought then crosses his mind, I should text her next time. He reaches out, fingers outstretched, towards a glowing screen. His eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. "Huh," he utters, clearly taken aback by what he's seeing. The screen displays a message from Bei Ryunhwa, Sunjion SSI, "I'm not sure what the situation in the tower is, but I have some news. Another challenger from another world has appeared." The message continues, revealing the grim news, Bei Ryunhwa, 9th Flora challenger from Ares has just committed a large-scale massacre in London. London burns, engulfed in a fiery cataclysm. The message continues with a dire warning, you will not be able to prevent the gods from destroying your Earth. Another dimension invasion is underway. A bloodied face fills the frame, eyes wide with rage. The rage intensifies, contorting his bloodied face into a grotesque mask. A series of sharp, glowing strikes cut through the air. The strikes tear through the very fabric of space around London's iconic landmarks. The strikes land, a surge of energy engulfing a building. The energy explodes outward, the building's structure visibly cracking under the force. The building continues to crumble as the energy intensifies. The building continues to be assaulted by the intense energy, large chunks of debris now breaking off. The energy continues to assault the building, now visibly tearing through the structure. The armored beasts descend, their glowing blue energy crackling as they close in. The armored beast looms over him, its glowing energy nearly blinding. The man cries out as the armored beast closes in, its glowing energy searing. So this is the second invasion of the Earth dimension. The screen displays the aftermath, this is the London crisis that occurred yesterday. The screen details the start of the crisis, it began as an otherworld challenger summoned a mysterious black sphere in the London skies. The screen continues, revealing that after committing the first massacre, the monstrous organisms. The screen reveals that the otherworld challenger also hid inside the black sphere and has been there until today. The unidentified black sphere is rapidly growing. The situation grows dire, as a second massacre could occur at any moment. To prevent further cruel sacrifices, he urgently declares, "We desperately need the help of the Korean hunters." His hands grip the podium tightly as he awaits a response. His voice rising in frustration, he demands, "You blocked the discharge of hunters during the Japanese Shinjuku crisis, so what is the reason behind the Korean Hunter Association suddenly actively participating?" he finishes, the question hanging in the air. A pregnant pause fills the room before a voice finally answers, must be because they'll make money from it." The explanation continues, after the Shinjuku crisis, Korea's status rose, positively affecting the businesses the Korean Hunter Association deals with. The explanation continues, revealing that Korea's status rose after the Shinjuku crisis. This positively affected the businesses the Korean Hunter Association deals with.
Blade Master. Someone mutters. Another voice asks, "Isn't that the Shinjuku hero, Blade Master?"
The man leans against the wall, arms crossed, his gaze intense. His sword rests beside him. His hairstyle changed, but I'm sure of it, someone thinks, recognizing the man.
Hansunjiun SSI, someone calls out, finally identifying the man.
The woman looks up, a bead of sweat trickling down her face.
The title card flashes, Boundless Necromancer. The screen flashes, announcing Chapter 64. It's been a while.
A voice echoes, hinting at a return.
I apologize for being unable to contact you before entering the tower, a voice says.
He stands before a group of people, ready to face whatever lies ahead.
"It seems you're aware, so it's fine," she says, then adds a dismissive, "Humph.
Please properly treat me like a partner from now on," the voice demands.
"But your battle gear," a voice questions.
The partner responds cryptically, "It's inside."
The partner's cryptic answer hangs in the air, prompting a simple, yet pointed question, "Inside?"
An announcement rings out, "Okay, for those who are going to volunteer for the London crisis, please board this plane. We hope for many volunteers." The announcement echoes as a man in a suit urges the crowd forward, seemingly towards the plane destined for London. A voice calls out, urging action, "Let's get on the plane." The crowd moves forward, swords visible among them. He stops them, declaring, "No, there's no need for that this time."
Someone wonders why.
They walk forward, emerging from a doorway. He explains, "There's something I upgraded while climbing the tower." He walks forward, surrounded by a group of suited individuals.
He reveals, "I learned some space-related secondary magic. It was a bit of a pain in the ass to learn, but..."
The two men stand opposite each other, each holding a sword as a glowing magic circle appears between them.
He concludes, "Now I can teleport anywhere as long as I have the coordinates."
A sinister grin spreads across her face as she reveals, "I even received a permit to use it from the association." Teleportation, he questions, a hint of disbelief in his voice as he stares at her. Suddenly, a system message blares, "You have been designated as the target of secondary magic, teleport." The system message clarifies the situation, he will be teleported to designated coordinates by secondary magic.
A blinding white light engulfs everything.
The teleportation magic activates, and the designated coordinates materialize as glowing orbs. The teleportation coordinates fully materialize. A sense of urgency hangs in the air as they stare at the glowing orbs. The teleportation spell surges with power.
The teleportation spell takes hold.
A swarm of glowing, lizard-like creatures materialize within the orbs. "The magic organisms that appeared yesterday," the text exclaims, hinting at a connection between the teleportation and these creatures.
The announcement rings out, "The second raid is starting."
The second raid begins, and the protagonist takes point, his expression grim as he extends a hand. Two allies stand behind him, readying their own magic.
The order rings out, "Defend the magic tower." A monstrous, glowing blue maw snaps shut, energy crackling around its teeth.
The monstrous maw closes, energy still radiating from its massive teeth.
"Newbie, you just focus on the portal," the command rings out amidst the chaos. The warning rings out, "If an alien substance enters the portal, we don't know what might happen."
"Why yes sir," he responds, the urgency clear in his voice. Eyes wide with alarm, he grips the staff tightly. The glowing portal beneath him hums with unstable energy. The portal crackles with energy, the sight eliciting pure terror on his face. The portal explodes with raw power. Heek, he gasps, eyes wide with terror as something descends from above. A surge of energy emanates from the portal. The portal blazes with light, its intricate patterns glowing intensely. A monstrous figure bursts from the portal with a screech. Keek! An abrupt ACK cuts through the air. The screen fades to white. The world snaps back into focus, but a spectral, blue-tinged maw now looms before him. A silent question hangs in the air. Glowing blue characters materialize before them. What do they mean? An exclamation hangs in the air as he stares, wide-eyed, at the figures looming over him. A surge of power erupts. Before him stand two figures, each radiating immense power. The magic organisms, he questions, a hint of disbelief in his voice. A figure bows deeply, beads of sweat flying from his brow. I apologize. My barrier preparations were unsatisfactory, he stammers. It's okay. Luckily, nothing happened, a calm voice assures. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the calm. When did the new raid begin? Another voice quickly adds, we'll help as well. The group rushes forward, ready to assist with the new raid. A voice acknowledges the group's arrival, stating, thank you for volunteering at such a difficult time. It's hectic here, so please understand me skipping the pleasantries. The man orders them to leave, stating, leave this place to us, and please go to where everyone else is. Suddenly, a voice calls out, newbie. Guide them below. Responding immediately, the newbie directs them, yes sir. This way please. They descend the stone staircase, following the newbie into the depths. They follow the newbie across a high stone bridge, the city stretching out below. The newbie pushes open massive, ornate doors, revealing a dark and unknown space beyond. The doors slam shut with a resounding boom. Inside, a long table stretches toward a figure seated on a throne, flanked by guards. This time, there are many more hunter volunteers, a voice declares, the words hanging heavy in the air. A figure stands before the throne, his face obscured in shadow. But what's with this atmosphere, a voice wonders, the words echoing in the grand hall. The figure is revealed, seated upon the throne, flanked by two stoic individuals. The magic tower sure is haughty, a voice observes. A voice booms out, declaring, everyone outside is suffering. Despite the suffering outside, the higher-ups are indifferently just engaging in empty talk. It's the same everywhere. A skeptical HM rises from the group, cutting through the previous declaration. The one-eyed leader, seated upon his ornate throne, stares down with a piercing gaze. An exclamation of shock bursts forth, my goodness! Why you? The crowd gasps in astonishment at the figure now standing before them. A familiar face emerges, and he states, I never thought I'd meet you like this. The figure continues, stating with a hint of formality, it's an honor to see you again. The figure's words are followed by a formal address, Han Sunjia Nim. The woman beside him asks, do you know him? Her expression is one of curiosity and perhaps a hint of surprise. A thought bubble appears, revealing the protagonist's surprise. Ha! The old man mage that I saved during the 13th floor trial? So that huge black sphere. He thinks, realizing the connection. The protagonist now understands that massive black sphere is a high-ranking barrier, one that hasn't been destroyed despite the efforts of hundreds of mages pouring magic into it. The voice continues, posing a question, and when it was still small, you almost succeeded in destroying it? It then adds, also, the reason the first raid stopped was because of the shock at this time. The protagonist sits, listening intently as the robed figure beside him continues to speak, surrounded by a small group of attentive listeners. The protagonist listens intently, the voice continuing, then, after that, you couldn't even make a crack in it, is what you're saying? The robed figure confirms, correct. The voice expresses disbelief. To think the elder would give up the top seat to him. Just who is this man, no, person, for him to be acting like that, someone wonders aloud, clearly baffled by the elder's decision. I know that person, one of them says, recognizing the new leader. You know, that Korean challenger who took an active part in Japan.
Another wonders, have they met in a trial before?
Giving up the top seat for the safety of my country is nothing, he declares. If need be, I would even kneel. His gaze intense, the leader declares, you all must be unaware, but I am sure of just how strong this man is, he finishes, his piercing gaze fixed on something unseen. His piercing gaze remains fixed on the unseen figure, the students behind him watching with rapt attention.
He then poses a question to his students, from what you can see, can you think of a method?
A slight smile plays on his lips as he awaits their responses. A student's voice cuts through the silence, declaring, I'll destroy that black sphere.
He remains seated, a calm demeanor etched on his face. A sudden exclamation punctuates the air. An anxious voice breaks the silence. Will that be possible? A voice responds, hesitant. It's not something one can say so easily. The crowd shifts, an audible murmur rippling through the room as someone wonders aloud, is the elder being too quick? Dash?
The elder speaks, his expression unreadable.
But, I have a condition.
A stunned voice echoes the elder's words.
A condition?
The elder's condition is revealed, if you give the entirety of the rewards of everyone gathered here to me, I'll destroy it for you.
His piercing gaze intensifies, a silent challenge hanging in the air. Outrage flares as one of them demands, just who do you think we are?
His eyes widen in disbelief at the elder's audacious request.
What kind of nonsense? Their anger escalates, the group surging forward, ready to confront the elder. A voice cracks, overwhelmed by the elder's power. That's two.
The elder, unfazed, declares, I'd need to discuss with the people in charge.
His words hint at a higher authority.
The elder continues, I can wait, but with the current state of things while you're meeting with them, London may cease to exist.
London lies in ruins.
Jagged debris hangs suspended in the air, as if defying gravity itself. He hardens his resolve. In the worst-case scenario, I'll move even without rewards, but I should still take what I can get. He pauses before a large window, a dark, swirling mass visible outside.
A voice echoes in the room, its source unseen.
His teeth grit, resolve hardening.
Okay. I'll make it happen, no matter how.
So, a new challenge dawns.
Please destroy the damned sphere, the elder shouts, pointing towards the looming threat.
A voice objects, countering the elder's urgent plea, this isn't something you can decide on so easily.
Suddenly, a system notification appears, commission received.
A sinister smile spreads across his face as he clutches a glowing pendant.
His lips curl into a more pronounced, sinister grin. The pendant pulses with energy, a surge of power emanating from it.
The air crackles with energy as the man prepares to unleash his power.
He draws his blade, a surge of power emanating from the weapon.
The blade flashes, cutting through the air with immense power. He slashes outward, the force of the blow shattering the air around him. The force of his attack rips through the very air, sending a shockwave outwards.
Sunjiuna Sasai.
A voice calls out, amidst a crowd of onlookers. Dust swirls as the girl clutches at her chest, a look of concern etched on her face. A sinister smirk plays on his lips. The ornate shoulder of his armor comes into view. He leaps from the building's edge, a promise echoing in the night, I'll be back soon. The cityscape rushes up to meet him. The ground rushes toward him, an inevitable impact looming. Boots of the wind spirit have activated, triggering the exclusive effect path of wind. Wind trails behind him as he soars forward, defying gravity. The wind intensifies, propelling him forward at an incredible speed. He hurtles onward, leaving a trail of light in his wake. He continues his rapid descent, a bright whoosh echoing around him. The descent continues with a resounding ah.
Heek, someone shouts, spotting him.
He's almost there already, another adds, stunned.
The crowd wonders aloud if that speed is even humanly possible.
With a resounding thud, he lands on the platform. Catching his breath, he surveys the massive platform.
It sure is annoyingly big.
Above the city, an ominous energy swirls. The ominous energy crackles above him. Okay, then, he says, his stance shifting as if preparing for a major attack.
A blinding light erupts. The system announces the acquisition of a new skill, Burrowing Heavens, A+. Its proficiency is currently at 0%.
The system details the new skill, Burrowing Heavens, A+, explaining its ability to infuse absolute destruction and even destroy magic power itself.
Then, a voice cuts through the explanation, shall we look for the rat?
Raising his hands, he channels the newly acquired skill. Red and blue energy converge above him, crackling with immense power.
Darkness descends, obscuring everything.
The darkness intensifies, and a system message appears, skill Burrowing Heavens activated. As the skill activates, a new system message appears, limitations to what can be destroyed have disappeared. His face contorted in rage, the power of the skill surging through him.
The unleashed power surges outward, a blinding torrent of destructive energy.
Okay, then the words hang in the air, a declaration of intent.
The system displays the details of the new skill, Burrowing Heavens, ranked A+.
Its basic effect allows the infusion of absolute destruction into the body or weapon through magic power. Furthermore, it can destroy magic power itself, consuming more the harder it is to destroy.
The question echoes in the darkness, shall we look for the rat?
Raising his hands, he channels the Burrowing Heavens skill.
Red and blue energy crackles between his palms.
The ground shatters as the Burrowing Heavens skill activates. The system confirms, skill Burrowing Heavens activated.
The system then announces, limitations to what can be destroyed have disappeared. The system finishes.
A guttural cry escapes him.
A flash of light erupts.
Blasts of energy tear through the darkness.
The energy intensifies, radiating outward.
The blasts intensify, arcane symbols swirling around the central figure. The arcane energy surges, obliterating everything in its path. A voice booms, declaring the sword's power, able to destroy magic power itself. The sword glows intensely, ready to unleash its power. This is a great skill, a voice declares, the words resonating with the sword's power.
The light intensifies, focusing on the swordsman's face.
Grasping the hilt, he channels the skill's energy.
A surge of power emanates from the blade.
The blade crackles with violet energy. Violet energy explodes outward, engulfing the hero in a blinding light. The violet energy intensifies, a blinding flash momentarily obscuring everything. The blinding light continues. The violet light continues to crackle with immense power.
The violet light intensifies, bathing the city in its eerie glow.
The violet light shatters, leaving only darkness in its wake. Darkness descends as the violet light vanishes, leaving only fractured remnants of its power. The darkness deepens, punctuated by lingering sparks where the light once blazed. He descends, his sword glinting in the fading light.
The title, Boundless Necromancer, appears against the backdrop of fading light and lingering darkness. He has entered the magic domain, nothingness.
A beam of light envelopes him in the domain of nothingness. Still descending within the beam of light, the words magic domain appear before him. It is revealed that the inside of the barrier is treated as a different dimension altogether. His eyes widen, a subtle shock registering on his face as he looks down.
The system announces, skill Spiritual Eyes activated.
The world fades to black.
The darkness recedes, revealing a horrifying sight. Monstrous, fanged creatures surround him. The system warns, beings other than the domain owner will see terrifying visions, which cannot.
The system continues its ominous warnings. Beings other than the domain owner will lose their sense of direction, and all skills related to their senses will be sealed. Furthermore, they will receive a penalty where all abilities decrease by 18.
He's surrounded.
The hero grits his teeth, facing the terrifying visions closing in.
The hero is struck.
An unseen force slams into him, the impact radiating outwards.
Gasping, the hero reels from the blow.
The force is revealed, a vision powerful enough to exert physical force.
The hero is sent crashing downwards by the unseen force. Plummeting downwards, the hero is surrounded by streaks of light. As he plummets, a system message appears, Authority Serene Mind activated. The effects of the magic domain nothingness have been disabled due to the authority.
More system messages appear as he falls. Due to the skill mana resistance, his sense of direction has been recovered, and a portion of his sealed skills have been released. Furthermore, the penalty of all abilities being decreased by 18 has been lifted, thanks to the skill Forceful Breakthrough. A monstrous visage fills his vision, glowing green eyes piercing through the light. A blinding light obscures the monstrous figure, but the glowing green eyes remain, burning into him.
The monster lunges, its fangs bared in a terrifying snarl. He meets the monster's attack head-on, swords raised to strike.
Swords drawn, he prepares to unleash a devastating strike. He realizes the clothes given to him by the White Crane Swordmaster can be recovered through magic power.
Pretty useful, he thinks.
With a confident smirk, he readies himself, magical energy crackling around his form. Surprising, a voice comments, the tone suggesting he's discovered something unexpected. Focus shifts to his opponent, a wizard in a purple robe, who seems taken aback.
The wizard's robes are shown in a close-up, revealing intricate patterns. To think there was a user talented.
A voice trails off, disbelief evident.
The voice expresses disbelief, to break through the magic domain in a minor dimension like this.
His gaze sharpens, a calculating look in his eyes.
A blur of motion, the swordsman slashes forward, energy arcing from his blade.
However, this too is a situation that I had foreseen, he declares, his expression unwavering.
An exclamation hangs in the air as the swordsman's attack continues.
The swordsman's attack blurs with speed.
The swordsman's speed intensifies as the system announces, Myth Battle-Tested Warrior activated.
The system then announces, the effect of Indomitable will apply to your use of Divinity, followed by, the effect of Reverse will apply to your use of Divinity.
A surge of power emanates from the swordsman, the air crackling with energy. Divinity, one of the cloaked figures exclaims, while another questions, is he a god? The swordsman's face contorts in rage as he shouts, there should be no gods within a mere minor dimension. Crimson energy crackles around the swordsman's hands, a surge of power building.
His fist, crackling with crimson energy, descends with devastating force.
A guttural cry escapes his opponent.
"I invisible," he shouts, as multiple figures in wide-brimmed hats appear around him.
The crimson energy explodes outward, a shockwave rippling through the air.
The energy surges from his hands, accompanied by a guttural shout. Crimson energy explodes outward, tearing through the ranks of enemies. The crimson energy continues to obliterate everything in its path.
The enemies are completely engulfed by the crimson energy. The mage declares, even if you're a god's disciple, since you've entered a mage's domain yourself. He narrows his eyes, realizing that one's fake too. The real one's hiding somewhere. A chilling proclamation echoes through the domain, you cannot escape death. With open arms, he declares, you cannot escape death.
A swarm of winged creatures surrounds him, their forms both grotesque and ethereal. The Demon King's power manifests as he unleashes the self-destructing Spirit's March. The winged spirits surge forward, their grotesque forms filling the space.
Skill Counter Shield activated, announces the system interface. A counterattack is launched. With the skill activated, he swings the bat.
The impact reverberates through the air. He spins, the bat a blur of motion as he deflects multiple attacks.
The bat connects with a resounding thwack, sending a shockwave through the air.
His eyes narrow, focused on the ongoing fight. Is he thinking of dragging this out into a prolonged battle? A voice wonders, the question hanging heavy in the air. He raises his glowing red sword high, the blade radiating intense power. Although the space of this sphere is quite big, it's still limited.
This method is a bit brutish, a voice declares, revealing the speaker's plan.
His plan revealed, he declares, but I'll sweep up the entire contents of this sphere. Eyes narrowed with determination, he unleashes a blinding beam of energy. As the beam erupts, the system announces the activation of multiple skills. Counter Shield will release all absorbed damage at once. The True Heavenly Blood Demonic Sword's engraved skill, Strengthening Apprehensions, has also activated, along with the Demon Sword's exclusive effect, Dual Consecutive Hits. The beam intensifies, obliterating everything in its path.
A pained cry echoes as the beam strikes. The beam explodes outward with devastating force. A blinding flash consumes everything. Everything fades to white. The world distorts, a low rumble echoing in the aftermath. The scene resolves, revealing a snow-covered townscape. A shockwave rips through the air. Dust swirls as a figure in black stands silhouetted against the smoky sky. K-Kiok. A voice gasps. K-Kiok. He chokes out, blood dripping from his hand. Gasping for breath, he struggles to comprehend the situation. How is there a monster like you in this minor dimension? Suddenly, a commanding voice echoes, ordering, destroy the black sphere immediately. Release the nothingness space. But what is the black sphere? The wizard, visibly enraged, curses, be bullshit. Do you know how much I consumed to make this space? Suddenly, a system notification appears, skill Truthseeker of Blood activated. Suddenly, another system notification flashes, skill Amplified Pain activated. The wizard's face contorts in agony. The system announces, your target will now experience 2 times the amount of pain. Cock. The amplified pain rips through him. The doubled pain sends him sprawling. Even as he's down, the man demands, release it. He curses, rage boiling, and shouts, do you know who I am? Towering over his opponent, the man's piercing gaze conveys his utter disdain. His anger flares as he shouts, how dare you do this to me, the one who will become the future empire's great mage. He reaches out, a dark energy emanating from his hand as he attempts to strike his opponent. A sickening crack echoes as his attack connects. From the shadows, a voice commands, release it. Reeling from the blow, he manages a desperate W8. Bloodied and strained, he grits out, damn it. I can't release it. I can't. It's not something I can release. Really, he exclaims, desperation lacing his voice. It's not something I can release. Really, he cries out, but then a system message flashes, skill Flame Dragon Eye senses the target is not lying. Despite his protestations, the skill reveals the truth, he's not lying. A demand echoes, commanding him to explain his dimension of origin, his name, and his purpose on Earth. Desperate, he stammers, see can I make you an offer before that? But his plea is cut short. Shut up and answer my question, the demand thunders. It'll definitely be of help to you. He adds, trying to bargain. Under the foot of his captor, Sandal blurts out, I am from Ares, and my name is Sandal. The reason I came to this minor dimension, Earth, was to gain faith. Sandal's shocking revelation hangs in the air. The captor's expression hardens, his blue eyes narrowing as he stares down at Sandal. What do you mean by that? The captor demands, his face contorted in disbelief. Sandal, bloodied and battered, can only manage a weak, questioning response. Did you come to me not even know? The captor begins, before silencing Sandal with a swift kick. I told you not to say anything useless, he snarls. The force of the kick sends Sandal reeling. WW8. I'll tell you. Remove your foot, he pleads, desperate to avoid further pain. Despite the pain, Sandal starts to reveal what he knows, within hidden ancient remains. I read ancient literature that says that. Gasping in pain, Sandal reveals the ancient literature's secret, outstanding mages or knights can break through the wall of ability building through faith. The ancient literature continues, revealing a key component, divine power accumulates within the heart circle through the faith you receive from people. Through that, you can reach the stage of the 6th circle, the ancient text continues. The great mage's stage. A thought bubbles to the surface, if you want to earn faith, don't you need to save people? Panting heavily, the figure stands over the fallen mage. Fear towards an absolute being is also a type of faith. I judged that it would be faster to plant fear in the people's hearts through genocide. A question hangs in the air, why did you choose Earth? The reason for choosing Earth remains unanswered as a message appears, divine power with traces of other gods cannot help you raise your class as mage, according to the ancient literature. The reason he chose Earth is revealed, so I came to a minor dimension where I judged there would be no god. The question hangs heavy in the air, so, to summarize, you committed mass genocide to develop your abilities? His only response is a nonchalant, something like that. The hero explodes in rage, unleashing a furious condemnation, "You crazy bastard." Amidst the chaos, a desperate plea cuts through the air, "Please stop." Despite the chaos and pleas, a chilling voice cuts through the noise, declaring, "Next question." The chilling voice reveals knowledge of powerful entities. "I know of the god of verification and the god of battle." The injured man, gasping for breath, admits, I didn't even know such gods existed, but..." His eyes glow with an intense, otherworldly blue. But the skill flame dragon eye reveals the truth: the target is lying. "I was acting just in case, but he knows." The admission hangs heavy in the air. The realization hits hard: Sandal definitely knows about the two gods. Sandal, looming over his defeated opponent, states, "The more important the info, the less inclined you are to speak." The system announces, "Skilled torture technique activated," followed by another notification, "You can now use a more natural torture method." The system then declares, "It is easier to instill fear and all forms of torture will rise in effectiveness by 10%. The enhanced torture technique lands with brutal force. He taunts, "Let's see how long you can last." His eyes glow with sinister intent, a cruel smile playing on his lips as the torture intensifies. The landscape shatters under an unseen force. A horrifying scream echoes as the unseen force intensifies its assault. A desperate plea echoes, "Kill me. Stop healing me." He gasps, the healing magic continuing against his will. "In the end, you said everything, so why bother putting me through all this trouble?" The information gathered proves invaluable. "Thanks to Sandal, I gathered a lot of info," a voiceover states, revealing the topics: divinity, magic, the god of verification, and the god of battle. The voiceover continues, revealing that the protagonist also gathered some miscellaneous info on the Ares dimension. The scene shifts to a grand castle, its spires piercing the sky. A disembodied voice echoes, questioning, "Has it been around 7 hours since I've entered the sphere?" The protagonist stands victorious over his defeated opponent. "The long torture session has cut away at my focus." Still. His gaze sharpens, a newfound understanding dawning in his eyes. "I understand what divinity is now." A surge of power emanates from him, but a stark realization dawns. First, simply possessing divinity does not mean that you can become a god. Also, it's revealed that the central dantian in martial arts is called the heart circle in Ares. Moreover, opening this magic organ allows one to start accumulating divinity. Divine power, a purer energy than anything else, easily reacts to all will. It is the purest form of magic power. Additionally, it's revealed that divine power is easily influenced by one's will. If you accumulate divinity, you can rapidly jump stages, a voice declares. Divine power, reacting sensitively to all will, can help one reach a higher level than the abilities of a mage. "The problem is that I don't know how to use it properly." He thinks, frustration evident. Sword chi doesn't work. Guidance appears. There are 2 methods for gathering divine power in your heart. The guidance continues, revealing the first method. The first is to break down your magic power bit by bit, which is incredibly hard. The guidance continues, now revealing the method to gather divine power. The method to gather divine power, the guidance reveals, is faith. Whether through worship or fear, a strong belief allows one to accumulate divine power within their heart. This information, Sandal learned from the ancient ruins. Before a crowd of hooded figures, a towering, crimson crystal glows with ancient runes. Struck, he cries out, There was an oracle." He blurts out, "The oracle said I can never reveal this." He continues, revealing more about the oracle. "A priest who serves the god of battle found me and told me that oracle, really." He reveals the oracle's influence. "It was through that oracle that I found the ancient literature about divinity." The words, "the god of battle," boom out. The words, "the god of battle," resonate as he realizes, "I thought there might be a chance, but to think he'd be so personally tied to this." A stark warning flashes across the screen: "Do not trust the other gods." The warning rings true: they will now consider you their enemy.
It seems the god of verification's words were right all along.
The hero questions, I don't know why a god that I once saw through a message has considered me their enemy.
But the hostility the god of battle holds towards him.
The god of battle's hostility, however, is definitely having an influence on Earth as well. A burst of energy erupts.
The world burns as a dire warning flashes. If this continues, in the end,
the world is consumed by flames. The god of battle is now completely my enemy, he declares, his singular blue eye gleaming with resolve.
The air crackles with energy, a visible manifestation of his resolve. The air shimmers as a system notification appears. You have absorbed the spirit of Challenger Sandal. His proficiency has risen by 4.4%. Another system notification appears. The true heavenly blood demonic sword's exclusive effect, blood consumption, has activated. The system announces that by absorbing Challenger Sandal's blood, the item's rank has grown. The system then announces that the item's rank has grown to A rank, reaching its growth level and evolving from A to a rank. Absorbing Challenger Sandal's blood, the system announces that the engraved skill Soul Ego Infuse, B+, has been engraved into blood consumption's exclusive slot. Grasping the hilt of his crimson-stained blade, he declares, if I want to fight with a god, no if I want to even be able to struggle against one.
I need to become something greater.
The crimson blade pulses with power, bathing the ground in an ominous red glow.
A grand chandelier illuminates the opulent hall.
He relaxes on the sofa, a small cup in his hand. A plush companion sits beside him. Breaking the silence, he declares, I've rested for 2 days.
It's time for the precious.
He continues, anticipating the precious message to pop up. Anticipating the message, he sees a subspace pouch appear. Earnestly, a voice warns, the subspace pouch is precious, so treat it carefully. He begins to list some of the rewards he earned from the raid. From the subspace pouch he received, a potion materializes, described as a potion that increases skill proficiency. A book also appears. He received an incredible amount of items, including potions that enhance physical abilities and a random skill book.
Although they're mostly not enough for me now. He thinks, a hint of disappointment in his voice. But it's definitely not a loss on Britain's side.
The view from the window reveals a devastated landscape.
If anything, they gain something.
The man sits on the couch, gazing out at the London skyline through shattered windows. The city's iconic clock tower looms in the distance, a stark reminder of what was lost.
Since once they investigate that, it'll become a huge asset to Britain, a voice declares. Then, a more selfish thought surfaces, should I have asked for ownership? A vast structure of metal scaffolding rises into the darkness, dwarfing the figures that stand upon it. The colossal scaffolding stretches high into the inky blackness, the figures standing on it appearing minuscule by comparison. A sudden impact shakes the air as the camera focuses on a tablet displaying Hunter Han Sung-yoon. He studies the tablet, alone, escaping his lips as he takes in the information about Hunter Han Sung-yoon. The tablet reveals Han Sung-yoon is an A-rank hunter.
Sitting back in his chair, he reflects, becoming an A-rank hunter was just something I dreamed of in the past.
His reverie is broken by a sudden thought, but why not S-rank?
He directs his frustration at the Hunter Association, calling them narrow-minded. He slams his foot down in frustration. The British Hunter Association requested a press conference after the raid. They asked if he had plans on naturalizing to Britain. The British Hunter Association held a press conference after the raid. They inquired about his plans to naturalize to Britain and offered several annoying things.
He opens a briefcase overflowing with cash. Moreover, he states that Korea offered him tax cuts and employment benefits.
He reflects on the offers, stating, but now, I don't think of Earth's money or honor as things that are that important. His gaze hardens as he declares, no matter how much I earn, those kinds of stuff will become completely useless if Earth vanishes. His resolve solidifying, he realizes, what I should really aim for is
development.
And, as if suspended in space above the Earth, he sits on a couch, contemplating his next move. His eyes glowing with newfound determination, he declares, even if a god were to come, the absolute power.
I will find the power to stop them. Divine power is the purest disassembled form of magic power. The voice intones, revealing a new layer of understanding.
A surge of power emanates from him.
Seated in meditation, a blinding light erupts from his chest.
Tendrils of power crackle around him. The power intensifies, swirling around him in a vortex of crimson energy. The crimson energy intensifies, the blinding light threatening to consume everything. The light coalesces in his hands, and he mutters, as expected. The crimson energy remains concentrated in his hands as he states, "It's the same no matter how many times I do it." He continues, "Although it's possible to refine my magic power to an extent." He realizes, it's impossible to refine it until it becomes divine power.
The process is proving difficult. This is hard.
He reflects, if it weren't for the authority hero's blessing, I wouldn't have even been able to get the feel of it like right now. But he then realizes, luckily, I already have divine power, so there's no need to be greatly disappointed, But then, a realization dawns on him. I already have divine power, so there's no need to be greatly disappointed, but he realizes, although I slightly did it in the nothingness domain. He realizes that no matter how many apprehensions he poured into the divine power, he couldn't generate sword chi or magic. A long silence hangs in the air as he contemplates this revelation. The scene shifts to a grand cathedral, the sunlight streaming through stained glass windows.
Faith? Belief? The questions hang in the air, unanswered. The questions continue, does it move through will with that alone? Was the faith that was built up help generate the foundations of battle-tested warrior and eradicator of vampires help power it?
A voice then states, as expected. A grim expression settles on his face as he realizes, I won't be able to use divine power properly right now. He clutches at his chest, a sharp intake of breath preceding the realization, I won't be able to use divine power properly right now. The system announces, time complete, followed by a prompt, return to the Tower of Trials.
Well, he mutters, a flicker of determination in his glowing eyes.
He vows, I'll find out after climbing the tower.
Boundless Necromancer, Episode 66.
He has entered the 15th floor of the Tower of Trials.
The difficulty? Hard. And the theme of this trial is battle.
A message appears, stating, we hope for a satisfying result after your asceticism. The trial begins, revealing a hulking warrior ready for battle. The warrior is not alone, a horde of undead surrounds him, their eyes fixed on the fallen protagonist. A monstrous roar erupts, the warrior's fanged mouth wide as he bellows, kill all of those evil sect bastards who reject our god of darkness.
I feel annoyed. One of the mercenaries mutters.
Even after years of experience as mercenaries, I'll never get used to this sight.
Another mercenary retorts, y'all look more like the evil sect. He then wonders aloud, why did Lady Raynell take on a commission like this? A swift blow lands, the sound echoing as the mercenary is struck. The mercenary is sent reeling from the force of the blow.
You dumb brat, he roars, fury contorting his face.
He looms over his opponent, the mercenary's fury palpable. You dumb brat, he bellows.
Get up, he commands, his voice booming with authority. The mercenary's grip tightens, but a confused "huh" escapes the protagonist's lips as he remains on the ground. It's already been a long time since the battle announcement was made, and you're still sleeping, the voice booms, clearly frustrated by the protagonist's continued inaction. The mercenary points down at the protagonist, exclaiming, what's this, right from the start?
Is he an orc or a human? The mercenary's scrutiny intensifies.
What's with your unique clothes, he demands, his suspicion growing.
The mercenary's suspicion deepens as he demands, the holy war's gonna start soon. Where are your weapons? The mercenary's words hang in the air.
Holy war, he repeats, a question forming in his mind.
The mercenary's words trigger a realization. Are they in the middle of a religious war, he wonders? A wave of force explodes outward.
The tents in the camp ripple from the force. The system announces, the 15th floor trial has begun. The system lays out the stakes, he must bring the holy war to a successful conclusion within 17 days, or face death. Should he succeed, a protection bracelet of a nameless god, S+, awaits. Trial fail penalty death flashes ominously as hooded figures swarm him, weapons raised. The hooded figures close in, their blades a deadly threat. They scream as they attack, their faces contorted with rage. Amidst the chaos, a thought surfaces: there seem to be several thousand enemies, he realizes, his piercing gaze unwavering. Soldiers, he concludes, the weight of the situation settling upon him. If we win this holy war, you will all receive honor, one soldier shouts, while another roars, support Lady Raynell at all costs. Raynell leaps into the fray, a small sword raised high as she charges into the thick of the battle. Raynell, a voice calls out, questioning her presence on the battlefield. A broad grin spreads across the man's face as he announces, "Yeah. The commander of our mercenaries, Lady Raynell." The man's declaration hangs in the air: Raynell is an aura user. The man's grin widens, revealing teeth that look almost predatory. A shout rings out: the evil sect bastards have come. A battering ram slams against the gate as a horned warrior atop the wall shouts, "Prepare for battle." The defenders stand ready, a wall of muscle and determination bracing for the impending assault. A voice booms out, declaring, "It's judgment time for those religious fanatics who worship the god of battle." His eyes glow with an eerie light as he prepares to face the coming battle. An exclamation mark appears, signaling an imminent threat. Okay, so in this situation, a voice begins to strategize. Arrows fly, piercing the wooden barriers. Below, cloaked figures watch. The voice continues, identifying the attackers: "I'm a part of the mercenaries hired by some annoying bastards who serve the god of darkness." The words "god of darkness" fill the panel. Countering the previous claim, the voice declares, "And I'm currently fighting on the side of the god of battle." A menacing force advances, their eyes glowing ominously beneath their hoods. The air crackles with energy as a surge of power emanates. A sinister grin spreads across his face, eyes gleaming with renewed purpose. "I'm suddenly brimming with drive," he declares. A new system message appears: "Special assignment Path of Conductor has begun." The system outlines the assignment. First, he must earn the mercenaries' respect by proving himself as their leader. Completion of this special assignment will yield additional rewards. Raynell harbored a deep longing for the sword. As commander of a mid-ranking mercenary corps, her ambition was clear. Raynell, who didn't come from any noble background, raises her sword high. She believed she only had the battlefield as a place for growth. Having survived countless battles, Raynell reached a level only official knights could attain, the stage of aura user. However, the sword in her hand glows with a radiant light. However, as someone who didn't learn aura officially, Raynell had limited options. Thus, she had no choice but to continuously visit battlefields and pursue enlightenment with her life on the line. Raynell's sword flashes as she continues to fight, driven by necessity. Raynell's foot descends, about to crush the horse beneath her. A blinding strike cuts through the chaos. A spear pierces through, deflecting Raynell's impending strike. The clash of steel echoes as another spear deflects an attack, the battle intensifying. "No matter how much I cut, there's no end to them," he thinks, the relentless onslaught continuing. The scale of the enemy force becomes clear. "I estimate the number of enemies to be around several thousand." The situation worsens as the scope of the battle becomes clearer. "As for our allies, although we do have those annoying corpses that the Dark Priest summoned, we only have 700. The situation is far from ideal. This isn't exactly what the priests of darkness said. This might get dangerous if things go south." He charges forward, sword gleaming, as the battle intensifies. "Support Lady Raynell," they cry out, before a sudden, jarring weight cuts through the battle cries. A deafening impact shakes the very foundations. Raynell is sent flying backwards, a stunned, escaping her lips. The force of the blow sends her hurtling through the air. The monstrous figure looms, its red eyes burning with menacing intensity. The horde advances, a relentless wave of bodies surging forward. "Siege golems," a voice shouts as the massive figures approach. An eek echoes from below. The siege golems charge forward, weapons raised. "Vice Commander," someone shouts.
The man shouts, Lady Raynell has been isolated. The vice commander's face twists in disbelief. What?
The vice commander curses, realizing the gravity of the situation.
Damn it.
The vice commander roars, his face contorted in fury. TCH, she clicks her tongue, as a swarm of enemies descends upon her.
The vice commander is surrounded, a sea of enemies closing in.
Weakened, she thinks, I can barely even lift my arms now. An enemy leaps towards her, sword raised high.
More enemies surround her, closing in for the kill.
A red-cloaked figure appears, a sinister smile beneath glowing red eyes.
A blinding red light flashes as the enemy attacks.
So this is how I die, in vain. She thinks, gripping her sword tightly.
I never even got to reach. Her thoughts drift to what could have been. I never even got to reach the peak. What an idiot. If I knew this would happen.
She thinks, tears welling in her eyes. Regret washes over her. I never would have participated in this holy war. A wave of bodies rains down around a glowing barrier. He stands ready, a glowing barrier erected between him and his opponent. The hero looks up, the barrier still holding strong. Tears well in her eyes as she braces for the incoming attack. Gripping his sword tightly, he declares, I'll block them for a while. He urges, it would be best to retreat while I'm blocking them. A disembodied voice wonders, how is he able to speak so calmly in a battlefield of madness? Tears stream down her face as she wonders, am I dreaming right now? A blinding flash erupts as debris explodes outward. The force of the blast sends her flying amidst a hail of debris. Her eyes widen, a single tear tracing a path down her cheek. Or a flame, she gasps. Everyone, be careful, he shouts, as blue energy slashes through the air above.
The warning rings out, this bastard is dangerous.
Red energy explodes outward, filling the space with deadly force.
He leaps into the fray, his blade crackling with blue energy. The attack cuts through the air, aimed directly at the encroaching figures.
Power, flexibility, and sensitivity all in one, a voice declares.
It's as if I'm staring at art.
The speaker's gaze lingers on the armored figure before them.
A hushed "be beautiful"
escapes his lips.
The warrior coughs, blood splattering as he falls.
Who's this bastard, he gasps, questioning his sudden defeat. Everyone, be careful, one of the hooded figures shouts, fear etched on his face.
Another warns, this bastard is dangerous. A blinding clash of blades erupts, red energy meeting blue in a fierce exchange.
The hooded figures are immediately assaulted by a flurry of blue energy blades. Power, flexibility, and sensitivity all in one, he muses.
It's as if I'm staring at art.
The figure stands tall, clad in shining armor. Be beautiful. He stammers, seemingly lost for words. Her eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down her flushed cheek. The screen fades to white, displaying the title card for Chapter 67. A surge of dark energy erupts, accompanied by a guttural cry. The dark energy intensifies, swirling with crimson light. The crimson energy coalesces as a voice declares, free fights are my specialty. With a determined gaze, he grips his sword. Crimson energy crackles around him, a visual testament to his power. He declares his power, stating, I can endlessly refill my stamina and magic power with spirit absorption and blood absorption while I fight. He then admits, since my necromancy proficiency rises by 0.00001% per person, it's not that fun, but... He continues, his words trailing off as the scene erupts into a flurry of motion and strikes.
System notifications chime as he absorbs skill after skill. You have absorbed OO's skill, each message declares. Absorbed OOs. Flashes above as a system message clarifies the mechanics. It's quite beneficial when it comes to skill absorption, which is based on probability.
A surge of power emanates from him, the energy crackling intensely. The ground trembles from the force of his unleashed power. The unleashed power explodes outward, leveling the already devastated landscape. The air explodes with a resounding KAARACK as the energy surges forward. Even the caster seems overwhelmed by the force he unleashed, shouting, "Our retreat for a bit." A warning echoes, "Don't face that crazy monster head on by yourself." The caster, eyes wide with a manic intensity, commands, "Put the siege golems up front."
The siege golem lumbers forward, its red eyes burning with malevolent intent.
The golem's advance shatters the ground, debris flying as it closes in.
A monstrous roar rips through the air as the golem continues its relentless assault. The golem descends, a colossal shadow blotting out the sky. He prepares to strike, announcing, "White Sword 7 techniques." His eyes lock onto the golem as he unleashes the technique.
White sword piercing sky, he declares as the blinding light of his technique erupts forth. The golem crumbles under the force of the white sword piercing sky. He descends, landing amidst the shattered remains of the golem. A collective gasp rises from the onlookers. "He destroyed that huge golem in one go," another exclaims, while a third wonders, "Is he really a human?" Again, booms a voice, as the crowd behind the armored figure looks on. "That's the skill he used when he saved me earlier," someone observes, finally understanding the hero's power. The woman's eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down her face as she watches the unfolding battle. The armored figure looms, his fist clenched tightly around his sword's hilt.
"I didn't see it wrong."
An ominous feeling washes over the battlefield.
It seems like he's dragging in and distorting space itself.
A close-up reveals the character's widening eye, reflecting a miniature figure wielding a sword.
It seems like he's dragging in and distorting space itself.
His eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his face.
That's not even in the territory of sword techniques anymore. Rocks are torn from the earth, suspended in midair.
A group of hooded figures watches as the earth around them is ripped apart. The man lies on the ground, eyes wide with disbelief.
He defeated the siege golem that was summoned using the essence of magic in one blow.
"No way," one of the hooded figures exclaims, his eyes wide with shock.
I've never even heard of this."
The hooded figures stand their ground, weapons raised, an exclamation mark hovering above them.
That person," one of the hooded figures stammers, seemingly recognizing someone in the approaching group.
A stern voice booms out, silencing their shock, "Don't make such a fuss." The figure, clad in heavy armor and a crimson robe, declares with authority, "There is only one enemy." "Battle Priest Mobir," the figure shouts, his face twisted in a maniacal grin. The Battle Priest Mobir commands, "Prepare the secret weapon of the Battle Ghost Cult, Group Debuff."
The cultists chant as a voice booms, declaring, "A force that can temporarily bind even a dragon once the magic is complete." The cultists continue their chant as the magic intensifies.
A voice declares that victory is near if they just capture that bastard. The pink magic surges, crackling with energy as the cultists press on. The hero dodges the incoming magical attacks, his blade a blur of blue energy as he cuts down the cultists. The pink magic intensifies, filling the space as the cultists unleash their power.
He lunges forward, a burst of blue energy emanating from his blade.
"Humph," he scoffs, the blue energy of his attack clashing against the cultists' power. The cultists fall before him, a wave of blue energy cutting through their ranks.
The cultists' shock is palpable.
Their faces contorted in horror, the cultists can only scream in disbelief. "How did he fend off our group magic so easily?" one cultist wonders aloud, the question hanging heavy in the air.
His eyes wide with fear, the cult leader shouts, "Is there a priest here?" He moves in a blur, closing the distance in an instant.
"Kiak," the cult leader chokes out, as he's suddenly seized from behind.
I didn't even see him."
The cult leader thinks, his shock palpable.
"Kiak."
The sound reverberates, a chilling echo of the cult leader's pain. The hero's blade descends, a crimson flash against the red-tinged backdrop.
SFX, swish. The blade cuts through the air, leaving a trail of crimson in its wake.
The crimson blade continues its descent. The blade connects with a resounding cock. "Okay," he cries out, eyes wide with disbelief.
What the?
"What are you all getting hit by?" someone shouts, clearly confused by the unseen attack. A surge of crimson energy erupts around the figure, who declares, "Openly using blood manipulation will cause some annoying things to happen." He continues, revealing his plan, so I came up with this idea.
The idea?
Using tiny blood beads as claymore mines. A confident smirk plays on his lips as the blood beads detonate in a blinding flash. The claymore mines explode, sending the opponent flying back with a pained scream.
The message rings out, Father Mobir has died.
Panic rising, one of them stammers, we need to call the bishop.
We can't face a monster like this.
The order rings out, all forces, retreat. Panic contorts the face of the one shouting the command. Suddenly, system messages appear, everyone on the battlefield has felt your presence deep down to their bones. Then, another congratulates him, stating, you have completed special assignment Path of Conductor. The system announces, adding additional balances to the 15th trials rewards. The battlefield erupts in cheers. Soldiers raise their arms in victory, celebrating the completion of the special assignment.
The system rewards continue to pour in.
You have achieved the achievement Matchless Warrior. Furthermore, all of his skills have increased by 4. Amidst the celebrations, he seems lost in thought. A quiet sigh escapes him. His hand tightens around the hilt of his sword, its red blade gleaming ominously. Why you can stay in this barrack by yourself, the voice stammers. The barrack stands silent, the only sound the wind whistling through the trees.
So?
The guard begins, before trailing off. The protagonist looks back, questioning his hesitation. I apologize for my discourtesy earlier, the guard finally manages to say.
Don't worry about it, Orc,
the protagonist replies, dismissing the guard's apology. I'm tired and wish to rest, so take your leave now, the protagonist declares. Rest well, the guard stammers in response.
The protagonist waves farewell to the guard as he enters the tent.
After defeating more than 1,000 enemies in a single battle, he reflects on how everyone began to treat him carefully, upgrading his barracks right away. He walks forward, flanked by 2 figures. He stares intently at the large, glowing blue screen before him, his expression unreadable. The message that appeared mid-battle earlier. The screen displays a stark message, you have ended many lives and harvested their souls. It continues, your talent as a death. The message continues, stating that your talent as a death god is slowly beginning to be formed. The message continues, now revealing that the death god's qualities, which you get when you reach. The message concludes, stating that the death god's qualities are enlightened. The message lingers, posing the question, what the god of death is. The question hangs in the air, what exactly that means. Suddenly, his eyes widen in realization. An exclamation point hangs in the air, marking a critical discovery. A sudden realization dawns on him. The realization shatters. He is thrown back by a massive force. The impact sends him crashing into a wall. Staggering, she struggles to regain her balance. Her eyes widen in disbelief. She cries out as she is sent flying. The force of the blow sends her hurtling through the air. She slams into the ground, the impact creating a burst of dust and debris. Gasping for air, she acknowledges, ugh. As expected, an astute attack. A thought bubble appears, and she wonders, you. The name Raynell echoes in her mind, a question hanging heavy in the air. She stands, the question of Raynell hanging in the air as she prepares for what comes next. What are you doing here? He asks, a bead of sweat trickling down his face, his eyes wide with surprise. The figure looms, declaring, it's a good thing you had no killing intent.
You almost died just now.
Clearing his throat, the figure admits, I lived earlier thanks to you. With a slight turn of her head, she quietly says, I lived earlier thanks to you. Before she can fully explain, he questions, is it the culture of this place to deliver your thanks like a thief? The camera focuses on their feet as the tension rises. He continues, suspicion lacing his tone, you're not a mercenary, right? He continues to press the issue, his suspicion now palpable. This is troublesome, he thinks, realizing that his already precarious situation has become even more complicated.
Someone who already has suspicions won't believe me even if I say I'm a mercenary.
A sudden thought strikes him, did I act out too much on the battlefield?
The realization hits him hard. Had he been too flamboyant in his previous battles?
Another voice chimes in, revealing the consequences of his actions. I could feel it just from the godly presence you displayed earlier.
The other figure responds, their words carrying a heavy implication. That's not something a mere mercenary can do. The pressure mounts as the question hangs in the air. Just what is your identity?
Her eyes widen slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing her face as the question hangs heavy in the air. The camera focuses on her face, the tension palpable as she prepares to answer.
The moment stretches as she begins to answer, the words hanging in the air. I'm the proxy that the god of darkness has sent, the words finally reveal. Her piercing blue eye dominates the view as the weight of her words settles. God's apostle, the words echo, but the man's immediate reaction is one of utter disbelief. Bullshit. This is annoying, but let's just make something up for now. The man seems unfazed by the apostle's revelation. The man stutters, shock finally registering on his face. Why, you're the apostle. The realization hits him. Did she realize it was a lie, he wonders. I greet. A voice booms. The apostle crashes down. I greet, the apostle, a voice declares. This lowly being has committed a great offense to the apostle, the voice declares. Wait, well. He stammers, sweat beading on his brow. There's no need to apologize like that. He pleads, please keep it a secret for now. It would be bad if my power got exposed to a spy. He leans in close, a forced smile plastered on his face as he makes his request. Please keep it a secret for now. It would be bad if my power got exposed to a spy. She hesitates, questioning, but is it okay to tell me such precious information? He waves off her concern, assuring her, that it's fine. Since true comrades can recognize each other. He smiles warmly, his expression conveying genuine reassurance. True comrades the text emphasizes. True comrades A surge of power emanates from him. His face flushes, a clear sign of the power surging within. Suddenly, a system message appears, special assignment object of admiration has begun. The system details the assignment, receive the admiration of the strongest mercenary and increase the power of the ally forces. Furthermore, the strongest mercenary will be marked with an arrow that can only be seen by the challenger. The system reveals more about the special assignment. Even if he isn't commanding, upon completion, the strongest mercenary will command for him. Additional rewards will also be granted upon completion. The system identifies the strongest mercenary within the allied camp, Raynel Assur. Her eyes widen slightly as the information is revealed. Raynel stands tall, her hands slightly outstretched, as if bracing herself. After passing the special assignment, the words trail off, leaving the rest unsaid. Path of Conductor. Raynel stands atop a rocky spire, sword raised high towards the heavens. A crowd gathers below, their faces upturned in anticipation. Raynel thinks, I was wondering how I'd lead them, so this is great. Raynel thinks to herself, I was wondering how I'd lead them, so this is great. Their hands meet, a silent agreement passing between them. I think. The thought trails off, hanging in the air. A ringing sound pierces the silence. The ringing heralds the appearance of Han Sungjun's status screen. His stats are displayed: Strength 121, Stamina 117, Agility 115, Magic Power 114, and Endurance 113. Also listed are his unique trait, Necromancy, and his unique authority, Shill Synthesization. Han Sungjun realizes, all of my abilities have reached the triple digits. A simple nice is all he says. A sigh escapes him. He realizes, I absorbed quite a few skills during this fight. System notifications confirm he has absorbed OO's skill. More system notifications appear, confirming he also absorbed OO's skill. Should I organize them, he wonders, as a system window appears, listing his newly acquired skills: Authority, Serene Mind, Burning Sword Intent, Wings of Steel, Iron-Blooded Sword, and Divine Power.
The system displays his new skill list, including Heavenly Blood Cultivation Art, C+, Hero's Blessing, C+, and Rapid Magic Recharge, C+. A Skill More Details option is also available. The system displays even more newly obtained skills, including Charisma, C+, which received a skill rank up, Alchemy, C-, Battle Cry, D+, and Fighting Spirit Rise, E+. He muses, "There's a lot I've absorbed but not many I can use right now." Well, at times like this, using skill synthesis is obvious, he declares, a path forward now clear. With arms outstretched, his unique authority, skill synthesis, activates. Authority, Hero's Blessing, the system declares, strongly activated. The activation seems to have triggered something unexpected. The system announces, your luck will temporarily increase strongly. A realization dawns on him. Oh! A blinding light erupts, illuminating the area. With a resounding THW, a figure is revealed, bathed in radiant light. The radiant light reveals the figure's absolute charm, B+, and Dark Wolf's steps, A-. The foe's steel consumption, B+, skill activates, shattering the blade. He recalls, the authority I activated when synthesizing first mixed demon sword, S, before, Hero's Blessing. It seems to be helping him now. A sinister smile spreads across his face. The screen displays the text, Chapter 68. Oh yeah, I also had this. The hero stands guard, his gaze unwavering, as a figure lies defeated behind him, pierced by a red, glowing blade. Two engraved skills appear, Strengthen Blood, C+, and Strengthening Apprehensions, B+. Two new skills are engraved, Strengthening Apprehensions, B+, and Soul Ego Infuse, B+. A new skill, Soul Ego Infuse, B+, is engraved. Another skill, Soul Ego Infuse, B+, is now engraved. The skill, Soul Ego Infuse, B+, absorbed from Challenger Sandal, infuses Soul Ego into several barriers and items. When infused, a suitable soul will randomly enter the target item, and the relevant skill will completely disappear. The Soul Ego infused in the item will then have growth possibility and support the user as much as possible. So after using it, the skill itself will disappear, he realizes. I like that. A slight smirk plays on his lips as he realizes, since I'll be able to use blood consumption at this trial. The system displays, True Heavenly Blood Demonic Swords engraved skill, Soul Ego. With Infuse, B+, activated, the system announces, True Heavenly Blood Demonic Swords engraved skill, Soul Ego. Now, a system prompt appears, demanding, please choose the. The system's instructions continue, now prompting him to choose the barrier or item you wish to infuse Soul Ego into. He considers the system's request, his gaze steady. What will he choose to imbue with a Soul Ego? The system explains that infusing a Soul Ego is like implanting a character that will help me into an item. Before him stand two swords, one radiating a crimson aura, the other, a cool blue. His hand outstretched, he considers his options. It's not something I'll use for a few days and get rid of, so. A system notification confirms his choice, he has selected the True Heavenly Blood Demonic Sword as the target for the Soul Ego Infuse skill. The system adds, it's right to choose the Heavenly Blood Demonic Sword, which is a development type item. With the True Heavenly Blood Demonic Sword in hand, he prepares to infuse it with his Soul Ego. The infusion begins, a blinding light erupting from the True Heavenly Blood Demonic Sword. The infusion process clearly takes a toll. A pain dug escapes him. The light intensifies, accompanied by cries of pain. The sword glows with intense light as cries of pain echo out. The cries intensify as the sword is engulfed in light. A system message appears, Soul Ego, the seventh blood demon Dam Chun Wu has entered True Heavenly Blood Demonic Sword, A. A sinister chuckle echoes as the voice declares, it was a long, humiliating, and tormenting time. His glowing eyes narrow, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his face. He questions. The sinister voice booms, demanding, Ka. Worship me. Admire me. Applaud me, the voice commands, the sound reverberating with menacing power. The announcement echoes, this blood demon, Dam Chun Wu, has returned. This. A voice echoes, heavy with anticipation. A bead of sweat trickles down his face, his intense blue eyes gleaming with anticipation. A sinister smile plays on his lips. Some crazy bastard has entered the heavenly blood demonic sword, a disembodied voice announces, followed by a sinister ha-ha. A surge of power emanates from his hand, bathing the area in a menacing purple glow. The surge of power manifests as skeletal hands, reaching out with a sinister purpose. The skeletal hands coalesce, forming a monstrous figure with glowing purple eyes. The monstrous figure solidifies, and a voice declares, "This is the art of corpse mixing." "Wow, you're incredible, senior," someone exclaims, clearly impressed by the display of corpse mixing. Whispers ripple through the crowd. "Isn't that the slaughterer walking over there?" someone asks, doubt and surprise coloring their tone. "That young man is the slaughterer?" The whispers continue, now speaking of his past deeds. "You didn't see it, but there's never been such a monster on the battlefield," one voice says. "He cut the necks of more than 1,000 people, and his expression didn't even change." "Fuck, hey, let's move away." "This feels ominous," someone says, the sound of something heavy echoing nearby. The sound of something heavy echoes, followed by a booming voice, "I don't want to hear that from you people." The sound intensifies, and a booming voice echoes through the darkness, "I don't want to hear that from you people." Under the moonlight, he stands alone, a sword at his side. What a silent and beautiful. He begins to muse. "Night," he finishes, before a furious voice erupts. "You bastard! Are you ridiculing me? Why have you been continuously ignoring all of my words since earlier?" A bead of sweat trickles down his face as he listens to the outburst. The furious voice continues, revealing the speaker's inflated ego. TSK. There were countless people who were desperate for the opportunity to speak with me even once at the Blood Demon cult. If it wasn't for this guy, that is. The voice booms with outrage. How rude, to reject it when I, Blood Demon damn Chunwoo, am trying to speak with you. Gosh, he does babble on well by himself, someone observes, seemingly unconcerned by the Blood Demon's outburst. The Blood Demon is taken aback by the turn of events. I thought I finally escaped prison, but it seems a boring guy has become my master. The master grips his sword tightly, a faint glow emanating from the blade. I'm not boring, I just dislike useless conversation. Oh? The Blood Demon seems to have sensed something. The Blood Demon's voice booms, echoing through the forest. Are you finally planning on conversing with me? He continues, his voice now clearly audible, I don't have surveillance around me anymore. How absurd, the Blood Demon declares, his words laced with disbelief. The Blood Demon continues, questioning, do you not know how to use telepathy? I thought you had similar origins to mine. A voice replies, telepathy. I don't know about that. The Blood Demon continues, now asking, perhaps, were you also a challenger in your lifetime? Ha, are you kidding? A voice booms with dismissive laughter. The voice booms, declaring, there was no one who didn't know Blood Demon damn Chunwoo. So, what floor did you reach? He asks. A grim answer comes, echoing in the darkness, my final floor. The grim revelation hangs heavy, his final floor was the 41st. His eyes widen in disbelief. The 41st floor. If he's telling the truth, an incredible amount of information could be at his disposal. This might be a great advantage. The ceiling looms above him. Ha! Wait. If the informant went to the 41st floor, what could that mean? His eyes widen, a realization dawning on him. The protagonist's thoughts crystallize. I thought that challengers who died from the 40th floor onwards could be revived by the admin. The protagonist's question hangs in the air, laced with suspicion. So why didn't you come back to life through the admin? A dark, ominous aura emanates from the ground. A surge of dark energy erupts as a voice booms, laced with defiance. Are you telling me to live as a dog of the tower? The sword gleams ominously as he declares, I can't do that. After disgustingly reviving, what would I even do? Ah, yes. He muses, his hand resting on his head. Snobbiness rules his mind. Well, the thought bubble reads, leaving the audience in suspense as to what comes next. I understand you were incredible in your lifetime. but the voice booms, cutting off abruptly. His glowing blue eye pierces through the darkness as he declares, "Right now, you're simply a soul ego within my sword." The sword flashes with an intense blue light. He grips the sword tightly, ready to strike. The sword is raised, poised for a strike. A stern voice echoes, "A warning, don't forget that." The strike lands with explosive force. He stands amidst the devastation, the force of the blow leaving a crater around him. The force of the impact sends tremors through the very ground. "Humph, I know," he mutters, a flash of annoyance crossing his face.
"You think I wouldn't know that?"
"I will support you in battles, so don't worry," the voice assures him.
A thought then bubbles up: is he trying to properly establish a superior-subordinate relationship? He's more tenacious than expected, a voice admits.
"Even if I can't display my power from when I was alive," a voice booms, "I was a martial arts genius and a magic master." The figure, bathed in red light, makes an ominous offer.
"Whatever you want, I can make it happen."
The red light intensifies as the figure's power surges.
"Like this," he declares, the words hanging in the air with ominous weight.
The red light erupts, consuming everything in a blinding flash.
The attack explodes outward, a wave of destructive energy unleashed.
The force of the blast sends him hurtling backwards.
His vision blurs, an exclamation mark hanging ominously above.
He manages to regain his footing, a red glow emanating from his outstretched hand.
"I see
that I've gained quite the useful supporter," he states, his expression unreadable.
A dark, ominous aura emanates from behind him as someone questions, "Supporter?"
"That must be an expression for things like tools," a voice retorts, tinged with frustration.
"Damn it, you must really not be from the same dimension. I am from the Earth dimension. You've probably never even heard of it," he declares.
A voice then scoffs, "Earth, it must be a trivial dimension." It continues, "It's just been registered as an official climbing dimension." He stands amidst the debris, a swirling energy surrounding him.
A realization dawns: I can feel that a lot of time has passed.
He struggles, realizing, with the current capacity of this sword, it is hard to contain my mind completely, so I cannot maintain consciousness for long, and his consciousness fading, a dire warning flashes before him: someone else is coming. As his consciousness fades, a voice echoes, "I'll end the talk here. When the time comes later, call me." The sound of footsteps echoes as a figure emerges, a red glow emanating from their drawn blade. His eyes widen in surprise.
"Ah.
Yes, sir, you were here," he stammers. The woman's eyes widen in alarm as the figure draws his sword, a red glow intensifying around the blade. "What brings you here in the middle of the night?" the figure asks, his intentions still unclear. Suddenly, a voice booms, "I apologize for interrupting your training, but the enemies are launching a surprise attack." The figure raises their sword, a warning echoing, "The Battle Ghost Cult's Battle Priest's elite troops are coming."
Eyes gleaming, he remarks, "Oh. How interesting."
A smirk plays on his lips as he muses, as expected of the Tower of Trials.
Never leaves a moment to be bored.
"Please tell me more about these elite troops," she urges, her gaze fixed on him.
The figure declares, "I will enter the holy war immediately."
A sinister smile plays on his lips as he watches her flee through the forest. His armor gleams as he moves forward, seemingly unfazed by her escape.
"Protect the priests," a voice booms amidst the chaos of battle.
"The enemies are killing the priests and deactivating the spirit magic," someone shouts.
"Kiak," comes a strangled cry, followed by a frustrated, "D-damn-it. Evil sect bastards, a surprise night attack, how cheap," someone exclaims, revealing a group cloaked in purple. Another warrior falls with a strangled Kiak.
But a voice notes, "Compared to before, there aren't that many." The warrior assesses the situation, noting, "Maybe 100, at most."
But
his confidence wavers as he realizes, they're definitely on a different level than before. He realizes these enemies wield authorities radiating with divine power. "Of course, it's still sloppy compared to my standards," he muses. A series of crimson slashes tear through the air.
"Ha ha ha," he cackles, descending upon his foes. "Die, die.
"Hurry and die, you insect-like bastards," he shouts, his face contorted with rage.
Blades flash as he descends, a rain of blood following his brutal assault. Eyes wide with shock, she raises her sword to parry the incoming attack. What is? She utters, her eyes widening in disbelief at the sight before her. An authority that? She begins, her voice trailing off as pure shock registers on her face. An authority that's strong. She gasps, the sheer power of the attack leaving her speechless. A hand grips her neck tightly. Her breath catches as a hand suddenly clamps around her throat. Despite the suffocating grip, he asks, "Miss Raynell, can I ask you for a favor?" Her eyes widen in confusion. The scene focuses on their lower bodies, the tension palpable as they stand on the dusty ground. He continues, no matter how strong the enemies are, and no matter how despairing the situation may be, we must never give up. The camera pans out, revealing a battlefield littered with bodies. The battlefield falls silent as a plea echoes, "Please believe in me." A voice answers the plea, "I believe in you too, Miss Raynell." A sinister smile spreads across his face as he gazes down at Raynell. Raynell's bright blue eye reflects a surge of determination. "Okay." Raynell shouts, issuing a command. "Maintain the battle line and protect the priests." Raynell's piercing gaze remains fixed, her command ringing out, "We need the priests to complete this holy war." Raynell's command is immediately met with a resounding, "Yes, sir." Raynell's lips tighten into a thin line, her expression unreadable. Her resolve hardens, a fierce determination burning in her bright blue eyes. "I will make sure to protect them." Raynell moves with blinding speed. Raynell's admiration strengthens, and a system message confirms the completion of a special assignment. Morale at the Allied camp surges, and their formations will remain strong. System messages appear, confirming that additional rewards for the 15th floor trial will be calculated, and that Ally formations will not collapse. Raynell, looking up, says, "Sir, I wish you luck." He offers a hopeful smile, promising, "If we survive and see each other later, I'll buy you a drink." "That sounds great," a voice replies, followed by a determined declaration, "Let's create some anecdotes to talk about while drinking." A sinister grin spreads across his face, his eyes glowing with an unnatural light. Suddenly, the skill Dark Wolf Steps activates, blurring his movements with a purple haze. The system confirms, activated. The screen displays skill Dark Wolf Steps, currently at 0% proficiency. It's described as footwork modified after the character. The system elaborates, when activated, the Dark Wolf Steps skill improves basic movement efficiency, increasing mobility by 40% and eliminating all traces. Furthermore, mobility doubles in dark places. One of the fighters mutters, clearly confused. Another exclaims, "Did something just pass?" A sinister grin stretches across his face as he moves with blinding speed, leaving only streaks of purple energy in his wake. He plummets downwards, a blur of motion. The impact sends shockwaves outwards. A pained cry rips from his throat as he is struck. The world explodes in a burst of red as the blow lands. Blood splatters across his face, but his gaze remains fixed and determined. The figure, wreathed in red energy, utters a single word, "You." "Die," he roars, his intent clear. "Everyone, defend your positions," he bellows, his face contorted in a fierce battle cry. "Positions, fuck," he roars, sword raised high as the battle intensifies. The situation worsens as the enemy breaks through the rear, a voice cries out, "Even the rear healer line is being pierced." The enemy advances, swords drawn, their coordinated assault pressing the defenders back with chilling precision. The clash of steel rings out as the defenders struggle to hold the line. Steel clashes again, the impact sending sparks flying as the battle intensifies. "Stay calm and maintain the battle line." The order rings out amidst the chaos. A furious roar erupts as the fighter lunges forward, his eyes wide with rage. "If we collapse." The dire warning hangs in the air as the battle line struggles to hold. "The only thing that'll face us is death," he declares, his expression twisted in a manic grin as he cuts through the fray. The warrior above him prepares to strike, his face a mask of crazed determination. Below, his opponent screams in agony. Eyes blazing, the warrior brings his blade down with furious speed. The blade finds its mark, eliciting a pained cry, "Cook!" Damn it, he curses, the impact clearly taking its toll. Sweat beads on his brow, a grimace twisting his features. His eyes blaze with a fierce determination despite the pain. SFX, crack! His foot slams down, the ground cracking under the immense pressure. With a determined gaze, she raises her sword, energy crackling around its tip. He lunges forward, a swirling vortex of energy forming before him. An exclamation punctuates the air. His eyes narrow, a steely resolve hardening his gaze as he prepares for what's next. He lunges forward, a golden energy crackling around him as he strikes. His eyes widen in disbelief, the strike seemingly not going as planned. Suddenly, the name Commander Rainel rings out. A sword slices through the air, bodies falling lifelessly to the ground. You're not being dramatic because of just one wound on your stomach, right? The question hangs in the air. A sinister grin stretches across his face as he declares, "This much just tickles." SFX, HEUP. He huffs in annoyance. "Maintain formation," she commands, her voice ringing out across the battlefield. "Everyone fall back other than the vanguard," she shouts, issuing a hasty retreat. "Tankers, fall into defense formation," the order rings out. "The archers will be our main firepower," comes the command. The archers ready their bows, preparing to unleash a volley of arrows. The tanks brace themselves, shields raised, ready to meet the enemy head-on. "Protect the dealers, protect the healers," the order rings out. The tanks advance, swords drawn, ready to engage the monstrous horde. Effects from achieving the special assignment Object of Admiration have been activated. A system message declares that the strongest mercenary, Rainel Assur, will command in place of him. The system announces a crucial buff: the Allied camp's morale will double, and with careful direction, their formations will hold. Rainel charges into the fray, her sword raised as the Allied soldiers fight on. The Allied forces brace behind their shields, ready to meet the enemy head-on. A soldier's eyes widen in alarm as he utters, "Insect-like things." A sinister grin spreads across his face as he begins, "Even if you struggle, it will be us, the Battle Ghost Cult, that will receive the honor of the Holy War." The Battle Ghost Cult advances, swords raised, shields at the ready. A unified cry rises from their ranks. The Battle Ghost Cult's archers release a volley of arrows. An enemy soldier screams, charging forward, sword raised to strike. "Kill that bitch in the middle first," the order rings out amidst the chaos of battle. Standing firm, she prepares to face the onslaught. The enemy soldiers surge forward, their battle cry echoing. "Cook!" The attack lands, and a pained ugh escapes her lips. The soldiers cry out, "Commander, we won't last long at this rate. Let us fight too." Despite the pain, she barks out an order, "No. Maintain formation." Her unwavering gaze pierces through the chaos as she declares, "Our goal is to protect the priests." Her voice rings out, commanding, "If we have faith and defend our position, that person will come." Her declaration hangs heavy in the air, a promise and a warning. He leaps into action, twin blades flashing with deadly intent. The attack is aimed directly at someone hidden in the shadows. The system announces the activation of the skill, Dark Wolf Steps, a dash. The system highlights the effects of Dark Wolf Steps, increased mobility, disappearing traces, and doubled speed in dark places. What? He exclaims, seemingly surprised by the skill's activation. When did he? Someone exclaims, clearly shocked by the protagonist's sudden burst of speed. His eyes glow with an intense blue light, a focused determination etched on his face. He moves in a blur, leaving only a trail of blue light in his wake. He roars, a surge of power emanating from his blade as he strikes. The hero's strikes connect, a flurry of blue energy erupting around him. A wide, unsettling grin spreads across her face. Boundless Necromancer. Boundless Necromancer. A crimson energy surges, a palpable force emanating from an unseen source. The Necromancer stands amidst the fallen, crimson energy swirling around him like tendrils of blood. Cook! He grunts, the crimson energy constricting him. Damn it! A figure stands in the distance, sword drawn,
as the crimson energy continues to envelop the necromancer. How absurd, a voice declares, the crimson energy swirling above. His crimson blade gleams as he continues to use me in this method and not in battle. The crimson energy intensifies as he continues, well, I do. Like how you are annihilating your enemies mercilessly. He finishes, crimson energy crackling around him. Crimson energy courses around his face as he finishes his statement, but a sudden expression of confusion crosses his features. Ha! The voice continues, declaring, if you were from the Murim dimension, you would have been an incredible demonic or unorthodox fighter, before adding, what a shame. The man stares in disbelief at the blade he holds, now glowing with crimson energy. What the? What is this yarn strand made of magic power, he wonders aloud. His eyes widen as he gasps, witnessing the crimson energy surge before him. The crimson energy intensifies as he wonders, so this is the telepathy you were talking about? The crimson energy crackles as a voice explains, it's just controlling magic power to deliver your voice, no? Why you, the voice stutters, the crimson energy intensifying around the speaker. The crimson energy pulses as the voice demands, did you learn how to use telepathy in that short amount of time? He retorts, a question hanging in the air, isn't this something anyone can do if they know how to use magic power? The crimson energy flares brighter as the voice scoffs, with that logic, half of the martial artists who have grown up in Murim are idiots. Humph. Well. The voice scoffs again, as a blade flashes, reflecting the crimson energy. The blade plunges downward as the voice booms, of course the person I call my soul must be a talented genius. The blade strikes, and a maniacal laugh erupts, ah. Ah, yes. He begins, the statement hanging ominously in the air. He looks up at the tower, a yawn escaping him. Drowsiness overtakes him, and he declares, I will recover my power for a bit. He says, I'll call you later if I need you. A gust of wind blows as he ends the call. Suddenly, a voice calls out, Sir. The man then requests, please follow me. The man's cloak is adorned with a glowing cross. Suddenly, a voice booms, the Archbishop is calling you. The man's expression remains stoic, betraying nothing of his thoughts upon hearing the Archbishop's summons. He arrives in a dimly lit hall, where the Archbishop awaits, seated upon an ornate throne. Slaughterer, thank you for coming. Please sit comfortably, the Archbishop says, his tone polite yet unsettling. A line of cloaked figures stand silently, their faces hidden, awaiting his arrival. He responds to the Archbishop's greeting, stating, there's no need to call me something as grandiose as Slaughterer. Just call me Unknown. Cook, a name without a name. How interesting, he muses, a flicker of intrigue in his eyes. The Archbishop smiles, adding, I'm sure the God of Darkness will also like someone like you. The Archbishop continues, his words laced with a hint of expectation, Unknown, you know that I called you here right now to discuss remuneration, right? I heard it briefly from the assistant priest on the way here, Unknown replies. Nice, then I'll get straight to the point. A dark figure looms, his face obscured by a helmet, a single red eye glinting ominously. The figure leans in, his face still obscured, and asks, please let me know how much you're thinking of for compensation. After a moment of silence, the figure ominously declares, then I'll ask you in reverse. The figure, still partially obscured, utters a single word, laden with ominous intent, Archbishop. His piercing gaze intensifies as he demands, how much are you thinking of giving me? The system displays the skill Absolute Charm, B+. The system elaborates on the skill's effects, regardless of species, any living organism with intelligence will hold goodwill towards the user. It continues, explaining that additional effects like fear, enchant, or worship can be activated based on the user's disposition. The system confirms, skill Absolute Charm activated. The system reports that Archbishop Hainil has succumbed to the fear status abnormality. Further, it details that Hainil's judgment will decline, and he will become excessively aware of the user's presence. His eyes wide with terror, Archbishop Hainil screams in abject fear. His hands tremble as he clutches at his chest, the grip tightening with mounting dread. A chilling declaration echoes, F for you. The words are forced out, strained and desperate, I will give the greatest reward I can give with the authority of an archbishop.
A relic of the highest ranking from the darkness holy cult.
Tears stream down the Archbishop's face as he offers the relic.
A blinding light descends from above, illuminating the scene.
The light intensifies, focused directly on the relic offered by the Archbishop.
"Hey Archbishop," someone cries out.
The light seems to be affecting those nearby. "We can never give relics to outsiders," someone shouts, objecting to the Archbishop's actions.
A booming voice cuts through the objections, "Shut up." Tears stream down his face as he bellows, silencing the room. "This war,"
he declares, his voice ringing with conviction. He is the person who will lead us to victory. He reaches out a hand, as if to offer a silent pledge. A strange sensation washes over him.
For a moment,
I felt it from that man's eyes.
An astonishing amount of violent energy emanates from the man. I almost.
The words hang, unfinished, heavy with implication.
Mistook it for looking into a dragon's eyes.
The words echo as a monstrous, fiery form materializes.
The ground trembles as the monstrous form takes shape.
The transformation continues, the narration stating, "with this man's power."
A relic is a miraculous item with the power of God inside of it. The darkness holy cult's highest ranking relic.
The narration continues, urging him to please use it well. The relic, adorned with gold trim, is now in his hands.
The relic's power surges to life, skill flame dragon eye activated. A bright blue light emanates from his eye.
The power manifests, his eye now glowing with draconic energy.
The system reveals the seal of offering, SS, a black seal bestowed upon the Pope who gave everything for the God of Darkness. Stamping it on the back of the hand will engrave the exclusive effect offering. However, the item will disappear after Han Sun-yoon leaves the 15th floor personal trial. The system reveals that Ember-swallowing Night Veil, SS, a veil that once swallowed even the primordial flame and darkness.
When the owner dies, the exclusive effect Night Veil activates, using all of the owner's divine power to revive them. The user will enter an apostolization state after revival, but the item disappears immediately after. The system message warns that the item will dissipate after Han Sun-yoon leaves the 15th floor personal trial.
What the fuck?
He mutters, clearly frustrated by this restriction. The mysterious figure stands before him, emanating an intense aura.
SS rank, a thought bubble exclaims, hinting at the immense power about to be unleashed.
Having seen the hidden explanation through the flame dragon eye, he realizes, I won't be able to take them out of the 15th floor.
What a shame. He mutters, disappointment evident in his voice.
A bead of sweat trickles down his face as he grits his teeth, a determined glint in his eye. The reason he can't be happy, he realizes, is that there's no such thing as coincidence in this tower of trials. The fact that he obtained 2 items of a rank he's never seen before, it couldn't be a coincidence. That realization dawns on him, obtaining such rare items means something difficult enough to warrant them will happen soon.
A grim resolve hardens his gaze. He knows what's coming will be a trial unlike any he's faced before. How fun, he says, a sardonic edge to his voice.
The camera focuses on the ornate armor he wears, a stark reminder of the power he wields.
He holds up a chess piece, a faint glow emanating from it. A dark cloth hangs in his other hand.
Unknown, the holy war has just begun, he states, his gaze intense. Please display as much power as the compensation you've received. He continues, I'm saying this just in case, but if you run away, the god. His words trail off, leaving the threat hanging in the air. Of darkness will punish you, he finishes, the threat now explicit.
The voice echoes, filled with disbelief, how could a mere human receive relics and run away?
A sinister smile creeps across his face, a clear sign of his dark intentions.
Then I'll take my leave, he announces, turning to depart. A hesitant, oh okay is the only response.
A voice echoes, filled with longing, my relics, ugh. Clutching his head, the man groans in anguish, desperately lamenting, my relics, ugh. But then, a serene smile spreads across his face, as if he's listening to music under the starry sky. He stands, his ornate collar and shoulder guards gleaming in the dim light.
Ah, sir, a voice calls out, breaking the silence.
She approaches, a wide smile plastered on her face. "Did you have a good private meeting with the Archbishop?" she asks. He responds to her question with a curt, "Yes, thanks to you." But a new thought hangs in the air, unfinished. Her eyes widen, a blush rising on her cheeks. "Were you perhaps waiting for me?" she asks, a hint of surprise in her voice. He stammers, yes. To be honest, I wanted to buy you a drink like I said before." He admits, finally revealing his true intentions. She looks up, a blush rising on her cheeks. "And I have something to ask of you." She towers over him, her gaze intense. What could she possibly want from him? Something to ask, he wonders, his expression unreadable. A heavy barrel slams down, narrowly missing him. He narrowly avoids the attack, but the sound of impact rings out. "Wow," he exclaims, seemingly surprised by the force of the attack. Despite the force, he thinks to himself, it tastes pretty good. Taking another swig from the tankard, he wonders, but is this really strong liquor? I'm not getting drunk at all. Well, he muses, realizing, any alcohol that could make me drunk would probably be more like a deadly poison. Ugh. He groans, face down on the table. It dawns on him, since my body isn't on the level of a human's anymore. Across from him, his companion is already face down on the table. "How aren't you getting drunk?" comes the slurred question. "Gosh." The companion manages to utter, face pressed against a large tankard. Barely conscious, the companion manages to slur out, "You're a real monster." Despite the companion's accusation, he states, "I'm drinking a lot because I like the flavor." But. He pauses, then asks, "What is the favor you mentioned earlier?" Her cheeks flushed, she asks, "What kind of favor?" Her gaze remains fixed downward, a flush creeping up her cheeks. Her blush deepens, the question hanging heavy in the air. "What can we?" The words trail off, leaving the question unanswered. "Eat if you take everything," the knight questions, towering over the kneeling man. The knight's fist connects with a sickening thud. "You lowly thing," he sneers. The man is sent flying backward from the force of the blow. "Father," a child cries, rushing forward. The child, now close enough to strike, lands a desperate punch on the knight's armored leg, demanding, "Why are you hitting my dad? Is being a knight all that matters?" "Raynell, stop!" A voice pleads from above. But the knight, unfazed by the child's attack, retorts, "You brat, you must be crazy." The child is sent flying back by an unseen force. Tears welling in her eyes, Raynell struggles to breathe, gasping, "Cook! If you don't like it, you should become a knight too," a voice booms. The man's face is set with determination, his gaze unwavering. "Beggar bastards, how annoying," he thinks, clicking his tongue in irritation. He kneels beside the injured person, another figure beside him. His hand grips the injured person's clothing tightly. Her eyes blazing, she demands, "Become my teacher." Her demand echoes, the single word hanging heavy in the air, "Teach." "Me swordsmanship," she roars, her demand echoing with raw power. He pauses, taking a long swig from his tankard as her demand hangs in the air. Silence hangs heavy in the air, punctuated only by the lingering ellipses. A resounding crash echoes through the room. "I was wondering what the favor would be." A voice ponders. But for it to simply be a personal favor that isn't even related to the special assignment. He realizes, the revelation hanging heavy in the air. Raising her sword high, she declares, "Since I've already accomplished the special assignment object of admiration. I've already obtained everything I wanted from Raynell," she declares. The focus shifts to a character created in the world of the tower. He stands at a table, papers scattered before him. "I was wondering what the favor would be." A voice muses, hinting at an upcoming request. The voice continues, expressing surprise, but for it to simply be a personal favor that isn't even related to the special assignment. The voice continues, revealing, "Since I've already accomplished the special assignment, object of admiration." The voice declares, "I've already obtained everything I wanted from Raynell." The voice continues, stating that focusing any further on a character created in the world of the tower is pointless.
A gust of wind blows through the room, scattering papers from the table.
The voice declares that focusing on a character created in the tower would just be a waste of time. A cold gaze pierces through the room. His eyes narrow, a subtle shift hinting at a brewing storm. The cold gaze hardens as he declares, "I refuse. It's best for you to get proper rest, because the battle will continue tomorrow," she advises.
He turns away, declaring, "I'll get going now."
He starts to say something, but hesitates, the words catching in his throat.
He pauses, his expression unreadable as he looks into the distance.
He begins, but the sentence hangs unfinished, his face flushed. A sinister grin spreads across his face, his eyes gleaming with dark resolve.
Must grow at all costs.
His foot crashes down with brutal force. The ground shatters beneath the force of the blow. The impact sends a visible shockwave rippling outwards. He looks up, bracing himself against the attack from above.
His gaze sharpens, anticipating the next strike. "I beg of you." The plea hangs in the air.
The sword is raised, poised to strike. Her hair falls to the ground.
"Please, I need you to do me this favor," the figure implores.
Her face is pressed against the ground, her expression strained as she begs, "Please, I need you to do me this favor." "Well, having fun for a little longer won't hurt," the voice concedes, a hint of sinister amusement in its tone. A white streak flashes past, the sinister figure's face barely visible above.
The title card flashes, "Boundless Necromancer." The title card appears, "Boundless Necromancer."
The title card fades, revealing a woman with piercing blue eyes, gripping a sword with deadly intent. Her boots hit the ground, the scene cutting to a full shot of the woman.
A man's laughter rings out as he embraces the sword-wielding woman. A question hangs in the air, unanswered.
"No need to be so serious," the man says, his words hanging heavy in the air. He continues, advising, "It's great that you're trying your best, but if you push too hard, you'll become stiff and lose flexibility. That goes for everything, not just swordsmanship." Her expression hardens, a flicker of defiance in her bright blue eyes. "Also," she begins, seemingly ready to add another point. He interrupts her, stating firmly, "Raynell, right now what you need isn't real battle experience.
You need to strengthen your mana network." He cuts her off, suggesting, "How about you do some aura training, yeah?" Raynell's eyes widen in surprise at the sudden change of topic. His hands glow with a vibrant blue aura, crackling with energy. The air crackles as he unleashes a surge of pure, blue energy. His eye flares with intense blue light, the power now focused. The woman's eyes widen in disbelief as she witnesses his power. "This is," she gasps, clearly shocked by the display. The woman realizes, "He's showing me the path of magic. It's as if he's telling me to follow him." The man explains, "It's fundamentally the same as my method, but there's a subtle difference." He continues, "It is very small, but it's much more refined." Her eyes widen, a clear sign of astonishment. "He's amazing," she exclaims. He explains that it's a customized mana circulation method, created by analyzing his mana usage habits. He instructs her to practice aura training every single day using this method. The sound of focused training echoes through the night. After rigorous training, he exhales, declaring, "Finally, it's time to settle the bill." The air crackles with energy. A pouch is flung open, glowing with an eerie blue light. A massive, strange creature descends, its form shimmering with the same eerie blue light. The creature slams down, its immense weight creating a shockwave. Recovering, he surveys the rewards he received from the British Hunter Association for killing Saindal. The rewards from the British Hunter Association for eliminating Saindal are laid out before him, a collection of weapons and potions, each promising power. His eyes widen slightly as he takes in the sheer volume of the reward. "That's a lot." He pauses, considering the magnitude of the reward. "Right, even if there are a lot." His tone shifts, disappointment evident. "None of these junk items are of any great use to me." The assortment of items laid out before him includes swords, daggers, staves, and a cabinet full of potions. The last of the 3 skills I synthesized during this trial. The system message declares. The skills Dark Wolf Steps, A, and Absolute Charm, B+, are revealed. The system reveals the final skill, Steel Consumption, B+. A voice declares, it's time to use it. Ting.
Ting, the system confirms, skill Steel Consumption, B+, has been activated. The newly activated Steel Consumption skill takes effect as the hero lunges forward, his metallic hand poised to strike. The hero's attack gains momentum, the force of Steel Consumption amplifying his speed and power. The attack connects with devastating force, the impact sending debris flying. The hero reels back, a pained ugh escaping his lips. The force of the blow sends a shockwave rippling outwards. His eyes narrow, a bead of sweat trickling down his face as he stares intently ahead. A new skill, Steel Consumption, B+, appears. Consuming steel will improve his physical constitution after the absorption duration. Additionally, consuming an item will randomly increase stats after the absorption duration. The system notifies him of a new skill, Steel Consumption, B+. It explains that consuming steel will improve his physical constitution. Furthermore, consuming any item will randomly increase his stats after the absorption duration. The machine just suddenly came flying at me. That was scary. He thinks, before adding, first. Gripping the metallic staff, he prepares to put his new skill to the test. The machine lunges, its jaws snapping shut with terrifying force. A surge of energy emanates from the staff as he prepares to meet the machine's attack head-on. As the staff crackles with power, a system message appears, you have consumed the Steel Cloud Cane. The system displays a countdown, 9 minutes and 50 seconds until complete absorption. The system announces, absorption complete. Mana increased by 1, the system announces. An exclamation mark appears, signaling a sudden realization. It's increasing stats this quickly, he wonders, a hint of disbelief in his voice. His glowing eye pierces the darkness as he resolves, then let's try it one more time. A low rumble echoes, the air thick with anticipation. A blinding light erupts, shattering the surrounding stone. The light subsides, revealing a system notification, you have consumed the Celestial Steel Jewel. The system indicates a timer, less than 10 minutes remain until complete absorption. The system then announces, absorption complete. The system reports that after consuming steel, his physical constitution is improving. But he coughs violently. The system then reports he is emitting 0.8% of the turbid chi stored in his body. The system then questions, turbid chi? What's this now? He wonders, staring at the black substance rapidly spreading across his open palm. Oh, he questions, surprised. My body's way lighter. Is this what improvement in your physical constitution refers to, he wonders, finally understanding. I wondered what was up with it when I saw its huge appearance, he thinks, but now, with these crazy results, there's no way I could hate it. The mask shifts, revealing a terrifying set of teeth. Never in my life did I think I'd be devouring items so deliciously, he thinks, as he consumes more. The ground shatters as he grips his weapon. Having consumed over 8 steel items, a system message appears, he can no longer maintain the item absorbing state. The system displays a timer counting down to the completion of absorption. He realizes, so I can only consume 8 items at once, huh? What a bummer, he thinks, surrounded by more items he can't immediately absorb. He reflects that, compared to the growth he experienced consuming steel, this limitation of only 8 items at a time can't even be considered a flaw. A system notification appears, skill Steel Consumption has been deactivated. The hero clutches at his chest, a visible tremor running through him. Also, I've been curious about this since earlier, he thinks, a flicker of suspicion in his eyes. A seal of offering, SS, hovers ominously. It's a black seal, the text reveals, bestowed upon the Pope by the God of Darkness, for one who gave up everything. Stamping it on the back of the hand, the exclusive effect offering will be engraved. He contemplates a risky move. By engraving this SS class item on my body, there's a chance it'll still be mine even after I leave the 15th floor. He hesitates, a flicker of doubt crossing his face. Still, the thought of engraving it on my body bothers me a little, but it's worth testing it out. He raises the item high, ready to proceed with the engraving. His hand steadies, hovering just above the surface, ready to begin. The air crackles with energy as he prepares to make his mark. The exclusive effect offering of the Seal of Offering, SS-, has been engraved on the back of his hand. The system message clarifies, the item will be absorbed by the seal, and completely dissolve. The item dissolves into a viscous, black liquid, completely covering his hand as it is absorbed by the seal. A blinding flash erupts as the seal activates. A surge of energy emanates from the seal as he exclaims in surprise. The energy intensifies, the seal glowing with a blinding light. The seal, now glowing intensely, pulses with raw power. The seal's light intensifies as a stark message appears, the seal on the back of your hand will never dissipate. The light intensifies as a message solidifies, the seal on the back of your hand will never dissipate. A loud TTA punctuates the air as the seal solidifies. The space around him shimmers with light as the seal takes hold. The seal having taken hold, he utters a surprised, "Oh." As the seal takes hold, a question arises, the administrators? Below, a system message declares that the administrator, Dragon Slayer born after 1,000 years, is horrified to see the Seal of Offering. The administrator Fallen World Soldier yells, questioning how the Seal of Offering could actually be used. Another administrator, Seeker of Divinity, tells the tower that giving him the seal was going way too far. The administrator Seeker of Divinity continues to question the tower's actions, exclaiming that it is going way too far. A sudden realization dawns, they've been quiet this whole time. But as soon as I engraved the seal, the messages exploded. The seal, a wolf's head, glows intensely on his chest. Suddenly, a system message blares, the administrator ruler of the heavens is strongly against the tower, calling this ridiculous. More system messages flood in. The administrator, priest of 7 gods, is shocked, questioning what he was thinking. Another message arrives, the administrator hero of the Black Archipelago insists, there is still time to retrieve the seal. Amidst the chaos, a single thought bubble appears? Amidst the flurry of messages, a new thought surfaces, don't tell me this was an unusable item? The administrators are reacting strangely. The protagonist's face is shown as he thinks, as if. Dismissing the thought, he retorts, as if. The hero's eye is shown as he states, the tower gave me something it never should have. His gaze intense, the hero declares, the tower gave me something it never should have. The hero's words are followed by a surge of energy. A surge of power emanates from him, the air crackling with energy. His eyes widen as he stares at the source before him. Suddenly, system messages appear, we have detected a leak of unauthorized information. And then, the administrator messages are temporarily blocked. But then, a new message appears, this time from the Tower of Trials itself. The Tower of Trials warns the administrators. The Tower of Trials delivers a stern warning, in case of divulging any more unauthorized information, they will be banned from observing any of Challenger Han Sunjian's trials. The word relic appears, as Sun Yun clenches his fist. Sunjian's fist tightens as he realizes, the secret hidden here might be bigger than I thought. Well, a voice begins, the word hanging in the air, promising more to come. His gaze sharpens, the blue of his eye piercing the darkness. The man's expression hardens, a grim resolve settling over his face. A chilling declaration echoes, I'll find out just how great it is once I use it for myself. He raises his hand, a symbol etched onto his skin glowing as he reaches towards the light. The exclusive effect offering of the Seal of Offering has been activated. He can now offer any of his talent or skill. The system prompts him to offer a talent, skill, or treasure to a god. A blinding light fills the space before him. The light fades, revealing an ornate, golden doorway. His piercing blue eye reflects a newfound resolve. A close-up reveals his intense gaze as a mysterious voice echoes, offer it to a god. There's no telling if we might become enemies, he thinks, his expression unreadable. What's the point of making an offering? A pregnant silence hangs in the air. Regardless, he seems to decide, his face still betraying nothing. He resolves to investigate, stating, I'll have to see for myself what it's all about. the large, unblinking eyes of something unknown stare back. He points the ornate staff forward, ready to face whatever lies ahead. Among the items to be consumed by the steel consumption, the text reads. A system message appears, you have chosen to offer treasure to a god. It then prompts him to select his desired treasure to offer. He decides, let's try offering the shittiest item here. A staff rests on the altar, ready to be offered. The system confirms, you have chosen the small enchantress staff, D+. The system prompts him, please select the god to whom you wish to offer this item. A question hangs in the air, mirroring the protagonist's own uncertainty. Oh, he mutters, clearly surprised by the system's prompt. His brow furrows, confusion etched on his face as he wonders aloud, what's wrong with this? Suddenly, the screen displays a stark error. What could be the cause? The screen flashes again, this time displaying a new message, no god's traces were found in your divine power. The screen shifts again, now displaying a stylized symbol. What could it mean? Standing before a pile of skulls, the figure emanates a strange, ethereal glow. Before him, a screen displays a message, you are recognized as a holder of individual divinity, and the offering will now be made to you. Before the protagonist, a sword rests on a pedestal, bathed in light. A surge of power emanates from the sword as it rests on its pedestal, ready for its new master. He has offered a small enchantress staff to himself. A system message appears, you may convert this item into divine power and store it in your heart. Light erupts from his chest plate. What is this now? He wonders as a bright light fills the room. The light intensifies as he thinks, making an offering to myself. I'm kinda baffled as to what is happening, but one thing's certain. He thinks, a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes. The light around him intensifies as he realizes, I can now increase the divine power that I couldn't really grow by myself, on my own. The divine power surges around him, filling the ornate chamber with blinding light. Despite the surge of divine power, a problem arises, though the only issue is I don't have a good use for the divine power yet. He muses that as he accumulates more myths, the divine power will have more and more uses. For now, he resigns himself to gathering divine power little by little. Because there's no telling when and where I'll use it. Another relic is discovered, adding to his collection of divine power. As for this, he says, holding a newly discovered, ornate sword. I'll keep this. He intends to keep the sword close, convinced the tower wouldn't have given this for no reason. A voice echoes, foretelling, the time to use it will definitely come. A battle cry erupts as an army stands ready, their flags waving amidst a field littered with swords. Ah! A final scream pierces the air as the days pass, 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. I've won quite a few battles, he states, adding that the allied mercenaries and priests have also gained confidence. Dark banners now flutter in the wind, a testament to their growing strength. Panic erupts as someone shouts, "I'll run away." It's the slaughterer. Another voice booms, accusing, you filthy necromancers. In the end, you called the demon. Amidst the chaos, a voice cuts through, declaring with unwavering confidence, to be honest, they're all still kinda risky except for me. Amidst the swirling chaos, he stands firm, a red blade in his grip. The red blade flashes, poised to strike. Was I worrying for nothing? He wonders, his question hanging in the air. At this rate, the trial will end smoothly, he thinks, gripping the hilt of his sword. What's wrong with the sky? Look, someone shouts, panic evident in their voice as they point upwards. Suddenly, the sky cracks with ominous red energy. The sky warps, twisting into a vortex of crimson energy. He glances upward, a flicker of concern in his blue eyes as the crimson vortex intensifies. A question forms in his mind as he stares at the swirling crimson energy above. The crimson energy intensifies, swirling with chaotic power. The swirling crimson energy surges, its power growing exponentially. The crimson energy continues to surge. The crimson energy intensifies, engulfing everything in its path. This sensation. He utters, a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes amidst the overwhelming crimson energy. The crimson energy explodes outward. His eyes widen, a visible shock registering as the crimson energy surges around him. "No way," he exclaims, disbelief etched across his face as the crimson energy intensifies.
The system announces, the authority divine punishment is descending.
The crimson energy intensifies, forming a blinding pillar of light.
The light engulfs everything.
The blinding light intensifies.
The gathered warriors brace themselves against the overwhelming light.
A close-up reveals a character's intense gaze, as a thought echoes, "This is dangerous."
A deafening thwack echoes as the energy intensifies.
He shouts, "Counter shield, superscale," as a blinding red light emanates from his hand. The shield expands, accompanied by a resounding "Sakeke." The expansion continues with a deafening "Sakeke." The shield's expansion continues, a red blur obliterating everything in its path.
The red shield continues its devastating expansion, obliterating the landscape.
The red shield's destructive path continues, the ground itself cracking under its force. The destructive red shield continues its relentless expansion, consuming everything in its path. The red shield's power intensifies, an ominous red glow filling the sky. Bracing himself, he prepares to strike with both swords as the red shield's power looms. His eyes narrow, the red glow reflecting in his determined gaze. His gaze intensifies, a steely resolve hardening his features as he prepares for the coming clash.
A blinding explosion erupts, throwing bodies in every direction.
Despite the chaos, he clicks his tongue in annoyance.
TCH.
Despite his annoyance, he grips the hilt of his weapon.
Feathers begin to fall around him.
White wings spread wide, filling the sky. He descends, wings outstretched, and speaks, "Oh, the dogs that serve the god of darkness." His eyes closed, the winged figure clutches a golden object, a faint smile playing on his lips.
A voice booms, "I have good news for you."
The words are followed by a declaration, "The merciful god of battle
is watching over you all."
The winged figure spreads his arms wide, a radiant light emanating from above.
Has decided to bring divine punishment upon you personally. The announcement hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the earlier good news. Has decided to bring divine punishment upon you personally.
The announcement hangs heavy in the air as red energy crackles around the speaker. His eyes glow with menacing intent, a cruel smile spreading across his face. His expression darkens, the threat of divine punishment now palpable. Drawing his sword, he realizes, "As I thought, this sensation is from that time." His teeth grit, a surge of recognition flooding his face. A system message appears, "The god of battle has expended considerable divine power to cast an incomplete descent."
Another system message clarifies the limitations. While in the state of descent, the god cannot properly use his myths or authorities. Moreover, descending into the entraining apostle Jiran Nevia means he cannot use his divine power completely.
Bathed in red light, the god of battle descends. A system message then declares that challenger Han Sunjun's 15th floor personal trials difficulty has increased drastically. The words "God of Battle" appear, framed by a jagged border. The words "God of Battle" explode onto the scene as Han Sunjun's eye reflects the challenge ahead. The Tower of Trials has judged this to be a difficulty that Han Sunyun is more than capable of handling. But a voice objects to the tower's pronouncements.
"Can't you at least ask for my opinion before you make judgments like that?" The man's expression hardens, a grimace twisting his features.
His eyes burn with an intense, unsettling light. The tower displays its response, "So I can kill the cheeky dog today myself." The man gazes upward, a storm of dark energy swirling above him.
Ominous, sharp shapes pierce the crimson sky.
The tower's message is clear: die. His red eyes glow with fury. His face contorted with rage, a message appears before him: "While you regret daring to challenge the position of a god." His blue eyes blazing, he realizes, "If I don't draw out my full force straight away, this will be dangerous." A surge of power emanates from him.
The system announces, "Skill instant acceleration has been activated." The system then announces, "Skill Winds Grace has been activated."
Furthermore, all speeds have increased by 70%, and the current skill stacking progress is at its maximum, 7/7.
Skill Fighting Concentration has been activated, the system announces.
Furthermore, the user's focus has increased 20 times. The system announces yet another skill activation. Authority Heavenly Blood Cultivation Art has been activated. With the activation of Heavenly Blood Cultivation Art, a crimson aura now surrounds him. The crimson aura intensifies, now flowing into the blade itself, staining it with streaks of red. His eyes now glow with crimson light as he mutters, "Good." The hero declares, "At this rate, I can quickly end." The hero's words are cut short as a flurry of attacks descends upon him. A winged figure strikes, his sword aimed directly at the hero. The hero is struck, a question mark hanging in the air as the attack lands. The hero reels from the impact, his hair flying as he's sent hurtling backwards. The world blurs as the hero's vision tunnels from the force of the blow. The hero's body is sent spiraling through the air. The hero is sent hurtling backwards from the sheer force of the impact. A blinding red light erupts as the winged figure unleashes a devastating attack. The winged figure's attack intensifies, a searing blast of energy erupting. The winged figure's crimson eyes glint as the intense energy surges forward. The figure screams, the force of the blast seemingly directed downwards. Kia-hiak. The cry echoes as the blast strikes. The force of the blast rips through him, his expression contorted in agony. The force reverberates with a deafening quack. A figure bursts forward, hair flying, a blur of motion. His fist flies forward, a look of intense focus etched on his face. The strike lands, a burst of red energy erupting on impact. The force of the blow sends shockwaves rippling outwards. The armor shatters under the immense pressure. A deafening roar erupts. With a menacing glare, he raises a blade of pure energy. The blade descends, poised to strike with devastating force. The energy blade slams down, shattering the ground in a blinding flash. He screams as the energy blade crashes down upon him. Kia-hiak, he cries out as the blade descends. His face contorts in agony as the energy blade bears down on him. The blade strikes, the sound echoing through the desolate landscape. The screen flashes, displaying the stark message, "You have died." Everything fades to white. A strange symbol materializes in the fading light. He plummets through the darkness, surrounded by strange, glowing symbols. He continues to fall through the dark abyss, more symbols now surrounding him. He continues to fall, a mysterious light now appearing above him. He continues his descent into the darkness below, a few drops of blood floating around him. As he plummets further, a voice echoes, "Oh yeah." His eyes widen slightly, a flicker of understanding crossing his face as he continues to fall. He thinks, the realization seemingly incomplete as he plummets into the darkness. The darkness gives way to a message, to the powerful god of battle. The message fades as the word "died" flashes above him. He stands, bloodied and battered, a gaping hole in his armor. Darkness rises to meet him. A choice appears before him, easy, normal, or hard. The protagonist recalls, "While I was climbing the tower, so many things happened." The protagonist's memories flash before him, showing key figures and events from his climb. Within the protagonist's memories, a sinister figure smiles, while below, a twisted, bloodied face screams, "I endured it so well until now." A figure in red stands tall in the protagonist's memories, as a dark-haired woman and a brown-haired man look on with sinister smiles. "And all my relationships." The protagonist's memories continue to surface, as the group looms over him. A question echoes in his mind, is this the end of it all? The darkness closes in, as a voice echoes, "It's unfortunate, but victory and defeat are both parts of life," the voice continues. Scars mark his face, but his eyes remain resolute. The figure declares, "Yeah. This is enough." His armor is scarred and stained, a testament to the battles fought. The armor's central eye glows crimson. The voice continues, "Let's accept it. Let's accept it. Death." The word hangs ominously in the air. A chilling smile spreads across his face as he utters the final word. "Maybe it's because I've made up my mind." He muses, his intention still unclear. But even this endless darkness feels soft, he thinks, an unexpected observation in the face of the unknown. The figure in the hood embraces him, a swirl of dark energy surrounding them both. The hooded figure's dark energy swirls, enveloping him completely.
A sudden realization dawns on him.
Darkness descends, the hooded figure now shrouded in an impenetrable void. A sharp crack echoes as the hooded figure strikes. The hooded figure's attack sends their opponent flying through the air. A sinister smile spreads across the hooded figure's face as they declare, "You need not worry, child.
I am not
your enemy," the hooded figure finishes, their words hanging ominously in the air. The hooded figure is met with a sharp question.
Who are you?
The question hangs in the air as a bead of sweat trickles down his face.
Even if this situation has come to be, reads the text box.
Her hand clenches tightly. Then, a message appears, "You fought in the holy war because of me, so I'm sad that you don't recognize me." A question hangs in the air, "Are you perhaps the god of darkness?" His piercing blue eye reflects the intensity of the moment. The figure's lips curve into a slight, knowing smile.
A message appears, "Fufu, correct. You got the answer faster than I expected. Good job. You're quite smart."
Their hands meet, a pale hand reaching out to grasp the other's wrist. "Don't touch me," he warns, his voice a chilling command. His face is set, a clear warning etched on his features. A system message appears, "Yes, it is not time yet." A sinister grin spreads across her face as a new system message appears, "But you will soon come to know." Another message appears, this one stating, "That I am not an enemy." Another system message appears, this one stating, "The tower is being annoying right now, so go." The figure seems to dissipate into smoke. A final message appears, "Go." Another message appears, this one stating, "Child, I hope that you're able to give me as much amusement as the power I've lent you." As the message fades, another appears, "From the moment you open your eyes." A surge of power erupts as he awakens.
The light intensifies, revealing the ornate armor he now wears.
Another message appears, "Everything that surrounds you will change." He plummets through a sky filled with glowing swords and strange symbols.
Everything truly is changing.
A strange, glowing glyph appears before him.
His gaze sharpens, a moment of contemplation hanging in the air.
The glyphs glow intensely as he raises his sword, a surge of power emanating from the blade.
The god of darkness is watching, a system message declares, and smiling.
The system grants him the power he needs. The god of darkness allows him to use the blessing of apostolization bestowed upon him.
A blinding light fills the area. The title, Boundless Necromancer, blazes across the screen.
Episode 71 begins. The episode begins with a flash of red. The winged figure stands amidst a red glow, a blinding light emanating from his outstretched hand. The light intensifies, revealing a prone figure beneath the winged man's hand. The winged man's expression shifts, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. The system message declares, "This is the price of a lowly human daring to challenge the position of a god." A gaping hole marks the center of the prone figure's chest. A system message blares, "T the slaughterer has died."
Another voice cries out in despair, "We're screwed now."
Panic grips the remaining fighters.
The slaughterer's demise has clearly shaken their resolve.
The figure scoffs, a system message echoing his disdain, "Annoying and pathetic beings." A system message reveals the figure's frustration, "Although my attack was negated by the power of the wind from that Han Sun-Yun bastard's magic shield." The figure's attack continues, a system message declaring, "There is no human to protect you now." The figure descends, a system message declaring his intent, "I will annihilate you properly this time." The sound of the attack echoes as feathers rain down.
"Yes, sir." The cry rings out amidst the ongoing attack. Her eyes widen in horror as the attack intensifies.
The attack hurtles towards its target. The dark energy surges forward with incredible speed. Her eyes widen in terror as the dark energy bears down. The dark energy crashes into its target with a resounding boom.
The figure lies motionless amidst the shattered earth, defeated.
Suddenly, a figure rises, bathed in light, wings spread wide. A system message appears, as expected. His bandaged hand reaches out, as a system message declares, enduring descent within the body of a prospective disciple any longer is too much.
The system message continues, now declaring, what a weak body. A crimson glow emanates from his eye. The system message continues its harsh assessment, what a weak body. A malevolent crimson light flares from his eye. The system message blares, the god of battle is releasing descent. The system announces, the god of battle is releasing descent. He descends, wings spread wide against the darkening sky. A monstrous scream tears through the air as the god of battle descends. He struggles to breathe, tears streaming down his face. The sound of something breaking echoes as his hands, wrapped in bandages, desperately grasp at the floor. So this is. He begins to say, his voice strained. The power the god of battle possesses. He realizes, struggling to breathe. He continues, admitting that if the descent had lasted any longer, his heart would have exploded, and he would have died. Still, he manages to utter one word. He manages to get out, with this, I've received God's grace, and my divine power has increased from before. Wings erupt from his back as he speaks of God's grace. A surge of power emanates from him as he declares, I am the strongest being under the sun now. A manic laugh escapes him, the sound echoing his newfound power. The system relays a message, the god of battle tells prospective disciple Jiran to cut the bullshit and to hurry and prepare authority divine punishment. Don't worry, he stutters. He continues, now that the human called the slaughterer is dealt with, the darkness holy cult is enough. Before he can finish his sentence, a blinding light descends upon him. The light engulfs him, and he can only manage a confused, before everything goes white. The light intensifies, completely obscuring everything. The light shifts, now tinged with pink, and he struggles to make sense of his surroundings. What? Just what is? He reaches out, as if trying to grasp something within the swirling pink light. The swirling pink light coalesces into a distinct symbol. Ember swallowing night veil, SS- exclusive effect night veil activated, a system message declares. The system announces, you will shortly be completely revived due to ember swallowing night veil. The system then warns that he will enter an apostolization state due to the ember swallowing night veil. The system confirms, you have revived. The system confirms that he has succeeded at apostolization. The system relays that the death god's qualities are wriggling and revealing their presence. From now on, the divinity within his heart will take the nature of death, completely erasing traces of all gods engraved into it. The challenger is engulfed in a dark aura, his form shifting into a terrifying, armored figure wreathed in flames. The system announces that while Han Sun-yoon maintains apostolization, he will be acknowledged as pseudo-divinity. Furthermore, he can now temporarily use authorities based on the divine keywords. The system displays the divine keywords now available to Han Sun-yoon, death, darkness, and immortal. No way, someone exclaims, realizing the gravity of the situation. A believer of the darkness holy cult is descending here? The descending figure shouts, there are no apostles here though. The figure's eyes glow with menacing intensity, surrounded by swirling flames. There are no apostles here though, he booms. He descends rapidly, a blur of motion. His face contorted in rage, he plummets downwards. He roars, I'll send you flying along with this whole land. The massive spear hurtles towards its target, propelled by immense force. The spear descends, a colossal threat looming over the lone figure below. The spear strikes, impacting with devastating force. The impact sends shockwaves rippling outwards. The spear continues its descent, driving downwards with unstoppable momentum. The spearhead pierces through, the sound of the impact echoing. The figure is engulfed in a cloud of dust and debris. The system registers, swallow. The figure's eyes glow with an ominous red light. The force of the blow sends him reeling. He's sent hurtling backwards through the air. His trajectory continues, further away. The distance between him and his opponent widens. The chasm between them grows even wider. Ha! Ha! He mutters, clearly confused by the sudden distance. His brow furrows in confusion. Ha! He stammers, sweat beading on his temple. Flames erupt around him as he begins to speak, uttering, you. The flames intensify as he finishes his sentence, you bastard. Suddenly, a blue screen appears, displaying the words, yes, now I remember. His blue eye pierces the darkness as a new message appears, you were my enemy. Damn it, he shouts, as an attack blurs past him. The winged figure descends rapidly, another strike imminent. A blood-soaked blade hurtles downwards. He meets the descending blade head-on, bracing himself for the impact. He soars high above, wings spread wide. A distance of 70 m is shown. He plummets back to Earth. He prepares to use divine death. The qualities of the death god respond, strengthening the nature of death imbued within his divine power. The sword glows with divine energy, ready to strike. The screen flashes, displaying a single, ominous word, die. The attack lands, wings shattering as he cries out in agony. A final blow lands, the word UGH punctuating the brutal impact. The force of the blow sends him reeling, a sharp K dash escaping his lips as the world blurs. He's sent flying. This is way better than the sloppy strengthened sword chi that Nam Gong Hyuk used. He thinks, as he crashes away from the attack. The mysterious figure advances, his sword radiating a menacing purple glow. Authority serene mind strongly activated, a system message declares. The figure is now encased in dark armor traced with glowing red lines. Only now do I feel stabilized, he declares, his form still radiating dark energy. He then declares that the real problem is that the god of battle can descend, adding, honestly, I can kill someone like Jiran without apostolization. Two winged figures lie defeated on the cracked earth. The dark energy radiating from him, the Demon King stands over them, sword in hand. Standing over the fallen, the Demon King declares, well, I've cut his body in half, so I don't need to worry about him anymore. Confidence radiating from him, the Demon King states, well, I've cut his body in half, so I don't need to worry about him anymore. Above the battlefield, a voice booms, did everyone get evacuated so that the innocent bystanders wouldn't get hurt in the big battle? The battlefield lies still, littered with bodies amidst the rubble. His gaze sharpens, resolve hardening in his eyes. I need to hurry and find their location and join them, he thinks. The next battle will get annoying if the remnants completely evacuate, a voice declares. The next battle will get annoying if the remnants completely evacuate, someone warns. The hero's eyes widen in sudden realization. A surge of power erupts, visible as a crimson line bisecting his face. His expression contorts in pain and fury. The crimson energy intensifies. Damned thing, he grits out, the words echoing his pain. The system displays a message, I was trying not to kill my prospective disciple despite descending. A surge of power erupts. His eyes glow with an ominous red light. The screen displays a chilling declaration, this time I'll really kill you. A bloodied figure screams in rage, teeth bared in a ferocious snarl. His eyes blaze with a chilling intensity, a bead of sweat tracing a path down his face. A chilling message flashes across the screen, this time I'll really kill you. A bloodied face, marked by scars, stares with menacing red eyes. A furious roar rips from his throat, the sound echoing with unbridled rage. His eyes blaze with an intense, focused fury. A bead of sweat trickles down his face, the intensity of his gaze unwavering. The screen displays a stark warning, time left until apostolization is released, 12 minutes and 47 seconds. A blinding flash erupts as the enemy attacks. The winged figure stands defiant amidst a rain of light. The figure plummets. The winged figure is sent hurtling downwards by a barrage of attacks. A figure below stares upwards, an exclamation hanging in the air. His eyes widen in horror as he recognizes the incoming attack. Are those the dozens of spears that killed me before? Suddenly, a surge of power courses through him as system messages flash, skill indomitable will activated, myth battle-tested warrior activated, and all abilities have risen by 18. As the spears approach, a special buff activates, no retreat. System messages then announce that all abilities have risen by an additional 18. With the new buffs activated, he stands firm, twin swords drawn and ready.
He meets the incoming attack head-on, a crimson glow emanating from his eyes. The attacks collide in a burst of energy. The force of the impact reverberates. The clash intensifies, a blinding light erupting from the point of contact. The light intensifies, consuming everything. The world shatters under the force of the impact. Debris explodes outwards. The ground cracks further under the immense power. The force of the blow sends him hurtling downwards. Blinding light engulfs everything as he plummets. Even as he falls, a grim smile plays on his lips. The world explodes in a blinding flash of light. The explosion rips through the ground, sending rock and debris flying. His opponent remains untouched, blades ready. He lunges forward, twin blades poised to strike. An ominous energy crackles around him. He grips the ornate blade tightly, the dark energy intensifying around his hand. His gaze sharpens, a steely determination hardening his features. He lunges forward, dark energy crackling around him as he faces his winged opponent. Crush him, the system interface commands. His eyes glow with a menacing red light, a clear sign of his intent. His face contorted with rage, he lets out a guttural roar, "Keuk." With a furious roar, he unleashes a flurry of feathers. The feathers explode outwards, a furious storm of white. The feathers rain down, obliterating everything in their path. His red eyes glow with menacing intensity. The feathers strike, accompanied by a sharp cry. A pained cry echoes as the attack lands. He roars in pain, crying out, "Damn Chunwo!" The crimson sky swirls with dark energy as the attack intensifies. The title card, Boundless Necromancer, appears against a backdrop of swirling crimson skies and dark energy. The attack slams into its target, the impact echoing with a resounding ah. The force of the blow sends a shockwave rippling outwards. The warrior stands firm, a bloody blade in hand. A system alert flashes before him. Another system alert appears before the warrior, the message obscured. The warrior's gaze is intense, his red eyes burning with determination despite the blood and grime covering his face. The warrior raises his sword, a sinister ha echoing around him. "It's finally time for me to sure," he begins, but is cut short. Ha! The sword, stained crimson, is all that remains in view. Crimson splatters erupt as the blade finds its mark. The blade pierces through, the sound of impact echoing in the aftermath. "What the fuck?" a voice exclaims, followed by a stunned question. Is that a deity?" An imposing figure descends, wings spread wide, a question erupting from below. What kind of crazy bastard descends on a mere trial in the tens? Panic rising, he wonders, why is the difficulty level of the trial suddenly going to hell? A red blade flashes as the figure responds, "It's a long story, so I'll just get to the point." He demands, "Please use all of the supporting abilities you have on me." The figure stands ready, his red blade gleaming ominously. A chilling voice booms, "This isn't something that using abilities can resolve." A desperate plea echoes, "W8." The red blade inches closer as he demands, have you apostolized?" "Hurry," the desperate cry rings out. "This isn't the time for idle chat," he shouts, fury etched on his face as the red blade closes in. The red blade descends, but he counters with a desperate parry. Fury contorts his face as the clash rings out. The force of the blow shatters the ground beneath them. His gaze intensifies, sweat beading on his brow. The air crackles with energy as the battle intensifies. Blasts of energy erupt, filling the air with a blinding light. The figure stands revealed, forearms outstretched, the upper pair ending in grotesque, clawed hands. He unleashes a torrent of energy, a crimson aura radiating from his outstretched hands. A searing beam of energy erupts from his hands, cutting through the air with terrifying speed. The skill Ashen Blood activates. The hero cries out as a blade pierces him. "And nice," his opponent exclaims, seemingly impressed despite the hero's pain. A voice booms, "I'll give you all the power that I can." Simultaneously, the system announces the activation of the true Heavenly Blood Demonic Sword Soul Ego skill, Magic Explosion, A+. Abilities surge within him. The system announces the activation of the true Heavenly Blood Demonic Sword Soul Ego skill, Thinking Acceleration, A-. His thinking has been accelerated, along with the small heart, B+ skill. A virtual magic organ has been created to support the movement of magic, but the true heavenly blood demonic sword's durability is dropping by 0.4% per second. The system warns that the true heavenly blood demonic sword's soul ego may be annihilated. He raises the true heavenly blood demonic sword, its blade gleaming with ominous red energy. A look of utter shock crosses his face. "What the?" he exclaims, clearly taken aback by something unseen. A sinister grin spreads across his face as he admits, "I thought he was just good at yapping, but the quality of the buffs is quite outstanding." But the sentence hangs, unfinished, leaving the listener in suspense. The sentence hangs in the air, followed by the speaker's admission, "Facing him head-on is still too much for me." He looks up, his gaze fixed on something above, as dark energy swirls around him. Two swords are readied in his hands. A blinding explosion erupts. The ground trembles after the explosion. Energy beams streak across the sky. A sharp crack echoes as the energy beams converge. He clenches his fist, ready to strike. He rises, energy coalescing into vast, fiery wings. Fiery wings erupt, and a voice booms, using your head. You'll be able to gain some time. Deity, descent. So tell me something that can be of help in this situation right now, he demands, a voice responding, just sum it up. He floats above, fiery wings spread wide, two swords now in hand, awaiting instructions. Hurry, the command rings out as a blade descends. As the blade descends, a desperate plea echoes, "W8. I need some time to think." Despite his plea, a voice echoes, "Let's see." Then, as if realizing something, "Right. And no, that can't be because." The swordsman dismisses the plea, declaring, "And that won't work because of that." But then, a voice calls out, "Hey, old man." The swordsman turns toward the voice. In the distance, a figure stands atop a cloud formation, radiating an ominous glow. The swordsman's stance shifts, an exclamation point hanging in the air as he prepares for a new threat. A system message flashes, "You're using tricks." A red energy radiates outwards. Two beams of red energy erupt from the swordsman, aimed directly forward. His face contorted in rage, he vows, "This time I will vaporize you so you can't regenerate again." The swordsman declares, "I'm going." He continues, his voice strained, "I'm going, insane." A dark energy swirls around him as he grips his sword. He shouts, I got it. After analyzing with my genius brain." A disembodied voice booms, declaring, "The you right now can never beat that monster." He retorts, "Ugh. Who doesn't know that?" The disembodied voice continues, stating matter-of-factly, "I just said that the you right now can't." Suddenly, a booming voice echoes, instructing, "Use the power of the gods." A powerful voice commands, "Use the power of the gods." The command echoes, "Use divinity." Although it is limited, when you are in an apostolization state, you can use that power. A voice booms, "I will give you the signal at the right time." He descends, a blinding light emanating from his blade. For now, use your swordsmanship that grasps space and make him let his guard down. The command echoes in his mind, "Remember." His eyes glow with an ominous red light as a system alert flashes before him. "You only get." A system alert blares, "The apostolization will be released in 1 minute and 19 seconds. The apostolization descends, engulfing him in a dark, ominous aura. He raises his blade, ready to strike. One chance. The words echo as he prepares for the apostolization to descend. The air crackles with energy as the apostolization fully descends. The apostolization crashes down, a blinding surge of energy engulfing him. The apostolization slams into him, the impact a searing wave of red and black. The apostolization continues its assault, its dark energy relentlessly pressing against him. The force of the blow sends him hurtling backwards. The world blurs as he's sent crashing backwards, the impact jarring him. His teeth grit in pain as he's sent flying backwards. Red and blue energy streaks clash, the force of the impact echoing with a resounding shwak. The clash of energy blades continues, red and blue streaks illuminating the battlefield.
He plummets downwards, a blue screen flashing with a mocking laugh. Ha ha ha. A blue screen flashes, taunting, "Do you think such obvious swordsmanship will hit me?" Despite the taunting words, he continues his descent, a red energy swirling around him. The red energy intensifies as he continues his descent, his gaze fixed on the target. His blue eyes burn with an unwavering intensity, his focus absolute. He prepares to unleash his white guard. White sword flashing sea erupts. A system alert blares as the white sword flashing sea technique rips through the environment. His eyes burn with intensity as the white sword flashing sea technique continues to obliterate everything in its path. The white sword flashing sea technique intensifies, his scream echoing as the attack reaches its peak. Suddenly, a system message appears, "Shu? What is this?" The system message displays his confusion, "Shu? What is this?" Energy crackles intensely, filling the area with blinding light. He screams, overwhelmed by the surge of power. The energy explodes outward, consuming everything in its path. The unleashed power rips through the air, a blinding torrent of energy. His brow furrows in intense concentration as the energy continues to surge. His eyes narrow, the concentration etched deeper into his face. His jaw tightens, a steely resolve hardening his gaze. A blinding light erupts, energy coalescing into a formidable display of power. A surge of power emanates from him, the energy crackling with visible force. A sinister grin spreads across his face, his eyes glowing with malevolent intent. The energy intensifies around his fist, as a system message flashes, "Fun." The air crackles with energy as he unleashes his power, a silent, escaping his lips. Dual blades materialize as he prepares to strike. "Prepare yourself. He's coming," the ominous warning echoes. A blinding strike hurtles toward him. The blinding light slams into him. The force of the blast sends him flying. He spins wildly through the air, knocked off balance. The ground rushes up to meet him as he plummets. The impact sends tremors through the earth. An exclamation hangs in the air as he lands, swords drawn and ready. The air crackles with energy as he prepares to strike. He lunges forward, his blade radiating intense heat. His attack lands, a resounding impact that elicits a shocked reaction. His heated blade clashes against another, the force of the impact radiating outwards. "My swords are being held by space," he exclaims, realizing the impossible. "This bastard," he growls, fury evident in his voice as the fight intensifies. He immediately imitated the White Sword 7 techniques after seeing them just once. "Does he think I'll take this easily?" he questions, his teeth gritted in anger. "If I offset this with White Sword Fold emptiness, then I can ESC, he thinks, but a resounding no cuts through his plan. His escape plan thwarted, a voice booms, "Don't avoid his attack, just." His attack, "Just get hit," the voice continues. Confusion washes over him as he begins to question the bizarre instruction. "What? Hey, just what the fuck are you?" "Trust me," the voice commands. A red, fiery blade hurtles toward him. The voice commands him to stay put. "Just stay there." The fiery blade descends, accompanied by a deafening roar. A blade descends, dripping crimson. The air crackles with ominous energy. The blade plunges downward, accompanied by a resounding "Kwae." The warrior's blade continues its descent. A trail of fire follows the weapon's path. "No," he cries out, looking up in horror as the blade descends. A dark voice echoes, "Don't avoid his attack, just get hit." "What?" he thinks, confusion etched on his face. "Hey, just what the fuck are you?" "Trust me," the voice commands. A strange, fiery energy surges forth. The energy coalesces, forming a dark barrier. "Just stay there," the voice booms. The barrier flares with intense light, obscuring everything behind it. With a fierce battle cry, he unleashes a flurry of attacks, dual-wielding his blades. "Damn it," he curses, his frustration echoing in the air. The hero is caught in a vortex of crimson energy, struggling to break free. The hero braces himself, channeling all his energy into a single, powerful strike against the crimson vortex.
The crimson vortex explodes outwards.
"Oomph, did you think you could block it with abilities like that?" a voice taunts. The vortex of red energy engulfs everything. The vortex explodes outward, shattering the surrounding area. The hero is caught in the blast, but a voice booms, "Now!" While taking the hit, a beam of light pierces towards the hero's eye. A voice echoes, commanding, "Use your divinity." "Use your divinity," a commanding voice booms.
The commanding voice resonates as he leaps forward, divinity surging around him.
His eyes glow with an eerie light as a system alert flashes before him. The system alerts him that he's using divinity, specifically.
The message continues, warning that he is ignoring recovery impossible in judgments of instant deaths. Divinity surges around him, dark energy swirling as he ignores the system's dire warnings. The sword gleams with dark energy, its purpose revealed. It wasn't to block the blood chi. The blood chi crystals hurtle downwards, aimed not at defense, but destruction. The voice reveals the true intent, it was to make him let his guard down and temporarily tie him up. The crystals and binding energy slam into him with brutal force. The impact sends him flying backward, a burst of energy erupting around him. He continues to be hurled backwards, the scene fading into a stark white. An alert flashes as he's sent hurtling backwards through a red haze. He continues to be thrown back, the red haze intensifying. The red haze intensifies as the warning rings out, "It won't last long." The red haze intensifies further as a desperate command echoes, "Hurry and destroy that crazy deity." The warning continues, because of the apostolization, the consumption of divine power is extreme. Sweat beads on his brow as he grits his teeth. "I only have it in me to use divinity 1 or 2 more times." A surge of power erupts, the hero's normal hand reaching towards a swirling red orb, while his other hand, encased in metallic armor, prepares to strike. He's using divinity, but this time it's the power of death. The hero slashes downwards, a trail of violet energy following the blade's deadly arc. The system announces, "An absolutely unavoidable death has been imbued into your sword." The blade finds its mark, accompanied by a resounding whoosh. Thwack, the sound reverberates as the unavoidable death takes hold. Blood splatters as the blade pierces through. "Now!" The command rings out as the blade, now stained crimson, plunges deeper. His hand grips the wound, but the damage is done. The crimson stain spreads, a stark testament to the blade's deadly work. A blinding flash erupts as the force of the blow throws him back. The impact sends the opponent flying backwards, a trail of crimson marking his trajectory. "Wait," he cries out, the bloodied sword looming above him. The screen displays a message, "Even if this is merely a fraction of the divine power I have." The screen continues, posing a rhetorical question, "Did you think that the limits of a body with a deity within it would be the same as a human's?" The figure stands, arms outstretched, a halo of light blazing behind them. Blood stains their clothes, but wings sprout from their back, hinting at a power far beyond human limits. Time lag flashes on the screen as the hero's intense gaze pierces through the chaos. Dual consecutive hits land, triggering the first mixed demon sword's exclusive effect. The hero is engulfed in a swirling, fiery aura as he continues his relentless assault. The hero's attack continues, a blinding flash of energy erupting. The hero's assault abruptly halts, his expression shifting to disbelief. A system message blares, "What?" The hero is suddenly seized by massive, clawed hands. A system message flashes, "Wait." The hero is instantly struck by a powerful blast. The hero is sent flying by the blast. A system message appears, stating, "I've never seen something like this on the 13th FL-." The hero continues to be pummeled by the unseen force. The hero is sent crashing down, blood splattering as he falls. Red energy slashes down, the hero helpless against the assault. Despite the brutal assault, a system message appears, "Congratulations. You have completed the 15th floor of the Tower of Trials." A Nameless God's protective bracelet, S+, is transferred into his inventory, along with 100,000 points and 5,000 SP as clearance rewards. He also receives 5,000 SP and a Nameless God's Divine Marble, S+, both added to his inventory as additional clearance rewards. A new directive appears,
please move to the waiting room. A system message flashes, haha. But his expression betrays no amusement, instead, beads of sweat trickle down his face. The system message declares, it really ended. The title card appears, Boundless Necromancer.
The boundless necromancer soars through the desolate landscape, his crimson wings spread wide.
A surge of dark energy erupts. The necromancer lands amidst the rocky terrain.
Crimson energy crackles around him as he prepares for battle.
He's acquired an achievement. The achievement unlocks reincarnation, and all his abilities rise by 4.
He's acquired the achievement opponent.
All abilities will rise by 4.
All of True Heavenly Blood Demonic Sword's soul ego skills have been deactivated. The system reports a critical drop. True Heavenly Blood Demonic Sword's durability has dropped by 9.4%.
The system's question hangs in the air, are you okay?
Another system message appears, the question now even more pressing. The figure stands, clad in dark armor, a red blade gleaming in their grip.
Damn it, do you think I'd be okay? He exclaims, frustration evident in his voice.
Suddenly facing off against a god that used to scent.
The hero's eyes widen, his frustration palpable as he continues, damn it, do you think I'd be okay?
Suddenly facing off against a god that used to scent.
His words trail off, the next line of dialogue appearing to be from someone else, you're lucky that it wasn't a.
The mysterious woman continues, you're lucky that it wasn't a complete descent, otherwise we both would have died.
The woman's warning hangs heavy in the air, followed by a name that echoes with significance, damn Chunwo? A system message flashes, why you were a girl?
He stammers, your voice seemed like a man's. Sweat beads on his brow, his eyes wide with shock at the revelation. A stern voice cuts through his shock. Don't try to distinguish someone like me who rose to the peak of the blood demon cult by something as trivial as gender. Her crimson eyes blaze with intensity, a hand raised as if to shield herself from the light.
Ah, yes. A system message flickers into view, its meaning yet unclear.
The system message cuts off abruptly, displaying only, wait, but dash.
The system message continues, now asking, were you originally able to reveal yourself like this? Of course not, comes the immediate reply.
I don't know how this happened either, but I think, he begins, clearly perplexed by his sudden transformation. Before he can finish, a booming voice cuts him off, it was influenced because of you. The voice continues, declaring, and your divine power with no traces of a god. Anyway, the booming voice declares, cutting through the tension. I can't maintain this self for long, the voice admits, urgency lacing its tone.
So let's hurry and do business.
The figure finishes, a surge of power emanating from their outstretched hand. Red energy crackles around the figure as the power intensifies. The figure's power slams into their target, a burst of red energy engulfing everything.
His piercing gaze focuses, a system message flashing, business?
The figure's red eyes gleam as a message flashes, blood consumption. The system registers another action, blood consumption.
More blood droplets float in the air. More blood droplets still hang in the air.
The air crackles with red energy. Standing over the fallen opponent, she unleashes a surge of red energy. The blood consumption effect of the True Heavenly Blood Demonic Sword activates. Absorbing the prospective disciple Jiran Nevia, it raises the item rank to 2,801 out of 4,800.
Absorbing Jiran Nevia's blood, the system announces a new engraved skill, Divinity Amplification, B+. It has been engraved into blood consumption's exclusive slot.
A system alert flashes, demanding attention amidst the crimson glow of the blood consumption effect.
Standing amidst the carnage, he declares, this is the blood consumption of my original form.
The system announces, the efficacy of the skill will be a level higher.
Anyway, why you ended up fighting with a god?
The voice trails off, continuing, you'll have to tell me, later.
Now that I've used some skills, I'm getting sleepy. She says, yawning widely. The blade glows with an ominous red energy.
The ominous red glow intensifies, bathing the blade in crimson light.
Let's talk later. The ominous words hang in the air, heavy with unspoken threat.
He stands silhouetted against a crimson sky, ominous energy swirling around him like burning wings. The ominous energy intensifies, swirling faster around him. Before him lies a figure, wings spread and motionless upon the scorched earth. A low rumble echoes as the earth trembles beneath the still form.
Darkness begins to rise up from below. His eyes snap open, a system alert blaring. A system message flashes, he didn't die yet. A system message floats before him, displaying a bewildered, "What?"
He stands, clad in dark armor traced with crimson energy, sword at the ready. Another system message appears, this one questioning, "But I definitely saw the trial clear message earlier, didn't I?" The monster lies defeated, its white, feathered body streaked with blood. A glowing orb hovers above it. From the monster's ravaged body, a blinding light erupts. Above the creature's remains, a single, massive eye floats ominously.
"Damn, Nit." One voice mutters, while another questions, "How?"
The massive eye pulses with power above the monster's remains. The ground trembles as something massive crashes down nearby. A sharp intake of breath is heard. Before him, a screen displays the trial's conditions, appropriately bring the holy war to a success within the time limit. This bastard, because he wasn't in a state to do anything, the screen reads, adding insult to injury. Another screen appears, this one posing a question, did the tower judge it as a cleared trial?
The swords cross, a flurry of sparks flying as the battle's intensity escalates.
He recalls a message, I remember seeing a message that a significant amount of divine power had been paid. It was from when the god of verification had been trying to arrange a private meeting. He realizes the god of battle must have spent a fortune in divine power just to descend.
Any more would have been too much. He thinks to himself, I will definitely.
His resolve hardens, a message flashing before him, definitely kill you. The scene is gruesome, blood splattered across the ground. A message then appears, don't think this is the end. Standing over the bloody scene, the figure recalls, one thing I learned instinctually after apostolization. The figure recalls a crucial lesson, a text box appearing to emphasize the point, the one who acquires divine power without the traces of a god receives the opportunity to aim for the stage of the gods.
The text glows, revealing the ultimate potential.
Bathed in divine light, the figure ascends into the cosmos, dwarfing the earth below. The figure realizes, if so, the reason that the god of battle was so hostile towards me was because he was afraid of a new deity being born.
The figure stands silhouetted against a crimson sphere, wreathed in cosmic flames. He grips his sword tighter, understanding dawning. Now things are finally making sense.
His eyes narrow, a realization hitting him hard. The god of battle used dissent in order to kill me. The hero lies bloodied, a massive, red eye looming above him. A system message declares, you're just a dog of the tower.
He's struck, a devastating blow landing.
A system message flashes, you're just a dog of the tower.
Another blow lands, devastating and swift. The system message declares, I will make you regret overlooking divinity. And I always kill those who regard me as their enemy. That is all.
The chilling words hang in the air, a final declaration. His blade crashes down, obliterating his opponent in a burst of energy.
The force of the blow sends shockwaves outwards.
The system announces that Burrowing Heaven's sword has destroyed something incredibly difficult, raising its rank to A+. It now stands at 8,700 out of 10,000.
The system message continues, definitely. The system message continues, promising something, next time.
A red orb of energy slams into the hero's chest, splattering blood. Despite the grievous wound, he still stands, gripping his sword. His gaze remains fixed forward. Suddenly, a system notification appears, swallow.
His intense gaze remains unwavering. Then, another system prompt flashes, swallow. Again, the system chimes, swallow.
Again, the system prompt appears, this time clarifying, swallowing the target that darkness has designated.
He is using divinity, darkness. The system confirms the action with a simple dash and exclamation point. The darkness surges forward with a resounding chack.
The dark energy continues to surge. The darkness has absorbed the spirit of prospective disciple Jiran Nevia. A system message appears, his proficiency has risen by 7.7%. Crimson energy swirls around him as a voice declares, as expected, the spirit of the human used as the medium for the descent is what shows up. Well, it's not like the god of battle died. The crimson energy intensifies as a system message appears, as you have absorbed a spirit stronger than yours, authority extraction judgment will begin. The extraction process succeeds, and a system message confirms the existence of authority within Jiran Nevia's spirit. The system initiates the authority extraction from the spirit.
Jiran Nevia's eye glows with an intense light as the authority extraction proceeds.
The system announces the successful authority transfer, instantaneous steps, B+, has been engraved in Han Sungyun's soul. A surge of power emanates from Sungyun, his armor glowing as dark flames erupt around him. With a surge of power, a system message appears, you can move immediately to a place.
The world fades to white.
Emerging from the blinding light, a system message declares, authority instantaneous steps, B+, has been engraved in Han Sungyun's soul. The newly acquired power surges through him.
He moves with impossible speed, leaving only afterimages in his wake.
Another system message appears, explaining the ability, by consuming divine power, you can move immediately to a place within your sight. His eyes widen slightly as he utters, "Oh." The system message clarifies, immediate teleportation to a place I want. He stands alone in a desolate landscape, mountains rising in the distance under a pale sky.
Let's.
He begins, a dark aura swirling around him.
Tack. A single footstep echoes in the desolate expanse. The countdown begins, time left until apostolization is released, midnight.
His gaze intensifies, a chilling blue light emanating from his eyes. The screen flashes, time has ended. The hero groans, the sound of impact echoing as he is struck.
The hero is sent flying.
A system message flashes, apostolization released.
Still airborne, he is sent hurtling backwards.
The hero continues to fly through the air, the ground a blur below.
The hero continues his rapid descent.
Suddenly, a system message appears, divinity keywords, and are disappearing. The title Boundless Necromancer appears. The title Boundless Necromancer marks the beginning of a new chapter. The new chapter opens on a stark, dark forest. Footsteps pound against the earth. The pounding footsteps belong to a group of students, sprinting forward. "Hey, Han Sungyun," he calls out, a wide grin plastered across his face as he runs. "Hurry up," he urges.
Han Sungyun's eyes lock onto something in the distance.
The world fades to black.
A soccer ball slams into the net.
The light returns.
Cheers erupt as the team celebrates.
Yay!
But suddenly, a surge of dark energy erupts.
The building begins to crumble.
Amidst the chaos, a question hangs in the air, ? A colossal hand slams down, crushing everything beneath it.
A bead of sweat trickles down his face as his eyes widen in terror. He scrambles away, the ground shaking beneath him. He continues to flee, but a sudden, silent dread washes over him.
A looming threat is now clearly visible. He stops dead in his tracks, staring up in disbelief. Towering over him is a monstrous figure with glowing red eyes. The monstrous figure looms ever closer, its single, glowing blue eye piercing the darkness. Sweat beads on his brow as the immense pressure bears down.
The air crackles with energy as a blinding red light erupts.
A monstrous hand descends, claws extended, ready to strike. Darkness descends, swallowing everything in its path.
"Save me," he cries out, as the world around him shatters.
A crushing blow lands.
His eyes widen in terror as he begins to scream.
The scream rips through the air, and oh! The anguished scream continues, and oh!
His eyes widen, sweat beading on his forehead as the scream continues to escape his lips. Sitting up in bed, he groans, "Ugh, what an annoying dream." He wonders aloud if he passed out. A system message appears, stating, "Due to authority's serene mind, all unstable emotions are disappearing." He pushes aside heavy curtains, a blinding light pouring into the room. Standing, he faces the light, two swords visible at his sides. His piercing gaze focuses on a figure lying below. A scene of devastation unfolds, allies lying prone on the ground.
A powerful blow rains down, striking the allies.
Our hero, they shout, hailing her as the savior of the darkness holy cult. A voice cuts through the air, uttering a simple, unexpected phrase, I apologize. The large man apologizes, explaining, to have spoken informally to you up until now, please forgive me.
I heard everything from Commander Raynell.
The word apostle hangs in the air, a title that shifts the dynamic between them. The man stands tall, flanked by others, as the weight of the title apostle settles over the room. The man's footsteps echo as a voice trembles, questioning, were you truly the darkness holy cult's savior? The man's face contorts in disbelief, his question echoing with the weight of the revelation, apostle of the god of darkness.
Why?
His feet slam into the ground, the force of his landing cracking the earth. Is it that you didn't help us when we were being persecuted all this time? The man demands. Silence hangs heavy in the air as the man stares down, his expression unreadable.
A cryptic response echoes, all works have their timings.
The man reveals, I had no choice in order to lure out the apostle of the battle ghost cult. The man's grip tightens on the other's shoulder, his face etched with worry. A voice booms, declaring, as the glory of the holy war has been given to us, the darkness holy cult.
The man looms over the other, a sinister smile spreading across his face, though his eyes remain shadowed.
The man's hands reach down, a predatory gesture that casts an ominous shadow. Please dry your tears, he says, his red eyes gleaming with malice.
Suddenly, a system notification flashes, skill absolute charm activated.
Bathed in light, he declares, everything was as the god of darkness planned, I simply followed those plans loyally.
The system announces, the crowd has fallen into a state of worship.
Their judgment has drastically fallen, and they are greatly feeling his existence.
The crowd murmurs, awestruck.
Oh! Apostle, they whisper, their faces filled with a disturbing reverence. The system chimes again, this time with a message from the god of verification. It states that his deception skills are quite sophisticated. Another chime rings out, this time with a message stating the god of darkness feels satisfied by you and is smiling. The screen fades to white.
The screen displays a message, authority harvest of faith strongly activated.
The screen displays another message, harvesting the faith towards you from the area. The priest raises his hands, his long, black fingernails glinting in the light as he begins to harvest the faith of those around him.
The system announces, enough faith to formulate a myth has accumulated. It then begins calculating The system continues, now declaring that it will formulate a myth appropriate to the believer's faith based on the actual results.
The myth formulation message appears, as the man above it grins, revealing sharp teeth. The system announces, myth the first savior has been completed. Then, another message appears, myth the last savior is being accumulated in your divine power. Bathed in divine light, he stands triumphant.
As Han Sun-yoon activates the myth, the system announces, the effect of salvation will follow.
Saving a weaker party with kind actions will increase all abilities, even if just a little.
As Han Sun-yoon activates the myth, the system chimes, announcing, the effect of truth seeker will follow.
Furthermore, it states that when being worshipped within a religion, his divine power will increase depending on the number of believers. The system continues, the effect of rulers I will follow. His insight will increase depending on the number of people he rules.
Raising his hand, Sun-yoon declares, then everyone.
Sun-yoon finishes his declaration with a somber smile, I hope you'll be well. A single tear streaks down Sun-jion's face as he wishes them well. A flurry of motion fills the air as the battle intensifies. The woman's eyes widen as she utters, Apostle. The man below looks up in shock at the figure looming over them. Let's go to where I passed out. He declares, his glowing wings propelling him forward.
An exclamation hangs in the air.
There it is, he exclaims, spotting their destination.
A shimmering portal crackles with energy. The portal pulses with a blinding blue light.
The portal intensifies, energy crackling around its edges. He bursts through the portal, landing hard on the cracked earth. Dust motes swirl around him as he surveys his new surroundings. I've never had a trial this long, he muses, his voice laced with a hint of dark humor. I'll get attached. Gosh. He utters, the word hanging in the air. A low rumble echoes, growing in intensity. The rumble intensifies as a shimmering, blue portal materializes. The portal fades, replaced by a system notification: you have entered the 16th floor's waiting room. With the limitations on administrator messages lifted, new notifications flood in. Iron-blooded monarch expresses immense relief at the contractor's safety, while the white crane swordmaster says, with teary eyes, that he worked hard. Another notification appears: Administrator Iron-blooded monarch is inviting him to the administrator domain. Another chime rings out, and a new notification appears. This time, the white crane swordmaster is inviting him to the administrator domain. Before he can respond to either invitation, a message appears: I apologize for making you worry, but I'll see you soon. A thud echoes as he collapses onto the bed, his words hanging in the air: I'll see you next time. Divine power, he mutters, sitting heavily. He realizes the divine power accumulated within him is simply a cost-based concept, usable only on myths or authorities, and a lot has changed, the words declare. A gaping hole appears in the hero's chest, the sound of impact echoing. Through apostolization, I experienced the stage of pseudo-divinity, a voice declares. And it became possible to directly use divine power. Divine power coalesces in his hand, a swirling vortex of dark energy. His fist clenches, a steely resolve hardening in his bright blue eyes. He reveals a curious detail: my divine power also became black after a while. It seems to have something to do with the death god's qualities. The air crackles with ominous energy as dark power surges forth. Crimson energy coils around his hand, a dark and ominous power taking hold. The crimson energy explodes outward, devastating everything in its path. His gaze remains fixed ahead as the crimson energy decimates everything before him. The destructive energy continues to obliterate everything in its path. A moment of realization flashes across his face. The destructive energy continues its relentless advance. It's the waiting room wall that's supposed to immediately regenerate from any damage. The waiting room wall is not regenerating, as it should. To be exact, it's notably slower, a voice observes. A sinister smile plays on his lips. How interesting. The screen displays the 15th floor trials rewards. The screen displays the trials reward, Nameless God's Protective Bracelet, S+. It once belonged to a god and activates a preemptive block when the wearer receives an unblockable strike. The screen details that when preemptive block is activated, the bracelet will eliminate the impact of an unstoppable blow. However, this exclusive effect is limited to only 4 uses. The screen then displays the Nameless God's Divine Marble, S+. The screen details the Nameless God's Divine Marble, S+. It was imbued with divinity by a nameless god in life. Designating a target and infusing it with divine power activates the absolute seal, capable of sealing an opponent's strongest ability, but only once and for a short time. Oh, a voice murmurs. A slight smirk plays on his lips as he looks up, seemingly confident in his next move. His confidence seems to grow as he muses: since they're both S+ rank, they're quite good, huh? A system message flashes, announcing, as you have prospective Apostle Jiran Nevia's spirit, your abilities are increasing permanently. The system then displays a series of rapid-fire updates: strength increased by 4, agility by 6, and stamina by 4. Magic power increased by 7, and durability rose by 3. The Apostle's spirit was clearly having a profound effect. The system displays a new message, absorbing one of the skills that prospective Apostle Jiran Nevia possessed. The system announces, skill, Cry of the Strong, B- obtained. The word hangs in the air, pregnant with unspoken meaning. He continues, compared to how much I had to suffer, this isn't that great. A bead of sweat trickles down his face as he declares, I'll use it as divine power fodder by offering it to the altar later. System messages appear, he is seizing the divinity within Jiran Nevia's spirit. The authority of divine power has been satisfied and activated. The system is now attempting divinity extraction.
The system confirms, divinity extraction successful.
A quiet "oh" escapes him.
A red glow emanates, signaling the aftermath of the extraction.
A sinister smile spreads across his face as the red energy intensifies. The red energy swirling around him, he declares, "My divinity has increased quite a lot." Suddenly, a quest notification appears before him.
The notification reads, Challenger Han Sun-yoon is viewing quests.
The screen displays a new message: "You have received quests from a total of 87 administrators." Among the numerous offers, 2 quests stand out: Ruler of the Heavens Island, commissioned by the Administrator Ruler of the Heavens, and Path of the Seeker, from the Administrator Seeker of Divinity.
Another quest appears: Administrator Hero of the Black Archipelago has commissioned the quest Calamity of the Archipelago. The protagonist looks up, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. So many of them have made commissions. Despite the overwhelming number of quests, he declares, "Well, it's not like that hurts me. Just means I have more choices," he muses, ever the optimist. He pauses, a soft escaping his lips as he gazes at the multitude of quest options before him. His gaze sharpens, a glint of determination now visible in his eyes. Suddenly, a notification pops up, demanding his attention. The notification reveals that the Administrator Fallen World Soldier has commissioned the quest Savior of the End. The notification details the quest's success condition: making a choice you won't regret. A realization dawns on him.
"Oh. I was wondering how I could quickly repair the Heavenly Blood demonic sword's durability," he muses, a solution seemingly presenting itself.
After it was overworked by Soul Ego this time. He notes, the weapon's fragility becoming a recurring concern. A smirk plays on his lips as he realizes, how lucky.
Extending his hand, he touches the glowing screen. The screen flashes as he chooses the quest, Savior of the End. His next challenge, the 16th floor personal trial.
The quest substitution is confirmed. A new message appears: observation of the trial by other administrators will be limited to only a few.
The 16th floor trial begins, giving him 48 days to complete it.
The theme, Warrior.
The trial's conditions are laid bare. To pass, he must make a choice he won't regret.
Failure results in death or the trial's time running out. Success grants the ability to infuse unbreakable properties into 2 items. He awakens to a surprising message: trial fail penalty none.
Confused, he wonders about his body. Despite the none message, a sharp pain shoots through him.
It hurts," he gasps. Despite the trial's supposed lack of penalty, he's in agony.
A new message appears, starting quest Savior of the End. Furthermore, his usable equipment has been limited, with some transferred to his inventory. The system clarifies that Han Sun-yoon possesses an ability deemed unsuitable for the quest's difficulty. Consequently, all his abilities have been fixed to a level of 50 for the duration of the trial. Furthermore, the growth abilities he obtained inside the game will be recalculated once the trial concludes. He groans in pain, clearly struggling with the sudden changes. He sits heavily, his armored hand resting on his leg.
The sudden shift in power clearly takes its toll.
His eyes widen in shock, a gasp escaping his lips.
"Oof."
The sudden exclamation breaks the tension.
The impact sends him reeling, cries of pain echoing.
He's sent hurtling through the forest, the ground a blur beneath him. A voice echoes through the forest: "You've finally woken up." He looks up, dazed, as a figure emerges from the forest shadows. He looks around, disoriented. "What is going on?" he begins, before his thoughts are cut short. His expression twists in pain, a pained ugh escaping his lips. A voice cautions him, "Don't push yourself. I'll call the other colleagues in a bit." A slight smile plays on her lips as she offers to call their colleagues. Her gaze sharpens as she says, "They'll be here soon, so just wait."